Ring, ring, ring. Hello. In a solitary villa on the outskirts of Jiangbei City, Lin Bei was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his phone. Mr. Lin, the 100 full-course meals you ordered from our company have been delivered. Please sign for them. As Lin Bei answered the call, his eyes shot open. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and a flicker of brilliance sparkled in his gaze. All right, I understand. After hanging up, he slowly rose and made his way to the bathroom. Splash! The cool water drenched his cheeks, and as he gazed into the mirror, a glimmer of memories flickered in his eyes. Who would have thought I truly have been reborn? In his previous life, a peculiar zombie virus erupted on Blue Star. Over 80% of the male population transformed into zombies. The remaining individuals either perished amidst the terrifying waves of the undead or acquired supernatural abilities, evolving into enhanced humans. In his former existence, he had grasped the power of the void, able to manipulate space while emanating chaotic energy. He concealed his presence so effectively that no one had ever glimpsed his true visage, earning him the moniker of Shadow King. However, as time passed, the zombies on Blue Star grew increasingly formidable. The number of survivors dwindled, and the thought of living solely for himself became meaningless. Regardless, the spark of humanity must be preserved. Thus, he founded an organization known as the Void Garden. As Lin Bei reflected on this, even the chill of the water splashing against his face could not suppress the heat coursing through him. Damn it, could it be that the allure of the fox still influences me even after my rebirth? Lin Bei took a few deep breaths, striving to quell the malevolent energy within him. In his previous life, aside from himself, his organization comprised 7 stunning women. Each possessed terrifying strength and simultaneously fell in love with Lin Bei. Almost every one of them eagerly pursued him, and naturally, he had no reason to refuse. However, during a struggle with the alluring king of temptation, the latter's powers spiraled out of control, and even Lin Bei could not contain the ensuing chaos. In the Void Garden, a shocking 1v7 spectacle unfolded. This continued for an entire month, culminating in utter devastation. Gulp. As Lin Bei recalled these events, he swallowed hard. Instinctively, he clutched his waist, recalling the parched sensation of a land devoid of sustenance. He truly did not wish to endure that ordeal again. Soon, he was fully dressed and had arrived at the entrance of the villa. Before the apocalypse erupted, he was the son of a prominent shareholder in the strong group of Jiangbei City. While not on par with the true families of the Daxia Kingdom, he enjoyed a level of financial freedom in a materialistic society. However, Lin Bei understood, well, that in a month's time, all wealth would dissolve into nothingness. Having 100 million would mean nothing. Just 3 months after the apocalypse began, 100 million in cash would scarcely buy a single sausage. Even Lin Bei, who awakened his spatial abilities in his last life, often found himself hungry. Thus, upon his rebirth, he resolved to immediately utilize all his assets to procure food. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, he arrived at the villa's entrance. Not far away, a woman clad in a professional OL suit, her long legs elegantly encased in sheer black stockings, was waiting in high heels. She gently adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, excitement glimmering in her almond-shaped eyes. Having just returned from overseas as an intern, this was her first major deal. At that moment, Lin Bei wore casual shorts, his physique honed from regular exercise, every muscle defined. Coupled with his prominent nose, cropped hair, and the aura of a battle-hardened survivor from the apocalypse, he instantly transformed into a domineering figure. Hello, are you Liu Feier? I am Lin Bei. As Lin Bei regarded the beauty before him, he couldn't help but silently admire her. However, his appreciation was fleeting. Having survived the apocalypse, he knew better than to underestimate women in such dire circumstances, especially not one as striking as Liu Feier. Upon meeting Lin Bei's gaze for the first time, Liu Feier was momentarily entranced. She had encountered many handsome men, but none had left such an impression as Lin Bei. Miss Liu Feier, noticing her daze, Lin Bei gently prompted her. I apologize, Mr. Lin. Only when Lin Bei called her did she snap back to reality. There was little she could do. The aura Lin Bei exuded, forged through countless battles in the apocalypse, was incredibly overwhelming for someone as inexperienced as her. Lin Bei offered a soft smile. No worries. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Liu Feier transformed, though still somewhat innocent. She began to embody the presence of a capable career woman. She commenced reporting the details of Lin Bai's order, including the dishes, pricing, and discounts. By the way, Mr. Lin, here is your invoice. You ordered 1,000 full-course meals from our company, totaling 36 million. According to our policy, you need to pay a 10% deposit up front. The remaining 90% is due in 3 months. That if there are no issues, you may sign here to acknowledge receipt. Lin Bei accepted the invoice, a smile playing upon his lips. No problem, that I in no time. He inscribed his name on the contract. As for the remaining 90%, with the apocalypse looming, rules and humanity held little meaning. Only endless slaughter, schemes, and calculations remained. Just then his phone rang again. Hello, Mr. Lin? I'm quite interested in the shares you hold in the Strong Group. Why don't we find a time to discuss? The voice on the other end carried a hint of cold allure. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. After a quiet agreement, another call interrupted him. This time, it was regarding stocks in another company he had invested in. His head began to spin that he possessed a wealth of assets, particularly fragmented ones, including real estate, stocks, funds, and more. With the apocalypse imminent, he had far too many matters to address and no time to manage this money. He glanced at the graceful Liu Feier, a thought sparking in his mind. Wait a moment, Miss Liu Feier. I noticed your professional terminology. When you were presenting, you must not be an ordinary sales representative, right? Lin Bei surmised that he temporarily required a financial steward before the impending apocalypse. He had found Liu Feier's presentation of the 100 full-course meals exceptionally proficient. Unlike a typical salesperson, he immediately inquired. Caught off guard by Lin Bai's call, Liu Feier turned slowly. Chapter 2. Have all 7 girlfriends reincarnated? Upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, Liu Feier momentarily froze, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her gaze. Mr. Lin, I actually majored in financial management. However, without a background, I simply cannot penetrate the upper echelons of elite conglomerates. A bitter smile emerged as she reflected on the harsh realities of the world she encountered after entering society. Without resources or connections, her chosen field was akin to being cannon fodder, even though she was a graduate of the prestigious Qingbei University. Lin Bei, upon hearing her words, immediately wore a smile. This is my business card. Should you be interested, I am currently in need of a financial assistant. Liu Feier hesitated as she accepted the card, a flicker of inner turmoil evident in her eyes. She refrained from giving an immediate response, considering she had just secured a significant deal. Her prospects within the company seemed promising. With a graceful lift of her leg, she entered her vehicle and departed. Lin Bei watched her leave, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes as he chuckled softly and shook his head. Indeed, she was a naive young woman. Could she truly manage such a substantial deal without resources or connections? As the son of the largest shareholder of the Xiang Group, Lin Bei was well aware of the inner workings of the company. A novice like Liu Feier, securing such a major contract, would undoubtedly find it snatched away by others. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Bei turned his attention to the lavish feast that had just been delivered, filling his villa's courtyard to the brim. Although the dishes were meticulously packaged to save space, the sheer volume still overwhelmed the area. Gazing at the sumptuous spread, Lin Bei felt an almost surreal sensation. In his previous life, even a simple bun could spark a fierce battle, yet now, 1,000 portions of exquisite cuisine lay before him, tantalizingly aromatic. Suddenly, his expression shifted. A faint radiance enveloped him, and within the space, a violent tremor erupted. A resonant hum echoed as the previously overflowing courtyard transformed into an empty void. This was the manifestation of Lin Bei's awakened ability, the void. A satisfied smile graced his face as he concentrated, his consciousness entering the unique space that accompanied his power. It was an infinite realm where time stood still. Any food placed within would remain unchanged, regardless of when it was retrieved. After a brief survey, Lin Bei withdrew from the space, his ambitions extending far beyond the mere 1,000 sumptuous dishes before him. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing 3 meters away. Was his newfound spiritual energy limited to this distance? The so-called spiritual energy was the lifeblood of all awakened individuals, essential for the utilization of their powers. Lin Bei sighed but remained undeterred. In the impending apocalypse, refining the spiritual crystals from zombies would replenish his energy. And there existed special spaces where treasures from beyond this world could be acquired. Lost in contemplation, he found himself in the garage. Enough of overthinking. The apocalypse was set to unfold in approximately a month's time. A wicked smile crept across his lips as he envisioned a series of meticulously planned actions. He would create the most secure sanctuary in existence. With a roar, Lin Bei pressed the accelerator of his brand-new Porsche 911, hurtling toward the heart of Jiangbei City. His immediate priority was to address matters concerning his shares in the Qiangxin Group. The conglomerate was originally founded by his father, Lin Xiing, and his uncle, Lin Xiing. However, a dark shadow fell over his thoughts. In his previous life, he had stumbled upon the truth behind his parents' deaths. It was no accident, but rather a scheme orchestrated by his uncle. The overwhelming power and influence of Lin Xiing had rendered Lin Bei powerless to seek revenge. Just a little longer, Lin Xiing, and when you complete your schemes, your time will come. He recalled how, a month prior to the apocalypse in his last life, his uncle had stockpiled nearly $1 billion worth of cash and pork, intending to use it against him. Little did he know, the onset of the apocalypse had inadvertently fortified Lin Xiing's assets. This time, however, fortune would not favor him. A wicked grin spread across Lin Bei's face as he devised a plan to outmaneuver Lin Xiing. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, in another part of the world, at the headquarters hospital in Modu, a woman with an icy demeanor, exuding an aura of regality even in her white coat, was jolted from her thoughts. Dr. Wong. It's time for the craniotomy on Station 72, a nurse softly prompted. Wang Shiming awakened abruptly, her sharp gaze piercing the surroundings, revealing a glimmer of clarity. Reincarnated? This time, I will surely find you first, Shadow. A fleeting blush graced her usually stoic countenance, unnoticed by the nurse beside her. Huh? What did you say, Dr. Wong? Wang Shiming's icy facade melted into a rare smile. Nothing, let us proceed. Little did she know, the nurse stood in stunned disbelief. Unable to comprehend the sight before her, the Eternal Ice Queen had smiled. Meanwhile, at the Daxia Kingdom's Capital Research Institute, Ning Qingxiu adjusted her thin-framed glasses, her lashes fluttering as she observed the delicate hands extracting the latest trace elements. Her lips parted slightly, revealing pearly whites. Is this a reincarnation? She chuckled softly. Astonished by the formidable shadow, the desire to study his extraordinary physique surged within her. Thoughts of Lin Bei's nearly flawless form filled her mind, followed by vivid memories of the last month spent with her 6 sisters and Shadow in a near-manic frenzy. Even she, a prodigy who had advanced Daxia's technology by 2 centuries at the mere age of 22, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Chapter 3. The Fallen Sword Immortal, Hua Chuxue. At Jiangbei University, within the confines of the female dormitory, a voice tinged with a hint of harshness echoed, not merely a request, but rather an assertion of authority. Bai Han, may I borrow your foundation? As she spoke, the girl reached for a bottle of YSL foundation resting on Bai Han's desk. At that moment, Bai Han, seated at her desk, felt a sudden spark in her beautiful eyes. With a sharp clap, she forcefully swatted away the girl's hand. I refuse. The dormitory fell silent. The once gentle and easily bullied girl exuded an aura of undeniable strength, causing the surrounding girls to feel a sense of suffocation. Bai Han, in that instant, transformed entirely. After dismissing the girl's hand, she no longer cast a glance in her direction. Instead, a flicker of joy danced in her eyes. Hiki, brothering. I never expected to be reborn. This time, it is I who shall protect you. Simultaneously, at the Song family estate in Jiangbei City, Song Wanqing awakened within a lavish manner. As she surveyed her surroundings adorned with exquisite furniture, a subtle smile graced her previously cold features. I never imagined I would be reborn. In this life, you shall belong to me alone. With that declaration, Song Wanqing rose abruptly, her aura radiating confidence. As the heir to the prestigious Song family, her mind quickly filled with plans to navigate the impending apocalypse. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, Huang Xini meticulously plated a steaming steak, delicately bringing it to her cherry lips. 2 glistening tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Brothering, this time, I will find you and prepare the most delectable dishes for you. No longer shall we endure unpalatable food. In an underground boxing arena in Jiangbei City, the air was thick with the scent of blood as shouts of encouragement filled the room. Beat him to a pulp. Ha ha. Which number do you think the young lady will bet on this time? 2 muscular men faced off in the ring, their faces smeared with blood. Below the stage, a crowd of imposing figures in black suits surrounded a petite girl with twin ponytails, Wen Runin. Upon hearing the surrounding voices, she trembled in disgust. She was the only daughter of Wen Rendong, the most formidable gang leader in Jiangbei City. At that moment, she looked disdainfully at the people around her. She remembered clearly how, at the onset of the apocalypse, her father's most trusted subordinate betrayed him and took his life. Had it not been for her awakening powers, she might have faced a fate far worse than her father's. A strange smile crept across her face. Which one should I focus on? Let me test my skills against them. A chilling grin appeared on Lin Runen's face, causing those around her to shudder. This aura was something they had only witnessed emanating from her father. Though the young girl usually displayed a haughty demeanor, such a presence was unprecedented. Ignoring the onlookers, when Lin Runen recalled their true faces since the apocalypse began, she was resolute. In this life, she would become the singular figure in Brother Ng's heart and exact vengeance upon those who wronged her. In Jiangbei City, at the Yinyu Pavilion, a new-style building regarded as one of the city's landmarks. Only the affluent could conduct business here. Suddenly, the screech of tires interrupted the air as Lin Bei arrived in his Porsche 911. Gazing at the opulent hotel, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He remembered that in his previous life, this place had crumbled into ruins, with almost no survivors due to its formidable security system. Speaking of security systems, I must build a formidable shelter this time. Resolute, Lin Bei planned to procure the finest steel. He stepped into the Yinyu Pavilion and quickly made his way to a private room on the top floor. Knocking lightly on the door, he heard a voice akin to flowing water. Please enter. As Lin Bei opened the door, he was met with the sight of Hua Chuxue, her skin porcelain-like, with high cheekbones and captivating almond-shaped eyes. A few strands of hair obscured part of her face, yet it did nothing to diminish her striking presence. After surveying her, Lin Bei marveled internally. A true gem. In the apocalypse, she could easily be exchanged for a bag of instant noodles. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. The more beautiful a woman was during the apocalypse, the more tragic her fate often became. Hua Chuxue rose to greet him. Mr. Lin Bei, it is a pleasure to meet you. She extended her delicate hand. Lin Bei, momentarily distracted, suddenly recalled the name. Hua Chuxue, his brow furrowed in thought, struggling to place it. As he took her hand, she inadvertently lifted her hair, revealing a birthmark resembling a lotus on her right cheek. In that instant, Lin Bei's memories flooded back. The sword immortal, Hua Chuxue. It is indeed her. He recollected that in his previous life, at the dawn of the apocalypse, Hua Chuxue awakened her extraordinary powers, making her one of the most formidable figures. However, as time progressed, circumstances changed. Some rose to prominence, others remained invincible, while some fell into obscurity. At that time, Lin Bei, with his newly awakened powers, was far from her league, merely biding his time and cultivating in the shadows. The most tragic tale was that of Hua Chuxue, who was betrayed by her fiancé and his mistress, leading to her untimely demise. Had she not faced such treachery, her powers might have rivaled his. Chapter 4. The 15 billion cash meet, and the buyer. After Lin Bei and Hua Chuxue took their seats, Lin Bei gently pinched his chin. Should he remind Hua Chuxue? In truth, Lin Bei was reluctant to stir up trouble, yet the thought of Hua Chuxue's formidable prowess compelled him to extend a personal favor. At that moment, Hua Chuxue, seated opposite Lin Bei, scrutinized him intently. Her gaze met his, and a profound depth resonated within her, exuding an air of maturity and sophistication that Hua Chuxue had only observed in a few venerable elders of her family. Thus, they lapsed into a lengthy silence until Hua Chuxue finally broke it. Mr. Lin, I recently heard you intend to transfer shares of the Qianxin Group at a price reflecting only 50 of its market value? Upon hearing Hua Chuxue speak first, Lin Bei lifted his teacup, took a sip, and replied softly, Indeed, I have grown weary of the mundane. Life is better lived with a sense of freedom. Even those closest to me engage in deceit, which is quite tiresome. Lin Bei's words were merely a pretext. Otherwise, anyone would ponder deeply before acquiring shares of the Qianxin Group at such a low price. The urgency stemmed from Lin Bei's limited time. Observing Lin Bei's demeanor, Hua Chuxue sensed that his haste in liquidating his assets might conceal deeper motives, her expression betraying a mix of curiosity and hesitation, particularly regarding his mention of those closest to him. Noticing her intrigue, Lin Bei understood that this young woman was undoubtedly interested in his previous statement. Yet their recent acquaintance made her hesitant to inquire further. Mr. Lin, if this is the case, our Hua family is prepared to acquire all your shares in the Qianxin Group immediately. Lin Bei nodded slightly, and they began to sign the agreement. Currently, Lin Bei held approximately 40 of the shares in the Qianxin Group, valued around 3 billion. Selling at half price would yield a cash return of 15 billion. After finalizing the agreement, Hua Chushue spoke softly. Mr. Lin, within 3 days, the 15 billion will be transferred to your bank account. Lin Bei smiled faintly and feigned nonchalance as he replied. Miss Hua, I have long heard that your family is a hidden aristocracy in the capital. Surely, the troubles you face are far fewer than those of us newly affluent? In the present, devoid of apocalyptic circumstances. The Changxing group was indeed a minor player before the Hua family, scarcely qualifying as nouveau riche. Hua Chushue, hearing his words, could only manage a wry smile and shake her head. In this world, who is devoid of troubles? We are but caged birds. Lin Bei recalled that the union between Hua Chushue and himself was meant to be with another prestigious family, the Feng family. Recently, he had heard whispers of a potential alliance between the Hua and Feng families. Upon hearing Lin Bei's remarks, Hua Chushue's brows knitted slightly. Being astute, she sensed that Lin Bei's words bore implications. Coupled with his earlier comment about deceit among those close to him, her countenance chilled. She recognized that Lin Bei was subtly alluding to their potential union. Master Lin, you need not concern yourself with the affairs of the Hua family. Lin Bei, unfazed by her response, replied, Miss Hua, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Internally, he scoffed, thinking that her lack of gratitude for his well-meaning warning would lead to her lamentation in due time. Having offered her a caution, whether she heeded it was now in her hands. His influence was not to be underestimated. He promptly stood and departed. Shortly after Lin Bei's exit, Hua Chushue extended her delicate hand and dialed a number. Uncle Hu, please investigate the situation regarding Feng Fei. Clearly, Lin Bei's words had struck a chord, sowing seeds of doubt within her. At the upper echelons of the Changxing group, Lin Fan rushed in, looking exceedingly grim. Dad, trouble is brewing. Lin Xiing, engrossed in the art of war, glanced up, his expression turning slightly irate. What is it? Upon sensing the anger in Lin Xiing's voice, Lin Fan trembled and quickly explained. Dad, I've just received news that meat from Europe and America is about to flood the market of Great Xia. The 15 billion we just spent on various meats may soon become a liability. Bang! Lin Xiing abruptly stood, his face darkening. Damn it! Global warming will surely affect livestock. Pork prices will skyrocket. We should have stockpiled meat beforehand. If European and American meat enters the market of Great Xia, it will severely impact our livestock prices. And the risks are insurmountable. We cannot hold on to this meat any longer. Adjusting his glasses, he commanded, Lin Fan, contact buyers immediately, even if we incur losses. We must sell quickly. Lin Fan was on the verge of tears. Dad, I've already reached out. The families with the capacity to take this batch of meat have likely received the news. Lin Xiing's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils racing. Suddenly, his phone rang. His secretary was calling. If it weren't a significant matter, his secretary would not use this number. Suppressing his anger, he answered, Hello? A voice on the other end relayed, Not good, Mr. Lin. We've just discovered that Lin Bei has sold all his shares in the Changxing group for cash. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiing roared. What did you say? Damn scoundrel. He had been gradually shorting Lin Bei's shares, confident that within half a year, Lin Bei would be left with nothing. He never anticipated Lin Bei would offload all his shares at such a low price at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiing inquired, How much did he sell for? His secretary replied, He sold them at 50 of the market price, amounting to approximately 15 billion in cash. Suddenly, a cold smirk appeared on Lin Xiing's face. All right, I see now. After hanging up, he glanced at Lin Fan. Fortunately, even fate seems to be on our side. A buyer has appeared. Chapter 5, The Invitation from the Lin family father and son. Upon hearing Lin Xiing's voice, Lin Fan's gaze flickered slightly. He had comprehended the contents of the recent phone call quite clearly. Dad, the buyer you mentioned must be Lin Bei, right? Lin Xiing observed the slight curve of Lin Fan's lips and nodded slightly. Indeed, as long as we devise a way for Lin Bei to acquire this batch of meat, our current predicament will naturally be resolved. At that point, we might even elevate the price, allowing Lin Bei to secure a loan from us to make the purchase. A cold glint surfaced in Lin Fan's eyes. When the time comes, not only will we have the money, but we will also retain a considerable quantity of meat. Lin Xiing nodded slightly, secretly admiring, My son is indeed astute. With just a gentle nudge, he grasped the essence of the matter. Gazing at Lin Fan, he felt increasingly satisfied, confident that he could entrust the thriving corporation to him in the future. Father, I understand. I will make arrangements immediately. Lin Xiing waved his hand and approached the window, gazing out at the distant scenery, as if everything lay within his control. Meanwhile, After Lin Bei left the underground parking lot of the Misty Rain Pavilion, his phone rang once more. Upon checking, he discovered it was Lin Fan calling. He hadn't anticipated receiving a call from Lin Fan. But considering that both Lin Xiing and Lin Fan must have heard news of him having sold his shares in the Qiangshan Group, it made sense. Logically, this call should have come directly from Lin Xiing, the current chairman of the Qiangshan Group, especially since he had not informed Lin Bei about the sale beforehand, which would surely pique his curiosity. However, the fact that it was Lin Fan calling intrigued him further. Lin Bei deliberately delayed answering the phone. After extinguishing his cigarette, his expression shifted. In his previous life, at this juncture, the father and son duo would have already devoured a substantial amount of cash from the meat trade. Yet, later on, the influx of foreign meat into the Great Xiao market had rendered their stock unsellable. Calculating the timeline, they must have realized that foreign meat was about to flood the Great Xiao market. The timing of Lin Fan's call, just as he had liquidated his assets, suggested only one possibility. Lin Bei's eyes flickered as he recalled the hardships he endured at the hands of the cunning Lin Xiing during his youth. Even in the apocalypse, his initial days had been fraught with difficulty. However, he was no longer that same person. A maturity and composure not typical of his age now shone through his gaze. Through the lenses of his glasses, a cold smirk spread across Lin Bei's face, a clear indication that he was plotting against someone. The phone rang for several seconds before Lin Bei finally answered, adopting a languid tone. Hello? Who is this? Is it really necessary to call so early in the morning? He spoke with palpable impatience, feigning the demeanor of someone just roused from slumber. On the other end, Lin Fan's expression darkened upon hearing Lin Bei's tone. Previously, Lin Bei had been the foremost heir of the Qiangshan Group, effortlessly attaining what Lin Fan had toiled for in his youth. This had fostered a deep-seated resentment in Lin Fan, which only intensified after Lin Xiing's demise. Now, hearing Lin Bei's flippant tone, he felt the sting of their altered positions. Suppressing his fury, Lin Fan forced a smile. Cousin, it's me, Fan. How have you been? It's been a while since we last gathered. How about coming over for dinner tonight? He realized that they still needed Lin Bei's financial support to salvage their situation, making it unwise to display anger. Listening to Lin Fan's insincere tone, Lin Bei couldn't suppress a cold smile. Just as in his previous life, the pretense was unbearable. He feigned hesitation. Oh, I'm busy. Lin Fan's expression soured as he registered Lin Bei's dismissive response. Damn it. What are you pretending for? Just wait until I extract the money from you. You'll see how I handle the situation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan continued. Cousin, my dad wants to see you too. Lin Bei's lips curled slightly. So it was that old fox's idea? But would I agree so readily? He replied. Your dad wants to meet me? Just like that? I'm dealing with a business transaction worth 15 billion. I don't have time for your nonsense. Lin Fan's face turned ashen. The mention of a 15 billion deal was too much for him. You're really counting that stock trade as business, huh? Lin Fan thought. Enraged that Lin Bei was disrespecting him, especially in light of their familial ties. However, knowing he still needed Lin Bei, he bit his tongue. Brother Bei. Isn't it a coincidence? I overheard my dad mention that the Qiangshan Group owes you. This time, they are prepared to offer you a significant deal. Lin Bei chuckled coldly. Is that so? Little Fan, I'm not joking. I just finalized a deal worth 15 billion. If Uncle isn't bringing at least that to the table, let's not waste each other's time. Lin Fan's patience was wearing thin. Brother Bei, to be honest, if this deal goes through, it could be worth far more than 15 billion. Feigning surprise, Lin Bei replied, Oh, then I might consider meeting Uncle. Tonight, is it? Right. Tonight at 7, just come over. Lin Fan urged. Lin Bei, growing impatient, said, All right, I got it. By the way, little Fan, I must ask, what exactly do you do at the company every day? You're not helping Uncle at all. It's quite the waste. Look at me. I can close a 15 billion deal in no time. You've got a long way to go. With that, before Lin Fan could respond, Lin Bei hung up. At that moment, he had never felt more exhilarated. This was a satisfaction that coursed through him. A thrill surpassing even the most intense battles he had fought a month prior. He could vividly imagine Lin Fan's frustration on the other end of the line. As his expression turned cold, Lin Bei thought, Lin Xiing, Lin Fan, this is merely the beginning. Sure enough, after hanging up, Lin Fan's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, Lin Bei, you better watch out. Chapter 6, The White Fox, Su Yun after hanging up the phone. A playful smile graced Lin Bei's face. What should I stockpile next? He mused. Soon, Lin Bei arrived in a bustling downtown area. Jiangbei City, where he resided, was a thriving economic hub in Xia. The streets were awash in dazzling lights and bustling with activity. After parking his car, he took in the surrounding clamor. An inexplicable feeling washed over him as he contemplated the imminent transformation of this place into a living hell within a month. A peculiar light flickered in Lin Bei's eyes. In his previous life, with the drastic population decline and rampant violence, such a scene was unimaginable. He took a deep breath and strolled into the heart of the city. Just then, a flash of white darted across his path. Simultaneously, a man in a pet store uniform pursued the fleeting figure. "Stop right there. Don't run." Unfortunately, the white figure collided directly with Lin Bei. Almost instinctively, Lin Bei caught the creature. A soft, furry sensation enveloped his hands as he gazed down at the fluffy object. It was a white fox with captivating, enchanting eyes. Its mere appearance exuded an irresistible allure. Whoa! Lin Bei recoiled instinctively. He was still wary of foxes after his experience with the enchantress in his previous life. However, upon regaining his composure, he refrained from dropping the white fox. Gazing at the small creature, he suddenly remembered something. Isn't this the white fox? Lin Bei recalled rescuing a fox in his previous life by chance. The fox had been on the brink of death, covered in blood, and relentlessly pursued by humans. He had happened to pass by and save the white fox, which he now held in his arms. What was even more crucial was that he had later heard tales of the fox's terrifying power. It had evolved to possess enchanting abilities, capable of even bewitching demonic beasts. However, it had mysteriously vanished. Lin Bei had lamented the loss, wishing he could have brought the fox into his void garden. "We're truly destined to meet again," Lin Bei muttered to the fox in his arms. Now that he had encountered it again, he couldn't let the opportunity slip away. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, the small fox in his arms was none other than the reborn enchantress, Su Yun. Su Yun had suddenly returned to life half an hour prior. Before the apocalypse, she had been an ordinary fox trapped in a pet store. As the apocalypse unfolded, she had developed intelligence. Later, she was hunted by humans, and Lin Bei had rescued her in the nick of time. From that moment on, she had fallen deeply in love with Lin Bei. She had eventually transformed into a human after countless hardships, but fearing that Lin Bei would be disgusted by her animal origins, she had never revealed her true identity. Lin Bei was unaware that the enchantress from his previous life was the very white fox he had saved. After being reborn, Su Yun had no intention of remaining in the pet store. With only a month left until the apocalypse, she was determined to prepare for her shadow brother. "Shadow brother, allow me to be by your side in this life. As for her other sisters, sorry, but you'll have to settle for being the younger ones." With that thought, Su Yun escaped from the pet store, only to find herself unexpectedly in Lin Bei's arms. Neither she nor her reborn sisters had ever seen Shadow's true face. All they knew was that Shadow was from Jiangbei City, and that was all. Su Yun was held in Lin Bei's arms, her eyes darting about. Just then, an employee from the pet store caught up, spotting the fox in Lin Bei's arms. "Thank you, brother. I don't know what's gotten into this fox today. It's usually so well behaved, but today it opened its cage and ran away like a person." He reached out to take the fox. Lin Bei had no intention of returning the white fox, tightening his grip on it. "Sir, did you say this white fox is a pet from your store?" Lin Bei asked the pet store owner, who had just arrived. The pet store owner's eyes narrowed as he sized up Lin Bei, judging him to be wealthy. He replied with a smile, "Does this gentleman have his eye on this white fox? Let me tell you, this is a purebred white fox from the greater Xing'an Mountains." He began his sales pitch. Lin Bei had no time for his nonsense. "How much? Just name your price." Lin Bei gently stroked the fox's head. Su Yun had initially wanted to resist, but Lin Bei was too quick, and she couldn't evade him. But as Lin Bei stroked Su Yun's head, she felt a warmth emanating from his palm. A sense of familiarity washed over her. She looked up and met Lin Bei's gaze. The aura around this person. Su Yun was momentarily stunned. Lin Bei's aura was remarkably similar to Shadow's from her previous life. However, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes gleaming. "Since I have nowhere else to go, I might as well follow him for now. After I awaken during the apocalypse, I can always find Shadow." Su Yun gazed at Lin Bei, the familiar feeling. He truly resembled Shadow. Across from Lin Bei, the pet store owner realized he had stumbled upon a naive customer. He immediately extended his hand. "How about this, young man? I won't rip you off. 50,000. And it's yours." In reality, the white fox was worth around 10,000 at most. But today, he had to take advantage of this gullible young man. Lin Bei didn't even flinch. "Cart." The owner was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Bei to be so decisive. He began to regret his offer. "Can't you go any lower?" "Cart." 2 minutes later, The white fox sat obediently on Lin Bei's shoulder, its eyes darting around. This time, he headed towards Jiangbei City's largest water purification plant. In the apocalypse, besides the lack of food and the terrifying zombies, the most crucial resource was water. Acid rain would fall from the sky, making only water purified by those with purification abilities or bottled water stored before the apocalypse safe to drink. This had led to water becoming one of the most pressing challenges for surviving factions in the era of Lin Bei's death. This time, Lin Bei had already devised a plan. Chapter 7. Water Purifiers. Take advantage when you can. Lin Bei raised his hand to glance at the time on his watch. It was nearly noon. Well, I might as well head home. With that, he pressed the accelerator and drove toward his villa on the outskirts. Upon returning home, he indulged in a lavish feast, savoring countless delicacies and gourmet dishes. Surprisingly, he even invited the white fox he had just brought back. You too, don't be shy. Lin Bei understood that this little fox was no ordinary pet. Regardless of whether Su Yun could comprehend his words, he devoured his meal with gusto. Soon after, he collapsed onto the luxurious bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Lin Bei had long forgotten the last time he had experienced such a leisurely existence. Beside him, Su Yun watched Lin Bei, who had just gorged himself without a care for appearances, and felt a mix of admiration and embarrassment. He can really eat. However, she noted that he was quite considerate, having even prepared a meal for her. In her heart, Su Yun bore no ill will toward Lin Bei. She was oblivious to whether he was intentionally being generous or simply inexperienced with pets, as he had prepared a human meal for her that was just as sumptuous as his own. She shook her head slightly, dismissing any further thoughts, believing that Lin Bei, the wealthy young master, had likely never owned a pet before. Thus, she began to partake in the meal as well, feeling no rush, knowing she would soon evolve once the apocalypse awakened. In the afternoon, Lin Bei was roused from his sleep by the blaring of an alarm clock. Checking his phone, he realized it was nearly 3 o'clock. After freshening up, he noticed that Su Yun was lying beside him, breathing evenly, clearly fast asleep. The little fox is quite adorable. A smirk danced on Lin Bei's lips as he quietly exited the room. Before long, a Porsche 911 roared out of the villa, heading toward the Jiangbei City Water Supply Bureau. If memory served him right, at this time in his previous life, the Bureau had just ordered a batch of the most advanced water purification equipment available. This time, he aimed to find the person responsible for the procurement of the water purifiers and see if he could negotiate for an additional order. The sound of the engine echoed through the streets as Lin Bei swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Jiangbei City Water Supply Bureau. After parking, he noticed a brand new G-Class parked nearby. Goodness, are the people here really that affluent? He mused with a smile, not delving too deeply into the matter. Having already arranged a meeting with the Bureau's leadership, he made his way directly to the office of the director. Mr. Lin, it's been a while. Upon his arrival, a middle-aged man dressed in a deep gray suit promptly stood to greet him. Once seated, Lin Bei wasted no time. Uncle Ma, I heard you were planning to order a batch of water purification equipment? Ma Lin, upon hearing Lin Bei's inquiry, offered a sycophantic smile and nodded. Mr. Lin, your connections are remarkable. I only informed you yesterday, and here you are today. However, noticing a hesitant expression on Ma Lin's face, Lin Bei questioned, but? Ma Lin sighed deeply before speaking. Alas, Mr. Lin, this matter is rather complicated. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei instantly grasped the situation. Ha ha ha, Uncle Ma, rest assured. I will handle the procurement of this batch of equipment. Just provide me with the purchasing channels for these water purifiers. As for the formalities, you can proceed as usual. After all, it's only right for a leading company like ours, Qiangshan Group, to contribute a little to Jiangbei City. A broad smile adorned Lin Bei's face, though a hint of coldness lingered in his eyes. His intentions were crystal clear. He merely sought access to the procurement channels for this batch of water purifiers, which were the latest developments on the market. Ordinary enterprises would not have the privilege to purchase them. Ma Lin's tone had already indicated that while it was feasible, he would require some incentives. Lin Bei was quick to acquiesce, assuring him to report whatever expenses necessary, with the cost for the equipment to be covered by Qiangshan Group. As for the funds, he reported well. Those in the know would understand. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Ma Lin's smile grew even broader. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin. You are truly talented at such a young age. It is an honor for Jiangbei City. Before Ma Lin could respond further, Lin Bei interjected, However, Uncle Ma, I would like the first batch of water purifiers to be allocated to me. Ma Lin nodded slightly at this. Don't worry. The first batch will arrive in about 10 days. Just provide an address, and I'll have someone deliver it to you. Ma Lin had already guessed Lin Bei's intentions. He surely wanted to acquire the core technology of these water purifiers and subsequently have Qianxin Group produce them independently. After all, these purifiers were not ordinary. It was rumored that even the sacred waters of the Ganges could be purified into pristine water. The implications were profound. Lin Bei smiled, a chill creeping into his heart as he recalled the outbreak of the apocalypse. Ma Lin was the very person who, due to his greed, allowed a human bitten by a zombie into a safe zone, leading to the downfall of that refuge and the deaths of countless individuals. Lin Bei felt no affection towards this man. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Bei glanced at his watch and decided it was time to leave. Driving his Porsche, he visited several more locations, ordering substantial quantities of supplies, all through substantial deposits. He conducted these transactions as a shareholder of Qianxin Group, spending not a dime. Everything was procured at no cost, leveraging the name of Qianxin Group. Once they realized he was affiliated with the group, they assumed it was preparing for some major undertaking, naturally offering him the utmost courtesy. Thus, nearly 1 billion in living supplies was acquired by Lin Bei once more. After exiting Jiangbei City's largest tissue manufacturing plant, he checked his watch and noticed it was nearly 7 o'clock, exactly the time he had agreed upon with Lin Xiing and his son. No rush. Suddenly, Lin Bei spotted a spicy hot pot restaurant nearby and decided to stop in. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such a treat. Moments later, a fragrant serving of spicy hot pot was placed before him. The same delightful taste. Lin Bei picked up a piece of spicy beef ball, taking a bite that burst with flavor in his mouth. He immediately raised his hand. "Boss, I'll take 1,000 servings, delivered to." Chapter 8. The Feast at Hongmen. The owner of the spicy hot pot restaurant thought he had misheard. It was only after Lin Bei made his payment that he broke into a broad smile and addressed those around him, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems we might not be able to operate for the next few days." Lin Bei revealed a hint of a smile. In this post-apocalyptic world, being able to fill one's belly was already a considerable fortune, let alone enjoying a spicy hot pot. Subsequently, he slowly made his way toward the most affluent area of Jiangbei City. The Fengdan Villa, renowned as the most expensive locale in Jiangbei, was populated with standalone villas, each priced at nearly 200,000 per square meter. Those able to reside here were either immensely wealthy or extraordinarily noble. The security level was the highest in all of Jiangbei, and during the apocalypse, it had transformed into one of the city's largest sanctuaries. These sanctuaries were survival outposts for humanity amidst the overwhelming hordes of zombies, as individual strength was woefully inadequate to contend with such a menace. Many survivors established these sanctuaries to protect themselves. Lin Bei gazed at the opulent Fengdan Villa, marveling at the stark contrast to his previous life. After a moment of reflection, he entered the community. At this time, it was already 9 o'clock. Damn it, that rascal Lin Bei has quite the audacity. Lin Fan sat before the genuine leather sofa, his face clouded with anger. Before him lay a lavish spread of dishes, including Australian lobster and abalone, each plate worth a small fortune if ordered outside. He had arranged to meet Lin Bei at 7, and now, 2 hours later, Lin Bei had yet to make an appearance. Clearly, Lin Bei held them in utter disregard. Beside him, Lin Xiing sat with his eyes closed, fingers fidgeting. "Fan, maintain your composure. That little rascal Lin Bei is merely resorting to petty tricks." Unlike Lin Fan, Lin Xiing's expression remained inscrutable. Lin Fan glanced at the clock again and spoke. "Dad, should I give him a call? He wouldn't dare to skip out on us today, would he?" Just then, Lin Bei's voice echoed from afar. "Uncle, it's been a while." He appeared radiant, a broad smile adorning his face, holding 2 bags of spicy hot pot in hand. Upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, both Lin Xiing and Lin Fan sighed in relief. Realizing that Lin Bei was likely unaware of the rising pork prices, they promptly rose to greet him. "Ha ha, cousin, it's been too long." Lin Fan approached, but Lin Bei chose to ignore him, leisurely striding to Lin Xiing's side. "Uncle, look how long it's been since I last visited. I just brought back some spicy hot pot. You must try it." Lin Bei placed the hot pot on the table without acknowledging Lin Xiing or Lin Fan and settled into the leather sofa, eyeing the sumptuous dishes. "What are you waiting for? Go ahead and eat. Since you've waited for me, I won't hold back." Without further ado, Lin Bei picked up an Australian lobster and began to feast heartily. Lin Fan, witnessing Lin Bei's blatant disregard, felt his face darken to an almost stormy hue. Even Lin Xiing, normally composed, was unable to restrain his anger. Had it not been for the need to manipulate Lin Bei later, he might have already thrown Lin Bei out. After several deep breaths, Lin Xiing managed to suppress his fury. Lin Bei, I've heard you sold your shares in the Qiangxin Group. Why didn't you discuss such matters with your uncle? Lin Xiing sat down, his tone tinged with reprimand as he gazed at Lin Bei. Lin Bei stuffed a piece of Wellington steak into his mouth, leisurely replying, "What business is it of yours? Those shares were left to me by my father. How I choose to handle them is my affair." The room fell silent at his words. Lin Fan could no longer contain himself. "Lin Bei, he began, but Lin Xiing shot him a fierce look. "Lin Bei, I acknowledge that I wronged you in the past. Yet, your father did indeed leave you only that amount of shares, which has been verified later." His gaze turned cold. Had it not been for him, Lin Bei would have undoubtedly been the largest shareholder of Qiangxin Group. Through cunning maneuvering, he had ensured that he held the highest stake, systematically sidelining Lin Bei, reducing him to the second largest stakeholder without any real power. Lin Xiing now believed that Lin Bei's attitude indicated he must have sensed something amiss, prompting him to hastily sell his shares at half price. After hearing this, Lin Bei scoffed. "Uncle, what are you talking about? I have every confidence in you. I sold my shares simply because I found this world rather tedious. I planned to retreat to the mountains for solitude." Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Lin Xiing and Lin Fan exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend what Lin Bei was implying. Lin Fan, unable to contain his impatience, spoke up, "Cousin, to be frank, the reason we called you here is that my father genuinely feels remorseful for how things transpired. The Qiangxin Group is thriving now, but it is, after all, your uncle's hard work. Out of respect and reason, you should return to manage the group." Lin Xiing chimed in. "Indeed, Lin Bei, your uncle had no choice back then. The group was in turmoil, and you were young. I could only promote you for a time. Now that I'm aging, the Qiangxin Group should rightfully belong to you and Lin Fan." As he spoke, Lin Xiing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if Lin Bei had unjustly accused him. Lin Bei observed the two performing their little charade, internally scoffing. Truly a father and son duo. If they don't win an Oscar next year, I'll be the first to contest it. Nevertheless, for the sake of the 15 billion in cash, Lin Bei decided to play along. "Really, is that so?" Lin Bei endeavored to tremble his voice, feigning a sense of injustice finally unleashed. "Uncle, I knew you would never act in such a treacherous manner. I was young then and unable to manage the group, but I misjudged your noble intentions." Lin Xiing and Lin Fan exchanged knowing glances, each seeing the mirth in the other's eyes. This lad has taken the bait. Chapter 9, Mutual Deception Oscar. I refuse to be outdone by the two of you. Both individuals caught the glimmer of amusement in each other's eyes. At this moment, Lin Xiing spoke again. "Xiao Bei, I am truly gratified that you can think of me as your uncle in this way. Henceforth, let Xiao Fan assist you. The Qiangxin Group will undoubtedly flourish and achieve even greater heights." Beside them, Lin Fan echoed, "Indeed, cousin, the future will belong to us." Lin Bei felt a surge of nausea. He was struggling to contain his irritation. He interjected, "Enough? The matters of the past are behind us. The issue is that you are aware I have sold my shares in the Qiangxin Group. I am no longer affiliated with the company." Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Lin Xiing adjusted his glasses and replied, "Xiao Bei, perhaps this is not such a misfortune after all. We can develop along multiple avenues." He was subtly enticing Lin Bei, hinting at the possibility of purchasing that 10 billion worth of meat. "Oh." Lin Bei's expression turned serious, and he asked, "What do you mean by that, uncle?" Meanwhile, Lin Fan smiled and interjected, "Cousin, my father originally intended to manage this business himself. This deal is guaranteed to be profitable. However, to compensate for the grievances you have endured over the years, my father has decided to entrust this business to you." Suddenly, Lin Xiing feigned reprimanding Lin Fan. "Xiao Fan, be quiet." He then turned to Lin Bei with a smile. "Xiao Bei, have you seen the news lately?" Lin Bei shook his head slightly, responding, "Not at all." Lin Xiing chuckled lightly and continued, "No matter, Xiao Bei. A few days ago, I received news that within the next 6 months, the temperature on Blue Star will steadily rise, with an increase of at least 10 degrees compared to the average of previous years. Boom. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's eyes narrowed. Indeed, events were beginning to mirror the trajectory of his previous life. Prior to the onset of the apocalypse, there had been nearly a month of scorching heat, leading to countless deaths from heat stroke, particularly in remote areas. As temperatures continued to rise, a day would come when 80% of the male population on Blue Star would transform into zombies. They began to frantically attack humans, and anyone bitten or scratched would inevitably become a zombie. Feigning surprise, Lin Bei exclaimed, "What? Is the world about to witness an extraordinary phenomenon?" Lin Fan inwardly scoffed, thinking, indeed, what a fool to believe in such superstitions. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, saying, cousin, this is likely just a typical weather pattern. The notion of an extraordinary phenomenon seems rather implausible. Lin Bei smirked. Xiao Fan, are you not aware that I am discussing business matters with your father? How can you be so oblivious? I am thirsty. Fetch me a cup of tea. And make sure it's fine, Biluakan. I know uncle has stockpiled quite a bit of good tea here. Lin Fan was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Casting a glance at Lin Xiing, he received a look that compelled him to rise and prepare tea for Lin Bei. Lin Xiing, unfazed, continued, Xiao Bei, if you like. You can take some with you later. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Do you know what the greatest impact of global warming will be? After pondering for a moment, Lin Bei replied, Uncle, I am not very knowledgeable about this. Lin Xiing elaborated, global warming inevitably leads to the emergence of plagues, which is uncontrollable. Once a plague occurs, what we'll see is skyrocketing rise in price. Lin Bei immediately responded, you mean meat, uncle? Lin Xiing nodded slightly. Precisely, meat. In fact, about half a month ago, I stockpiled a variety of meats, including pork, beef, duck, chicken, and fish. Essentially, I gathered a substantial amount of all available meats on the market. Now, I am prepared to sell this batch to you at factory price. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei silently chuckled. As he suspected, this father-son duo had already hoarded meat. However, in order to play along with Lin Xiing, he feigned astonishment. Wow, uncle, if that is the case, this is undoubtedly a lucrative deal. Are you truly willing to part with it? Lin Xiing nodded. Of course, Xiao Bei. Remember, I am your uncle, and you are my nephew. This is what an uncle ought to do. Lin Bei's eyes glistened slightly with emotion. He squeezed his eyelids tightly, trying to force out tears, but succeeded only in trembling his voice as he said, Uncle, I apologize for previously misunderstanding you. Lin Xiing looked at Lin Bei with derision, thinking, indeed, a waste of space, failing to even investigate the market. He takes everything at face value. He was confident that once the 15 billion worth of meat was sold, Lin Bei would be left with nothing. There would be no chance of a comeback for him in this life. With this thought, Lin Xiing couldn't help but smirk. In that case, Xiao Bei, I will sell this batch of meat to you at factory price, roughly around 15 billion. Upon hearing Lin Xiing's words, Lin Bei also chuckled coldly to himself. I've taken the bait. Excellent. Uncle, I trust your judgment. 15 billion. Even if prices rise by 10%, I will profit handsomely. Ha ha ha, splendid. Lin Xiing was overjoyed to see Lin Bei agree without a hint of hesitation. By the way, uncle, where is this 15 billion worth of meat currently stored? I happen to have rented a cold chain warehouse near Liangpin Mountain. We can simply transport it there. Lin Xiing smiled upon hearing this. All right. I'll arrange for someone to make contact. I estimate it won't take long for the slaughterhouse to deliver it to you. Lin Bei replied, good. However, uncle, the funds from the stocks I just liquidated may take some time to arrive, perhaps 10 days to half a month. Lin Xiing's expression shifted slightly. Doubts crept into his mind. What if Lin Bei was merely fabricating excuses? If he delayed for over 10 days and the news of meat influx from the European and American markets to the Xi'an nation reached him, he might back out. For a moment, Lin Xiing felt troubled. At this juncture, Lin Bei continued his act, feigning cleverness. Uncle, it's not that I don't trust you. I believe we should maintain transparency, as brothers do. It would be best to draft a contract or something similar. Lin Xiing, nearly bursting into laughter at Lin Bei's words, thought, I assumed he was suspicious. It seems I was merely overthinking it. All right, let us draft a contract. Chapter 10. Liu Feier's call. It was already past 11 o'clock at night when Lin Bei departed from the Lin residence. Lin Fan and Lin Xiing watched as Lin Bei left, the former's countenance dark with rage, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Father, I truly wish to end his life. He spoke coldly. The humiliation inflicted upon him by Lin Bei today had thoroughly incensed him. Lin Bei had completely disregarded him, and he vowed to make Lin Bei pay dearly for it. Beside him, Lin Xiing smirked with a chilling confidence. Do not worry, once the money is secured, we shall deal with him in due time. When the prices of pork plummet in the European and American markets, he will need to borrow from us to engage in price wars. Lin Fan's face also bore a mischievous smile. Father certainly has his ways. He cast a lingering gaze in the direction Lin Bei had departed, muttering, let him keep a few lives. Meanwhile, Lin Bei hummed a cheerful tune, feeling that the issue with meat was now resolved. After the apocalypse awakened, not only would humans turn into zombies, but animals would also undergo mutations. Some would develop intelligence akin to humans possessing supernatural abilities. Take, for instance, the white fox he had just acquired. It had gained wisdom and some form of beast-mastering ability. Conversely, those animals that mutated would become bloodthirsty, much like humans transforming into zombies. Furthermore, their flesh would become inedible. Consuming it would lead to zombification. This was precisely why Lin Bei chose to procure and cultivate some young animals himself. If one truly wished to acquire animal offspring, it could only be done after the apocalypse erupted. At that time, the value of animals would far surpass that of humans. Lin Bei vaguely recalled that in the final years of his past life, he had successfully bred several generations of animals. However, a single breeding boar would equate to the worth of 1,000 women. It is evident how precious animals would become in the apocalypse. Before long, Lin Bei returned home. Discovering that the little white fox appeared to be still asleep, he paid it no mind and collapsed into bed, falling into a deep slumber. The next day, the shrill ring of a telephone jolted him awake. Upon answering, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Groggily, he said, "Hello, who is this?" On the other end, a voice tinged with quiet sobs responded. The little fox, startled by the phone's ringing, perked up its ears, sensing the distress in the female voice, which inexplicably vexed it. "Ugh, men truly are no good. My shadow brother is far better." At that moment, Lin Bei heard, "Mr. Lin Yu." "Hello, I am Liu Feier." After a moment's reflection, Lin Bei recalled her as the girl who had brought 100 carts of lavish food yesterday. Sitting up slowly, he replied, "Ah, it's you. What is it? Is there something you need?" Now fully awake, Lin Bei suspected Liu Feier was calling regarding a job. On the other end, Liu Feier fell into silence, and Lin Bei could hear her softly sobbing. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Mr. Lin, you mentioned yesterday that you were in need of a financial assistant?" Indeed. As Lin Bei had suspected, she arrived at her company with high hopes, ready to excel. However, upon preparing for performance evaluations, she discovered that the 100 carts of lavish food she had personally secured and delivered to Lin Bei had been claimed by someone else. A colleague who had joined the company with her had effortlessly taken the contract, thanks to her dalliance with the project manager. Despite Liu Feier's diligent efforts, she received neither credit nor compensation. Everything had gone to the other girl. Unable to bear the unfairness, she confronted the project manager, who brazenly suggested that if she slept with him, he could return the contract to her. Liu Feier would never agree to such a proposition. After delivering 2 slaps to the project manager, she resigned, spending the entire night in tears. It was only upon recalling Lin Bei that she decided to call him. Upon hearing Liu Feier's predicament, Lin Bei promptly replied, "No problem at all. If you are available, you can start today." Liu Feier was taken aback by his response. "Mr. Lin, won't you require an interview? What about the salary?" Lin Bei smiled gently. "I have faith in a top student from Qibei, and your capabilities were already evident yesterday. I have a keen eye for talent, and I believe you will excel." He continued, "As for salary, let us set it at 100,000 for now." Liu Feier was utterly astonished. She had never encountered someone so forthright. That amount was nearly the highest salary in the industry. For a moment, she felt as if she were dreaming. "All right, if that is agreeable to you, I can report for duty today." After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Within the hour, Liu Feier arrived at Lin Bei's office, donned in a beige suit and high heels. Upon seeing her, Lin Bei couldn't help but admire her beauty once more. He then began to explain the responsibilities she would oversee. It took nearly an entire day for Liu Feier to grasp the full scope of her duties. Her cherry lips parted in astonishment at the sheer complexity of Lin Bei's investments, which spanned nearly 100 enterprises, each holding varying degrees of equity. Her task was to liquidate these assets within a month, a strategic move on Lin Bei's part to counter the Qianxin Group. In his previous life, he had been far too young to contend with the cunning Lin Xiing, and he had prepared numerous contingencies to avoid being ousted from the Qianxin Group. However, with the advent of the apocalypse, all those plans had become futile. Now, in this life, they would serve a practical purpose. Liu Feier estimated that this portion of assets alone was valued at approximately 10 billion. Adding in the liquidated shares from the Qianxin Group, Lin Bei now possessed a staggering 25 billion in cash. This was liquid capital, a starkly different concept from corporate valuation. Lin Bei had indeed made the right choice in hiring Liu Feier. In just 2 days, she had comprehended the entirety of his assets and had already begun the process of divestment. Observing her meticulous organization, Lin Bei's conviction only grew stronger. Chapter 11. Insulation layer and solar panels. In his previous life, the force he established, the Void Garden, was composed of individuals with formidable abilities. However, Lin Bei was truly disinclined to manage it. Otherwise, he would not have ended up with only himself and 7 other girls. Now, having finally encountered a captivating girl who also possessed managerial skills, it was only natural for him to invest in her development. In recent days, the substantial shipment Lin Bei had ordered had largely arrived. He opted not to have it delivered to his villa, but instead to a warehouse he had previously rented. His void ability could not yet be revealed, and during this time, Liu Feier had been residing in his villa. Within his space, it had transformed into the most expansive marketplace on Blue Star, stocked with various foods and consumables. Lin Bei had amassed a considerable supply of items, such as fine wines and cigarettes. As days passed, the temperature on Blue Star indeed became increasingly scorching. 10 days later, 10 water purifiers were personally delivered by Marlin. Lin Bei informed him that he would settle the payment in a month. Upon hearing this, Marlin was elated and expressed his gratitude, completely unaware that Lin Bei was silently reveling in the prospect of acquiring these goods for free. Over the past few days, Liu Feier was once again astonished by Lin Bei's extraordinary purchasing power. Just as she had sold a portion of her shares, Lin Bei had already spent the money. The little fox's heart brimmed with suspicion. At that moment, the two of them were seated at the dining table, indulging in a feast of delectable dishes that Lin Bei could scarcely have imagined in his previous life. Eventually, Liu Feier could no longer restrain her curiosity. "Boss." Her hesitant expression was undeniably adorable. Lin Bei chuckled and inquired, "What is it? Is there something you do not understand?" After taking a deep breath, Liu Feier continued, "Boss, I wanted to ask why you purchased so many items. Just a few days ago, you ordered insulation layers, solar panels, and ice machines." Liu Feier recalled Lin Bei's sudden announcement of spending nearly 300 million on 50 top-of-the-line ice machines, along with the latest research insulation layers and solar panels from the Academy of Sciences of the Great Xia. Although the temperature in Jiangbei City was soaring, did they truly need such items? Nearby, the little fox perked up her ears, listening intently. She had gathered some knowledge about Lin Bei's recent activities. In her previous life, she had never heard of anyone in Jiangbei City spending such extravagant sums on these items. Could it be? In an instant, the little fox contemplated a possibility. Was it possible that in this world, he was unaware of her reincarnation? And what about Lin Bei before her? The more she observed him and reflected on his recent actions, the more plausible it seemed. At that moment, Lin Bei took a sip of chilled beer and, feigning mystery, said, "Feier, do you know? I've been dreaming lately, sensing that the world is about to undergo a great transformation." "What?" Liu Feier was taken aback by Lin Bei's words. Dreaming? What did that mean? Just as Liu Feier was struck dumb by his statement, a thunderous noise erupted outside. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was immense, shaking the ground beneath them. Simultaneously, a knock on the door was heard. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin? The solar panels and the latest transparent insulation layers from the Great Xia have been delivered for you. Would you like to install them now?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's lips curved into a smile. "They've arrived." He beckoned Liu Feier to follow him outside. As they reached the door, Liu Feier was astonished by the sheer scale of the solar panels and insulation layers. "What? Liu Feier gasped, her eyes wide in disbelief. She had initially thought Lin Bei's order for insulation layers was merely a whim to shield his own house. "Boss, did you buy insulation layers to cover the entire villa and thousands of solar panels?" Behind them, nearly 100 trailers created a grand spectacle. Liu Feier felt a flush of embarrassment, wondering if Lin Bei had monopolized the solar panel company. Lin Bei waved his hand dismissively. "Is it too much? If they hadn't run out, I would have ordered more." After a brief exchange with the delivery crew, Lin Bei gestured toward the villa and said, "Install it now." Soon, the ground shook with booming sounds. And although Lin Bei's villa was a standalone unit, it did not mean there were no other residents nearby. The houses were spaced roughly 100 meters apart, and there was little interaction among neighbors. Lin Bei had hardly seen what his neighbors looked like. However, the commotion he was causing was too significant to ignore. "Ugh. Darling, it's so noisy outside. Damn it. Why are they making a racket so early in the morning? What's going on? It's only 11 o'clock. Let me see what's happening." Just as Lin Bei began his work, voices from a man and a woman emerged from the villa next door. Wong Shuli, sporting a beer belly, cursed loudly as he clambered out of bed. With greasy lips, he leaned down and said, "Honey, wait a moment. Let me take care of this mess outside before rewarding you." Beneath him lay a woman, completely unclothed and exuding allure. Qian Yuyan had also been roused from her slumber. She had spent several nights with this rotund man, enduring much, all in pursuit of a lucrative deal worth tens of millions. She had hoped to rest today, but the disturbance shattered her plans. Looking at the man before her, she suppressed her disgust and said, "Manager Wong, you should hurry back." Using a sultry voice, Qian Yuyan looked at the beauty beneath her. Wang Shuli, unable to resist, squeezed her soft curves, eliciting a soft moan from Qian Yuyan as she slipped into a pair of shorts and headed outside. "How dare you not sleep in this early morning? Are you digging a grave here?" Though this was a villa area, most residents were somewhat influential individuals. However, Wang Shuli considered himself among the elite in Jiangbei City, holding a significant position in the local conglomerate, and he often looked down on the neighborhood. Chapter 12. Who dares to bully my people? This place merely serves as a hideaway for his mistress. The true influential figures would never reside here. Thus, Wang Shuli felt entirely unrestrained. A thunderous rumble echoed from Lin Bei's direction, reverberating throughout the entire villa area. "Damn it, stop messing around." As the technician was busy installing the insulation for Lin Bei, a voice filled with curses rang out. Wang Shuli, clad in flip-flops and shorts, arrived at Lin Bei's doorstep. Upon hearing the curse, Lin Bei's expression instantly turned cold. Beside him, Liu Feier reacted even more intensely, her body trembling in response. Lin Bei noticed this and furrowed his brow. Did Liu Feier know this person? In unison, Lin Bei and Liu Feier turned to face the source of the voice. Upon seeing Wang Shuli, Liu Feier's face flushed with rage. Wang Shuli, momentarily taken aback, soon recovered and sneered, "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you. Shameless woman, you refused to be with me back then. And now you've latched onto this pretty boy? Just a lowly creature pretending to be virtuous in front of me. Had you been with me, that contract would never have been taken by Yin Yan, right?" Wang Shuli wore an obscene grin, his eyes filled with a predatory gaze as he brazenly appraised Liu Feier's alluring figure, completely disregarding Lin Bei, whom he perceived merely as a wealthy, second-generation heir. To him, such ordinary second-generation individuals were akin to slightly larger ants. He began to fantasize about whether this common second-generation lad would hand Liu Feier over to him once he learned of Wang Shuli's true identity, envisioning the possibility of a double date with Qian Yuyan. "You." Upon hearing Wang Shuli's lewd remarks, Liu Feier trembled uncontrollably, fully aware of Wang Shuli's background. Despite having gained considerable insight alongside Lin Bei over the past few days, she still felt a twinge of fear and stood frozen in place. Meanwhile, Lin Bei gently patted her shoulder. In that moment, the warmth radiating from his touch seemed to calm her racing heart. With a grim expression, Lin Bei slowly approached Wang Shuli. The latter, lost in his fantasies, completely dismissed Lin Bei's approach. Did Lin Bei dare to confront him publicly? If he did, Wang Shuli had 1,000 ways to make him regret it. "Kid, let me tell you, I am the head of the Eat Until Full group in Jiangbei City." However, just as Wang Shuli was about to flaunt his status, a resounding slap echoed as Lin Bei swung his arm, striking Wang Shuli squarely on the face. In the days leading up to this moment, Lin Bei had not only stockpiled goods, but had also been diligently training, with his physical prowess now rivaling that of elite forces from Daxia. Wang Shuli's corpulent form was sent reeling, blood splattering from his mouth as a few teeth shattered. With a heavy thud, he collapsed, unconscious. "Feier, remember, if anyone dares to disrespect you again, don't hesitate to act. I will shield you from any calamity. With me here, no one can bully you," Lin Bei said softly after sending Wang Shuli flying. He then walked over to Liu Feier, who had tears welling in her eyes. Coming from a troubled background, with her parents divorced when she was young and her alcoholic father passing away, Liu Feier had never known security. Yet now, she felt a sense of protection emanating from Lin Bei, and it was a wonderful feeling. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air. It was Qian Yuyan, who had arrived in a state of vanity. Woken from her slumber, she could not return to sleep and decided to come over, relishing the thought of impressing others. She thrived on the fearful glances directed her way, finding immense satisfaction in it. However, as she approached, she witnessed the hefty figure of Wang Shuli being hurled away. Upon recognizing him, she screamed, "Do you know who he is? Kid, you're finished." Seeing Wang Shuli lying unconscious, Qian Yuyan spoke to Lin Bei in disbelief. Her gaze then shifted to Liu Feier behind him. "Liu Feier? What are you doing here?" Liu Feier's face contorted with disdain upon seeing Qian Yuyan. Lin Bei could surmise the situation. Liu Feier had once mentioned a contract she had worked hard for, only to have it snatched away by this very woman. Qian Yuyan, staring at Wang Shuli's motionless body, was filled with shock. "Kid, do you have any idea who he is? You dare to strike him, and you're doomed." Just as Qian Yuyan's face twisted with fury, pointing a finger at Lin Bei, a camera shutter clicked ominously. Click. Snap. This is explosive news. Just imagine if I posted this online. Lin Bei, holding his phone with a smile, looked at Qian Yuyan, alarmed by the sound. She quickly raised her hands to cover her face, her expression darkening. However, Lin Bei had evidently grasped her weakness. As more people gathered, casting hostile glances at Lin Bei, Qian Yuyan had no choice but to seek help from others to take Wong's Shuli to the hospital. Lin Bei merely scoffed at the unfolding scene, unconcerned. As he turned to Liu Feier, observing the ongoing installation of the insulation. The insulation work proceeded vigorously, and after the incident, no one dared to utter a word. Those who had intended to complain were silenced, overwhelmed by the realization of Wang Shuli's identity. If Wang Shuli could not gain the upper hand against Lin Bei, they, as mere minnows, certainly lacked the courage to provoke him. Yet, whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Whose residence is this that even Wang Shuli dares not confront? I don't know, but I saw several large trucks unloading here a few days ago. Hey, isn't that the latest insulation developed by the Dachau Academy of Sciences? Chapter 13, The Post. It is said that this remarkable discovery was made by a freshly graduated university student. Indeed, I have heard that a certain blog even trended on social media, with experts claiming that this technology has advanced the technological prowess of the Great Xian nation by a staggering 20 years. Regardless, it is truly impressive. It is a unique physical material, and rumors suggest that this university student is a likely contender for this year's Nobel Prize. It seems I was merely born to be a bystander. I recall that the student's name is, yes, Ning Qingqiu. The murmurs of the crowd suddenly revealed that the thermal insulation layer ordered by Lin Bei was, in fact, the latest invention from the Scientific Research Institute of the Great Xian nation. This insulation layer is completely transparent, effectively blocking all heat molecules from entering while allowing air to pass unobstructed. It can even autonomously regulate temperature, albeit at a prohibitively high cost. Few can afford it. The layers Lin Bei ordered alone cost nearly 100 million. This led to a wave of criticism online, with many declaring it an egregious tax on intelligence. 100 million cash. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to simply use air conditioning? Even if one were to run the air conditioning from birth to death, the electricity bill wouldn't come close to 100 million. To think there are indeed fools willing to purchase such a thing. Haha. I acknowledge that this invention has spurred the development of technology in the Great Xian nation, but is it not just a blatant tax on intelligence? Whoever buys it must be foolish. I remember now. Isn't that Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao? You mean the one from the Qiangshan group? I've heard he indulges in a life of leisure, eating, drinking, and reveling without a care for the affairs of his company. The Qiangshan group was on the brink of collapse until his uncle could no longer stand idly by and took the reins. In recent years, the Qiangshan group has risen to become a leading conglomerate in Jiangbei City. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and many began snapping photos to share online. Unperturbed, the sounds of installation continued as Lin Bei set about affixing the thermal insulation layer. Meanwhile, some solar panels were installed around the villa, while the remainder was sent to a warehouse he had previously rented, destined for his special space. He could not expose his abilities just yet, so this was the only way to discreetly transfer them. Upon returning to the villa, he found that most of the preparations had been completed. The insulation layer was fully operational, and stepping inside, the temperature dropped instantaneously to a most comfortable level. That evening, bang! The sound of a wine bottle being uncorked reverberated through the air. Lin Bei poured himself a glass and filled one for Liu Feier as well, a smile of springtime radiance gracing his face. Liu Feier sat across from him, her cheeks flushed. She recalled his words from earlier that morning, declaring that she was Lin Bei's and no one could bully her. Having never been in a romantic relationship, despite countless suitors drawn solely by her beauty, she found that the gaze of Lin Bei was devoid of any lecherous intent. Instead, his eyes reflected boundless admiration, coupled with his earlier gestures and the current atmosphere. Red wine. Exquisite food. What is happening? This is precisely the kind of scene one would expect in a Korean drama, where confessions unfold. What should I do? Should I accept this? In a moment, Liu Feier felt her heart race. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained oblivious to her thoughts. He was simply in good spirits, as all his preparations for the impending challenges had nearly come to fruition. Feier. Upon hearing Lin Bei call her name, Liu Feier was jolted back to reality. What is it, boss? After taking a sip of his wine, Lin Bei inquired, "What is the date today?" Liu Feier took out her phone, replying softly, "Boss, Today is May 23rd. However, just as she responded, a sudden pallor crossed her face. Her smartphone had pushed a notification regarding a post. The title read, "Who says no one buys insulation layers? A wealthy second generation from Jiangbei City will show you what real affluence looks like." The title dripped with sarcasm. Having just been published, it had already trended, inciting a wave of vitriol from envious netizens. 100 million. With that money, one could better serve impoverished children. Indeed, spending such an exorbitant amount on this product while many in impoverished regions lack basic air conditioning is sheer extravagance. What, is the air conditioning unable to provide warmth? Or does the underfloor heating fail to cool? The post even included photos of her and Lin Bei. Across from her, Lin Bei noticed her discomfort and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Liu Feier's expression faltered, and she almost replied that it was nothing. Yet, before she could finish, Lin Bei snatched the phone from her hands. He too saw the post. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed. He didn't need to ponder. It was certainly Wong Shuli's vengeful handiwork. A murderous aura gradually emanated from him, causing Liu Feier, seated opposite him, to shiver involuntarily. But it was merely a fleeting moment before Lin Bei reined in his hostility. Once he regained his composure, he returned the phone to Liu Feier. Upon seeing this, her countenance darkened. As she scrolled through the post, she found the comments utterly absurd. Some even suggested Lin Bei donate all his wealth to charity. She scrunched her nose in indignation. Was this not a blatant moral coercion? Meanwhile, Wong Shuli had returned from the hospital. After a thorough examination, it was clear that Lin Bei had controlled his strength well. He sustained only minor abrasions, nothing serious. Crack. Wong Shuli smashed a precious vase in his villa, his eyes gleaming with a hint of malice. Damn it, I never imagined that brat had such connections. It was evident he had investigated Lin Bei's background and learned of his lineage from the Qiangxin group, which caused him some trepidation. Beside him, Qian Yuyan nestled against him. "Darling, don't be disheartened. He.S. just a little brat. How could he possibly compete with you? Your strategy was simply brilliant." As she spoke, Qian Yuyan handed Wong Shuli her phone, displaying the trending information about Lin Bei's extravagant purchase of the insulation layer. Many had lambasted him, deeming him excessively ostentatious. Wong Shuli smacked the alluring figure beside him playfully. "Heh, you little enchantress. But this is merely the first step." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Chapter 14. Movements of all parties. Inside Wong Shuli's villa, he held his phone with a sinister smile. "You little brat. You are still too inexperienced to play this game with me. You must have seen the post by now. Don't rush. This is merely the beginning." He had conducted a background check, and the results were startling. He never expected Lin Bei to be the heir of the Qiangxin group. Initially, he contemplated hiring someone from the underworld to eliminate Lin Bei, but upon discovering Lin's true identity, he abandoned that thought. The Qiangxin group was far beyond his reach compared to his mere position as a general manager. However, he could not let this matter rest and immediately devised a malicious plan. The post he had just published had caused an uproar. Public opinion swiftly turned against the Qiangxin group and Lin Bei. Simultaneously, numerous experts voiced their opinions, stating that the high temperatures would not last long, at most a week. Some elite figures in society spent exorbitant amounts on cooling equipment, which they deemed extravagant. If one had surplus funds, it would be better to donate them for the benefit of the Great Xian nation. However, it was evident that this was orchestrated by Wong Shuli, along with many opportunists seeking to ride the wave of attention, as well as rivals of the Qiangxin group. In any case, by tonight, the Qiangxin group had been thrust into the spotlight. At the Qiangxin group, Lin Xiing seethed as he watched the news, which prominently featured Wong Shuli's post. What on earth is Lin Bei up to? The Qiangxin group has already lost nearly $1 billion. At that moment, Lin Fan rushed in. "Dad, we found out that the person behind the post is Wong Shuli, the head of the Jida Bao in the Jiangbei district. It seems Lin Bei offended him, and he is taking this opportunity to retaliate." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiing cursed angrily. "Damn it. A mere manager dares to oppose the Qiangxin group?" His eyes gleamed with murderous intent. "I'll settle this $1 billion with you slowly, Wong Shuli. And as for you, Lin Bei." At Lin Bei's residence, Liu Feier exclaimed, "Boss, look at this." As she scrolled through a social media platform, she stumbled upon a trending post about the Qiangxin group losing billions. The post suggested a thorough investigation into the Qiangxin group for potential tax evasion. "I can't believe that rich second-generation guy is so extravagant. It turns out he has a group backing him." Lin Bei read the information with a smile. "Ha ha ha. I never expected to witness a dog-eat-dog scenario. Let them fight it out." Now it was May 23rd, and Lin Bei recalled that in his previous life, the high temperatures had begun on May 24th, tomorrow. The temperature would suddenly surge by 10 degrees, rising from 36 to 46 degrees in May. Although scorching, it was still manageable. However, the following 7 days would see a continuous rise in temperature. It could be said that the apocalypse had already commenced. Lin Bei remembered that in his previous life, the extreme heat lasted nearly 3 months before the outbreak, reaching a peak of over 60 degrees. Many perished from the unbearable heat. During that time, the entire Great Xian nation relied on air conditioning, causing the power grid to collapse under maximum load. Only a few wealthy individuals could afford to clandestinely extend power lines to sustain their electricity. Meanwhile, at the Great Xian National Research Institute, Lin Xiing flipped through her phone. Suddenly, she spotted Lin Bei's trending post. She stood up abruptly. Is it a coincidence? Jiangbei City, purchasing insulation? Her beautiful eyes blinked slightly. She vaguely recalled that the shadow had mentioned he was from Jiangbei City. In an instant, an idea sparked in her mind. Could it be that the shadow has also been reborn? No, I need to investigate. Lin Xiing blinked her lovely eyes and began packing her bags, heading towards Jiangbei City. Simultaneously, several other women had also become aware of the situation in Jiangbei City, all shocked. They had previously noted the impending apocalyptic heat, but the exorbitant prices had left them feeling helpless, except for one, Song Wanqing, an heir of the Song family in the imperial capital. However, in recent days, everyone in the Song family had deemed her insane. She had spent her entire fortune acquiring billions worth of supplies, and no one understood her motives. In a luxurious estate in the imperial capital, Song Wanqing stood with a cold expression, water cascading over her. Slowly, she opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at her nearly perfect reflection in the mirror. A trace of coldness flickered in her pupils. Is the apocalypse approaching? Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. A wave of energy surged at her forehead, and when she opened her eyes again, a spatial ability nearly 10 kilometers in diameter appeared before her. The interior was filled with a dazzling array of supplies, nearly identical to what Lin Bei had amassed, various foods, medical supplies, and even an assortment of weapons. Is her ability similar to Lin Bei's void ability? No. Her power is unique, a form of storage ability. In simple terms, it allows her to absorb the abilities of others. For instance, if she comes into contact with a fire-type ability user, she can wield their fire abilities, albeit with limitations. Some potent abilities can only be stored in small quantities. For instance, in her previous life, the Shadow's Void Walking was the last ability she encountered. Lin Bei was the last person she connected with, and as far as she knew, Lin Bei's spatial ability far surpassed 100,000 cubic meters. At her peak, she could only achieve a storage capacity of around 10,000 cubic meters. Now, reborn, her spatial ability had drastically diminished to merely around 100 cubic meters. Song Wanqing's beautiful eyes blinked in confusion. After my rebirth, although I can still replicate abilities, why can I still utilize the Shadow's Void ability? This perplexity nagged at her, but she did not dwell too much on it. Her primary concern was to find the Shadow and become his first woman. Just as she stepped out of the bathroom, her phone rang. A woman's voice came through. Miss, we have found the information you requested. All insulation materials in the Great Xian Nation have been bought by one individual, located in Jiangbei City. Furthermore, we discovered that. The voice on the other end paused momentarily before continuing. The person in Jiangbei City has also recently purchased large quantities of supplies, mirroring your actions. Upon hearing this, Song Wanqing sprang to her feet, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. Quick, book me a ticket to Jiangbei City. Her breath quickened. She had never felt this anxious before. A bold guess had taken shape in her mind. Chapter 15, The Ice Bucket Challenge. According to the meteorological station, the temperature in the Great Xia Kingdom is expected to rise significantly within a week. Experts have specifically pointed out that the current temperature is still manageable and will not last long, urging everyone not to panic. Lin Bei watched the continuously playing scenes on television, a smile gracing his lips. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, and a mere 5 minutes outdoors would leave one drenched in sweat. In Jiangbei City, which is still not considered the southern region, temperatures have already soared to 45 degrees. It is worth noting that this is merely May, the time when spring has just concluded and summer is on the horizon. The heat is indeed outrageous. It is not just Jiangbei City. The entire world is being tormented by this oppressive heat. Lin Bei recalled that in just the past few days, the number of people who succumb to the heat globally has already reached tens of millions. And this is just the beginning. In 7 days, the temperature will reach its peak. A month from now, there will be water and power shortages. In his previous life, Lin Bei nearly succumbed to the heat himself. Outside, the extreme temperatures have driven most people indoors, venturing outside only for necessary supplies. Everyone has cranked their air conditioning to the maximum, yet it remains a challenge to control the insidious heat. It is indeed perplexing. In previous summers, when temperatures soared above 40 degrees, air conditioning could manage the heat effectively. Now, despite setting the air conditioning to 16 degrees, the indoor temperature still hovers above 30. Wait, I thought my air conditioning was broken, but yours is the same way? The terrifying heat has surged to the top of trending topics. Meanwhile, Lin Bei and Liu Feier have been chatting on the phone, boredom hanging in the air. In front of them sits a freshly made watermelon smoothie. After teasing Lin Bei a little more, Liu Feier couldn't help but ask, "Boss, did you know this heat wave was coming?" Lin Bei tossed aside the game controller. He excelled in many areas, but gaming was certainly not one of them. After taking a hearty sip of his watermelon smoothie, he replied, "Not really. I just dreamt that the world was about to change drastically. Besides, didn't the weather forecast say that the Great Xia Kingdom was expecting a heat wave? I happened to see that I could order this insulating layer online. So I bought it. And you know what? It's actually quite effective." At that moment, the temperature within the insulating layer was set to 19 degrees. The most comfortable temperature for humans in summer. Just then, Lin Bei's phone vibrated incessantly. In the surrounding villa community, everyone yearned to set their air conditioning to 16 degrees, the lowest setting possible. Yet, even with that, countless people were sweating profusely. Damn it, why is it so hot? The Great Xia Kingdom has even announced a holiday due to this unprecedented heat. Exactly. Even the delivery guys are on holiday. I can't even order an iced Americano. I should have stocked up on popsicles to beat the heat. Popsicles? Don't even mention it. I just took one out, and in less than 30 seconds, it melted. This temperature is utterly bizarre, not the usual kind of heat. Within the villa community, there is a chat group. A fact Lin Bei had just discovered a few days ago. He opened his phone to check the messages, a faint smile appearing on his face. Liu Feier, noticing this, also opened her phone interface, having been added to the chat group by Lin Bei. She recalled the sarcastic remarks made during the installation of the insulating layer and scrunched her nose in determination. I have to get back at them. Boss, let us take a picture to infuriate them. She then grabbed her phone and the watermelon smoothie, moving next to Lin Bei. The two smiled at the camera. Lin Bei chuckled softly, his heart warmed by Liu Feier's gesture, and he did not refuse. With a click, their first photo was taken. In the picture, not only could one clearly see Lin Bei and Liu Feier enjoying their watermelon smoothies, but a thermometer beside them also displayed a temperature of 19 degrees. Liu Feier eagerly shared the photo in the chat group. Is everyone feeling hot? I feel fine. As soon as she posted, the group fell silent. Everyone was incredulous. They had not expected Lin Bei's home to be so cool, 19 degrees. In that moment, countless individuals felt a surge of envy towards Lin Bei. If they were not mistaken, Lin Bei seemed to be wearing a light jacket. They wished they could strip down to their underwear. Yet here was Lin Bei, fully dressed. The quietness in the group amused Lin Bei, who suddenly wore a mischievous smile. Feier, go turn on the ice maker. Let us have an ice bucket challenge. The ice maker Lin Bei had purchased was now put to good use. Okay. Liu Feier's cheeks flushed. She had heard of the ice bucket challenge, but typically it involved removing clothing down to minimal garments. The thought made her face turn crimson. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had not considered this aspect. After Liu Feier shared the photo, an idea sparked in his mind. He wanted to enjoy himself before the impending apocalypse. Previously, he had been ridiculed online by those who thought he was overreacting and wasting his wealth. This time, he aimed to slap them in the face with his success. However, the ice maker was too large to fit in the room and had to be placed outside. The rumbling sound of the machine echoed through the neighborhood. Many neighbors could hear the commotion, knowing it was coming from Lin Bei's villa. Outside, the temperature had climbed to nearly 48 degrees. Any human venturing outside for more than 10 minutes would surely succumb to heat stroke. Yet here was Lin Bei, clad in a trendy jacket, accompanied by Liu Feier and Xiaobai, outside. Siyun observed Lin Bei, her eyes blinking rapidly. She was almost certain that he was also a reincarnated individual. His actions in recent days indicated he was preparing for the apocalypse. The familiar sensation she felt was intensifying, leading her to believe that Lin Bei was indeed the shadow and had been reborn. However, she dared not reveal her true identity to him, fearing he would reject her for not being human. Her gaze also scrutinized Liu Feier. The Shadow's little sister is certainly numerous. This sister had not been by his side in her previous life. With that thought, she scrunched her nose and playfully nibbled Lin Bei's calf. Though without applying any real pressure, Lin Bei merely felt an itch on his leg, assuming it was Xiao Bai playing with him. Haraha. Xiao Bai, that tickles. Stop messing around. Daddy will let you have fun later. As a competent caretaker, Lin Bei believes it is essential to cultivate a good relationship with the little fox while it has yet to fully awaken its intelligence. For the past few days, he has been providing it with ample delicious food and drink. Chapter 16. The Arrival of Scorching Heat. Ice blocks worth their weight in gold. Before long, Lin Bei had prepared a substantial quantity of ice blocks, placing them into a water bucket. The temperature in recent days had escalated to outrageous levels. Just moments ago, the outside heat had soared to a staggering 48 degrees Celsius, and now it had already reached 50 degrees. It is important to note that it was only 10 o'clock in the morning. By 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the temperature was likely to surpass 50 degrees, shattering all previous records in the Great Xia Kingdom. In contrast, regions such as South Africa and the equatorial areas had already experienced temperatures exceeding 50 degrees. The citizens of Great Xia were in utter despair. Due to the recent sweltering heat, their reserves of ice had been entirely depleted. The production of new ice blocks simply could not keep pace with the consumption. It can be said that currently, all cooling agents, including ice and chilled water, had reached a state of scarcity where they were valuable yet unobtainable. Lin Bei's neighbors, witnessing him produce ice blocks, felt a pang of regret. They lamented not having followed Lin Bei's lead and purchased 1 or 2 ice-making machines. The commotion caught the attention of Wong Shuli and Qian Yuyan, who were suffering immensely from the heat. Even with the air conditioning set to its lowest, it provided little relief. Wong Shuli was drenched in sweat, and within 5 minutes of sitting, the discomfort would become unbearable. Qian Yuyan, unable to bear the sticky sensation enveloping her, felt as though she might perish. Moreover, the Great Xia Kingdom had implemented water restrictions the previous day, limiting water usage in every household, which made bathing an impossibility. Qian Yuyan was on the verge of a breakdown. The noise from outside piqued her curiosity, and she turned to see Lin Bei extracting ice blocks from the machine and placing them into the water bucket. Meanwhile, Liu Feier stood nearby, her face beaming with delight, her bright eyes sparkling. She wore a beige t-shirt and denim shorts that accentuated her perfect figure, particularly her delicate legs adorned with sandals, enticing enough to provoke admiration. At that moment, Lin Bei had removed his shirt. Since his rebirth, he had dedicated himself to physical fitness, spending nearly all his time at the gym aside from procuring supplies. Coupled with his extraordinary abilities, he had achieved a near-perfect physique, boasting broad pectorals, a V-shaped back, and well-defined abdominal muscles that could easily be featured in a fitness manual. Liu Feier's gaze lingered, captivated by Lin Bei's form, while Qian Yuyan, sneaking glances, felt her mouth water. A smile crept across Lin Bei's face. "Feier, could you help me record a video?" Upon hearing her name, Liu Feier snapped back to reality, her eyes still fixated on Lin Bei's upper body. "Sure." Lin Bei then lifted a bucket brimming with ice blocks high above his head. With a splash, countless ice blocks and the icy water cascaded over him. The sudden chill sent a jolt through Lin Bei's skin, and he could not help but leap in surprise. Following the shock of the cold, a wave of refreshing relief enveloped him. "Ah, how invigorating," he exclaimed instinctively. Seeing Lin Bei's comical antics, Liu Feier burst into laughter. "Ha ha, boss, you are simply too amusing. You've made my day." Beside them, the little fox, Su Yun, cast flirtatious glances, emitting a series of playful giggles. Over the days of their interactions, Liu Feier had grown aware of the fox's unique nature. This little creature was remarkably perceptive, even displaying moments of jealousy, likely due to the bond Lin Bei shared with it. "Feier, have you finished recording?" Liu Feier nodded eagerly, her eyes wide with excitement as she observed Lin Bei's icy challenge. Lin Bei, noticing her enthusiasm, proposed, "Why not join me in this experience?" "Really, boss?" Liu Feier exclaimed in astonishment. She was aware that ice blocks were now trading at exorbitant prices, exceeding that of gold, due to their scarcity amidst the scorching temperatures. This peculiar heat rendered even refrigerated transport ineffective, causing ice to melt rapidly. Fortunately, a brilliant scientist from the Great Xia Academy, Lin Xiing, had developed a special material for transporting ice, though it was single-use and could not be reused. Despite the soaring temperatures, few were willing to engage in transport, leading to the outrageous pricing of ice blocks. The most critical point was that they were nearly unattainable. Of course, the wealthy could still procure them, but even the affluent would likely hesitate to waste such resources. Lin Bei himself had already consumed no less than 10 kilograms of ice, effectively tossing away the equivalent of 250,000 cash. Upon hearing Lin Bei's invitation for her to participate, Liu Feier felt both flattered and taken aback. Lin Bei then glanced at the charming little fox, Bai, who had been playfully teasing him. Bai, you won't escape this time. You've been nipping at me too often lately. Let us head inside. Surveying his neighbors one last time, Lin Bei led Liu Feier and Bai into the inner sanctum of the villa. He had previously demonstrated the ice-making process in the backyard, where panoramic windows allowed the neighbors to witness the spectacle. They had mocked him during the installation of insulation layers, but now Lin Bei was poised to serve them a hefty dose of reality. Having made his point, he desired to retreat indoors, ensuring Liu Feier and Bai could revel in the coolness without prying eyes. Those who had seen Lin Bei waste the ice blocks could hardly contain their envy. Within mere minutes, the ice had melted into a puddle, igniting covetous glances from many. What does this mean? Is he mocking us? Someone muttered. Is there no one who will teach this fellow a lesson? Forget it, it's too hot out here. Wong, Shuli, and Qian Yuyan exchanged glances, their eyes burning with indignation. As Lin Bei departed, Qian Yuyan reluctantly turned away, her mind lingering on Lin Bei's sculpted physique while feeling nauseous at the sight of the perspiring Wong Shuli. That Liu Feier, pretending to be so innocent. She's already caught a rich suitor, she thought, her disdain growing as she regarded Wong Shuli. If I were to pursue Lin Bei, perhaps I could displace this Wong Shuli altogether. Chapter 17, Moral Coercion? I refuse. Qian Yuyan narrowed her eyes slightly. She then turned to Wong Shuli beside her and spoke softly. Mr. Wong, look, that Lin Bei fellow has ice blocks. Why not consider this? Subsequently, she leaned in closely to whisper her plan into Wong Shuli's ear. After hearing Qian Yuyan's scheme, Wong Shuli felt a spark of inspiration. How had he not thought of this before? After all, Qian Yuyan was merely his mistress, and he had grown somewhat weary of her. Gifting her to Lin Bei might very well yield some ice blocks in return. With that thought, a wicked glint flickered in Wong Shuli's eyes. All right, Xiang. Go ahead and add that lad to your green bubble. We can certainly have a chat there first. Meanwhile, after Lin Bei brought Liu Feier into the villa, the air soon filled with laughter and joy. Clearly, the two were enjoying themselves immensely within the villa, much to the annoyance of the neighbors, who found themselves gnashing their teeth in frustration. Concurrently, within Lin Bei's chat group, ding, 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 a flurry of messages arrived. Lin Bei, I say, young Master Lin, with all that ice you have, might you spare us a little? The speaker was none other than the individual who had previously captured the moment Lin Bei installed the insulation layer. Fang's eye, behind his phone, harbored a tinge of jealousy. He seethed at the unfairness of fate. Why did Lin Bei have such a privileged background? Not only was he born into wealth, but he also had the exquisite Liu Feier by his side. His long-standing resentment towards the affluent had begun to take a toll on his mental state. Originally, he had intended to expose the photo he took, but to his surprise, Wong Shuli had purchased it for a hefty sum, allowing him to profit modestly. As the chat group buzzed with activity, countless voices chimed in. Indeed, young Master Lin, your ice blocks are of no use to you. Share some with us. Yes, yes. You can't possibly use all that ice. Lend us a hand. I noticed your villa has plenty of space. May we stay for a few days? It's unbearably hot. Yes, young Master Lin, your house is so large, it would be a waste not to have anyone in it. Within Lin Bei's villa, his phone continued to emit notifications. He glanced at the screen and, as anticipated, these individuals had begun their moral coercion. In his previous life, Lin Bei had been Navi. At the onset of the apocalypse, his supplies could have lasted weeks, but he was coerced into relinquishing them, leading to a near-fatal outcome had he not awakened his void powers. Seeing these people's disgusting faces once more filled him with revulsion. When he was acquiring supplies and installing the insulation layer, these same individuals had mocked him relentlessly. Naturally, he had no intention of engaging with them now. Moreover, he not only ignored them, but also posted a video. Ah, it's so hot outside. An ice bucket challenge would be quite refreshing. He also shared a picture of Xiao Bai licking the ice blocks. Upon seeing this, Xiao Bai playfully nipped at Lin Bei's calf, her charming face displaying a hint of shyness. Damn that shadow brother. I was merely feeling a bit warm, and he had to take a candid shot of me. Su Yun fumed, filled with exasperation. After uploading the video, the group fell silent, awaiting Lin Bei's next words. However, several seconds passed without further communication from him. Fang's eye then tagged Lin Bei once more. Brother Bei, look, Everyone is sweltering. Why not share some ice blocks? Lin Bei observed the chat, amused at how these individuals had truly overstepped their bounds. He slowly typed a message. Ice blocks. Certainly, at the current market price of 250,000 per pound. Delivery not included. Though he had no desire to engage with these people, he would consider their proposal if they were willing to pay such a price. 250,000. Have you lost your mind? That's more expensive than gold. Are you trying to take advantage of honest folks? Fang's eye exploded with rage upon realizing Lin Bei's intent to withhold the ice blocks. His fury only intensified, causing him to sweat profusely. Seeing the messages, Lin Bei's expression turned icy. Honest folks? Is that why you took a clandestine photograph? If you were truly honest, there would be no honest people left in this world. He promptly sent 3 messages in succession, which silenced the group. Upon reading Lin Bei's message, Fang's eyes pupils contracted sharply. How could he possibly know? Meanwhile, the others in the chat gasped in disbelief. They had been present when Lin Bei installed the insulation layer and had mocked him. Yet the identity of the photographer remained a mystery. However, the framing of the photo and its accompanying caption clearly indicated malicious intent. Now that Lin Bei had called out the individual by name, that person would undoubtedly face scrutiny from others, and from this point on, everyone would be cautious around him. Don't slander me. What proof do you have? Fang's eye hastily defended himself. Lin Bei remained silent, instead sending a photo that captured Fang's eye's angle of the clandestine shot. This image was taken from an expensive surveillance system Lin Bei had installed around the villa. Upon seeing the photo, Fang's eye's face drained of color. Simultaneously, Lin Bei set his chat notifications to Do Not Disturb. Just as he prepared to shut off his phone, a friend request notification suddenly appeared. The profile featured a slender face, enhanced with filters, and large eyes that had been accentuated to the extreme. Beep. Lin Bei. Are you there? Lin Bei regarded the familiar profile picture and felt a sense of recognition. Shortly after, another verification message arrived. I am Qian Yuyan. We met a few days ago. Lin Bei frowned slightly, murmuring to himself, Qian Yuyan? He couldn't recall knowing anyone by that name. At that moment, Liu Feier, who had been playing with Xiao Bai, shuddered upon hearing the name and hurried to Lin Bei's side. Noticing Liu Feier's reaction, Lin Bei glanced at the profile picture again and suddenly remembered. She was the mistress who had been beside Wong Shuli a few days prior. As Liu Feier approached Lin Bei, she became acutely aware of their proximity, their breaths almost mingling. Her cheeks flushed bright red. Lin Bei, observing her flustered state, couldn't help but smile inwardly. Has the little girl become anxious? Chapter 18. Everything is left unsaid. Boss. Liu Feier exclaimed, her cheeks flushed crimson. The position she found herself in with Lin Bei was exceedingly intimate. After engaging in an ice bucket challenge indoors with Xiao Bai, Lin Bei had been lounging on the nearby sofa. One of his legs lay on the ground while the other sprawled across the couch. Upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, she rushed over, but as he was preoccupied with his phone, she initially could not see what was on the screen. Like a curious kitten, she crawled into his embrace to discern the information displayed on his device. In that moment, Liu Feier hardly considered the implications. It was almost instinctive for her to snuggle into Lin Bei's arms. This series of actions left Lin Bei utterly bewildered. Yet, after spending considerable time together, he had long since regarded Liu Feier as his own. At this moment, if not to deepen their feelings, when would be the right time? A subtle smile graced his lips as he effortlessly encircled her slender waist with one arm, inhaling the fragrance wafting from her hair. A shiver coursed through Liu Feier, akin to an electric shock. This sensation was entirely foreign to her. Typically, she felt repulsed by any male touch, for with her beauty, numerous job opportunities were readily available. Feier, what are you doing? Lin Bei's playful spirit surged, eager to tease her. Meanwhile, Liu Feier's mind was a blank canvas. Just then, a message arrived from across the room. Lin Bei Gij, Xiaoyan is feeling so hot, accompanied by a strikingly provocative photo. Upon seeing this, Liu Feier's mind finally engaged. She did not resist Lin Bei's embrace. Instead, she remained quietly nestled against him, curious about his next move. She harbored feelings for him, but felt powerless to influence his thoughts. In this world, devoid of an apocalypse, Liu Feier had not experienced the era where women were treated as mere pawns. Deep down, she held onto traditional values. If Lin Bei had other intentions, it would only signify her own folly. Once the heat subsided, she would depart from him and seek a new job. Lin Bei, perceptive to Liu Feier's thoughts, found her increasingly endearing. Ignoring the incoming messages, he promptly added Qian Yuyan to his blacklist. Fair, why not add her as a friend and inquire about her intentions? He suggested with a teasing tone. However, Liu Feier had witnessed him block Qian Yuyan, and her bewildered mind slowly comprehended her current position nestled in Lin Bei's arms. She instinctively sought to escape, but Lin Bei's formidable strength rendered her efforts futile. Ba Shi whimpered softly, and Lin Bei could hardly contain the rising fire within him. Just as he prepared to advance further, a sudden yelp escaped him. Xiaobai had unexpectedly climbed onto his calf. Humph, I'll bite you. You can only have your first with me. The sharp pain jolted Lin Bei back to reality. He glanced down at Liu Feier, whose eyes were slightly reddened, and in less than 10 seconds, he had nearly stripped her of her modesty, having explored all the inappropriate areas. Embarrassed, he cleared his throat awkwardly. He realized that it was not the right moment to pursue Liu Feier. Such rapid advances would likely jeopardize any chance of gaining her heart in the future. After a few awkward coughs, Liu Feier sprang up like a startled deer and hurriedly retreated to her room. Lin Bei also stood, recognizing that he need not apologize. Doing so would only serve to further distance their budding relationship. Everything remained unsaid. Following Liu Feier's departure, Lin Bei scooped up Xiaobai and playfully ruffled her little face. Thank you for the reminder, or I might have truly made a mistake. He planted several kisses on her cheek, while Xiaobai pushed against him with her tiny paws. Humph, you just kissed another girl. Don't kiss me now. Back in her room, Liu Feier felt her face burning, overwhelmed by a heated sensation. Ah, so embarrassing, she thought. Calm down, Liu Feier. He's your boss. What was Lin Bei thinking? If he had forced himself on me, what would I have done? Should I have rejected him? It must be said that Lin Bei possessed a remarkable talent for charming girls, effortlessly navigating the naive psyche of a young woman. Just a few gestures had ensnared Liu Feier in a whirlwind of thoughts. Most importantly, she found herself not averse to the advances. She recalled the warmth of Lin Bei's broad chest against her back and the heat radiating from his arms, as well as the sensation of being held in his embrace momentarily. She found herself relishing it. Meanwhile, after blocking Qian Yuyan, Lin Bei swiftly edited and posted the message online, igniting an uproar across the internet. Wow, this is infuriating. Is this person insane? Such a waste of ice. Don't give me that. I'm at a loss for words, folks. Send me the address, and I'll show him why summer is so sweltering. However, the girl beside him was exceptionally attractive. Damn it, he is really asking for it. Wait, isn't this the rich second generation who installed insulation a few days ago? I regret not buying that insulation. As Lin Bei observed the flurry of comments online, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Particularly gratifying were the faces of those who had previously criticized him, now undoubtedly bruised. Simultaneously, he noted the date on his phone. It was the 23rd of the 34/055th month in the Blue Star calendar. Only 2 days remained until the first superhuman would emerge. Furthermore, in 2 days, the temperature would peak at a staggering 60 degrees, triggering widespread panic. The water and electricity systems of the Great Xia Nation would begin to collapse, leading to a breakdown of order, heralding a time of utter chaos. At that moment, the darker aspects of humanity would be fully unveiled. Moreover, in just 7 days, the sweltering heat would wane, and alongside humanity, the most terrifying creatures, zombies, would emerge. Chapter 19. Encirclement of Lin Bei's residence Blue Star calendar, May 25th, 3405. In recent days, the global power grid has essentially collapsed. Signal transmission has all but vanished, barely sustaining official communications from the Great Xia Nation. A mere 2 days later, temperatures have soared to 60 degrees Celsius. The incessant wail of ambulances pierces the air as countless lives are lost daily. It is evident that Blue Star has descended into chaos. Sizzle, a burst of static crackles through the speakers. People watch as the battery of their phones dwindles, an ear-splitting noise suddenly erupting. We regret to inform you, esteemed citizens, due to the unprecedented heat wave, the Great Xia Nation's power infrastructure has suffered a complete failure. The entire nation is now under Level 1 emergency status. We implore you to remain indoors at all costs. These words echo from the phones, the last vestiges of signal struggling to deliver the message. Damn it. Is this truly the end of the world? Cursed outage. What are we to do? Is there no one to save us? My mother is fading. Wah. Wake up, Grandma. Throughout the Great Xia Nation, cries of despair resonate across the land. Meanwhile, within Lin Bei's villa district, Qian Yuyan gazes icily at her phone. She has attempted to contact Lin Bei countless times over the past few days, yet he has not deigned to respond. An egregious affront to her pride. Never before has she been so utterly disregarded. Beside her, Wong Shuli's eyes gleam with murderous intent. This is unbearable. It is now nightfall. Yet, even without the sun, the temperature hovers above 40 degrees. Sleep is an unattainable luxury, exacerbated by the total collapse of the great Xia nation's water and electricity supply. He can endure no longer. Bang! He kicks open the villa door, immediately greeted by the sight of Lin Bei's home. Its lights blazing in stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. Damn him! Wong Shuli immediately infers that Lin Bei's solar panels are the reason his residence is the only one with power. Simultaneously, other residents take notice of the anomaly. The relentless heat has pushed everyone to their breaking point, and now the ugliest aspects of human nature emerge. Why does Lin Bei have electricity? Why is his home so cool, allowing him to revel in comfort while we suffer? Witnessing Wong Shuli's actions, the others surmise his intentions to forcibly enter Lin Bei's home. The thought has crossed their minds as well, but a sliver of conscience held them back, primarily due to the lack of a leader. Now, emboldened by Wong Shuli's initiative, they can no longer restrain themselves and spill out of their homes. Soon, a sizable crowd gathers before Lin Bei's residence. They exchange glances. Friends, the great Xia nation's government has made it clear that this heat wave could persist indefinitely. Our water and electricity are gone, and our supplies are dwindling. We will all be dead within days. But our neighbor lives in comfort, with lights blazing and insulated walls. Surely, it is not unreasonable for us to seek refuge from the heat in his home? Wang Shuli declares, his eyes gleaming with malice. The crowd murmurs in agreement. Indeed, Lin Bei's home is vast, and he shares it with only his woman. There is ample space for us all. We can compensate him later. This infernal heat is simply too much to bear. Support. Lin Bei, come out. We wish to parley. A cacophony of voices erupts as the mob descends upon Lin Bei's doorstep. Inside the villa, Liu Feier observes the scene from an upstairs window, her face etched with anxiety. Hundreds of people have converged outside their home, and if they attempt to force their way in, resistance seems futile. Boss, what do we do with all these people? Should we go out there? She asks, her voice laced with worry. Lin Bei, who had been reclining on a leather sofa engrossed in a one-piece manga. The climax of Luffy's Gear 4th battle against Doflamingo is roused by the commotion. His expression darkens as he sets aside the book and approaches the window. He spots Wong Shuli, the instigator, inciting the crowd. They seek death, Lin Bei mutters, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. With the impending doom of the apocalypse, he realizes that a demonstration of force is necessary to remind these people of the new reality. Let us go and see what they want. Liu Feier senses the chilling aura emanating from Lin Bei, a newfound perceptiveness allowing her to discern the murderous intent within him. Boss, perhaps we should contact the authorities. There are too many of them. I fear we cannot handle them alone. She whispers. Lin Bei turns to her, a faint smile playing on his lips. The authorities? Feier, remember this. From this day forward, the rules that once governed the world are null and void. All order will crumble. The coming days will likely bring chaos. He pauses, knowing that words alone cannot convey the truth. Experience is the only teacher. Come, let me give you your first lesson in the apocalypse, Lin Bei declares, gesturing for Liu Feier to follow as he descends the stairs. Soon, Lin Bei emerges into the view of the crowd. Their eyes gleam with envy as they take in his appearance. His face is devoid of sweat, his demeanor exuding vitality. The men gawk at Liu Feier, who stands behind him, her fair skin and shapely legs accentuated by a simple white t-shirt. Wang Shuli's lips curl into a sneer as he steps forward. Lin Bei, open the door. The great Xia nation's water and electricity are gone, and our food supplies are dwindling. I recall you purchasing vast quantities of provisions. Surely, you would not stand idly by while we perish? He demands, his tone condescending. He is emboldened by the presence of the mob, believing that Lin Bei would not dare to retaliate. Chapter 20. First homicide after rebirth. Indeed, Lin Bei, observe your residence, replete with insulation and an ice-making apparatus. In this entire villa district, your abode is the sole possessor of electricity. Grant us entry to seek respite from the oppressive heat. We pledge to abstain from any untoward conduct. At most, we shall compensate you monetarily once the heat wave subsides. Young Master Lin Bei, be benevolent and open the gate. You dwell in such a commodious villa, with ample and used space. Open the gate forthwith, lest we forcibly breach the premises. Amidst the throng, entreaties and threats intermingled. Some beseeched Lin Bei to open the gate, while others issued menacing pronouncements. Lin Bei surveyed the scene with frigidity. Behind him, Liu Feier's countenance had grown progressively glacial. Only now did she comprehend the profundity of Lin Bei's prior assertion that human nature is the most hideous facet of this world. At this juncture, human nature was laid bare in its entirety. Whether in the pleas or the menaces, a glint of avarice lurked within their eyes. You. Liu Feier was rendered momentarily speechless with indignation. Wang Shuli then stepped forward, his tone icily resolute. Lin Bei, it is in your best interest to unlock the gate. Otherwise, a forcible confrontation will benefit none of us. Beside him, Qian Yuyan wore a sneer of triumph. You feigned aloofness before me, did you? Let us see how you extricate yourself now. Lin Bei's expression remained unchanged as he impassively observed the unfolding drama. Wang Shuli, perceiving Lin Bei's apparent paralysis, surmised that he was overwhelmed by the situation. After all, what could a teenager do when confronted by a mob of hundreds at his doorstep? With this notion, Wang Shuli's smile deepened. At last, Lin Bei stirred. He advanced slowly toward the villa gate. Opened the gate. Simultaneously, his head inclined, and a cruel smile played upon his lips. Very well, I shall open the gate. Due to the interplay of light and shadow, Wang Shuli and his cohorts could not discern Lin Bei's facial expression. They could only hear his words. However, Liu Feier, positioned behind Lin Bei, shuddered involuntarily, seized by an inexplicable dread. In recent days, she seemed capable of perceiving emotions beyond the ken of others. Moreover, her vision appeared to have broadened, enabling her to detect subtle actions among those before her. Ha ha ha, that is the only sensible course. Wang Shuli no longer concealed his avaricious grin, his gaze shifting to Liu Feier behind Lin Bei. He cracked his knuckles in anticipation, knowing that once the boy capitulated, he would have myriad ways to exploit Lin Bei. Crack abruptly, the villa gate swung open. The avarice in the eyes of those gathered surged uncontrollably. Just as the crowd surged forward to invade Lin Bei's villa, Lin Bei abruptly planted a foot before them, obstructing their path. Lin Bei, what do you think you're doing? Get out of the way. This villa is ours now. At that instant, Lin Bei's head snapped up, his eyes bloodshot, exuding a sanguinary aura. He was suffused with an intent to kill. Slaughter, he intoned, his voice low and guttural. Simultaneously, a terrifying surge emanated from his person. He vanished from sight, only to reappear 3 meters away, directly before Wang Shuli. Thud, the sound of rending flesh echoed through the air as Lin Bei's arm pierced Wang Shuli's chest, protruding from his back. In his grasp, he clutched a still-beating heart. Thump. Lin Bei's lips curled into a ghastly smile as he exerted a modicum of pressure with his right hand. A spray of blood splattered in all directions, drenching the faces of those standing beside Wang Shuli. At that moment, silence descended. Thump. Only when Lin Bei withdrew his bloodied arm did Wang Shuli's eyes widen. A smug sneer still etched upon his face, but his consciousness had already faded, and he crumpled to his knees before Lin Bei. A single fatal blow. Lin Bei crouched, casually wiping the blood from his arm onto Wang Shuli's clothes. Once finished, he rose once more. Qian Yuyan was the first to react. Ah, murder. A piercing scream shattered the silence. My God. Lin Bei, you're insane. He's killed someone. Oh God. Call the police. Dial 120 quick. He's lost it. Lin Bei, you're crazy. Chaos erupted. Countless individuals stared in horror at the scene before them. Some women were reduced to tears of terror. No one could believe that Lin Bei had taken a life. However, as people scrambled for their phones, they discovered that there was no signal. They were unable to make a call. Only the warning message continued to flash on their screens. Please refrain from venturing outside. Silence. Lin Bei roared, his voice thunderous. The surroundings fell instantly silent. No one dared to speak. In their eyes, Lin Bei was now indistinguishable from a demon. They trembled uncontrollably. Their innate aggression long since eroded in this era of peace. Not a single person dared to defy Lin Bei. Henceforth, anyone who dares to trespass upon my property and raise their voice shall meet the same fate as this man. Lin Bei gestured toward the lifeless Wang Shuli. His gaze swept across the crowd, and not a single person dared to meet his eyes. Why you? Lin Bei, do you not realize that you have committed murder? The police will not let you get away with this. Only one person dared to speak out. The days of oppressive heat, coupled with Wang Shuli's death, had driven Qian Yuyan to the brink of collapse. She pointed a trembling finger at Lin Bei. However, in the next instant, thud, Lin Bei once again teleported directly before Qian Yuyan. His arm pierced her chest. I had almost forgotten about you. You were the one who bullied my Feier a few days ago, were you not? You shall die as well. As Qian Yuyan's eyes widened in terror, Lin Bei slowly withdrew his arm, Clean up this mess, he commanded before turning and striding back toward the villa, never once looking back. Liu Feier followed Lin Bei. Re-entering the villa, it was not until long after that the crowd that had besieged Lin Bei's villa collapsed onto the ground. Their faces were drenched in sweat. They had never imagined that Lin Bei could be so ruthless. He had committed murder without hesitation, with a single, decisive strike. Chapter 21. The Emergence of Powers and Nationwide Chaos. After a considerable amount of time, no one dared to defy Lin Bei's orders any longer. Nearly 100 individuals swiftly cleared the entrance of Lin Bei's villa in less than 15 minutes. It was only at this moment that they realized the apocalypse might indeed be upon them. Otherwise, why were even the emergency hotline numbers unreachable? Gulp. Did you all just witness Lin Bei's actions? Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. As they heard this, it dawned on them. Indeed, they had just seen Lin Bei vanish and reappear next to Wong Shuli, as if he had teleported. Hiss. Do you recall the reports from the Great Xian nation about certain occurrences that quickly vanished? People suddenly remembered that just a few days prior, rumors had circulated online about individuals awakening powers, their bodies engulfed in flames, a terrifying phenomenon. At the time, no one paid much attention, despite the considerable uproar it caused. However, that trending topic was soon retracted, fading from public consciousness. Could it be that someone truly awakened to power? Was Lin Bei one of those individuals? Otherwise, how could he achieve such teleportation? Realization struck them. If this were the case, it would explain why Lin Bei had the audacity to kill. As well as the chilling words he had left behind, the collapse of rules, the disappearance of order. It seemed this was the only plausible explanation. The crowd exchanged wary glances, now acutely aware that the entire world appeared to be descending into chaos. In an instant, caution filled their gazes towards one another. No one knew what might transpire next. Meanwhile, the events occurring with Lin Bei mirrored the turmoil spreading across the entire Blue Star. The Great Xian nation was still relatively better off. Other countries had long since transformed into hell on earth. Upon returning home, Lin Bei quickly refreshed himself. In the living room, he found Liu Feier displaying a hesitant demeanor, as if she wished to speak. Lin Bei immediately inquired, "What is the matter? You seem to have something to say." At the sound of his voice, Liu Feier trembled. Her astonishment was not from Lin Bei's earlier actions, but rather, "Boss, did you just teleport?" "Ah, I didn't mean to. I saw nothing. Please don't kill me," Liu Feier whispered. She had witnessed Lin Bei brutally slay 2 living beings, and fear gripped her heart. After revealing Lin Bei's secret, would he silence her as well? Lin Bei chuckled softly at Liu Feier's fearful expression. "What are you thinking? Why would I kill you?" Liu Feier slowly opened her eyes and, meeting Lin Bei's gentle gaze, which starkly contrasted with the earlier coldness, she sighed in relief. "Boss, you truly frightened me just now." Upon hearing her, Lin Bei softly replied, "Oh? Do you think I should have killed them?" Without hesitation, Liu Feier responded, "Yes. Boss, after today, I comprehend the darkness of human nature you spoke of. The world has drastically changed. The environment is different now. The strong survive, while the weak are eliminated. If you had spared them today, they would likely come back to devour us whole." A hint of coldness flashed in Liu Feier's eyes as she spoke earnestly. Lin Bei nodded slightly, surprised. By all accounts, Liu Feier's mindset was remarkable. She should have had some reputation in her previous life. Upon reflecting on their first encounter, he couldn't recall any formidable figures named Liu Feier. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and grinned. "Feier, your insight is commendable. I wasn't teleporting. I was simply moving too quickly, making it seem like teleportation." After some contemplation, Lin Bei decided to reveal his power to Liu Feier. Soon enough, the existence of powers would be common knowledge. Concealment held no significance, though he refrained from disclosing that his ability was related to the void. He merely indicated that his speed had increased significantly. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Liu Feier gasped in astonishment. "Hiss, just as I suspected, it truly is a power." Beside them, Xiaobai lay on the ground, ears perked up and eyes narrowed. Accelerated speed? Xiaobai had already concluded that Lin Bei was the shadow brother from his previous life. Humph, scoundrel deceiving girls. It's obviously spatial movement. Otherwise, one would need to be a high-level power user to achieve such speeds, which are imperceptible to the naked eye. The apocalypse has only just begun. No one could attain such a high level yet. Suddenly, Su Yun bit Lin Bei's calf. "By the way, Feier, have you experienced any changes?" Lin Bei recalled that aside from a few extraordinary beings, those capable of awakening powers should already sense alterations in their bodies. Moreover, after 7 days, a rain of acid would fall, global temperatures returning to normal, yet over 80% of the male population would turn into zombies. That would mark the true end of the world. After a moment of silence, Liu Feier finally spoke. I'm not certain if I've awakened, but I do feel somewhat different. My sensitivity to people's emotional shifts has heightened remarkably. Also my vision. I can vaguely perceive blurred shadows without even looking behind. Liu Feier conveyed the changes occurring within her to Lin Bei. Upon hearing her description, Lin Bei's brow furrowed slightly. Based on her accounts, she had indeed awakened to power. No wonder her name had not surfaced in his previous life. It turned out she had awakened a mental type ability. In the post-apocalyptic world, powers were categorized into various types: strength, magic, mental, healing, and special abilities. Lin Bei's void power was one such special ability. The individual reported by the Great Xia Nation who transformed into flames was a magic type user. Realization struck Lin Bei as his eyes gleamed with excitement, and his breath quickened. He regarded Liu Feier as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. No wonder she had lacked recognition in his previous life. She had awakened a mental type ability. Mental powers were among the rarest, even scarcer than special abilities. This rarity stemmed from their initial weakness, making it challenging to endure until true growth. However, once fully developed, a mental type ability could serve as an absolute trump card for any faction. Lin Bei vividly recalled a terrifying entity from his past life who had awakened a mental ability and managed to control a level 9 zombie king, dominating the apocalypse single-handedly without anyone daring to provoke her. It was astonishing that Liu Feier, whom he had casually encountered, was a powerhouse of mental abilities. Seeing Lin Bei's expression, Liu Feier was puzzled, her cheeks flushed. "Boss, what kind of expression is that?" Lin Bei erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Feier, you are truly my treasure." Chapter 22. Acid rain falls, high temperatures fade away. On the 26th day of the 34,055th month of the Blue Star calendar, the world descends into chaos. Zero-cost purchases unfold across the globe. Daily fatalities rise as order disintegrates. On the 28th day of the 34,055th month of the Blue Star calendar, temperatures soar to unprecedented heights, reaching 65 degrees, resulting in a drastic reduction of the global population by 1/10. On the 30th day of the 34,055th month of the Blue Star calendar, a thunderous roar echoes through the skies of Jiangbei City. In an instant, everyone gasps in astonishment. "Look, in the sky. Is that a dark cloud?" The crowd erupts in excitement. Could it be? Is the rain finally coming? Will the scorching heat come to an end? In that moment, hope surges among the masses, believing that this disaster may soon pass. Within a villa, Lin Bei holds a glass of 1982 Lafite, purchased at a hefty price. His gaze, through the panoramic skylight, surveys the outside world. Behind him, the cheerful voice of Liu Feier rings out. "Haha, boss. I did it. With just my mental prowess, I can now observe everything within a 5-meter radius." Liu Feier hops over with her fair legs, clearly in high spirits. Ever since she began awakening her abilities, she has been tirelessly experimenting to enhance them. At last, she has achieved a breakthrough. Lin Bei takes a sip of the red wine, a smile gracing his lips. "Is that so? That's wonderful." Liu Feier's mental powers have now fully awakened, and he has even named her ability Insight. If she manages to expand her range to hundreds or even thousands of meters, Lin Bei cannot fathom how formidable such an ability would be for any faction. In a radius of a kilometer, no sound or movement would escape Liu Feier's mental grasp. One can only imagine the immense power of Insight. "Hey boss, it's raining outside," Liu Feier exclaims, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazes at the sky, which resembles an overcast city. "Yes, the weather is changing," Lin Bei responds solemnly. According to his recollections, following this acid rain, the true apocalypse would commence. At this moment, Xiaobai has returned. Lin Bei knows that this little creature possesses intelligence and is likely the enchanting fox from his previous life. Su Yun approaches Lin Bei, nuzzling against him affectionately. Previously, when Lin Bei utilized the void, she recognized him as the shadow from their past life. "I didn't expect you to really be my brother Shadow. Just wait a moment. Once I evolve into a human, I will reveal everything to you. This time, I shall protect you." Su Yun has been venturing outside intermittently, seeking locations that may harbor advanced zombies. Now, she has pinpointed several areas and plans to eradicate the zombies once the apocalypse passes, allowing her to quickly evolve into a human. Lin Bei affectionately pats Xiaobai's head, feeling a wave of emotion. It is time to settle accounts with Lin Xiing and his son. A smile plays on his lips. He has been awaiting this day for a long time. Since his rebirth, he has anticipated this moment. His gaze drifts into memories. Lin Xiing not only tampered with the inheritance of shares, but also, during the apocalypse, he did not forget the time Lin Bei spent with him and his son. All perilous tasks were left to Lin Bei, teetering on the brink of being torn to shreds by zombies. Eventually, when they were surrounded by the undead, Lin Xiing kicked him into the horde. Had it not been for his timely awakening of the void ability, he would have long since become part of the zombie army. Lin Xiing, I shall not allow you to rise again in this lifetime. Lin Bei clenches his wine glass tightly. Later, he learns that Lin Xiing has awakened lightning-type abilities and amassed a considerable collection of crystal cores early on. Initially, no one was aware of the significance of these cores, but Lin Xiing alone collected them. Upon realizing their value, he absorbed them, becoming one of the most formidable beings at that time. The so-called crystal cores are luminous crystals found in the brains of zombies, categorized into colorless, white, green, blue, purple, pink, and gold. Colorless represents the lowest level of zombies, with their rank determined by their pupils. By the late apocalypse, the lowest level zombies encountered were blue in color. Above the purple level, zombies exhibit intelligence. Lin Bei shakes his head. It is too early to ponder such matters. The most pressing concern is to visit Lin Xiing's residence tomorrow. He remembers that at this time in his previous life, he was at Lin Xiing's home, where a security guard had transformed into a white zombie. On the second day of the apocalypse, that guard evolved into a zombie, an extremely rare occurrence. Had he absorbed that white crystal core at the time, Lin Bei might have directly stepped into the realm of a level 1 ability user, joining the upper echelon of ability users worldwide. Lin Bei gently swirls his wine glass. In the future, people will categorize ability users into 9 levels, from lowest to highest, with an additional rank above level 9 known as the king level. In his previous life, the Void Garden Lin Bei established had a minimum level of 9 for its ability users, which explains why, despite its small number, no one dared to provoke it. Moreover, Lin Bei intends to investigate Su Yun's awakening in his past life. He feels that there is more to this matter than meets the eye. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly reverberates through the sky. Soon after, torrential rain begins to pour down. Outside, countless individuals go wild, having endured the oppressive heat for far too long. They have never experienced such refreshing weather and rush out to bathe in the downpour. However, Liu Feier's expression suddenly turns grave. Boss, this rain seems a bit off. Upon hearing her words, Lin Bei's pupils widen in shock. Oh, through my mental observation, this rain appears to carry a hint of green. Sure enough, as Liu Feier finishes speaking, the raindrops fall upon the crowd. Almost instantly, a sensation akin to flesh being torn apart surges through them. This suffocating pain elicits screams from the masses. Something is wrong. This rain is not right. Get inside. Some individuals, still not having stepped outside, witness those who come into contact with the raindrops becoming corroded. Their skin begins to decay, releasing a foul odor. Some even succumb to the corrosive rain, perishing on the spot. This rain is toxic and corrosive. It is acid rain. Chapter 23. The apocalypse descends, slaying the zombies' roar. Bang bang. Sizzle. The acid rain has passed, and the temperature has returned to normal. Yet outside, the streets are littered with corpses. Bodies lie everywhere, and one can also see some zombies, twisted and walking slowly at grotesque angles. On the 31st day of the 34,055th month of the Blue Star calendar, the apocalypse has fully arrived. Over 80% of the male population has transformed into zombies. And upon encountering the living, they begin to frantically bite. At this moment, the apocalypse has truly begun. Within the Lin Bei villa, a hint of terror glimmers in Liu Feier's eyes. Before her, Lin Bei stands fully armed, having retrieved a Tang Dao from his ability space. This cold weapon was prepared in advance, and as he caresses its surface, he sighs, lamenting that it pales in comparison to the battle blade crafted by Ning. As it stands, it can only be used with great effort now. Boss, what on earth is happening outside? Liu Feier reveals her youthful vulnerability. For anyone witnessing such a scene would feel a semblance of collapse. It is even more daunting for Liu Feier, a girl just emerging from school. Lin Bei, however, offers her a reassuring smile, gently stroking her hair. The end of the world, nothing to be alarmed about. Have you seen zombie films? If my guess is correct. The streets outside are now teeming with zombies. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Liu Feier shudders. What if we are the only two living people left in this world? She had seen zombie movies, but never imagined that fiction would bleed into reality. Lin Bei chuckles at her question, thinking to himself how carefree she is to ask such a thing. He had anticipated that Liu Feier might break down in tears or struggle to accept the situation. Yet her inquiry was unexpectedly astute. Is it just the two of us left? Who knows? Perhaps we should venture outside to take a look? Lin Bei muses playfully. What? No. Boss, you mustn't go out. Let us stay inside. There is still plenty of food in the villa. Liu Feier shakes her head vigorously, fear evident in her eyes. Though the food stored in Lin Bei's ability space could sustain him for hundreds of years, the urgency to bolster their tangible strength is paramount. And he refuses to nurture idleness. His gaze sharpens. But, Feier, have you considered what happens when the food runs out? If we wait until then to venture out, we will be at a disadvantage. And what if other survivors have already taken the supplies? Lin Bei speaks softly, striving to convey his message to Liu Feier with gentleness. Clearly, she is not the kind of naive heroine found in films. After a moment of calm reflection, she nods solemnly. You're right, boss. The apocalypse has just erupted. And both of us possess abilities. We need to gather food quickly to avoid being robbed by others later. With that, Liu Feier begins to prepare a list of items to collect. In just a few breaths, she has accepted the arrival of the apocalypse and shown remarkable adaptability, even leaving Lin Bei somewhat astonished. Wow, this is the resilience of a contemporary Special Forces University student. He recalls that in his past life, he and the Lin family had shared the same mindset as Liu Feier, only daring to leave the villa when they were nearly out of options. Her character brings him considerable delight. After a slight nod, he takes Liu Feier by the hand. No need to organize. It's all in my mind. Let us clear the surrounding villas first. He hands Liu Feier an M1911 pistol. This is. Liu Feier's eyes widen in surprise upon grasping the weapon. I acquired this through some special channels, Lin Bei replies with a knowing glance. Holding the heavy pistol firmly, she acknowledges the reality of their situation. Taking a deep breath, she follows Lin Bei out of the villa, unaware of where Xiao Bai has scurried off to. Lin Bei pays it no mind, swiftly leading Liu Feier to the nearest villa. Creak. Lin Bei steps forward, gently pushing the door open. Boss, inside. Liu Feier's face pales. Her once rosy complexion now ghostly white. Through her mental perception, she sees within a middle-aged man, his face mangled and bloodied, hunched over a woman, incessantly tearing at her flesh. The woman's abdomen is hollowed out, blood pooling on the floor. The scene is unbearable for Liu Feier. Lin Bei's voice turns cold. This is the brutal reality of the apocalypse. You must adapt to it. He slowly opens the door wider. Roar. The zombie, gnawing on the woman. Hears Lin Bei's voice and suddenly lifts its head, revealing nearly transparent eyes, a colorless zombie. Lin Bei's expression remains impassive as he strides toward the creature. The zombie lunges at him, its speed slightly exceeding that of a normal human, but only just. With a swift motion, Lin Bei's Tang Dao flashes, leaving a fleeting shadow in the air, and a spray of blood erupts as the zombie's head rolls to the ground, its body collapsing beside it. Lin Bei continues forward, as if crushing an insignificant insect. Feier, remember, only by severing the head or destroying the brain can you slay a zombie. This colorless zombie is similar to an ordinary person, except they lack the sensation of pain. As he speaks, Lin Bei deftly bends down beside the decapitated head, retrieving a dagger from a hidden angle. With a swift plunge, he splits the zombie's head in two, revealing what is known as a crystal core, an energy source that can enhance their abilities. As Lin Bei extracts a transparent diamond-shaped crystal from the zombie's head, Liu Feier watches in astonishment. Unable to contain herself any longer, she exclaims, Ugh. Chapter 24, sweeping the entire villa district with a swift motion. Lin Bei plunged his knife into the back of the zombie's head, causing blood and gore to splatter in all directions. In that instant, he extracted a transparent, colorless crystal from the zombie's cranium. At that moment, Liu Feier could no longer contain herself. Having never experienced the apocalypse, she squatted down and began to retch. Lin Bei observed Liu Feier, recalling his own first encounter with a zombie. The scene was strikingly similar, and he refrained from urging her, patiently waiting for her to regain her composure before approaching her side. Gently, he patted her delicate shoulder. Feier, this is the apocalypse. In order to survive, overcoming the fear of zombies is merely the first step. With her eyes reddened, it was unclear whether her distress stemmed from fear or overwhelming nausea. However, her emotions gradually settled as she gazed at the fallen zombie, slowly closing her beautiful eyes. Taking a deep breath, when she opened them again, her gaze met Lin Bei's. "Boss, I understand." This time, there was a newfound determination in her eyes. Although Lin Bei could still detect traces of fear within her, this was a normal reaction. The fact that Liu Feier could adapt so swiftly was commendable. Meanwhile, Xiaobai had approached, rubbing against Liu Feier's jade-like legs. Su Yun understood that the woman before her was undoubtedly one of Shadow's companions. She bore no resentment towards Lin Bei's relationships with other women, especially since Liu Feier had treated her kindly in recent days. Seeing Xiaobai lean in, Liu Feier gently patted its head, whispering, "Xiaobai, it's dangerous here. You should go back." Lin Bei chuckled softly beside her. "Don't worry, this little one is quite capable." Upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, Su Yun involuntarily trembled, fearing that he had discovered her identity. She quickly glanced at him, relieved to find no change in his expression. "You scared me, Brother Shadow. However, it seems it's time for me to evolve. Otherwise, this big oaf will surely act before I can." Su Yun's eyes sparkled with intelligence. Suddenly, a loud roar broke the tension. Another zombie appeared in the room behind Lin Bei, its face grotesquely decayed, but judging by its size, it was likely the son of the previous zombie. "Ah, boss, be careful," Liu Feier exclaimed as the zombie, moving with alarming speed, lunged at Lin Bei, who was unaware of the impending danger. In an instant, Liu Feier unleashed her powers, slowing the creature's movements in her perception. With a singular thought in her mind, she could not allow Lin Bei to be harmed. She instinctively lifted the handgun he had given her. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the zombie lunging at Lin Bei was struck, its head exploding like a watermelon, its body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, Lin Bei's lips curled into a smile. He realized that Liu Feier's fear of zombies had dissipated entirely after firing that shot. Liu Feier, still aiming the gun, stared at her pale arm and the fallen zombie nearby. After a moment, she murmured, I killed someone." "No, Feier, you did not kill a person. You killed a zombie, a monster," Lin Bei reassured her. He had already noted that there were only 2 zombies in the room. It appeared to be a family of 3, with the father and son having turned into zombies and subsequently tearing the only surviving family member apart. Lin Bei placed his hand over Liu Feier's gun, gently pressing down. "Now, go and retrieve the crystal from the zombie's skull." Liu Feier suppressed her nausea and accepted the dagger Lin Bei offered her. With a sickening squelch, she finally extracted a colorless, transparent crystal. The moment she touched it, she felt a surge of energy within, as if she could draw it into her very being with just a thought. Sensing this peculiar feeling, she looked up at Lin Bei, who wore a slight smile. "Can you feel it? This is the crystal. The pure energy contained within can enhance an ability user's strength. Try to absorb it." Liu Feier nodded, her delicate neck subtly revealing faint veins as she focused. After a few breaths, when she opened her eyes again, a glimmer of excitement danced within them. "Boss, I feel that my range of perception has increased by nearly a meter." "1 meter, is it?" Lin Bei mused, pleased that his suspicions were confirmed. "Once you absorb enough crystals, your powers will grow in tandem with the energy within you." With that, he stood and made his way towards the door. "Let us scour this villa district clean today." In haste, Liu Feier followed him. "The entire villa district? I recall there being at least 50 or 60 houses. By probability, that means nearly 100 zombies. Can we truly handle them all?" Yet, witnessing Lin Bei's confident demeanor reassured her. Thus far, she had never seen him falter. She believed this time would be no different. Finally, as evening approached, a series of melodic chimes echoed through Lin Bei's villa. On the ground lay nearly 150 colorless crystals, glistening like gems under the light. Liu Feier blinked in astonishment. Today, she had accompanied Lin Bei in thoroughly sweeping the entire villa district. Throughout the process, she had absorbed only a handful of crystals, realizing that she could no longer take in more due to reaching her energy limit. Lin Bei explained that she would need to wait several hours or even days before she could absorb more. To her surprise, she discovered that Xiao Bai could absorb crystals even more efficiently than she could. Chapter 25. The mysterious woman. At this moment, Xiao Bai had succumbed to a deep slumber, nestled in the embrace of Liu Feier. After a day's advancement, Liu Feier's perceptive abilities had expanded, now encompassing a radius of approximately 20 meters. If it were merely a vague insight, the entirety of the villa had already fallen within her range of perception. Within the villa, Lin Bei furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Was it truly so grim? Not a single white crystal core could be found in the entire villa complex. However, he soon shook his head dismissively. Never mind, There was surely a white crystal core zombie in Lin Xiing's possession. A flicker of murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. If memory served him right, Lin Xiing should have retreated to the villa's basement by now, where the provisions could sustain him for nearly 3 days. After those 3 days, he might comprehend the essence of lightning abilities in his dire straits. He could not be allowed to rise again. Lin Bei knew it was time to set forth. Feier, I will leave you 1/3 of the crystal cores here. I may need to venture out tonight, but I should return before tomorrow night. The surrounding zombies had been nearly eradicated. She and Xiao Bai could remain safely at home. Upon hearing Lin Bei's announcement of his departure, Liu Feier froze momentarily. Boss, did I not perform well enough? Are you casting me aside? She feared abandonment, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of weeping. Lin Bei promptly delivered a playful tap to her pristine forehead. What are you thinking? My venture is to seek more crystal cores and to enhance your survival skills in this apocalypse. He fabricated a comforting rationale for Liu Feier. Really? Liu Feier gazed at him with an innocent, pleading expression. But if you don't return by tomorrow night, I shall devour all the delicious provisions in the warehouse. I will stuff myself to death. Observing her earnest demeanor, Lin Bei felt a wave of affection surge within him. He was tempted to express his affection in a more physical manner. Just then, Xiao Bai, who had been in a deep slumber, unexpectedly began to awaken. Upon opening her eyes, she caught sight of Lin Bei and immediately surmised, Big Melon, you are up to no good again. She playfully bit Lin Bei's calf, startling him awake. Ouch! He shook his head, inwardly lamenting that this was not the time for such thoughts. Suddenly, Liu Feier's eyes widened in astonishment, her cherry lips forming an O shape. Wow, Xiao Bai, you've grown 2 tails. Her face radiated joy as she leaped into Liu Feier's arms, her tails wagging joyfully, her expression resembling that of a human smile. Hee, once I grow 4 tails, I will evolve into a human and can snuggle with Brother Shadow. Simultaneously, Lin Bei observed Xiao Bai's tails and realized with certainty this was the fox spirit from his previous life, capable of controlling otherworldly beasts. However, when he saw the smile on Xiao Bai's face, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he could not recall where he had seen it before. Shaking his head, he decided to let it go. He intended to rest well that night and absorb a wave of crystal energy, setting out for Lin Xiing's residence at dawn. Turning to Liu Feier and Xiao Bai, he advised, All right, both of you stay vigilant at home. Make sure to rest early tonight. He then returned to his own quarters, bringing with him nearly 100 crystal cores, beginning his absorption process. Should Liu Feier witness his pace, she would surely be astounded, for it was an astonishing rate, exceeding hers by 10-fold. And thus, the first night of the apocalypse was destined to be a sleepless night for the entire world. On Blue Star, all utilities had collapsed, and communication signals were non-existent, save for Lin Bei's household. The surroundings resembled a hellscape, with humanity ensnared in chaos and violence rampant. In merely a day, the hidden ugliness of human nature had emerged. Meanwhile, in another direction, a luminous figure suddenly appeared in the sky, gently descending over Jiangbei City. It was a figure clad in a peculiar type of armor, flames billowing from its back. This individual was Lin Xiing. Her enchanting phoenix eyes and high-bridged nose were enveloped in advanced technological armor, a smile gracing her lips. So this is Jiangbei City? A glimmer of divine light flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, a lewd laugh echoed. Hee, I never expected to encounter such a beautiful girl. What are you wearing? Allow me to have a closer look. Lin Xiing's brows furrowed in displeasure as her previously cheerful demeanor vanished. She glanced ahead, spotting a rotund man, smeared with blood and missing a front tooth, leering at her with malicious intent. His eyes were wide with lust. He had never encountered a woman as exquisite as her, far surpassing the actresses he had previously watched in adult films. No, there was no comparison whatsoever. Evil desires surged within him. Come here, darling, let me cherish you properly. He was once a laborer, scorned in the old world, but the onset of the apocalypse had transformed everything. Those who once looked down upon him were now beneath his feet. With a wicked grin, he advanced toward Lin Xiing. She displayed no visible emotion, merely coldly stating, Filthy vermin. Simultaneously, she raised her arm, and the sound of mechanical gears clashing resonated. Her left arm, once cloaked in armor, morphed into a gleaming black firearm, radiating a chilling light. This weapon was unlike any known to man, appearing to envelop her entire arm. Die, she declared with a sharp voice. The sound of gunfire erupted from her left arm, shells cascading to the ground. The previously lecherous man was reduced to a lifeless form, riddled with bullets. Lin Xiing did not even spare him a glance. Chapter 26. Arrival at the Fontaine Villa. Lin Xiing raised his hand, and his firearm arm transformed into black armor. A screen materialized, displaying the location of Lin Bei's villa. Without hesitation, he surged toward that direction. Buzz. In Lin Bei's room, a terrifying wave of energy continuously erupted. Surrounding him, dozens of crystal cores converged relentlessly into his meridians. His energy absorption was astonishingly several times greater than others, and the capacity for energy he could sustain was formidable. This was a talent Lin Bei had awakened previously. As he absorbed energy, he had nearly consumed 100 colorless crystal cores in less than an hour. It still feels a bit lacking. Lin Bei sensed the turbulence within his body. Suddenly, he leaped to his feet. His eyes flickered, and he found himself 5 meters away in an instant. Has my enhancement risen by 2 meters? His abilities were indeed somewhat unique compared to others. Although he could absorb crystal core energy at a rate several times higher, his enhancement was not as rapid. Nonetheless, among equals, his powers were unparalleled. In his previous life, Lin Bei speculated that the vast energy he required might be related to his ability space. However, in this reincarnation, his ability space had not closed due to the absence of abilities within him. Lost in thought, Lin Bei ultimately could not fathom why his energy consumption was several times greater than others. Choosing to set aside his ponderings, he laid down and gradually drifted into slumber. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Bei's eyes snapped open. Due to his long years in the apocalyptic world, he had grown accustomed to light sleep. Any disturbance outside would rouse him. This time, the sunlight streaming onto his face signaled that it was time to rise and confront Lin Xiing. After a brief tidying up, he noticed Liu Feier and Xiao Bai were still asleep. Not wishing to disturb them, he conducted another inspection around the villa. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had activated the high-voltage electric grid previously installed around the villa. With his nearly limitless energy, thanks to thousands of solar panels, he had more than enough power to sustain the villa's needs. After ensuring everything was in order, Lin Bei departed the villa, heading toward Jiangbei City and the Fontaine Resort. Boom. Lin Bei casually commandeered a neighbor's G-Class, flooring the accelerator, and quickly arrived in Jiangbei City. As expected, the scene was one of devastation, with zombies lurking everywhere. Once a vibrant metropolis filled with life, it now lay in ruins, stained with blood, and the echoes of anguished screams filled the air. However, he was no savior. Those in distress would have to fend for themselves, and he had no time to linger amidst the zombie throngs, pressing on with unwavering speed. Yet, as Lin Bei passed a bank, he noticed makeshift barricades surrounding it, littered with zombie corpses. Remarkably, a shelter had already been established on the second day of the apocalypse. Peering through the car window, he offered an appreciative comment. Unbeknownst to him, inside the bank, nearly 10 fierce-looking individuals, their faces marked by a hint of murderous intent, had already stained their hands with blood. Brother Wong, why is this kid so audacious? He dares to roam freely during the apocalypse? Lin Xiing, with a sinister glint in his eyes, addressed a muscular tattooed man beside him. The man, referred to as Brother Wong, smirked. His car isn't half bad. We should modify it later. It'll be quite enjoyable. Xiing, you should follow him and see what he is up to. With that, he licked his crimson lips, recalling the delightful experiences from the previous night with a few women. Unexpectedly, I, Wong Li, could indulge in such pleasures. Alas, they were too fragile. One night was all it took for them to be done for. Our powers have nearly reached their peak. It's time for a hunt. As Wong Li spoke, laughter erupted among the group, their faces betraying a cruel nature. In the apocalypse, their humanity had twisted beyond recognition, devoid of morality. Lin Xiing's eyes glimmered with a hint of red. No problem, brother. I'll send a shadow to follow and see what this kid intends to do. With that, a figure identical to Lin Xiing appeared before him, transforming into a shadow that darted toward Lin Bei's G-Class. Meanwhile, with a flourish, Lin Bei swiftly arrived at the Fontaine Resort Villa District. Zzz. He surveyed the once opulent estate now reduced to ruin. A sigh escaped his lips. How things have changed. However, he did not linger on sentimentality and promptly approached Lin Xiing's villa. Just as he had anticipated from his previous life, upon the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Bei had struggled to find Lin Xiing, believing that despite their conflicts, his uncle would show some concern in these dire times. However, upon arrival, he found the villa devoid of zombies. only to discover people in the basement. Just as he entered, the roars of zombies echoed from outside, trapping him and Lin Xiing within. Ultimately, it was Lin Xiing's awakening of lightning abilities that allowed them to escape. In the days that followed, Lin Xiing had persistently manipulated Lin Bei into enticing zombies, slaying them afterward and claiming the colorless crystal cores from their skulls. At that time, Lin Bei was too naive, often exploited by Lin Xiing. He vividly recalled the moment Lin Xiing allied with Lin Fan, when they had thrust him into the horde of zombies to save their own skins. It was then he realized that the so-called bloodline meant nothing in the face of the apocalypse. Reflecting on this, a murderous intent flickered across Lin Bei's face, his eyes gradually reddening. Lin Xiing, today we shall settle the debts of our past life. Chapter 27. Revenge soon. Lin Bei knocked on the grand door of the villa. As in his previous life, there was no sound within. Suddenly, Lin Bei's figure flickered and he appeared inside the villa. Ever since absorbing those crystal cores the previous night, his energy had surged significantly. As long as there were more crystal cores to absorb, he could continuously employ the skill of void walking. Once inside, Lin Bei meticulously searched the villa, uncertain whether the alterations in his rebirth would affect the trajectory of events. The villa was in disarray, a stark contrast to the orderly state it had been during his last visit. Observing the chaotic floor, a smile crept onto Lin Bei's lips. He was certain that either Lin Xiing or Lin Fan was present within the villa. After a thorough search yielded no one, the only possibility left was that his target was hiding in the basement. He swiftly made his way to the basement door, and indeed, he noticed fresh footprints surrounding the entrance. Without hesitation, Lin Bei activated his void walking ability, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the basement. It was pitch dark due to a power outage. He retrieved a flashlight from his dimensional space, and upon switching it on, the basement was illuminated as if it were midday. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept behind him. Almost instinctively, Lin Bei hunched down, spun around, and delivered an uppercut. His movements fluid and seamless. A loud thud echoed, followed by a scream. It was Lin Xiing. Lin Bei turned towards the sound. Lin Xiing appeared disheveled, emanating a foul odor. Clearly having endured prolonged exposure to the heat without access to ice or water, he looked as disheveled as a vagabond. Who is there? Lin Bei's flashlight dazzled his eyes, and for a moment, he was blinded by the brightness. He waved the shovel he had found in the darkness. A playful smile danced on Lin Bei's lips. Uncle, don't be afraid. It's me. It's Xiaobei. Upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, Lin Xiing gradually ceased his movements, his eyes slowly opening. Xiaobei, how did you get here? It's chaos outside. Monsters are everywhere. Lin Xiing regarded Lin Bei, who was well dressed, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. You truly are my good nephew. Quickly, take Uncle away from here. Once this turmoil passes, I will hand over the strong Shen group to you to manage. With Lin Xiing's sharp mind, he quickly assessed Lin Bei's situation and concluded that Lin Bei was undoubtedly in a far better state than he was. Naturally, he aimed to exploit this opportunity. Save you? Uncle, guess why I am here this time? A cold smirk appeared on Lin Bei's face. At this point, Lin Xiing was growing anxious. However, he could never have anticipated that Lin Bei's intention was to kill him. After all, in his eyes, Lin Bei was no different from other second-generation heirs. Xiaobei, I knew our Lin family wouldn't produce a failure. You must be here to rescue Uncle, right? Big Brother is watching from above. And my Xiaobei has finally made something of himself. Tears welled up in the corners of Lin Xiing's eyes. To be frank, Lin Xiing was indeed clever, especially in understanding human emotions. He first painted a rosy picture for Lin Bei, promising him the future inheritance of the company, satisfying Lin Bei materially. Then he played the emotional card, stirring Lin Bei's compassion and making him feel that failing to rescue him would be a grave betrayal, even inciting the disappointment of Lin Bei's deceased father. Lin Bei scoffed inwardly. Had he still been the naive person he was in his previous life, perhaps he might have been deceived by Lin Xiing's theatrics. However, having been tempered by the apocalypse, Lin Bei was no longer that innocent. He merely wished to witness the performance of a clown before Lin Xiing's demise. Finally, Lin Xiing sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. Logically, after hearing his emotionally charged words, Lin Bei should have reacted in some way. Yet, looking at Lin Bei's face, Lin Xiing felt a sense of mockery, derision, scorn. At that moment, Lin Xiing felt that Lin Bei was a stranger. My dear uncle, I am not here to save you today. I have come to settle all debts, both new and old. Lin Bei observed Lin Xiing's silence and his playful demeanor faded. His voice grew cold. revealing no attempt to conceal his murderous intent. "You, Xiaobei, what are you saying?" Lin Xiing's pupils constricted as he trembled uncontrollably. Sensing the palpable killing intent radiating from Lin Bei, he realized that Lin Bei was not joking. He truly intended to kill him. "Xiaobei, I'm sorry. Whatever I did to you before, it was all my fault. I apologize. Please save me this time. Blood is thicker than water." As he spoke, Lin Xiing unexpectedly knelt before Lin Bei, bowing and apologizing profusely. Yet, in his eyes, there was a glimmer of malice. Lin Bei watched Lin Xiing kneeling and repeatedly bowing before him. He understood that Lin Xiing, who had become the most powerful figure in the previous life, was not merely lucky. He had to admit, even Lin Bei admired Lin Xiing's tenacity. However, it was precisely because of this that Lin Bei would never allow a tiger to roam free. Slowly, he approached Lin Xiing, squatting down to pat his shoulder. "Uncle, do not worry. It won't be long before you and your son reunite below." In the next moment, Lin Bei's arm pierced through Lin Xiing's chest. A sensation of suffocation overcame Lin Xiing, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, Lin Bei forcefully withdrew his arm. Lin Xiing convulsed, but he no longer had the strength to support his body. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Incredulity permeated his gaze. He found it hard to believe that Lin Bei could be so decisive, and even harder to accept that his illustrious life would end in this humble basement. Lin Bei, ensuring Lin Xiing was thoroughly deceased, departed from the basement. Unbeknownst to him, in a corner, a rat with crimson eyes approached Lin Xiing's corpse and began to gnaw at it. As it neared the wound inflicted by Lin Bei, a bolt of lightning struck the rat. Abruptly, Lin Xiing's body convulsed, and the rat began to merge with the corpse. Step by step, Lin Bei exited the villa. His pace was deliberate. He retrieved a Zhonghua brand cigarette from his interdimensional space, lit it, and took a deep drag, gazing at the sky. "Well, the first task after rebirth is complete," Lin Bei muttered, his eyes gleaming. The weight that had been pressing on his heart had finally lifted. Lin Xiing's continued existence was a constant source of anxiety. The man was too formidable. Even with his awakened void abilities in his previous life, Lin Bei could only evade him. This time, he had taken the initiative, grown stronger, and eliminated Lin Xiing, potentially altering the entire course of the Blue Star's future. As Lin Bei was lost in thought, he detected a strong surge of supernatural energy nearby. "Crap, no time for theatrics," he exclaimed. "It's the aura of a white zombie." Lin Bei's eyes lit up. He had come here not only to kill Lin Xiing, but also to find a white zombie, which he was certain would appear. In the early days of the apocalypse, even in the first year, white zombies were boss-level entities. However, for the reborn Lin Bei, it was simply an opportunity to gain experience points. Without hesitation, Lin Bei moved toward the source of the intense energy fluctuations. Soon, he found himself outside a villa adjacent to Lin Xiing's. What he saw there astonished him. Dozens of zombie corpses lay before him, their heads cleanly severed, as if by a sharp blade. Had the nuclei not been left intact, Lin Bei would have suspected another reborn individual. After all, on the second day of the apocalypse, ordinary people struggled to deal with a single zombie, and supernatural beings faced certain death against 3 or more. Yet, these dozens of zombie corpses indicated a level of combat prowess that was simply extraordinary. Roar. As Lin Bei marveled at the scene, more zombie growls echoed from within the villa. He saw nearly 20 zombies surrounding a figure on the second floor, who was retreating. Lin Bei estimated that the figure wouldn't last much longer. Strange, he mused. The wounds on these zombies looked like they were made by a sword. I don't recall any sword experts from my previous life. Lin Bei cautiously approached, curious to see who was so formidable. He suspected that this sword expert had likely perished here. Being surrounded by zombies in the early stages was almost certainly fatal. Otherwise, with such incredible strength, Lin Bei would have undoubtedly heard of their reputation. As Lin Bei drew closer, he began to make out the figure's silhouette. "Wow, so fair," he exclaimed. Because the figure was positioned high up and partially obscured, Lin Bei could only see 2 fair legs. The stance was perfect, ready to attack or defend. A master, Lin Bei concluded, judging by the figure's posture alone. Hiss. As Lin Bei moved closer, his view expanded. He gasped. A nudist. Lin Bei couldn't believe his eyes. Based on the size of the hips, it was definitely a woman. And she was flawlessly fair, without a trace of imperfection. She actually is. Lin Bei involuntarily swallowed, his mouth suddenly dry. As his gaze moved upward, he exclaimed, "Holy crap. 38D. Hold on, beauty, I'm coming to rescue you." Lin Bei darted forward. arriving at the villa's entrance in a flash. This time, he saw the woman's face. She, in turn, noticed Lin Bei. Their eyes met. "It's you. It's you." The exclamations rang out simultaneously, followed by a shriek. Hua Chuxue was shocked to see Lin Bei, realizing her current state, completely naked. She slipped and fell toward the first floor, straight into the zombie horde. Certain death awaited her. Time seemed to stop. Tears welled up in Hua Chuxue's eyes. Was this how her life would end? Damn it, she thought. I never thought that my chastity, which I had kept for so long, would be seen by a man at the very end. Oh well, at least someone has seen my amazing figure. Hua Chuxue closed her eyes, bracing herself for the zombie onslaught. But then, she felt a pair of warm, strong hands gently lift her up. A gust of wind brushed past her, and a strange sensation ran across her ample bosom. Trained to react quickly, she opened her eyes and saw a handsome face with gentle eyes, smiling lips, and an air of nobility, looking her up and down. Ah! Another shriek escaped her lips. Lin Bei immediately closed his eyes. The high-pitched sound even more terrifying than the magic abilities of some people in his previous life. You. Close your eyes. No, wait. Let go. She stammered. No, that's not right. Don't let go. Hua Chuxue was completely flustered, even as the young miss of the Hua family in the capital. She had never experienced anything like this. She was being held naked in a man's arms, one hand around her legs, the other grasping her softness as he gazed at her body. But if he let go, she would surely fall. And if he closed his eyes, they might be attacked by zombies. Hua Chuxue's heart raced, and she was utterly bewildered. Chapter 29, The White Zombie. At this moment, the surroundings seemed to fall into a profound silence. Lin Bei and the delicate Hua Chuxue locked eyes, each perceiving an emotion of disbelief reflected in the other's gaze. Lin Bei had never anticipated that the girl he had casually rescued would turn out to be her. Finally, after a couple of breaths, a piercing scream shattered the stillness, echoing through Lin Bei's ears. Their actions had become exceedingly intimate, and Hua Chuxue had never been so close to a male before. Especially upon feeling the intense warmth radiating from Lin Bei's palm, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, just as both were at a loss for words. A sudden roar broke the tension. Lin Bei snapped back to reality, and in the blink of an eye, he teleported away, creating some distance from the horde of zombies. He swiftly removed his outer jacket and draped it over Hua Chuxue, positioning himself protectively in front of her. At that moment, Hua Chuxue had regained her composure and immediately urged, "We must retreat. There are far too many zombies here." A warm sensation coursed through her heart. Although the previous moment had been awkward, she understood that Lin Bei's actions were entirely unintentional. Despite not fully grasping what had just transpired, she was determined to escape with him. However, as she reached for Lin Bei's hand, she discovered he had vanished from sight, leaving behind a few words, "Take care of yourself. There are likely more than just these 20 or so zombies." At this juncture, a smirk graced Lin Bei's lips, revealing a wicked smile. Run? With so many crystal cores around, why would I flee? Moreover, having just enhanced his abilities the previous night, it was the perfect opportunity to test them. From Hua Chuxue's unobservant perspective, Lin Bei drew his tang knife, leaving behind 2 afterimages as he moved with astounding speed. Suddenly, he stood before the horde of zombies, all of whom were ordinary zombies devoid of any color in their pupils. Yet, even these colorless zombies posed a significant threat when gathered in such numbers. Had Lin Bei encountered them yesterday, his only option would have been to flee. Fortunately, after absorbing a substantial amount of crystal cores the night before, his strength had significantly increased. He swiftly approached one of the zombies, his arms exerting tremendous force as he unleashed his terrifying power. The tang knife cut through the first zombie's throat like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, its head rolled to the ground. Without pausing, Lin Bei's form flickered again, appearing before another zombie in the blink of an eye. Employing the same technique, he continued to flash through the horde, each strike of his knife resulting in the demise of a zombie. Meanwhile, Hua Chuxue watched in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. His speed was astonishing, and could it be that he had awakened an extraordinary ability? As a scion of an elite family from the imperial capital, she quickly began analyzing the situation. There was no doubt that Lin Bei had indeed awakened some form of power. His velocity was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, his movements were swift and fluid, each strike aimed precisely at the zombie's vital points. Every slash resulted in a kill, showcasing an exquisite mastery of his weapon that even she, with her background in ancient martial arts, could not replicate. As her curiosity about Lin Bei's identity deepened, she realized there was no time for contemplation. The priority was to assist him in combating the swarm of zombies. Scanning her surroundings, she spotted a red nightgown draped over a nearby sofa. I must help him, Hua Chushua murmured to herself, swiftly rushing to the garment's side. However, upon preparing to don it, she realized the fabric was exceedingly scant. It barely concealed her modesty, made of a sheer silk material that would undoubtedly be deemed provocative. Just as she hesitated, another zombie's roar pierced the air. No time to waste. With that thought, she quickly donned the nightgown, feeling somewhat awkward but relieved that it sufficiently covered her. Lin Bei, I'm coming to help you, she declared. Almost immediately, zombies were drawn to her voice, charging in her direction. A spark ignited in her eyes as a sound akin to a sonic boom resonated around her. Activate, she commanded softly, and before her, the legs of the approaching zombie suddenly shattered, revealing clear lacerations. Lin Bei, sensing the commotion behind him, turned to see a graceful figure clad in a translucent red nightgown, the outlines of her form tantalizingly visible. In that moment, his nose nearly bled from the overwhelming allure. This was undeniably captivating. Yet, with the pressure of over 20 zombies bearing down on him, Lin Bei could not afford to be distracted. Realizing that Hua Chushua had awakened her own abilities, he recalled the deceased zombies he had seen earlier at the villa. Truly a formidable presence in the early days of the apocalypse. It's only the second day, and her strength is already terrifying, he thought, a sense of awe washing over him. Decapitate the zombies, he shouted, just as 2 more zombies lunged at him. With most of the horde focused on him, he felt the weight of their numbers. Understood, Hua Chushua responded, channeling her newfound powers once more. With a swift motion, the head of the previously immobilized zombie fell to the ground, its body collapsing lifelessly. However, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, while her powers were potent. They appeared to demand a significant toll on her stamina. Fortunately, Lin Bei's formidable strength allowed him to continue dispatching zombies with ease. In the blink of an eye, he had already slain half of the horde. Just then, a deafening roar erupted, and before Lin Bei appeared a towering zombie, its pupils glowing with a sinister white light. Upon sighting this creature, Lin Bei's eyes widened in shock. A white-level zombie. Chapter 30. Battle with the white zombie simultaneously. The surrounding zombies appeared to be even more frenzied, although nearly 10 zombies remained. The pressure they exerted on Lin Bei was far more terrifying than the previous 20 or so. In the early days of the apocalypse, encountering a white zombie often meant certain death. The strength of such zombies far surpassed that of the ordinary colored variants. Their bodies had been enhanced by crystal cores, transcending the realm of what an average person could comprehend. However, one could generally identify typical white-level zombies by their appearance. For instance, the one before him had pupils glowing with a white luminescence, a towering physique, and terrifying muscles. It was evident that this was a strength-enhanced zombie. At this moment, behind Lin Bei, Hua Chushua's delicate face had turned pale, devoid of any color. What manner of monster is this? The visage of this zombie was exceedingly grotesque, and coupled with its massive form, it emanated an overwhelming sense of dread. Hua Chushua managed to maintain a semblance of composure, a testament to her extraordinary mental fortitude. Far beyond that of an ordinary individual. A white-level zombie. Its power was 5 to 10 times that of a standard zombie. Though Lin Bei's tone remained cold, his eyes sparkled with excitement. In his previous life, he had teamed up with Lin Xiing to slay precisely this kind of strength-type white zombie. What shall we do? Perhaps we should retreat, Hua Chushua suggested in a hushed voice. However, Lin Bei shook his head. No, white zombies are exceedingly rare in the early days of the apocalypse. I'll explain later. For now, we must eliminate these zombies. Lin Bei said little more, as Hua Chushua had already surmised that Lin Bei's motive for slaying these zombies likely held special significance. Otherwise, there would have been no reason to remain after rescuing her. She truly embodied the air of a prestigious family, her vision, insight, and analytical abilities far surpassing the norm. All right. Hua Chushua's eyes exuded determination. She had already dispatched numerous zombies and, having witnessed Lin Bei's formidable prowess, her fear of the undead had diminished significantly. Lin Bei couldn't help but marvel again. Indeed, the progeny of a top-tier family possesses an astonishing adaptability. It would be a grave loss should she fall here. In a mere breath, Lin Bei resolved to escort Hua Chushua to safety, not for any trivial reason, but because of her remarkable strength. Here, take this. As Hua Chuxue prepared to engage, Lin Bei retrieved a tang knife from his ability space. In his previous life, he had heard of Hua Chuxue's reputation. Her ability, known as air flow, was exceedingly formidable. Even more daunting was her lifelong practice of ancient martial arts, her skills in swordplay and knife techniques being nothing short of terrifying. Upon receiving the tang knife from Lin Bei, Hua Chuxue's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. She had no time to ponder where Lin Bei had produced it from. As she grasped the cold blade, she immediately sensed its exceptional quality. A fine weapon. Having handled knives since childhood, she recognized its superiority at first touch. In the brief exchange, the strength-type zombie, accompanied by dozens of its kind, lunged towards them. At that moment, Lin Bei's gaze became intensely focused. Even in the face of this formidable foe, he dared not let down his guard. He scanned the vicinity and promptly resolved to separate the zombies, particularly the strength-type one. With a swift movement, he appeared 5 meters away, seizing a vase from a nearby table and hurling it towards the horde. As anticipated, nearly half of the zombies turned their attention to him, including the white zombie. Fight! Lin Bei roared, drawing the tang knife once more. The blade glimmered as he swiftly dispatched a typical zombie before directing his strike toward the white zombie's throat. At that moment, a sharp clang resonated through the air as the white zombie raised its arm to block Lin Bei's attack. Truly formidable. Lin Bei realized that this white zombie not only possessed incredible strength, but its muscles seemed to have been enhanced as well. Although the tang knife cut through its skin, it failed to sever its bones. Lin Bei held utmost confidence in both his weapon and strength. For ordinary zombies, a strike to the head was trivial. Even a blow to the arm felt like slicing through tofu. Yet, his knife had lodged within the white zombie's skeletal structure. Furthermore, this white zombie exhibited a degree of cognition, aware enough to defend itself, something typical zombies lacked. Boom. However, with years of survival experience in the apocalypse, Lin Bei's combat acumen was formidable. Without hesitation, he leveraged his momentum, exerting his waist with force, propelling himself into the air. His foot connected powerfully with the chest of the white zombie. The overwhelming force caused the strength-type white zombie to stagger back several steps, and the tang knife was freed from its grasp. My strength has nearly reached that of a weightlifting champion. Lin Bei assessed himself based on the power he had just unleashed. This was one of the abilities of an awakened being. Those who had awakened their powers could enhance not only their abilities through crystal cores, but also their physical attributes. Naturally, this also depended on the type of ability one possessed. Strength-type awakened beings experienced a more profound enhancement of their physical prowess compared to others. Nonetheless, even those with lesser enhancements far exceeded the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Lin Bei's ability was rather unique. He was uncertain of its classification. Yet its augmentation of strength was on par with that of strength-type awakened beings. Additionally, his void ability seemed to belong to the magical category. Before he could ponder further, the white zombie surged forward, charging at Lin Bei. Meanwhile, in another direction, Hua Chuxue, now wielding the tang knife, transformed entirely. Lin Bei observed as a faint layer of pale energy enveloped the blade in her hand. Her movements became ethereal. Even surrounded by 5 zombies, she navigated with ease. It appeared that I had underestimated her combat prowess. Lin Bei silently praised her, now fully focused on the white zombie before him. Chapter 31. Another one? Eliminate them all. With a thunderous roar, the white-level zombie swiftly rose to its feet and lunged towards Lin Bei. Infuriated, Lin Bei's countenance radiated a murderous intent as he tightened his grip on the long blade. In an instant, he executed a teleportation, appearing to the right of the white zombie, and raised his tang dao to deliver a powerful strike. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp edge of the tang dao met the white zombie's form, producing sparks that flew in all directions. Lin Bei's eyes widened in shock. In his previous life, he had awakened a lightning ability and had to utilize immense thunderous power to defeat this very zombie. Now, facing it in close combat, he realized just how terrifying it truly was. Nevertheless, Lin Bei remained undaunted as the white zombie swiped at him again. With a swift motion, Lin Bei activated his ability once more, repositioning himself to the opposite side of the creature. He swung the tang dao again with all his might. A glint of cold light flashing. The sound of flesh tearing echoed as the right arm of the white zombie was severed, flying 10 meters away. Simultaneously, Lin Bei adjusted his stance, aiming for the zombie's head. If this strike connected, its demise would be certain. Just then, a chilling breeze swept behind him. accompanied by Hua Chushue's startled cry, "Be careful." Without hesitation, Lin Bei sensed the murderous intent behind him and immediately employed his void ability. When he reappeared, he stood beside Hua Chushue, his expression grave. To his dismay, he discovered there were two white-level zombies in their midst. The duo opposite them emitted terrifying roars, and the one that had just ambushed Lin Bei revealed itself, a gaunt figure with a pale, ghastly visage, its lips cracked, exposing its jagged, white teeth. Speed type? Lin Bei deduced from its physique and rapid movements. However, he was astonished to confront two white zombies in this location. What should we do? Should we retreat? Hua Chushue, her face slightly pale, suggested. Despite having felled numerous zombies moments ago, the presence of the two white ones instilled a potent sense of dread within her. Retreat? Absolutely not. Lin Bei's eyes gleamed with battle fervor, tinged with excitement. In the early days of the apocalypse, white zombies were a rarity, and the crystals they yielded were immensely valuable. If he could acquire two white crystals, he firmly believed his abilities would undergo a remarkable enhancement, potentially elevating him to a second-level ability user. With determination, he drew forth his Tang Dao. "Miss Hua, these two zombies pose a significant threat. Ensure your safety. I shall handle the rest." He spoke gently to Hua Chushue, who understood Lin Bei's concern for her relative weakness. Nodding in agreement, she replied, "Be careful." With that, Hua Chushue gracefully ascended to the second floor of the villa. Lin Bei watched her retreating figure, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. Fortune finally favored him. "Faster than you? I will surpass your speed." His gaze locked onto the speed-type white zombie. The power-type S bulk was formidable, so he decided to eliminate one before turning his attention to the other. In the blink of an eye, the white zombie charged at Lin Bei with astonishing velocity, leaving afterimages in its wake. Just as its sharp claws were about to strike, Lin Bei activated his ability once more, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was positioned directly behind the speed-type zombie. "Shatter!" he roared as his Tang Dao descended upon the creature. The sound of tearing flesh reverberated through the air as the massive head of the white zombie flew away, its skeletal frame collapsing to the ground. Almost simultaneously, Lin Bei vanished again. "Open!" he shouted, and his voice echoed with fury. When he reappeared, he stood atop the power-type white zombie's shoulder, channeling all his strength to drive his Tang Dao deep into the creature's skull. Crack! The sound of splintering bone rang out, accompanied by a spray of blood and the shattering of his weapon. The colossal zombie finally fell, and Lin Bei's Tang Dao disintegrated into fragments, a testament to the immense power he now wielded. With a swift maneuver, Lin Bei landed on the ground, gasping for breath. Thankfully, he had absorbed those crystals the previous night. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences. His complexion was slightly pale from the exertion of continuous void movements. Yet he surveyed his surroundings. Over 20 ordinary zombies lay defeated, along with the two white-level zombies. This was indeed a monumental gain. Regrettably, the loss of his Tang Dao weighed on his mind. He shook his head and discarded the hilt carelessly before extracting a dagger to collect the crystals from the zombie skulls. Just then, a voice called out from above. "What are you doing?" Lin Bei looked up to see Hua Chushue, now donning an outfit that accentuated her long legs. Tropical denim shorts paired with a beige t-shirt that subtly showcased her delicate waist. Having heard the commotion below, she emerged, resolved to avenge Lin Bei should he meet his end here. Upon witnessing Lin Bei extracting crystals from the zombies' heads, even she felt a wave of nausea. Lin Bei, however, could not help but feel a pang of regret at her attire, yet a smile crept onto his face as he continued to extract the crystals, beginning to explain their significance to Hua Chushue. Chapter 32. Guardian of yours, are you suggesting that this object can enhance the supernatural abilities within one's body? Hua Chushue and Lin Bei collected all the cores from the zombie skulls in a room on the second floor of the villa. At this moment, Hua Chushue was meticulously examining the multicolored diamond crystal in her hand. "Indeed, Miss Hua, close your eyes and use your abilities to feel it," Lin Bei encouraged. Upon hearing his words, Hua Chushue promptly began her attempt, humming. When she opened her beautiful eyes again, her pupils were filled with astonishment. Her lips parted slightly. "I sense an energy converging within me." In her grasp, the colorless diamond crystal had already disintegrated into powder. "You have just absorbed this multicolored level core," Lin Bei informed her. "Miss Hua, let us see how many you can absorb." Without hesitation, he tossed all the multicolored cores towards Hua Chushue. After receiving them, Hua Chushue did not absorb them immediately. Instead, She spoke slowly. Please don't call me Miss Hua. It sounds rather peculiar. Mr. Lin, you have already assisted me on 2 significant occasions, and this time, you even saved my life. Without you, I might have become one of those zombies by now. Her cheeks flushed slightly, evidently recalling the moment Lin Bei rescued her. Moreover, Mr. Lin, you must have awakened your abilities as well. Since this object can enhance powers, it must be essential for you too. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude for your generosity. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Bei smiled slightly and replied, You may as well call me Lin Bei. Mr. Lin feels oddly formal. Chushue, I absorbed quite a number of cores last night. So these colorless cores are of no use to me now. I will have to wait at least another day to absorb again. And I still have 2 white cores here. Feigning to retrieve 2 white glowing cores from his pocket, he continued, In this apocalyptic era, every second counts. The paramount goal is to enhance our strength. I will protect you first. After you absorb, I will take these 2 white cores. And then you can protect me in return. After a moment of silence, Hua Chushue accepted the colorless cores from Lin Bei without further hesitation. She closed her eyes and began to absorb them. Lin Bei gazed at the enchanting woman before him, resolutely deciding to recruit her into his team. Such a beautiful and powerful ally was not one to be let go. Hua Chushue absorbed rapidly. In less than 15 minutes, a resounding boom echoed through the space. Lin Bei felt a muffled sound reverberate, and Hua Chushue's eyes widened in shock. She raised her hand. Crack! The Tang Dao Lin Bei had previously given her erupted with a thunderous sound. Lin Bei turned to look at the sword, noticing a layer of seemingly tangible energy radiating terrifying waves. Lin Bei was filled with astonishment. Judging by the fluctuations, Hua Chushue had likely broken through to become a level 2 ability user and had comprehended a new skill. Truly, she was a formidable individual at the onset of this apocalypse, exhibiting such terrifying prowess. Looking at the more than 20 colorless cores that Hua Chushue had absorbed, Lin Bei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lin Bei, have I truly broken through? Hua Chushue's face revealed a hint of disbelief as she gazed at the marks she had created. It seems she has indeed broken through. A smile blossomed on her face like a plum blossom. I feel as though I have grasped a new skill. I can now manipulate airflow to envelop object surfaces. Watch this. With that, she swung the Tang Dao before her. A thunderous whoosh resonated, and a crack appeared in the wall half a meter away. Lin Bei nodded appreciatively. What tremendous power. Even if a white zombie were to appear now, your strength would be sufficient to handle it. He spoke without exaggeration. Hua Chushue was genuinely formidable. She smiled gently. I will guard you. You may absorb first. Hua Chushue looked at Lin Bei, who did not hesitate. He slowly closed his eyes. Before him, the 2 white cores floated into the air, humming. Simultaneously, the 2 white cores transformed into ethereal streams of light, with energy continuously flowing into Lin Bei's body. At that moment, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Hua Chushue stared in awe at the man before her, her eyes filled with boundless curiosity. Regardless of the events preceding the apocalypse, his subtle warnings during their business dealings had indeed led her to uncover the deeds of her so-called fiancé. Her presence here was precisely due to this revelation. She had come to Jiangbei City to catch him in the act. As the heir of a prominent family, Hua Chushue held no illusions of righteousness. She had ordered her men to capture him, intending to break his limbs while she awaited news from her associates at the villa. However, after waiting a whole night, her men had not reported back. Growing impatient, she decided to take a hot bath. Yet, at that moment, dozens of zombies crashed into her villa. She quickly sensed something amiss, not even having time to dress before escaping through the backyard, only to be discovered. Fortunately, she had awakened her powers and managed to slay the zombies that had followed her, but just as she began to breathe a sigh of relief, another wave of zombies appeared in overwhelming numbers. If not for Lin Bei's timely arrival, she would likely have been devoured by the zombies. Thus, it could be said that Lin Bei had saved her twice, each time altering the course of her life. As Hua Chushue gazed at Lin Bei's profile, lost in thought, a faint sound suddenly caught her attention. Had she not ascended to a level 2 ability user, significantly enhancing her physical capabilities, she may have overlooked it. Her brows furrowed slightly. The sound did not seem to originate from a zombie. After contemplating, she cautiously approached the source, remaining within the room to keep Lin Bei as her priority. She gently pressed against the doorframe, listening intently to the movements outside. After that sound, the other party fell silent. Chapter 33. breaking through to become a level 2 ability user at this moment. Li Xiing, utilizing his shadow clone technique, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He instinctively swallowed hard. Beside him, Wong Li, a power-type ability user, noticed Li Yiming's alertness and exclaimed, "Yiming, what is wrong with you? Why are you acting so paranoid?" Li Yiming, still in a daze, replied, "Boss, It turned out that after Lin Bei had slain 2 white-level zombies, Li Yiming had followed him to the villa. Upon arriving at the entrance and seeing a multitude of zombie corpses, he was instantly overwhelmed with dread, his hair standing on end and his scalp tingling. As he cautiously approached, he discovered that at least 20 zombies lay dead, each one with its skull cleaved open by a sharp blade. After recounting his observations to Wong Li, the latter's brow furrowed in concern. "Are you saying that person has awakened an ability and seems to be intentionally slaughtering zombies?" "Yes," Li Yiming replied, still seemingly in shock. Wong Li then signaled to one of the individuals nearby. Inside the bank, the air was thick with the stench of blood. Their supplies were dwindling, necessitating their departure from this place. Wong Li instructed a man to open a room, and through the iron bars, they could see a zombie within. "Go and kill that zombie," Wong Li commanded. The man trembled in fear. "Be boss, He was merely an ordinary person, having not awakened any abilities. Upon hearing Wong Li's order, a flicker of terror crossed his face. "Of course you must go," Wong Li pressed. "If you manage to kill that zombie, I'll give you a loaf of bread and a woman. Otherwise, I'll take your life right here." The ordinary man clenched his teeth. He had not eaten for nearly 2 days and was now famished. If he did not comply, Wong Li would likely beat him to death. Steeling himself, he entered the room. Soon, the sounds of growling and screams echoed from within. Ultimately, the man succeeded in killing the zombie, but tragically, he suffered a bite in the process. Wong Li kicked the door open. "Don't kill me. What if I don't turn into one of those monsters?" The injured man pleaded, clutching his wound and kneeling in desperation. Wong Li wore a cruel smile. "Brother, I'm sorry. Regardless of whether you turn into a zombie or not, I must execute you for the safety of everyone." Surveying the crowd of several dozen people present, Wong Li's gaze caused most to avert their eyes. No one dared to meet his gaze. They all understood that Wong Li was eliminating threats, as the food consumed by so many individuals daily was simply too great. No one dared to voice dissent. In fact, many silently agreed with Wong Li's actions. In the face of apocalypse, humanity had grown cold, willing to do anything to survive. With a decisive step forward, Wong Li's arms bulged as he wrapped them around the man's neck. With a sharp crack, the man collapsed. Wong Li discarded him like refuse and approached the zombie, drawing a blade from his waist to effortlessly slice open the creature's skull. Instantly, a colorless crystal core appeared before him. As soon as he retrieved it, the core was automatically absorbed into his being. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with astonishment. He turned to those nearby, urging, "Quick, open the skulls of the zombies we previously killed." After the others departed, Li Yiming approached Wong Li. Speaking softly, he had managed to sneak into the villa earlier, but unfortunately, Hua Chushue had discovered him. Fearing Lin Bei's power, he hastily retracted his clone. However, he had caught a glimpse of Hua Chushue's visage. Upon informing Wong Li, the latter clapped Li Yiming on the shoulder, saying, "You did well. Go grab a bottle of beer from the storeroom and enjoy it." At these words, Li Yiming jolted with excitement. "Ha ha ha, all right, boss." Wong Li licked his crimson lips, recognizing the value of such treasures. Even if they proved useless, capturing them was still worthwhile. He had come to the realization that in this apocalypse, aside from food, women were incredibly valuable. Thus, he began to gather women from around him, a lewd smile creeping onto his face as he unbuckled his belt and headed toward the innermost room of the bank. Soon, sounds that would redden anyone's cheeks and cries of despair filled the air. Meanwhile, Lin Bei suddenly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. It felt as though something within him was on the verge of tearing apart. With a roar, it was as if he shattered the shackles binding him. Nearby, Hua Chushue blinked, unsure if it was merely her imagination, but she thought she saw a shadow flicker and vanish in an instant. Nevertheless, the sound of Lin Bei's breakthrough drew her attention. Without a second thought, she rushed to his side. At this moment, Lin Bei's eyes shone with a divine light, causing involuntary tremors in those who beheld him. Even Hua Chushue found herself swallowing hard. This terrifying aura was something she had only felt from the elders of her clan. The oppressive sensation lingered for several breaths. After taking a deep breath, Lin Bei finally regained his composure. "Lin Bei, what has happened to you?" Hua Chuxue asked hurriedly upon seeing him calm down. I believe I've managed to break through, Lin Bei replied, feigning confusion. He knew that a direct admission might raise her suspicions. Breakthrough? Is it truly possible for abilities to be so fantastical? Hua Chuxue chuckled lightly. Lin Bei shook his head, indicating he was unsure. Then, a thought crossed his mind, causing him to furrow his brow as he began to contemplate. In his previous life, he had awakened his abilities later than most, and by that time, he had already grasped the significance of crystal cores. It could be said that upon awakening, Lin Bei had skipped the novice phase, instantly attaining the strength of a level 5 ability user. This had resulted in an overwhelming consumption of energy when he utilized his learned skills. At his current level 2 status, using an ability would deplete at least half of his energy. Chapter 34. The return of Hua Chuxue. The void was torn asunder, and silence enveloped the cosmos. The toll was indeed immense. Lin Bei found himself lost in contemplation, recognizing that these were predominantly formidable abilities. Observing Lin Bei's brooding demeanor, Hua Chuxue softly inquired, "What troubles you? Shouldn't a breakthrough be a cause for celebration? You ought to be a bit happier." Upon hearing her voice, Lin Bei snapped back to reality. Indeed. What was afflicting him? Why burden himself with such tremendous pressure? In that moment, a flicker of enlightenment dawned upon Lin Bei. His greatest nemesis from his previous life had been vanquished, and the resources amassed within his supernatural space were ample enough to sustain him lavishly for decades. As for the threat posed by zombies, Lin Bei now felt utterly unperturbed. Just a day into the apocalypse, he had ascended to the rank of a second-level supernatural being, an achievement he had never even dared to dream of in his past existence. His eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Yet he felt devoid of purpose. Ever since he had slain Lin Xiing, he seemed to have lost direction. Lin Bei turned his gaze toward Hua Chuxue, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Ha ha ha, Chuxue, thank you. In an instant, realization struck him. He was not without goals. In his previous life, the women of his faction were still waiting for him. Qing Xiao, Wan Qing, Ruanan, Xiao Huan. This time, he would ensure they lived comfortably amidst the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Hua Chuxue was left bewildered by Lin Bei's sudden exuberance. Oh no! Could it be that absorbing so many crystal cores had affected his sanity? With his terrifying power, what if he were to mutate into a zombie? What would she do then? Her beautiful eyes filled with apprehension. Lin Bei, oblivious to her unease, queried, "By the way, Chuxue, what brings you here?" Having resolved his thoughts, he shifted focus from his skills to inquire about her presence. He distinctly recalled that in his previous life, Hua Chuxue should have been in the capital city, not Jiangbei. With a helpless smile, she responded, "I owe you my gratitude for reminding me about my fiancé." Since Lin Bei had alerted her to the situation regarding her betrothed, she had begun to investigate discreetly and indeed uncovered some truths. After discussing the future developments with Lin Bei, he felt no sympathy for Feng Fei. Such a scoundrel deserved his fate. It was likely he had already turned into a zombie or been devoured by one. Hua Chuxue's gaze was indifferent. Her motive for dealing with Feng Fei stemmed merely from the desire to preserve her dignity. "So, Chuxue, what are your plans moving forward?" Lin Bei asked, not dwelling too much on the matter. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from Hua Chuxue's stomach. Her delicate face flushed crimson. Having gone nearly a day without food in the wake of the apocalypse, coupled with her previous exertions, she now felt the pangs of hunger acutely. Lin Bei chuckled softly upon hearing the noise. "I'll go find something to eat." Naturally, he preferred not to reveal his supernatural space too soon. He turned and entered a room in the villa, retrieving some compressed rations and preserved items like bread and jam from his supernatural space. Upon seeing the food, Hua Chuxue shed her demeanor as a wealthy heiress and eagerly indulged in the meal. "Slow down, there's plenty more." After a while, she belched contentedly and looked at Lin Bei. "You know, I actually think the apocalypse isn't so bad." Lin Bei chuckled lightly and shook his head. He understood that Hua Chuxue had yet to witness the true, sinister side of the apocalypse, which was why she felt this way. "Chuxue, if you don't have any plans for the future, why not stick with me?" Hua Chuxue's cheeks flushed again at Lin Bei's invitation. She found his words somewhat peculiar. Lin Bei quickly cleared his throat. Cough, cough. Don't overthink it. I merely believe that surviving alone in the apocalypse is quite challenging. I intend to establish a faction to protect the remaining humans. In an instant, Lin Bei's figure loomed larger in Hua Chuxue's heart. This was the essence of a true man, to stem the tide of chaos and support the vulnerable. Without hesitation, Hua Chuxue agreed. Lin Bei secretly rejoiced. With Hua Chushua joining his ranks, his faction would undoubtedly grow stronger. Let's go then. I have a temporary stronghold in Jiangbei, Lin Bei declared, referring to his villa, where he had already set up basic defenses. All right. Hua Chushua nodded slightly. The two set off together, and during the journey, Lin Bei engaged in casual conversation with her, eventually steering the topic toward her supernatural abilities. He recalled how she had enveloped a tang knife with airflow, truly remarkable. Inspired, he began to experiment with overlaying his void power onto his tang knife. To his surprise, it worked. A veil of void energy enveloped the blade, causing anything it touched to be torn asunder. Lin Bei hadn't anticipated that through serendipity, he would discover a new technique. By shrouding the tang knife's edge with void energy, he could easily breach the defenses of white-tier zombies. A smile crept onto Lin Bei's lips. With a roar, he pressed the accelerator of the grand SUV, racing toward home. The afternoon had already slipped by, and he had been out for nearly a day. He wondered how Feier and Xiaobai were faring. Although Xiaobai was at home, Lin Bei still felt a twinge of worry. As Lin Bei passed by a bank, his brow furrowed. He noticed that the zombies positioned at the entrance had been dispatched, indicating that the crystal cores inside had been taken. Initially, he had intended to collect those cores himself, but it seemed someone had already discovered their secret. Ah well. Lin Bei had always lived by the principle of if others do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. Since the cores had already been taken, he opted not to disturb those within. He sped past in his SUV. Meanwhile, inside the bank, Li Xiing and Wong Li observed Lin Bei's departing figure through binoculars. Along with Hua Chushua, seated in the front passenger seat, a surge of wicked desire ignited within Wong Li. Damn, what a stunning girl. She's leagues above those trashy women. His heart raced, aching to rush out, confront Lin Bei, and claim Hua Chushua for himself. Yet, recalling Lin Bei's formidable strength, he forcibly suppressed his impulses. At the very least, he was not yet capable of slaying 20 zombies. Chapter 35, The Meeting of Two Women, however. He still instructed Li Xiing to continue dispatching his avatars to follow the direction of Lin Bei's vehicle. On the other side, within the villa, Liu Feier expressed her concerns. Xiaobai, when do you think the boss will return? Will it be dangerous outside? Her delicate face was filled with worry. In contrast, the little fox, Su Yun, nestled in her arms, remained unperturbed. Su Yun had long since recognized Lin Bei as the shadow from her past life. She was well aware of the shadow's formidable strength and felt confident that he would face no issues against ordinary zombies. Yet, she wondered what her brother Shadow was up to outside. Her beautiful eyes blinked rapidly. Could he be out searching for food? Just as the two were lost in thought, Lin Bei returned, driving a truck he had found on the road. He had casually picked up a heavy-duty truck and loaded it with supplies from his spatial abilities, hoping for a stroke of luck. When Hua Chushua saw the truck brimming with food, her eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Bei abandoned his G-Class vehicle and drove the truck back to the villa. With the rumbling of the truck echoing, Liu Feier instantly became alert. The little white fox in her arms did the same, its delicate nose sniffing the air. Brother Shadow is back. Xiaobai's eyes flickered with excitement as it leaped from Liu Feier's soft embrace, darting towards the entrance. Seeing Xiaobai's reaction, Liu Feier felt a sense of relief. She understood that Xiaobai was perceptive. It would not be so reckless if it were not someone familiar. She assumed it must be Lin Bei returning. Though she felt a bit more at ease, she remained vigilant, gripping the handgun Lin Bei had given her, ready to act. With swift strides, she followed Xiaobai towards the villa's entrance. Wait for me, Xiaobai. Meanwhile, Su Yun's eyes suddenly widened as she detected another scent from the truck. A fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Without a doubt, it was the scent of a woman. Humph, the flirtatious brother Shadow has brought back another sister. It was evident that Lin Bei had rescued yet another girl along the way. As expected, the massive truck soon came to a halt at the villa's entrance. And two figures jumped down, Lin Bei and Hua Chushua. Xiaobai, have you missed Daddy? Lin Bei exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy as he saw Su Yun and Liu Feier rushing towards him. It felt indescribably heartwarming, akin to a weary husband returning home to be greeted by his wife and child. Just as he was about to embrace Xiaobai, Su Yun playfully nipped at his calf. Oh, I bite. Her gentle bites were precise, allowing Lin Bei to feel a delightful tingle without causing any pain. What are you biting me for, Xiaobai? Lin Bei initially thought Xiaobai had changed, but it didn't feel quite right. Meanwhile, Hua Chushua appeared on high alert, preparing to stand by Lin Bei. However, Lin Bei quickly realized this was impossible. He scooped up Xiaobai, who turned her head sulkily away, looking at Hua Chuxue with an expression reminiscent of a jealous wife, prompting a smile from Lin Bei. Haha, is Xiaobai feeling jealous? He playfully pinched Su Yun's delicate nose. All right, no more pouting. Daddy will get you extra chicken legs tonight. Hua Chuxue, witnessing this scene, suddenly understood that this little white fox was Lin Bei's pet. At that moment, Xiaobai scrutinized Hua Chuxue, assessing her. Big chest, curvy hips, long legs. Fair face, she barely matches Brother Shadow. Upon hearing Lin Bei promise her extra chicken legs, Xiaobai's mood lightened considerably, and she began to lick Lin Bei's cheek affectionately. So cute. Even Hua Chuxue, a scion of a wealthy family, was utterly charmed by Xiaobai's antics. At that moment, a voice called out, "Boss, were you safe while you were out? Did you get hurt?" Liu Feier rushed towards Lin Bei, but upon seeing Hua Chuxue beside him, she halted. Lin Bei clearly sensed Liu Feier's intentions and felt a twinge of regret. Simultaneously, Hua Chuxue noticed Liu Feier. The two women exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise. Liu Feier mused, so, Lin Bei is quite the charmer, hiding beauties in his golden house. Confident in her own appearance, she felt she could easily rival any actress on television. She also keenly noted the term boss, raising an eyebrow at Lin Bei as if to say, "You are quite the player." Upon seeing Hua Chuxue, Liu Feier was taken aback, her mind racing with myriad thoughts, especially of a scoundrel abandoning his wife and child. He wouldn't abandon me, would he? Have I not done enough? Her eyes, slightly reddened, were filled with worry as she looked at Lin Bei. After a mutual appraisal, both women's gazes converged on Lin Bei. In his arms, Xiaobai Su Yun was keenly observing the unfolding drama. To diffuse the tension, Lin Bei cleared his throat and spoke. "Ahem, allow me to introduce you. This is Liu Feier, her ability is insight. And this is Hua Chuxue, her ability is airflow. From now on, we must survive together in this apocalyptic world. We are all comrades on the same boat." After a brief explanation, Liu Feier grasped that Hua Chuxue was someone Lin Bei had picked up along the way, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Oh dear, what was I thinking?" In response, Hua Chuxue extended her alabaster arm. "Hello, I am Hua Chuxue." "Hello, Liu Feier," the latter replied, her face brightening with a smile. After a brief handshake, Lin Bei invited everyone inside. "All right, let's celebrate today. We won't leave until we're drunk." Upon entering Lin Bei's villa, Hua Chuxue was completely astonished. The insulated layers, or rather, what should now be called the temperature-regulated layers, were set to the most comfortable temperature. Solar panels, purified water, and a feast awaited them. Chapter 36. The shock of Hua Chuxue. It was only after Hua Chuxue arrived at Lin Bei's residence that she realized the nature of his imperial life. The quality of food and comfort was unparalleled, surpassing even the days before the apocalypse. Hua Chuxue recalled the sweltering heat just days before the end of the world while she was in Jiangbei City, where, despite her wealth, she struggled to procure ice, clean water, and food, rationing her meager supplies. Having been born with a golden spoon, she had never endured such hardship. Upon entering Lin Bei's villa, her astonishment was palpable. "Wow, this is air conditioning. This is a water purifier. This is food." Especially when she glimpsed the villa's storeroom, overflowing with provisions. Her eyes sparkled with disbelief. The apocalypse had brought famine, yet here was an abundance of sustenance. Simultaneously, her stomach grumbled, a blush creeping across her cheeks as the sticky sensation on her skin became unbearable. Hua Chuxue cast a hopeful glance at Lin Bei, as if silently inquiring whether she could indulge in the bounty before her. Lin Bei, noticing her expression, couldn't help but smile wryly, teasingly remarking, "The illustrious heir of the Hua family is now nearly a little mud monkey." Meanwhile, Liu Feier, perceptive as ever, recognized that Lin Bei had brought this woman for a specific purpose. She promptly offered, "I'll fetch you some clothes. You should freshen up." Without delay, Liu Feier entered the house to select garments. The two women were of similar height and physique, both possessing an enviable hourglass figure. The clothing choices were strikingly sensual, featuring a pure white striped crop top that revealed her midriff paired with denim shorts that accentuated Hua Chuxue's silhouette. After selecting the outfit, Liu Feier playfully winked at Lin Bei. He could only chuckle at her antics, realizing that while Liu Feier had learned little about valuable matters, she had certainly picked up a knack for mischief. "Chuxue, here is something for you. The room has hot water prepared, along with shower gel, shampoo, hair oil, and facial cleanser," Liu Feier said, her smile warm. She had previously gathered numerous skincare products from Lin Bei's storeroom, which he had acquired for the women in his circle, believing they would be of no use to him. As Liu Feier handed the clothes to Hua Chuxue, her face radiated joy. Before the apocalypse, she had been an avid reader of novels, many of which depicted the grim realities faced by women in such dire circumstances. However, she now had a reliable employer and had resolved to treat any women Lin Bei brought home as sisters. Her earlier expression had merely been a momentary lapse. Now, she felt genuinely happy for Lin Bei. Upon hearing Liu Feier mention the possibility of a shower, Hua Chuxue trembled with excitement. Could she really bathe? Such luxury seemed almost extravagant. She looked at Lin Bei, her face a mask of astonishment. Water was a precious commodity in the apocalypse, and using it for bathing felt wasteful. Lin Bei waved her concerns away, assuring her that both food and water were in ample supply. Look over there, he said, pointing to the villa's backyard where 10 water purifiers, purchased at great expense from the Jiangbei Water Supply Bureau, were stationed. Hua Chuxue's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. She had heard of such purifiers, rumored to cleanse even the sacred waters of the Ganges to pristine clarity. Yet these were only available through domestic testing in the Daxia region, and she never expected Lin Bei to possess them. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. All right, hurry and take a shower. We'll have hot pot later. Lin Bei called out as he too retreated to freshen up. As night fell over Lin Bei's villa, it blazed with light, starkly contrasting the surrounding darkness. Survivors nearby could observe the brightness, yet none dared approach. It was merely the second day of the apocalypse, and most still had sufficient food and water at home, albeit with a sense of curiosity about how Lin Bei maintained electricity when the entire Jiangbei power grid had collapsed. Soon after Lin Bei entered the villa, Li Xiing, controlling his doppelganger, followed the trail of Lin Bei's vehicle to the villa. From a distance, he fell into a stupor, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Before him stood Lin Bei's villa, illuminated as if untouched by the apocalypse. What on earth is this? Li Xiing gasped, hesitating to advance as he noticed the corpses of zombies scattered around the villa, over 200 in total. Who was this person to inspire such dread? In an instant, Li Xiing's pupils contracted as he recalled rumors he had encountered online before the apocalypse, of individuals awakening supernatural abilities. Surely, Lin Bei was one of those formidable figures who had awakened his powers before the world changed. Without a moment's hesitation, he dispelled his doppelganger and hurried to inform Wong Li of his findings. You mean to say that kid not only has a beauty, but also a truckload of food? Wong Li spoke in a low voice, his eyes glinting with greed. Li Xiing nodded emphatically, convinced of the truth in his observations. However, he warned, that person's strength is likely terrifying. There are over 200 zombie corpses surrounding the villa. Wong Li fell into contemplation, then asked, how many of us are there now? Li Xiing thought for a moment before responding, about 30 ordinary people, and 5 capable of supernatural abilities, including the boss. Wong Li looked at the white crystal core in his hand, a fierce determination igniting in his gaze. Damn it. Let us go for it. No matter how formidable the opponent is, we cannot allow them to gain an advantage now that the apocalypse has just begun. Chapter 37. Departing again in Jiangbei City, a cruel smile curled at the corners of Wong Li's mouth, and his exaggerated arms bore a faint dark hue. Upon hearing Wong Li's voice, Li Xiing gasped in astonishment. Boss, have you already become a level 2 mutant? Wong Li said little, but cast his gaze toward the direction of Lin Bei's villa. Let us wait a bit longer. We've now discerned how to enhance our powers. Once the brothers have leveled up, we'll take action. Although he could not gauge Lin Bei's strength, Li Xiing's observation suggested it was prudent to avoid provoking him. In this apocalyptic era, those who survived were far from foolish. Meanwhile, in another direction, within the brilliantly lit villa, Lin Bei had already finished his shower and was indulging in his newly acquired PS5, playing a game with Liu Feier. To his dismay, he was once again defeated. This is unamusing. It makes no sense, he exclaimed as he tossed aside the controller, his eyes filled with existential doubt. Were it not for Liu Feier sitting beside him, he might have suspected her of cheating. The latter playfully stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, Sister Chuxue has arrived. Upon hearing the commotion from above, Liu Feier immediately spoke up and gracefully approached. At that moment, Hua Chuxue had changed into the clothes prepared by Liu Feier. She felt indifferent. Having been seen by Lin Bei in all her glory, it was of little consequence. More importantly, she felt significantly more comfortable after a thorough wash. Even from a few meters away, Lin Bei could detect a faint, orchid-like fragrance emanating from her. Freshened up? Then let us eat. Lin Bei beckoned, leading the two women and a little fox to the dining room. With a resounding pop, he uncorked a bottle of fine red wine, causing Hua Chushue's eyes to widen in surprise. Once seated, disbelief washed over her. It was hard to fathom that earlier in the day, she had struggled for survival. Yet now here she was, enjoying red wine and hot pot. Everything felt surreal, and she knew it was all thanks to the man before her, Lin Bei. Enough with the sighs. Today, we have a new brother aboard this ship. Chushue, I raise my glass to you. Lin Bei smiled, and Liu Feier joined in, lifting her glass as well. Welcome, Sister Chushue. The sound of clinking glasses resonated, accompanied by the enticing aroma of meat wafting from the villa, mingling with the sounds of laughter that felt utterly out of place in this apocalyptic world. As the night deepened, Hua Chushue and Liu Feier returned to their rooms, while Lin Bei lay in bed with little Bai, deep in thought. Although life was currently pleasant, he was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked in this new world. In less than half a month, zombies would undergo a second evolution, and the number of white-level zombies would surge. Higher-level zombies were already emerging, promising a seismic shift in the ecosystem of Blue Star. The landscape itself could transform, as hidden materials beneath the Earth's crust might surface, upending all known chemical and physical principles on Blue Star. A glimmer of resolve crossed Lin Bei's eyes. Tomorrow, I will have Chushue and Feier guard the home, while I take the little one to hunt zombies. He gazed at the sleeping little Bai nestled in his arms, sensing the changes that had come with the apocalypse. In Lin Bei's eyes, little Bai's intellect had reached that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Unbeknownst to him, however, little Bai's wisdom had already paralleled that of a normal adult. For days, she had feigned innocence to allay Lin Bei's suspicions. With the surrounding zombies seemingly eradicated, it appeared tomorrow would be their entry into Jiangbei City. Lin Bei closed his eyes, contemplating quietly. The next day, he awoke abruptly to sunlight streaming through the windows. The night before, he had informed Liu Feier and Hua Chushue of his plans to venture out, opting not to disturb their rest. With little Bai in tow, he set off toward Jiangbei City, riding a Ducati clad in all-black attire, a helmet adding an air of aloof charm. Behind him, little Bai clung to his clothes, donning a custom-made helmet. Roaring down the streets of Jiangbei, Lin Bei's bike emitted a thunderous sound, drawing the attention of numerous zombies, something he deliberately orchestrated. This time, he intended to make a grand statement. Survivors hiding among the buildings gaped in shock at Lin Bei's audacity to ride a motorcycle down the main road, as a horde of over 100 zombies began to gather behind him. Having attracted a multitude of zombies, Lin Bei transformed himself into bait, luring the undead toward a narrow alley. What is he doing? Is he an outsider? That street leads to a dead end. He deserves the showboating. Once he has gone, we can see if he has anything worth eating. The surviving humans murmured softly among themselves as Lin Bei arrived at the alley's end, flanked by towering walls. After dispatching the zombies within with 2 swift strokes, he turned his bike around and retrieved several grenades from his ability space, acquired through special channels before the apocalypse. At that moment, Su Yun observed the grenades appearing in Lin Bei's hands, her heart racing. She was now nearly certain that Lin Bei was indeed the shadow from her past life, as only the shadow possessed the ability to manipulate such a space. There was another person capable of replicating this power, but she was a woman and had no connection to Lin Bei. Thus, little Bai was resolute in her belief that Lin Bei was the shadow of their previous existence. Chapter 38. Harvest. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air, instantly engulfing the surroundings. As the nearby survivors observed in silence, believing Lin Bei was marching towards his doom, a dark figure suddenly burst forth from the alley. It was none other than Lin Bei himself. Just moments ago, he had summoned dozens of fragmentation grenades from his spatial abilities, simultaneously enveloping himself, the Ducati beneath him, and Xiao Bai in a protective shroud of his power. As the zombies lunged towards them in a critical moment, he executed a seamless spatial transfer, leaving behind grenades that would ensure the demise of hundreds of zombies. This operation flowed effortlessly, demonstrating that everything was meticulously calculated by Lin Bei. With just a handful of grenades, he had secured an abundance of crystal cores, a veritable windfall. However, Lin Bei found himself contemplating the substantial energy expenditure required for such spatial manipulation. His eyes gleamed as he assessed the toll on his abilities. If he were alone, the recent transfer would not have drained much energy. Yet, with the added weight of the motorcycle and Xiao Bai, the energy cost surged exponentially. This act also served as a test of his powers, a means to gauge his own capabilities. What kind of formidable individual is this? What just transpired? The resounding explosions drew the attention of numerous survivors who were covertly watching. Although the apocalypse had raged for 3 days, most survivors still had provisions at home, allowing them to endure for a while longer. Consequently, no one dared venture outside unless absolutely necessary. They were all keenly observing Lin Bei's actions. As for him, he paid little mind to their presence, guiding Xiaobai towards the gruesomely obliterated horde of zombies. The zombies, oblivious to pain, still had some remaining life. Yet their ability to move had been utterly compromised. Lin Bei retrieved a tang knife from his spatial abilities and swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies before searching for crystal cores on the ground. At that moment, Xiaobai leaped down as well. Unlike humans, Xiaobai began to consume the crystal cores directly, and Lin Bei, aware of her formidable nature, merely watched with curiosity. Xiaobai, how many more crystal cores do you need to acquire that alluring power? Lin Bei mused aloud after slaying the last of the living zombies. However, suddenly, Su Yun was unable to respond verbally, focused solely on her consumption. Yet, she seemed to have realized something. Her body trembled as her beautiful eyes instinctively turned towards Lin Bei. How does Brother Shadow know I will gain the alluring power? Could he already know of my rebirth, or has he merely guessed? In that moment, countless thoughts raced through Su Yun's mind, filling her with trepidation and unease. Her prolonged silence towards Lin Bei stemmed from fear that he would find her story too incredulous, and that he would disdain her for being a beastly human. Yet now, she was uncertain of the meaning behind Lin Bei's question. Was he testing her? In contrast, Lin Bei remained oblivious to her turmoil. He had simply inquired out of curiosity, believing that Xiaobai was nearing the ability to wield her seductive powers. After picking up the last crystal core, he noticed Xiaobai's silence and chose not to press further. This left Su Yun's heart in a state of turmoil. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from behind Lin Bei. "Kid, hand over those crystals," boomed a voice. "I'll spare your life." As the words fell, several figures emerged around him. Lin Bei turned to see a burly man with a scruffy beard, Li Tian, whose menacing expression and yellowed teeth made him appear particularly threatening. Li Tian had awakened his abilities on the first day of the apocalypse, and had since discovered the power of crystal cores, realizing their potential for immense enhancement. He had been observing Lin Bei covertly since his arrival, having been a local enforcer before the calamity, leading a gang of thugs, all of whom remained powerless. In the lawlessness of the New World, they became even more reckless. With Lin Bei having just dealt with the zombies, Li Tian's murderous intentions began to brew. He fancied himself destined to thrive in this new era. As he gazed at Lin Bei with arrogance, Lin Bei scanned the area, sensing that Li Tian was the only one among them with awakened powers. Is he attempting to rob me? Lin Bei thought, unfazed by the threat. Just as Li Tian was about to continue his taunts, Lin Bei vanished from sight in an instant. The onlookers had not witnessed Lin Bei's previous display of power and remained oblivious to his capabilities. In a flash, a tang knife appeared in Lin Bei's hand, enveloped in spatial energy. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bei materialized before Li Tian. Impossible. Li Tian's scalp prickled as he realized the speed of Lin Bei's movement was beyond comprehension. The sound of flesh tearing filled the air as Lin Bei's knife sliced through Li Tian's throat before he could even react with his abilities. In his final moments, Li Tian clutched at his neck, his eyes wide with disbelief. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Only then did his gang members react. Boss. What the hell? A monster. These ordinary individuals had witnessed Li Tian's brutality, but Lin Bei's lethal efficiency shattered their understanding of reality. They were clearly the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing Lin Bei's terrifying prowess left them paralyzed with fear, none daring to approach. Lin Bei turned slowly, flicking the blood from his tang knife. In an instant, those who had previously surrounded him in arrogance scattered like frightened birds. Not a single person dared to meet his gaze. With a cold smile, Lin Bei sheathed his knife, unwilling to waste any more time on them. Chapter 39. When Ren Renin, a rumble echoed through the streets as Lin Bei rode his motorcycle along the road. Within his extraordinary space, he had once again acquired over 100 colorless crystal cores. Having devised a plan the previous night, he resolved to venture to the Neon District today. This area, a notorious red light district in Jiangbei City, thrived beyond the constraints of law even before the apocalypse. It had become a sanctuary for rogues and underground forces. Despite its chaotic nature, it was populated by individuals adept at navigating the harsh realities of the post-apocalyptic world. Lin Bei's intention was to see if he could procure some zombie crystal cores without cost. He calculated that even with his current abilities, Venturing into the heart of Jiangbei City posed considerable danger. As an emerging city in the Great Xia Kingdom, Jiangbei boasted a population exceeding 10 million. He certainly would not be foolish enough to confront an army of millions of zombies. The Neon District was situated at a distance from the city center, leading Lin Bei to decide to test his luck there first. The roar of the motorcycle reverberated through the streets. Meanwhile, within the Neon District, a playful laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, kill them all. One Rin Runin, clad in a dark Gothic outfit, appeared petite and delicate, her fair skin reminiscent of a porcelain doll. From behind, she could easily be mistaken for a young girl, capturing the attention of any besotted admirer. However, anyone witnessing her current demeanor would likely be startled, for she was energetically unleashing her punches, a glint of excitement dancing on her face. Be careful, boss, called out several girls with brightly dyed hair, brandishing spiked clubs with fervor. Unlike when Rin Runin, they were fortified with layers of armor. It's fine. I've awakened my powers. These zombies can't bite me, she declared, her right fist smashing through a zombie's skull with ease. Without pausing, she continued to fend off the zombies, protecting the group of girls behind her. Why are there so many zombies here? She wondered, her anxiety palpable. When Rin Runin was one of Lin Bei's most formidable allies from his past life in the Void Garden faction, gifted with the ability to harden her skin. She could enhance her strength exponentially. Though she was merely a level 2 ability user, the ordinary zombies posed no threat to her formidable physique. In her previous life, she had been one of Lin Bei's strongest forces, and in this new life, she was resolute in establishing her own faction to aid him. The girls surrounding her were meticulously chosen, each possessing exceptional combat prowess. Even facing zombies, they displayed no fear, their expressions mirroring when Rin Runin's excitement. Clearly, they were kindred spirits, all of them formidable in their own right. Suddenly, when Rin Runin's beautiful eyes widened, she realized she was inside a karaoke establishment, initially intending to collect some crystal cores. Upon entering, she found the place eerily silent. Once she ascended to the second floor, she was surrounded by zombies. Logically, with so many zombies present, they should have attacked before she reached the second floor. Panic gripped her as she deduced the implication. This place likely harbors a zombie king. Her heart raced. A zombie king, a creature endowed with intelligence among the undead, was an alarming prospect, especially so soon after the onset of the apocalypse. The lowest level of a zombie king was at least level 3. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from behind her. Turning swiftly, she saw a shadow snatch one of her companions from their group of nearly 10 individuals, darting rapidly upstairs. Lin, when Rin Runin cursed, her skin shimmering with a radiant glow as she smashed a zombie's skull with a punch, intent on pursuing the shadow. However, nearly 50 zombies now surrounded them. Damn it! Desperation surged within her. We must retreat. After a few moments of contemplation, she cast a final glance towards the upper floor, knowing Lin would likely not return. The harsh reality of the apocalypse loomed over her. There was no telling how many zombies awaited them upstairs. With their current combat capabilities, they stood no chance against a level 3 zombie, especially with so many ordinary zombies in the vicinity. Just as they prepared to flee, a hidden door appeared on the first floor of the KTV, revealing another 20 zombies that trapped them within. This is bad. When Rin Runin's expression darkened, the sight before her confirmed her fears. A level 3 zombie, likely with green eyes, was undoubtedly present in the KTV. In a heartbeat, she found herself encircled by approximately 80 zombies. While she felt confident in her abilities, she feared for the safety of her fledgling faction. In another part of the Neon District, Lin Bei had entered the area on his motorcycle. Upon arrival, he observed an abundance of KTVs, bars, and hotels flanking the streets, adorned with vibrant neon lights. The road bore the remnants of zombie carcasses, yet Lin Bei frowned, noting that the crystal cores had already been harvested from the bodies. Has someone else already discovered the crystal cores? He pondered, bewildered. It was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse. How could this be possible? While he could understand if someone like Li Tian had found some, it was astonishing to think others had as well. Typically, one would expect people to start discovering crystal cores about a month after the apocalypse began. At that moment, Su Yun's expression sharpened. Her powers not only allowed her to charm zombies and humans, but also enabled her to sense the fluctuations of crystal cores. Upon entering the district with Lin Bei, her ears perked up as she detected a powerful energy emanating from the area. She promptly leaped from the motorcycle, chasing after the source of the energy surge. Chapter 40. The Green Corpse King, upon noticing the unusual behavior of Xiaobai, Lin Bei immediately grew alert. Typically, Xiaobai was well-behaved, and such oddities would only arise under extraordinary circumstances. Xiaobai, wait for me. Lin Bei's expression turned grave as he pursued Xiaobai. At this moment, Xiaobai had already exhibited her distinction from ordinary animals. Her speed was astonishing. Even with Lin Bei driving at 120 miles per hour, he could merely keep pace with her. It was essential to remember that this was in a bustling urban area, and the chaos around made such velocity terrifying. Within minutes, Xiaobai abruptly halted before a large KTV establishment, her eyes filled with vigilance. The potent energy fluctuations sensed by Su Yun emanated from this very KTV. After storing his motorcycle in his ability space, Lin Bei arrived at the entrance of the KTV, where he immediately sensed something amiss. Unlike other buildings, all the doors and windows of this KTV were sealed shut, and not a sound could be heard from within. However, inside, chaos reigned. When Ren was already drenched in sweat, surrounded by her friends, who were trapped in a private room, besieged by relentless zombies. Despite being a level 2 ability user, she found herself struggling against the seemingly endless tide of the undead. Big sister, don't worry about us. Just run, urged several beautiful young women behind her, their faces etched with urgency. You saved us. Without you, we would have been lost long ago. Now it's our turn to repay you. We'll hold off the zombies, and with your strength, you can definitely escape. What nonsense. Since I've saved you, I will get you all out. Trust me. Ren gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes blinking rapidly. She was nearing her limit. The girls behind her were all those she had rescued from the clutches of a gang prior to the apocalypse, many of whom had been deceived by their families or others. Without Ren, they would likely have met a grim fate. Damn it. Ren's expression darkened, realizing it was time to make a choice. She could easily flee at this moment, but the sister she had personally saved and nurtured would surely perish. Conversely, if she chose to stay, she too might meet her end. In that instant, the image of Lin Bei flashed across her mind. In her previous life, when surrounded by zombies, it was Lin Bei who had appeared to rescue her, leading her to join the Void Garden. Yet in this life, despair clouded Ren's face. I'm sorry, Brother Shadow. In this life, I may not be able to accompany you. They were all chosen by her, and she could not abandon them. If she fled now, she would loathe herself for eternity. Let my sisters accompany you. With a deep breath, when Ren made her decision, she would stand her ground, even if it meant sacrificing herself to protect her companions. This was the essence of Ren. Shaped by the influence of her family, as the daughter of the largest gang in Jiangbei City, she held one principle dear: loyalty, even at the cost of her life. She could not forsake her people. Let all of you perish. After awakening her resolve, an overwhelming energy erupted from her petite frame. Her hands moved in a blur, striking fiercely at the horde of zombies. Despite her abilities reaching their peak and her hardened skin resisting their bites, the pain was still present. Her delicate arms bore the marks of countless bites, yet she seemed oblivious to the agony, her eyes ablaze with madness. Her small figure stood defiantly at the entrance of the private room, while her sisters behind her wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces. In that moment, some attempted to rush forward to aid Ren, but she bellowed in anger, "Get back." The overwhelming number of zombies was beyond their capacity to handle. Originally, Ren had intended to train her younger sisters while gathering some crystal cores, but she had unwittingly walked into the trap of a corpse king. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared, moving with such speed that even Ren, now a level 2 ability user, could not react in time. A searing pain ripped through her abdomen as she was violently thrown against the wall. Cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Ren's mouth. Big sister. Upon witnessing her being flung away, her sisters could no longer contain themselves and rushed to her side. As she was propelled backward, the small room was instantly inundated by the zombies. Don't. Hurry and escape. Ren intended to rise, but the power of the Corpse King was insurmountable. Even her hardened abilities could not withstand such a terrifying blow. A sharp sound sliced through the air as the Corpse King appeared at the entrance of the room. The other zombies, as if endowed with awareness, suddenly froze in place, ceasing all movement. Ren turned to face the Corpse King, observing its form. Approximately 6 feet tall, its features unrecognizable due to mutations, with jagged, white teeth that extended to its ears and green-hued pupils. A green level. Despair washed over Ren. Green was above the white level zombies. With her current strength, She might contend with a white-level zombie, but a green-level corpse king was an entirely different challenge. How could such a terrifying being exist merely 3 days into the apocalypse? Wenren Runin let out a resigned smile, seemingly accepting her fate as she slowly closed her eyes. The green corpse king, however, revealed a chilling grin before lunging toward her. Ah! The sound of piercing screams echoed throughout the KTV. Chapter 41. Another sister? I am sorry, Brother Shadow. In this lifetime, it seems that Wenren will no longer be able to accompany you on this journey. At this moment, Wenren Runin has already closed her eyes. The excruciating pain in her abdomen has completely shattered her supernatural defenses, leaving her utterly devoid of strength to rise and fight. She lies helplessly on the ground, faintly perceiving that the private room she had just defended is now filled to the brim with a relentless tide of zombies. Her consciousness begins to fade. She has expended far too much energy. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, as her awareness teeters on the brink of oblivion, a towering figure suddenly materializes before her. Simultaneously, countless zombies are mercilessly slaughtered by this man. Is it just an illusion? This silhouette resembles Brother Shadow. A faint smile graces Wenren Runin's lips. Seeing Brother Shadow before her demise is indeed a fortunate choice. Soon after, she feels herself gently enveloped in a pair of powerful arms. At that moment, within the private room, Lin Bei and Xiao Bai make their dramatic entrance. In Lin Bei's arms, Wenren Runin appears as delicate as a kitten. Take good care of her. From the moment they stepped into this KTV, Lin Bei sensed a formidable aura of supernatural energy. Observing the corpses of the zombies around him, which looked as if they had been brutally exploded, Lin Bei is instantly reminded of a woman from his previous life. Wenren Runin, though standing at less than 5 feet tall, is undoubtedly a terrifying figure. She once obliterated a king-level zombie, and the gruesome aftermath still makes Lin Bei break into a sweat at the mere memory. It is hard to fathom how such a seemingly fragile girl could unleash such horrifying power. Lin Bei is eager to ascertain whether this person is indeed the Wenren Runin from his past life. Upon reaching the second floor, he discovers that the private room is besieged by an overwhelming horde of zombies. With a blink, he arrives inside the room and finds Wenren Runin unconscious. Gently, he cradles her in his arms. Without needing to see her face, just her aura confirms that this is undoubtedly Wenren Runin. He carefully hands her over to the girls behind him. Although he is unaware of their relationships, it is clear that Wenren Runin would never abandon them, even at the cost of her own life. Their bond is evident. Roar. Just then, a horrifying roar of a zombie erupts from behind Lin Bei. He turns to face the creature, whose green eyes glimmer menacingly, its features twisted in rage as it fixates on him, as if scrutinizing him. A zombie king? Lin Bei is instinctively taken aback, realizing that such a unique entity has emerged only 3 days into the apocalypse, and it is a zombie king with green eyes. Beside Lin Bei, Xiao Bai is trembling with excitement, her face alight with fervor. Su Yun's beautiful eyes blink rapidly. It's actually a zombie king. This means I can accelerate my evolution. Without hesitation, Su Yun leaps onto Lin Bei's shoulder, gesturing toward the zombie king. Having lived with Xiao Bai for a month, Lin Bei comprehends her intent. You mean you desire the crystal core from this zombie king? Su Yun eagerly nods in response. Lin Bei's expression darkens with murderous intent. I will certainly not let this zombie king escape. Anyone who dares to harm my women will meet a single fate, death. His eyes blaze with fury, and he is resolute. Simultaneously, the little fox, Su Yun, instinctively anticipates Wenren Runin's background. She jumps down from Lin Bei's shoulder, positioning herself protectively in front of the girls. Her meaning clear, she will safeguard them. Lin Bei, understanding her intent, feels a surge of confidence, free from any lingering concerns. He retrieves a tang knife from his supernatural space and charges toward the green-eyed zombie king. Suddenly, the girls behind him snap out of their shock. Although they are unaware of Lin Bei's identity, they sense no malice in his actions. They immediately plead, "Could you please take our big sister and fight your way out? We don't mind perishing here, but our big sister has awakened her powers, and her strength is formidable. We cannot let her die alongside us without a fight. We will carve a bloody path for you." Upon hearing their words, Lin Bei's heart warms. He did not expect to encounter such principled girls in this grim world. However, he has no time for pleasantries. He coldly replies, "Be quiet. Just protect her and leave the rest to me. None of us will die." As soon as he finishes speaking, he charges headlong into the horde of nearly 100 zombies. In this room, with so many people behind him, Lin Bei cannot afford to use grenades or other area effect weaponry. Most critically, against an intelligent zombie king, such weaponry would be ineffective, as it could easily command the zombies to block any projectiles. Nevertheless, Lin Bei is now a second-level supernatural being, having grasped a new skill, Void Slash. With a fierce shout, he leaves behind an afterimage, reappearing before a zombie. With a swift motion, he swings his long knife, enveloped in the power of the void. Swish. Two sounds resonate almost simultaneously, the sharp tearing of air and the sickening crack of flesh. With a single strike, Lin Bei dispatches one zombie. Without pausing, he weaves through the horde like a wolf among sheep, avoiding the zombies under the king's control, who are relentless in their assault on Lin Bei. In a flash, Lin Bei has already dispatched dozens of zombies, and he has executed Void Slash multiple times without breaking a sweat, compared to his previous self as a first-level supernatural being. He has undergone a tremendous transformation. Suddenly, the green-eyed zombie king's gaze sharpens. Its pupils gleam with a strange light. And the zombies to Lin Bei's left and right abruptly shift their focus, turning towards Su Yun and the others. Thud, thud, thud. Countless legs pound against the ground, creating an ominous sound that sends chills down one's spine. Chapter 42. The Tear of Void. Damn it. Has this beast truly attained sentience? Lin Bei observed the horde of zombies that, instead of attacking him, diverted their attention towards Su Yun and her companions. This was clearly a tactic to distract Lin Bei or compel him to protect Su Yun. A human-like smile manifested on the face of the Green Corpse King. Countless zombies continuously advanced towards the little fox. At that moment, a strange purple glow flickered in the little fox's pupils. Freeze. If it were able to articulate human speech, the little fox would undoubtedly utter this word. However, she had not yet transformed into a human and could only emit faint cries. After her quiet wails, all the zombies within a 10-meter radius suddenly became as motionless as inanimate objects. Upon witnessing this ability, Lin Bei immediately understood and felt a sense of relief. This was one of the little fox's skills. No wonder she was a formidable demon in her past life. Such mental control was indeed unparalleled. The ordinary zombies appeared to be momentarily stunned, unable to move. Lin Bei was astonished, his gaze flickering with intensity. He also realized that while she could control so many ordinary zombies, the effect would likely not last long. The priority was to deal with the Green Corpse King at once. As Lin Bei had surmised, the little fox's pupils, after radiating that eerie purple light, caused her entire body to weaken noticeably. Her breath was shallow, indicating that she was nearing her limit. 3 minutes. Surely that would be enough for Brother Shadow to deal with the corpse in front of them. Su Yun blinked her beautiful eyes repeatedly. Her greatest sense of security was when she was by Lin Bei's side, where she could place her unwavering trust in him. Die! Lin Bei roared, muscles tensing as he gripped his Tang Dao tightly, the sound of the blade slicing through the air resonating sharply. The Green Zombie King seemed momentarily taken aback by this display, though he had awakened a semblance of intelligence. It was limited and could not comprehend why his zombie minions had suddenly halted. Just as confusion washed over his features, Lin Bei's figure materialized before him. With a swift thrust, the Tang Dao aimed for the Zombie King's throat. Should he connect, Lin Bei was confident he could dispatch the creature with his Void Slash. However, the Green Corpse King was no fool. In an instant, he reacted, contorting his rigid form at an unnatural angle to evade Lin Bei's strike. Yet, Lin Bei's movements were even swifter. As if anticipating the maneuver, his right hand trembled again, slicing downward towards the green zombie's body. This time, the Zombie King could not evade. His arm and torso were severed apart. Lin Bei's void power enveloped the blade, and even the Green Corpse King's formidable body could not withstand the force of his strike. One arm was instantly cleaved off, falling to the ground beside him. Lin Bei then reappeared in another direction. This time, the Green Corpse King had regained his wits and was unwilling to confront Lin Bei head-on, evading with surprising agility, keeping pace with Lin Bei's speed. The two figures danced through the KTV corridor, shards of glass scattered about, while Lin Bei moved like a demonic spirit. His eyes filled with murderous intent, showing no signs of respite. Whether employing void walking or void slash, he had not paused since engaging the Green Corpse King. He understood that he had gained the upper hand and was relentlessly suppressing the creature. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to retaliate. And he feared he might not be able to subdue the Green Corpse King swiftly enough. Yet, Lin Bei noticed the surrounding zombies beginning to exhibit slight movements, a sign that the ordinary zombies were about to awaken. The Green Corpse King had also sensed this change. a cold smile spreading across his face, as if anticipating victory. In the private room behind them, Wenren Ruanan and her companions were agape, having never witnessed such a scene before. The spectacle was utterly surreal, their astonishment rendering them oblivious to their surroundings. The movements of Lin Bei and the Zombie King were so rapid that their naked eyes could scarcely discern them. Swallowing hard, they speculated whether that handsome man was associated with their formidable leader. Was he perhaps a member of a special forces unit from their nation? No wonder their leader was so powerful. Even her acquaintances possessed extraordinary capabilities. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, he had inadvertently garnered a group of admirers. However, in the midst of the chaos, Lin Bei's actions began to slow. Even he was nearing his limits after such an intense confrontation. He could not continue in this manner. A solution must be found. Gritting his teeth, a flash of inspiration ignited in his eyes. Void tear. With a deafening roar, he suddenly stood still. The Green Corpse King, pressed under Lin Bei's dominance, instinctively leaped back, creating distance between them, still wearing that sinister, mocking smile. In his mind, he assumed Lin Bei had recognized his inferiority and surrendered. Yet, in a sudden turn, Lin Bei lifted his gaze sharply. The green zombie sensed impending doom. An instinctual urge to flee overtaking him, but it was too late. Lin Bei had unleashed his trump card, Void Tear. This was a skill he had comprehended in his past life, one typically available only to 5th-tier ability users. However, he could not afford to concern himself with such limitations now. Before the Green Zombie King, hundreds of fissures erupted across its body, as if space itself were fracturing in a terrifying display. Shatter, Lin Bei murmured, his face paling. Merely invoking this ability had nearly depleted his energy reserves, rendering his legs weak. A piercing sound reverberated through the air as the Green Corpse King's body suddenly exploded. This epitomized the terrifying nature of Lin Bei's Void Tear, capable of directly splitting the targeted space. Chapter 43 The Spider-Man of the Great Xia Kingdom. A rumble echoed through the air as terrifying fluctuations spread relentlessly. Before Lin Bei, the very fabric of space began to expand, disassembling the body of the Green Corpse King into fragments. In an instant, the sound was akin to shattering glass, piercingly sharp, causing the adorably naive little white to cover its ears. Fortunately, the Green Corpse King had already transformed into a puddle of blood. Within that sanguine pool, a luminous green crystal core was grasped firmly in Lin Bei's hand before it even touched the ground. "Here, little white," he exclaimed, tossing it towards the small creature. Although Lin Bei was in a weakened state, little white appeared to be in a far worse condition, its once resplendent tail gradually losing its luster. With a howl, little white consumed the green crystal core in one swift motion, its body trembling violently, brows furrowed as if enduring great agony. Lin Bei, however, had no time to concern himself with little white's plight. Surrounding him, several zombies were beginning to stir. With a whoosh, Lin Bei's legs moved once more, resembling a specter as he wielded his dagger, vanishing into thin air and reappearing before another zombie to strike again. At this moment, a few of Wenren Runen's companions also regained their senses, witnessing the zombies move sluggishly and lacking the ability to act. Especially with the most fearsome green zombie already slain, their terror diminished significantly. Lin Bei observed, astonished, as a girl with pink hair produced a half-man-high wolf-tooth club from seemingly nowhere. "You wretched zombies, perish," she cried, smashing the skull of one zombie with a single blow, her demeanor strikingly similar to Wenren Runen's. Even Lin Bei involuntarily shuddered. Swallowing hard, he continued to wield his tang knife, though his speed was evidently reduced. It was unclear whether it was due to the excessive consumption of energy from his earlier spatial rift or the unsteady grip on his knife after witnessing the actions of Wenren Runen's companions. Ultimately, within a minute after the Green Corpse King's demise, hundreds of zombies were dispatched by Lin Bei and Wenren Runen's companions. After vanquishing the last zombie, the group collapsed onto the ground, Lin Bei gasping heavily, astonished that a green-level Corpse King had appeared here. Had he not arrived in time, Wenren Runen might have perished. Panting, Lin Bei was drenched in sweat, not to mention the other girls. He retrieved some water and food from his spatial abilities, saying, "Here, recover some strength." He first approached Wenren Runen, who had likely fainted from pain. This showcased just how terrifying the green zombie had been. Even Wenren Runen, a second-level power-type ability user with hardened abilities, could not withstand such a devastating blow. Thankfully, Lin Bei possessed spatial talents and had managed to suppress it from the outset. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would have remained uncertain. With a swift motion, Lin Bei extracted several colorless crystal cores from his spatial realm and placed them on one Rin Runin. Instantly, her complexion regained some color, and the crystal cores vanished. Lin Bei sighed in relief upon witnessing this. He then hastily rose to check on the little fox, which had expended even more energy than he had. Its once lustrous tail now appeared somewhat dull. Fortunately, Lin Bei had given the green crystal core to the little fox, which seemed to be absorbing it. Observing the little fox's condition, Lin Bei felt a pang of sympathy but did not fret excessively, for he knew this clever creature would manage. After gently stroking the little fox, he turned his attention to the other girls standing beside Wen Rin Runin. 7 girls, all of comparable height and build to Wen Rin Runin, stood before him. As Lin Bei pondered how to explain his relationship with Wen Rin Runin, her eyelashes fluttered, and he suddenly recalled that they had not met since his reincarnation. He could not afford to speak carelessly, lest he arouse suspicion. Actually, I am the Spider-Man of the Great Xia Kingdom. I traverse the unjust and draw my blade to assist. The expressions of the girls across from him shifted dramatically. Their admiration morphed into something more peculiar. They were unaware of Lin Bei's origins or why he had come to their aid. But it seemed he was acquainted with their leader, yet he refrained from revealing their connection. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts swirled in their minds. Perhaps he was a childhood friend who had traveled great distances merely to save Wen Rin Runin, or something else entirely. Lin Bei's identity had been imagined in 1,000 different ways by this group of young girls. However, they bore no malice towards him. He had saved them and their leader, and regardless of the nature of his relationship with Wen Rin Runin, in their eyes, Lin Bei was simply one thing, a benefactor. All right, benefactor. You need not say more. We understand, spoke the pink-haired girl who had previously wielded the wolf-tooth club to crush a zombie-esque skull. Her gaze flitted between Lin Bei and Wen Rin Runin, her expressions rich with meaning, as if she had seen through everything. Just as she was about to say more, a small fist struck her forehead. What do you know, you silly girl? In truth, Wen Rin Runin had already regained consciousness, secretly listening to Lin Bei's words. Alas, it appeared that Brother Shadow had not yet experienced the harshness of the apocalypse. He still held on to the goodness in his heart. After all, who would risk their life to save a complete stranger in such dire times? Just before she lost consciousness, she had seen a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Brother Shadow from her previous life, both possessing spatial abilities. Wen Rin Runin had nearly confirmed that Lin Bei was indeed the shadow of her past life. Chapter 44. 2 Facades. Wen Rin Runin, upon hearing her younger sisters spiraling into fanciful thoughts, could no longer maintain her facade. Rising abruptly, she delivered a light smack. Ouch! Big sister, I was wrong. The girl who received Wen Rin Runin's playful blow murmured softly. Of course, Wen Rin Runin was not genuinely angry. It was merely a superficial gesture. Soon after, she turned her gaze towards Lin Bei. How should I address this handsome gentleman? After deliberating, Wen Rin Runin resolved not to disclose her identity as a reincarnated soul just yet. Although she was already certain that Lin Bei was the shadow from her previous life, her experiences in the apocalyptic world had taught her the importance of concealing oneself. It was best not to reveal all her secrets unless absolutely necessary. The most crucial aspect was that regardless of her reincarnation, once she found the shadow in this life, she would simply remain by Lin Bei's side. Forgive me, sisters. This time, I shall take the lead. Indeed, the thought mirrored that of her little fox companion, Su Yun. Upon hearing Wen Rin Runin's voice, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that when he first encountered Wen Rin Runin in his previous life, she did not seem to possess this demeanor. However, he did not expect to meet her so soon after his reincarnation. Gently stroking his chin, he contemplated whether to recruit Wen Rin Runin into his fold. The young girls behind her were equally formidable, capable of independently slaying zombies in the apocalypse. Moreover, their methods were notably gentle, almost indistinguishable from Wen Rin Runin's own. Lin Bei hesitated, deciding to ponder further. Lin Bei, he replied briefly, then moved towards Xiao Bai, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. However, her breathing had calmed, indicating she was likely unharmed. He recalled a similar incident in his previous life, where he had saved Wen Rin Runin, but at that time, she was entirely alone, surrounded by zombies. After his intervention, she had expressed a desire to join his organization. He wondered whether Wen Rin Runin would make the same choice this time, especially since she was not alone. She had companions now. The girls beside Wen Rin Runin immediately approached her, expressing their concerns. Once they confirmed that Wen Rin Runin seemed to be all right, They breathed a sigh of relief and quickly recounted the events leading to her fainting. Upon learning that it was indeed a green zombie, when Rin Runin's heart tightened instinctively, filled with worry for Lin Bei. Big sister, what should we do now? The remaining girls queried, glancing at Wen Rin Runin. While Lin Bei continued to assess Xiaobai's condition, Wen Rin Runin suppressed her excitement, striving to maintain composure. Ahem. Lin Bei, brother. Look at us girls. Amidst this apocalypse filled with the undead, we are genuinely terrified and hardly dare to fight back against zombies. You appear so valiant and powerful. I heard my sisters say you even vanquished a zombie king just now. I wonder if you could take us in. The moment her voice fell, the girls behind her gaped in disbelief. Did I just hear that correctly? Is this really our big sister? Lin Bei, who was just relieved to see Xiaobai was fine, was now equally stunned by Wen Rinrin's words. The gentle demeanor she displayed was hard to reconcile with her earlier display of strength against the zombies. As Lin Bei remained momentarily speechless, Wen Rinrin assumed he was about to decline her request. She rushed to his side, wrapping her arm around one of his, playfully nudging him. Oh, Lin Bei brother. Look at all of us sisters. Each one is a beauty beyond compare. Please, take us in. Her enchanting eyes blinked earnestly as she gazed up at Lin Bei. Hee. In my previous life, Shadow Brother was quite fond of this approach. Such a charming rogue. Lin Bei felt a shiver run down his spine at Wen Rinrin's playful tone. When had she become like this? He instinctively swallowed hard, glancing at the sisters behind her. Although they might not match the beauty of Liu Feier or Hua Chuxua, they were undoubtedly supermodel-level beauties before the apocalypse. While I could consider accepting you, I do not tolerate idleness. Moreover, I have my own order here. So you would do well to ponder this, he stated firmly. His meaning was clear. Once they joined, they would need to follow his commands. He would not harbor those who defied his authority. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Wen Rinrin's face lit up with joy. She had been waiting for him to say this. Rest assured, Lin Bei brother, we will absolutely follow your orders. If you tell us to go east, we will not venture west. If you ask us to be silent, we will not utter a word. After Wen Rinrin's affirmation, her group of sisters stood in shock, their mouths agape, as if witnessing the unbelievable. Did I just hear that right? Did big sister just speak in such a cute tone? Lin Bei, who had been checking on Xiaobai, was momentarily taken aback by Wen Rinrin's sudden shift in demeanor. The expression and tone of Wen Rinrin had shattered all preconceived notions held by her sisters. In their eyes, she had never behaved in such a manner before. Instinctively, they swallowed hard. At that moment, Wen Rinrin seemed to sense their gazes upon her. She turned to face them, her demeanor shifting back to her usual self, her voice now cold. What? Are you all thirsty? Her tone was as frigid as ice, causing her sisters to shiver involuntarily. This was the true big sister they recognized. Lin Bei, witnessing this, shook his head with a resigned smile. He retrieved some water and food from his spatial abilities. I have some water. Upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, Wen Rinrin turned back into the guise of the neighborly girl. Oh, it's all right, Lin Bei brother. They just finished drinking. From now on, Lin Bei brother will be our leader. Wen Rinrin shifted the topic, addressing her sisters. In unison, they exclaimed, Leader. Lin Bei couldn't help but feel amused. The aura emanating from these girls was even more formidable than that of many men. They would undoubtedly become a terrifying force in the future. Chapter 45. The unexpected visitor. Lin Bei continuously stroked his chin. Inside the small KTV room, there sat one man and 8 women. Apart from Lin Bei, the others were Wen Rinrin and her remaining 7 companions. Had this been before the apocalypse, being surrounded by 8 women in a KTV would have been akin to receiving divine favor. Yet now, with the onset of the apocalypse, everything revolved around the struggle for survival. After some familiar banter, Wen Rinrin suddenly remembered something and quickly rose to rummage through a nearby zombie's remains. By the way, brother Lin Bei, have you extracted those things from the zombie skulls? Upon hearing her, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. How did she know about the crystal cores? However, he dismissed the thought. After all, green-level zombies had already emerged by the 3rd day of the apocalypse. What was impossible anymore? Is this what you mean? Lin Bei retrieved a colorless crystal core from his ability space. Upon seeing it, Wen Rinrin's eyes lit up. Yes, this is called a crystal core, and I discovered that we, as ability users, can absorb them. Lin Bei nodded slightly, acknowledging his understanding of the matter. I've already collected all the crystal cores here. What about the green zombie's core, brother Lin Bei? Wen Rinrin asked eagerly. In the early days of the apocalypse, consuming a green-level crystal core could undoubtedly elevate one's abilities to the top tier. Lin Bei glanced at the little fox, who was peacefully asleep nearby. She consumed it. This little fox has been quite spirited since the apocalypse began. If it hadn't controlled those ordinary zombies earlier, you and your friends might have already turned into zombies. Upon hearing this, Wen Ruanan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She whispered, "Could it be the same fox from my previous life?" Lin Bei, unable to catch her words, inquired, What did you say?" Realizing her slip, Wen Ruanan smiled sweetly as she gently embraced the little fox, Su Yun, from the sofa. "Oh, nothing, Brother Lin Bei. I just feel this little fox is quite remarkable. We must treat her well from now on." Lin Bei nodded in agreement. "Of course. Now, we should all be well rested. I'll take you back to the shelter, where there is hot water and various food supplies. Let us settle in for the night, and I will make further arrangements tomorrow." He had already devised a plan in his mind, particularly after meeting Wen Ruanan. He aimed to establish the foremost force in this new world. Meanwhile, in another direction, an uninvited guest had arrived at Lin Bei's villa. The sound of footsteps echoed as a strikingly beautiful woman named Lin Xiing approached the villa. With a graceful gesture, a holographic map materialized before her. This should be the place. Not bad. Even my invented water purifier is here, along with these solar panels and insulation. The level of security here. Her enchanting eyes flickered as a beauty mark beside her elegant eyes added to her allure. Without lingering, she strode confidently towards Lin Bei's villa. Inside, Liu Feier was discussing abilities with Hua Chuxue when her expression suddenly changed. Upon noticing Liu Feier's reaction, Hua Chuxue asked anxiously, "Feier, what's wrong?" "Shu." Liu Feier signaled for silence, quickly using sign language, a method Lin Bei had taught them earlier. She had sensed Lin Xing's arrival through her inside ability. After conveying the message through gestures, Hua Chuxue's expression shifted instantly. She stood up and concealed herself, while Liu Feier remained on high alert. She had seen Lin Xing's unusual attire, resembling some form of specialized armor. As Lin Xing drew closer, Hua Chuxue could finally see her face. In an instant, she unleashed a powerful strike with her Tang Dao, a rush of energy slicing through the air. The sound of the impact resonated loudly as she appeared before Lin Xing in the blink of an eye. Lin Xing furrowed her brow, exerting her legs to evade Hua Chuxue's ferocious attack. "Not Lin Bei," she murmured thoughtfully. Upon hearing Lin Xing's voice, Liu Feier's previously tense expression eased slightly. The fact that she recognized this as Lin Bei's residence raised some questions. Did she perhaps know him? However, a flicker of hostility arose within Liu Feier. How could a girl have found her way here in the apocalypse? Yet, Liu Feier was no fool. The fact that the woman could mention Lin Bei indicated a connection. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, she quickly addressed Hua Chuxue. "Chuxue, hold on. She seems to know Lin Bei." Stepping out from the villa, Liu Feier, dressed in a cropped white top that revealed her waist and sporting long, fair legs, approached Lin Xing. Hua Chuxue positioned herself protectively behind Liu Feier, brandishing her weapon. "Who are you, and how do you know Lin Bei?" Liu Feier questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. Lin Xing, taking in the two women before her, chuckled softly. "Well, it seems I've encountered quite the enchanting duo." She had come to uncover why Lin Bei had procured so many items before the apocalypse, seemingly preparing for it. Moreover, she recalled that during the onset of the shadow apocalypse in her previous life, she had been in Jiangbei City, primarily to find Lin Bei. She was also curious about who had spent lavishly on her developed insulation materials. Unexpectedly, instead of finding Lin Bei, she had come across two stunning beauties, whose looks and figures rivaled her own. "Excuse me, young lady, may I inquire if Lin Bei is here?" Chapter 46. The mutated Lin Xiing in Jiangbei City. At the Fengdan Bilu. "Boss, it seems that the kid from last time entered here." At this moment, Liu had brought Wong Li to Lin Xing's residence. Wong Li, with a face marked by excess flesh and bulging muscles on his arms, exuded an aura reminiscent of yellowish-brown armor on his body. This place. It appears that kid was also wealthy before the apocalypse. Wong Li's face was filled with disdain. Ever since he discovered the secret of the crystal cores, he had continuously absorbed them and had become a level 2 ability user. Now, encountering ordinary zombies posed no threat to him whatsoever. Liu had also ascended to a level 2 ability user, and behind them were dozens of individuals radiating an air of ferocity. More terrifyingly, the glint in their eyes hinted at a murderous intent, and their presence was steeped in bloodshed and brutality. Astonishingly, half of them were also ability users. Boss, we now have nearly 7 ability users in total. I believe it won't be long before all the brothers become ability users. Li Yuming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The arrival of the apocalypse had disrupted all temporal rules, granting these marginalized individuals a chance for resurgence. Wong Li nodded in agreement. Brothers, our mission in the wealthy district is twofold: to scavenge for food and to seek out women. A few days ago, we found some delightful women on Goni Street. As always, whoever finds them can claim them as their own. Wong Li waved his hand, and the eyes of his subordinates gleamed with a fierce hunger. They recalled how, before the apocalypse, they would not have even dared to glance at the women from the bar street of Jiangbei City. Yet yesterday, they had indulged freely. Excitement evident on their faces. They had long heard that this affluent area was rife with mistresses kept by wealthy men, and now they could enjoy themselves to the fullest. Ha ha ha, let us just hope they can survive. Wong Li exclaimed, his anticipation palpable. With Wong Li's command, they paired off and marched towards the wealthy district. Yuming, lead me to the place where that kid went last time. Wong Li and Li Yuming had long harbored intentions towards Lin Bei, and now they felt their strength was adequate. Moreover, Li Yuming had discovered that the direction Lin Bei had taken led to a villa that was the only notable landmark in the vicinity. It was undoubtedly Lin Bei's refuge. They planned to make their move tonight. However, Wong Li believed in the wisdom of knowing both oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory in every battle. Thus, he had Li Yuming bring him to Fengdanbi Lu, the site Lin Bei had previously visited, to scavenge for supplies and examine any traces left behind. Boss, it should be the building up ahead. Soon, Li Yuming led Wong Li to the front of Lin Xiing's villa. However, before they could draw closer, an overwhelming stench assaulted their senses. Even Wong Li furrowed his brow in disgust. What the hell? This smell is unbearable. What did that kid do? Wong Li covered his nose and cautiously approached the interior. With a swift kick, he forced the villa door open. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness. The basement door that Lin Bei had previously entered was ajar. Just as Wong Li hesitated, a shadow suddenly appeared from the darkness, radiating a powerful aura of abilities. What the hell is that? Wong Li jumped back in fright, his abilities instinctively surging forth, his arms swelling with power. However, after a moment, he sensed that the figure did not intend to attack. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Stop playing tricks. What are you? Regaining his composure, he began to curse loudly. Yet the figure offered no response. Damn it. Wong Li was a tough character, or he wouldn't have become the leader of this faction. He boldly stepped forward to enter the villa. However, just as he moved, the figure suddenly sprang into action. A pair of eyes crackling with blue electricity locked onto Wong Li. In that instant, he felt as if an invisible grip was around his neck, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air, accompanied by the crackling of thunder. A shrill cry echoed as Wong Li was hurled backward, crashing into a wall surrounding the villa, which crumbled upon impact. Boss, Li Yuming trembled in fear, his body frozen in place. He had wanted to rush forward, but found himself paralyzed with terror, his lips paling and eyes wide with horror as he stared towards Wong Li. In that spot, a figure stood, completely naked, covered in brown fur, holding Wong Li by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. Coughing, Wong Li struggled, his abilities flaring as he fought to break free, but the grip was like a vice, constricting his throat. Soon, his complexion turned a deep shade of purple. Be brother. Spare me. Wong Li gasped, fear evident in his eyes. He had never encountered such a creature before. If Lin Bei were present, he would surely exclaim in shock. For this being was none other than Lin Xiing. However, he was now covered in brown fur, with sharp fangs protruding from his mouth, resembling a rodent. In his jaws, he clutched a freshly killed rat, and arcs of blue electricity flickered in his gaze. Submit, or perish, Lin Xiing's eyes glinted with malice. His voice icy as he addressed Wong Li, brother. I submit. Wong Li's face was now a deep purple, and it seemed he would suffocate within moments. Upon hearing Wong Li's plea, Lin Xiing loosened his grip and glanced back at Li Yuming, who was trembling uncontrollably, his legs giving way in fear. I don't want to die. I submit. Li Yuming fell to his knees, his resolve crumbling. Meanwhile, several nearby subordinates noticed the commotion and rushed over, only to be horrified by Lin Xiing's appearance. Wong Li, finally able to catch his breath, erupted in anger. Are you all blind? Call me boss. Chapter 47. The cunning little lowly Lin Xiing glared at the figure before him, a sinister expression etched across his face. Cursed apocalypse, cursed Lin Bei. This time, I shall grant you no mercy. Wang Li had been completely subdued by him, and through Wang Li, Lin Xiing had gleaned several insights regarding the apocalypse, such as crystal nuclei and supernatural abilities. He cast a glance at the brown hair sprouting from his arm, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Lin Bei, had it not been for you, I would not have become this wretched creature. Tonight shall be your demise. Lin Xiing was filled with confidence. Ever since the day Lin Bei had shattered his heart, he had succumbed to despair within mere seconds. However, at that critical moment, his supernatural abilities awakened. He possessed the power of lightning, and at that juncture, a mutated rat, a byproduct of the apocalypse, approached him. As it gnawed at his heart, he summoned the last remnants of his consciousness and unleashed his abilities. After slaying the rat, he was astonished to discover a crystal nucleus within its body. Drawing upon that scant energy, Lin Xiing had miraculously survived. For 3 full days, he had lost count of how many rats he had dispatched, primarily through brutal consumption. Now, his vitality had not only returned to its peak, but his supernatural powers had ascended to the level of a Tier 3 supernatural user. Boss Lin, if our conjecture holds true, Lin Bei's residence should be right here. Li Yiming pointed to a house on the map. Lin Xiing's gaze radiated an icy malice. Yes, I am aware. I shall afford our enemies no opportunities. We strike tonight. I recall that rascal had stockpiled millions in cash before the apocalypse, along with a significant investment in a freezing system beforehand. If we can extract the whereabouts of that stock of pork from him, we need not worry about meat for decades. Upon hearing Lin Xiing's words, including Wang Li and his companions, their eyes glimmered with avarice. Although they had managed to fill their stomachs during the apocalypse, it was merely a matter of surviving one meal to the next. The oppressive heat had rendered over 80% of meat inedible. They had not tasted fresh meat in nearly half a month. Damn it. Let us capture Lin Bei and those few girls beside him tonight. Wang Li thought of Hua Chuxue and felt a stirring impatience. In another direction, Lin Bei observed several chattering girls before him, a headache beginning to form. He truly understood what it meant that 3 women could create a scene. Ahem, I believe we should be ready to move on, right? He addressed Wenren, who nodded slightly. Brother Lin Bei, we are almost set. Let us go. Xiaowen, you should just use that chainsaw to cleave the zombies' heads. After responding to Lin Bei, Wenren led her friends downstairs from the KTV. The zombies within the establishment had all been eradicated, and it was now nearly afternoon. To be honest, Lin Bei harbored some concerns about home. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Suddenly, as Lin Bei was lost in thought, the little fox nestled in his arms stirred. He quickly looked down, finding the little creature still asleep, but surprisingly, it had grown 2 tails. 2 tails. Was this the result of animal evolution? Lin Bei's eyes sparkled with wonder. It was his first encounter with something so extraordinary. Soon, Lin Bei and the others reached the KTV's ground floor. The street outside lay in disarray. How shall we get across? Wenren approached Lin Bei, speaking softly. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bei decided to reveal his abilities. He figured that sooner or later, people would discover the existence of his supernatural space. Before Wenren and her friends, he extracted a heavy-duty pickup truck from his supernatural space. Come. You girls sit in the back. Wenren and I will take the front. With a rumbling sound, the ground shook. The girls' eyes widened in astonishment, their mouths forming an O shape. Boss, are you performing magic? This is terrifying. Where on earth did you pull such a massive thing from? One girl exclaimed, glancing incredulously at Lin Bei. He shot back a playful smack to her head, exasperated. What were you thinking? Lin Bei offered no further explanations and beckoned everyone to get in the vehicle. Upon witnessing Lin Bei produce the truck, Wenren felt a wave of reassurance. So, Dark Shadow Brother is quite dashing. She thought to herself, tonight, should I give Dark Shadow Brother the 18 poisons of love or the charming harmony powder? No. The steel gun doesn't fall pill seems promising too. At this moment, Wenren's cunning side revealed itself as she fidgeted with her little skirt. A small pocket bulging with contents. Lin Bei had long noticed this bulging pocket. He was curious about what it contained, especially since Wenren had clutched it tightly even when she had just fainted. Runin, what is in that pocket? You seem quite attached to it, Lin Bei teased, steering the massive pickup truck with one hand while looking at her in the passenger seat. Huh, it's nothing. Wenren's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly replied. Lin Bei, upon hearing her, did not press further. With a roar, he stepped on the gas, speeding down the road. His spirits were high. In just a single day, Not only had the little fox successfully evolved, but he had also found Wenren, garnering a powerful ally. Now, it was time to consider establishing a proper defensive stronghold. No, first, I must locate that woman. Lin Bei's mind raced with thoughts as he set his sights on the capital city. Lin Xiing should still be at the research institute there. Her powers must be on the verge of awakening, but Jiangbei was simply too far from the capital. It seemed necessary to find an opportunity to visit. He had plans in mind. Lin Xiing was the first technological goddess of his Void Garden. Not only had she crafted the most formidable defensive barriers for the Void Garden, but she had also invented numerous cutting-edge technologies, significantly enhancing its strength. Such a talent must not slip away. Chapter 48. Signal at this moment. In Lin Bei's villa, Lin Xiing wore a faint smile as she sat on the sofa. Opposite her, Liu Feier wrinkled her small nose, exuding an unwavering aura, and deliberately puffed out her ample chest, as if to assert her position as the mistress of the villa. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hua Chuxue observed the two women with a playful glint in her eyes, continuously polishing the tang dao that Lin Bei had gifted her. When Lin Bei returns, a splendid drama is sure to unfold. A smile crept across her lips as she eagerly anticipated Lin Bei's reaction upon encountering the two girls. These two should be enough to give Lin Bei quite the headache. Yet, it was surprising to realize that Lin Bei was indeed quite the flirt. Was he straddling two boats, or was there something else afoot? Little did she know, Lin Bei would not only return shortly, but would also bring back 8 more girls. Just the thought of it was overwhelming. Time ticked by, and eventually, it was Liu Feier who broke the silence. Miss Ning, may I inquire about your relationship with Lin Bei? Unable to restrain herself, Liu Feier pressed on. Lin Xing's beautiful eyes blinked slightly as she scrutinized Liu Feier intently. I do not know him, she replied. Upon hearing this, Liu Feier felt a wave of relief wash over her. Could it be that she was overthinking? No, that feeling could not be mistaken. Trusting her instincts, Liu Feier continued to question, then what brings you here this time? Lin Xiing, unfazed, replied. I've come to ask Lin Bei about certain matters. At this, Liu Feier's heart raced again. What could be of such significance that one would travel across the apocalypse from the capital to Jiangbei City to inquire in person? It was hard for Liu Feier not to let her imagination wander. Was a dramatic pursuit of love about to unfold here? How clutch! Liu Feier mentally chastised herself. Just then, a series of thunderous roars echoed from afar. At the same instant, Liu Feier activated her supernatural ability. Upon unlocking her insight, Lin Xing's eyes flickered with interest. How intriguing, a psychic ability. She then glanced at Hua Chuxue, who had already exchanged a few moves with her. Despite wielding various weapons, she had still been suppressed, demonstrating Hua Chuxue's formidable prowess. With just the two of them, they could undoubtedly form a powerful force in the apocalypse. At this moment, Lin Xiing deduced that there was likely another person above these two. If her intuition was correct, it would be the owner of this villa, who had amassed a large stockpile of materials even before the apocalypse. Lin Xing's beautiful eyes blinked repeatedly, piecing together many insights from scant clues. Liu Feier's previously serious expression transformed into one of joy. The boss is back, she exclaimed happily. Just as she prepared to rise and greet him, a crisp ringing sound unexpectedly emanated from Lin Xiing. Instantly, both Hua Chuxue and Liu Feier turned their gazes toward Lin Xiing. In this apocalyptic world, how could there still be a signal? Lin Xiing was shrouded in too many mysteries. Seeing the two girls staring at her, Lin Xiing casually twirled her hair with her fingers, offering no explanations. Instead, she confidently answered the call, an act that exuded assurance and a hint of arrogance, as if she regarded the two with indifference. The expressions of the two girls subtly shifted. However, after their brief confrontation, it was evident that Lin Xiing was no ordinary individual. Besides, Lin Bei would be home in less than 10 minutes, and they doubted Lin Xiing could stir up any trouble by then. Conversely, Lin Xiing answered the call nonchalantly. At that moment, Liu Feier clasped her hands behind her back, her eyes glimmering as she activated her insight ability. Immediately, the voice on the other end of the line reached her ears, a woman's voice. Captain, we have detected a presence near Shili Mountain in Jiangbei City. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xing's breathing quickened. All right, I understand. A smile graced her face, revealing an ironic twist of fate. It appears I won't be able to meet your boss this time. However, I am quite curious about what kind of person he is. Next time, we shall inevitably meet. A look of regret crossed Lin Xing's face. Her primary purpose for coming to Zhongbei City was to witness Lin Bei, who had begun stockpiling resources before the apocalypse. Yet, she had more pressing matters to attend to. If she could resolve this issue, it would significantly enhance the Shadow's influence. As for Lin Bei's role in the Shadow, Lin Xiing harbored little doubt. She recalled that in her previous life, the Shadow had mentioned being a lone wolf throughout the apocalypse. Now, after meeting the two girls, she had likely begun to piece together the answer. Thus, she did not linger. Just as she prepared to depart, Hua Chuxue suddenly drew her sword, her gaze sharp. You think you can come and go as you please? What do you take this place for? With Lin Bei about to return, the mystery surrounding this woman was too significant. She needed Lin Bei to see this for himself before making any decisions. Liu Feier had already retreated behind Hua Chuxue, knowing that this direct confrontation was not suitable for her at the moment. Apologies, but at your current strength, you likely cannot detain me. A sweet smile appeared on Lin Xing's face. Let us see about that. Hua Chuxue responded coldly. As a descendant of the Hua family from the capital, she had never been so underestimated. Suddenly, a gust of energy surged beneath her feet, propelling her toward Lin Xiing with astonishing speed. In the air, a piercing sound resonated. Lin Xiing merely shook her head. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped her, and her speed matched that of Hua Chuxue. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from the room and emerged outside. Hua Chuxue, witnessing this, hurriedly pursued her. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance. Just as she leaped out the window, her eyes widened in shock. Chapter 49, Blood Moon. To her astonishment, Hua Chuxue beheld a dazzling display of fiery light, akin to shooting stars, emanating from Lin Xiing. It resembled the exhilarating experience of wingsuit flying, yet at her feet, two flames flickered. At that moment, Lin Xiing ascended into the air, leaving Hua Chuxue and Liu Feier frozen in disbelief. What kind of technology is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Hua Chuxue mused, convinced that, as a descendant of the Hua family, she would have been informed if such technology existed in the Great Xia Kingdom. However, above them, on Lin Xing's delicate face, a fleeting expression of helplessness crossed her features. I told you, if I choose to leave now, no one can stop me. Then, she muttered softly, I can only rely on fuel for propulsion, if only. Liu Feier, having sensed the peculiar abilities at play, quickly absorbed the situation. Without further hesitation, Lin Xiing transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the vastness above. Below, Hua Chuxue yearned to pursue her. But Liu Feier suddenly called out to her, Chuxue, wait. This woman is far too enigmatic, and brother Lin Bei is about to return. We should inform him first. Upon hearing Liu Feier's words, Hua Chuxue halted, casting a glance towards the now vanished Lin Xiing, and nodded slightly. It seemed there was no other choice. Nevertheless, Lin Xing's actions ignited a spark of determination within Hua Chuxue, especially as she recalled the condescending gaze Lin Xiing had cast upon her. How dare she underestimate me? Meanwhile, a rumble echoed as Lin Bei returned to the villa with Wen Runin and her companions. Upon spotting Liu Feier and Hua Chuxue at the entrance, his brow furrowed. After disembarking, both women approached him, their expressions betraying unspoken thoughts. Lin Bei noted their demeanor and chuckled lightly. What is the matter? Why do you look so troubled? If there is something on your minds, let us discuss it inside. As they entered the villa, a profound sense of security enveloped Hua Chuxue and Liu Feier, akin to a heavy stone finally settling. Inside the villa, when Ren Runin's friends blinked in astonishment, their mouths agape. They had not expected to encounter such a pristine abode, with its comfortable temperature and even the presence of electricity amidst the apocalypse. Lin Bei's villa left these young admirers utterly astounded. And even when Ren Runin felt a stirring in her heart. Once everyone was seated, Lin Bei turned to Wen Runin, who immediately understood the cue. Hello, sisters. I am Wen Runin. I was rescued by brother Lin Bei. After a brief introduction, the two groups became acquainted, sharing insights about their abilities. Under normal circumstances, Liu Feier would have teased Lin Bei for being a heartbreaker, but given the pressing matters at hand, such playful thoughts were set aside. Lin Bei observed the expanding circle of his allies, a smile gracing his features. With his current strength, he was practically invincible at the onset of the apocalypse. Then, recalling the expressions on Hua Chuxue and Liu Feier's faces, he inquired, Chuxue, Feier, it seemed you had something to discuss earlier? At this moment, Liu Feier glanced at Wen Runin. Lin Bei encouraged gently, go ahead, we are all allies here. He secretly acknowledged Liu Feier's impressive growth. Her adaptability was remarkable. having been by his side the longest. Taking a deep breath, Liu Feier quickly recounted the appearance of the mysterious woman, Lin Xiing. After a moment, Lin Bei stroked his chin, his gaze contemplative. Are you saying a mysterious woman, replete with advanced technology, has visited us and mentioned Shili Mountain? Liu Feier nodded slightly. Brother Lin Bei, her equipment was unlike anything from our time. It seemed as if it was from the future. Hua Chuxue concurred. Indeed. Even in my previous status before the apocalypse, I had never heard of such technology. Moreover, her communication device still had signal amidst the chaos, which is truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei fell into deep contemplation. If that was the case, one name immediately came to mind, Lin Xiing. She had been a significant figure in his past life, possessing a unique ability that harnessed mental prowess to create remarkable technology. Yet, based on Lin Bei's recollections, this timeline seemed off. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What did you say she mentioned on the phone? Liu Feier replied, Shili Mountain. A sly smile crept across Lin Bei's lips. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. If I recall correctly, the reason Lin Xiing was able to amass such power was not only due to his stockpiling of resources, but also because he established his stronghold on Shili Mountain. Following that, the Blue Star would experience an unprecedented earthquake, revealing unique minerals that had remained hidden beneath the Earth's surface. Shili Mountain housed a rich vein of these resources, which Lin Xiing exploited to expand his influence, ultimately becoming one of the most formidable forces of the apocalypse. However, Lin Bei felt no urgency about this revelation. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where the moonlight glimmered in his eyes. No need to worry. We will face whatever challenges come our way. It seems the intention of this newcomer is not hostile. As he gazed at the moon, a grave expression settled on his face. What matters most now is to prepare for the approaching blood moon. Wenren Runin abruptly looked up, her eyes wide with shock. Blood moon? How does Brother Lin Bei know of this? As a reincarnated being, she was well aware of the blood moon's significance. On the 7th night after the apocalypse began, the moon would turn a blood-red hue, causing all zombies to enter a frenzied state, relentlessly hunting for survivors. Each blood moon brought immense challenges to the living. Chapter 50. Secrets. Lin Bei recalled that in his previous life, the blood moon appeared shortly after the apocalypse descended. That night, countless zombies plunged into a frenzy, bringing immense calamity to the surviving humanity. Fortunately, at that time, Lin Bei and Lin Xiing had just emerged from the basement. The latter had awakened his supernatural ability, which enabled him to survive that disaster. Moreover, Lin Bei's eyes flickered with intensity. After each blood moon, a transformation of the heavens and earth would follow, akin to the previous calamity of extreme heat. He remembered that after the first blood moon, an unprecedented massive earthquake would occur, affecting the entire Blue Star. It was precisely for this reason that the energies hidden within the mantle would be brought to the surface by the quake. Beside him, Wenren Runin's heart raced with trepidation. Impossible. How could Brother Lin Bei know about the blood moon? Could it be? She gasped, an incredible thought forming in her mind. Could it be that Brother Lin Bei is also a reborn individual? At that moment, Hua Chuxue's expression shifted. The blood moon. Lin Bei, you know about this too? Is the legend true? Upon hearing Hua Chuxue's voice, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. You know as well? He instinctively asked. What was going on? Logically, only he, as a reborn person, should be aware of the blood moon. Why did Hua Chuxue also possess this knowledge? At that instant, Lin Bei's heart resonated with astonishment. Hua Chuxue's eyes grew serious as she nodded slightly. You know my identity. Before the apocalypse, I saw it mentioned in an ancient book collected by my family. There was a legend that during ancient times in the Great Xia Kingdom, the heavens and earth transformed, and the blood moon hung in the sky. At that time, I thought it was merely a fabrication, but now, given the changes in the world, the appearance of the blood moon is not entirely implausible. Hua Chuxue spoke softly, her expression reminiscent. In that moment, Lin Bei and Wenren Runin's pupils contracted sharply. Both of them were reborn individuals, yet to their surprise, records of the transformation of the heavens had already existed during the onset of the apocalypse. In an instant, Lin Bei's mind raced with contemplation. Was there a deeper secret behind this apocalypse? At this moment, Lin Bei felt as if a vast shroud of mist enveloped the apocalypse. Wenren Runin's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. So it was true. The matter of the blood moon was documented in the book. It was clear that Brother Lin Bei must have seen some records, which explained his knowledge of the blood moon. Perhaps she had overthought it. Fortunately, She had refrained from speaking too soon, or it would have aroused suspicion. Simultaneously, Lin Bei turned to Hua Chuxue. Chuxue, does that ancient text contain any other information? Upon hearing Lin Bei's inquiry, Hua Chuxue let out a helpless smile. At that time, I thought the book was a bit far-fetched and did not continue reading. However, it should still be in my family's warehouse. Unfortunately, her gaze dimmed gradually, with the apocalypse upon them. No one knew what changes had transpired in the outside world. Lin Bei nodded slightly at her response. The imperial capital? Given my current strength, crossing several thousand kilometers to reach the imperial capital seems rather ambitious. Nonetheless, I might consider searching for the book that Chuxue mentioned. All right. Since everyone is now familiar with each other, let us have a simple meal. Starting tomorrow, we must enhance our strength. I do not keep idlers here. Lin Bei's tone was exceptionally serious, clearly not a jest. The group of women nodded solemnly upon hearing Lin Bei's words. Subsequently, in celebration of Wenren Runin and her friends joining, Lin Bei opened a bottle of Romani Conti and retrieved from the warehouse fish maw, red plum pearl fragrance, kung pao rabbit, stir-fried frog, and 8 treasure wild duck. Each dish exuded an enticing aroma. Both Wenren Runin and her friend's eyes sparkled with delight. In the apocalypse, they had never tasted such delicacies. As Lin Bei spoke, they began to indulge without reservation. That night, fortunately, Lin Bei's villa had ample rooms, allowing the girls to share accommodations comfortably. Lin Bei lay on his bed, extracting over 100 crystal cores from his supernatural space, gathered during the day. He glanced at the still sleeping Xiaobai beside him. Did it really take this long for the little one to evolve? In his gaze, he noticed 2 tails had already sprouted from Xiaobai's rear. It wouldn't be long before Xiaobai awakened. A smile graced Lin Bei's lips. Soon, countless crystal cores levitated in the air, energy converging upon him continuously. In just 10 minutes, over 100 crystal cores had turned to powder. Suddenly, Lin Bei's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of divine light igniting within. He could sense his supernatural ability had increased slightly. However, he still fell short of becoming a level 3 supernatural being. If he could absorb a few level 3 crystal cores, he would likely break through to that level. After absorbing the crystal cores, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. The next day, Lin Bei and the girls gathered in the villa's living room. Today, Wenren, you and your friends will guard the house, while Chuxue and Liu Feier will clear the Shuemu community. I will not intervene, Lin Bei stated sternly. Liu Feier and Hua Chuxue exchanged worried glances. They understood that Lin Bei was not joking. In this apocalypse, they must learn to survive independently, to face zombies alone. Even for someone like Liu Feier, a mental-type supernatural being, confronting the undead directly was necessary. After preparing their gear, Lin Bei set off with the 2 girls. Before leaving, he turned to Wenren Runin. You must be cautious. It is likely that survivors have already discovered our location. If any unwelcome visitors come knocking, do not hesitate to act decisively. Wenren Runin smiled faintly. Rest assured, Brother Lin Bei. Days later, after several encounters with zombies, Liu Feier and the others had all become level 2 supernatural beings. Furthermore, the younger sisters Wenren Runin brought along had also awakened their abilities. Even those who had not awakened surpassed the capabilities of ordinary humans. Under favorable conditions, one person could hold off 10 ordinary zombies without issue. Of course, the most formidable among them remained Wenren Runin. Through days of relentless zombie slaying and crystal core absorption, she had approached the threshold of a level 3 supernatural being, even causing Lin Bei to feel a hint of pressure. He had witnessed her punch obliterate the body of a white zombie. Chapter 51. Lin Fan following Wenren Runin is Hua Chuxue, whose mastery of airflow abilities has reached an extraordinary level. She can even execute short bursts of levitation. It can be said that both Wenren Runin and Hua Chuxue have become formidable forces within Lin Bei's faction. Meanwhile, Liu Feier has expanded the range of her perceptive abilities to 100 meters, allowing her to detect even the slightest disturbances within that vicinity. During this time, Xiaobai has awakened, effortlessly controlling 20 to 30 zombies, leaving Lin Bei astounded. Within the Lin Bei villa, Wenren Runin exclaimed, "Hey, Lin Bei Gitch. I believe I will soon break through to a level 3 ability user." She held a golden arch fried chicken leg in her hand and swallowed it whole. The adorable little girl's demeanor was a stark contrast to her fierce ability to crush a zombie's skull with a single punch. Lin Bei, hearing her, smiled slightly. Indeed. Your performances have been commendable these past few days. After several days of collaboration, Lin Bei felt quite satisfied with the progress of Liu Feier and the others. He could now confidently prepare for the impending earthquake following the first blood moon. His gaze shifted towards the direction of Jiangbei City Airport. Lin Bei was indeed planning to procure an aircraft. He had studied aviation during his previous life in his leisure time. He then addressed the group. I need to step out for a while. Hua Chuxue and Liu Feier will oversee the base. Wenren Runen. Take your team and gradually clear the zombies along the Shili Mountain route in Jiangbei City. Lin Bei meticulously assigned tasks to everyone. Liu Feier examined the map, noting that the airport was at least several dozen kilometers away. In this post-apocalyptic world, transportation had likely collapsed entirely. Even a short distance of several dozen kilometers might take a day to traverse, and they had to be vigilant of the zombies lurking about. Concern began to creep into her heart. Boss, rest assured, I shall return within 3 days at most, Lin Bei reassured her, then turned to Wenren Runen. Be cautious while clearing the zombies. Nearly 10 days have passed since the apocalypse began, and advanced zombies are bound to have emerged. Most importantly, beware of survivors. Lin Bei spoke solemnly. In recent days, several survivors had discovered Lin Bei's location, attempting to seize his supplies, but they had all ended up feeding the zombies. Wenren Runen smiled slightly. Don't worry, Lin Bei Gitch. With that, Lin Bei nodded and turned to head towards the airport in Jiangbei City. Simultaneously, in another part of Jiangbei City, Lin Fan exclaimed, Dad, I'm back. He burst through the door of Lin Xiing's residence with a kick. His eyes were slightly red, and his voice choked as he entered. Gone was the demeanor of one of the heirs of the Lin group from before the apocalypse. Instead, he appeared disheveled and emanated an odd odor. Behind him trailed several individuals, led by a rotund man named Liu Feier, whose gaze towards Lin Fan was filled with aggression. Soon, Lin Fan scoured the entire villa, but found no sign of life, only several severely decayed corpses. After suppressing his nausea and discerning that none of them were Lin Xiing, he felt as if his soul had left his body. How could this happen? Behind him, Liu Feier and his lackeys entered the villa. Damn, Lin Fan, I didn't realize you were so wealthy before the apocalypse. Quickly, see if there's any food here. The group disregarded Lin Fan and rushed into the villa. How about it, Xiao Fan Fan? Is your dad still alive? Only Liu Feier approached, placing a greasy hand on Lin Fan's shoulder while continuously stroking it. Didn't you awaken an ability as well? Use it to see what happened here. Liu Feier exuded an unsettling chill, clearly having awakened an ice-type magical ability. Feeling Liu Feier's large hand on his shoulder, Lin Fan trembled. Indeed, Liu Feier had a peculiar penchant. After the apocalypse struck, Lin Fan, while with his new girlfriend, had taken refuge in a luxurious hotel in Jiangbei City. When the heat became unbearable, he chose to remain indoors, waiting for the temperature to drop. However, the apocalypse ensued, and zombies appeared. Liu Feier, who had awoken his abilities, rescued him. Little did Lin Fan know that Liu Feier was a homosexual, and his rescue stemmed from infatuation with Lin Fan's looks. By the first day, Lin Fan had already endured Liu Feier's aggressive advances. To survive, he had to endure their torment. Ultimately, as the hotel ran out of food, Lin Fan suggested they come here, thinking his affluent neighborhood might offer sustenance. He also hoped to rescue his father. Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled a place he had yet to search, the basement. He hurried towards it, suppressing the pain he felt, and leaped down. Upon arrival, he found the ground stained with dried crimson blood. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He activated his ability, Rewind. Indeed, he had awakened an ability, albeit a rather lackluster one. While time-related, it only allowed him to replay scenes from a specific time within the area. Soon, he witnessed Lin Bei entering the basement and killing Lin Xiing, followed by a mutated rat approaching Lin Xiing's corpse. Lin Fan clearly saw that it was a rat capable of easily crushing human bones. The absence of Lin Xiing's body indicated it had likely been consumed by those mutated rats. Not wishing to see more, he deactivated his ability, trembling violently. His eyes filled with fury. Lin Bei, I swear I shall not rest until you're dead. Lin Fan's heart burned like fire. But the thought of Lin Bei's terrifying strength doused him with icy dread. Suddenly, he remembered Liu Feier and rushed to his feet, kneeling before him. Brother Feier, I beg you, help me kill Lin Bei. I know where he lives. I will agree to anything you wish. From now on, I shall cooperate fully. Lin Fan pleaded fervently, his heart twisted in despair. Chapter 52. Arrival at the airport. Upon seeing Lin Bei, Liu Feier's heart stirred with a wave of emotions. his face breaking into a foolish grin. This dashing young man certainly had an appealing charm. Externally, he assured Lin Fan, "Rest easy, little Fan, you are mine. I will certainly help you eliminate this Lin Bei." However, in his heart, he had already devised a plan. He intended to have Lin Fan lead him to Lin Bei, and then he would simply dispose of Lin Fan. After all, he had grown weary of the latter over the past few days. Meanwhile, Lin Bei rode a motorcycle, weaving skillfully through the streets of Jiangbei City. He showed no fear of attracting zombies. Given their current speed, they could hardly catch up to him. Naturally, his conspicuous antics incited the wrath of numerous hidden survivors. Damn it! If you're going to leave, at least don't provoke those zombies. Along the way, Lin Bei dispatched many zombies and noticed numerous corpses on the road, their crystal cores removed. It seemed that many survivors had already discovered the existence of these cores. His heart grew heavy. The discovery of the cores signified that he would need to be cautious not only of zombies, but also of other survivors. In their quest for survival and power, people could resort to any means. And if they could acquire crystal cores swiftly, what could be quicker than resorting to murder? Within a day, Lin Bei arrived at the vicinity of the airport, alone. After storing his motorcycle in his ability space, he began to observe the surroundings. The airport was teeming with zombies, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. It appeared that no survivors remained there. After a thorough inspection, Lin Bei confirmed that there were no signs of life. He drew his tang knife and approached an open area, stealthily making his way towards the control tower. His current vantage point was still insufficient, and the tower, being the tallest structure, would grant him a complete view of the airport. From there, he could devise a plan to acquire a plane. Boom. The airport was vast, and he was still some distance from the interior. Lin Bei decided to retrieve a vehicle from his ability space to drive towards the control tower. Along the way, a few zombies lunged at him. But he did not linger. In less than half an hour, he reached the base of the control tower. Roar! Before him, several zombies were howling incessantly. With a swift flick of his knife, he dispatched them and rushed towards the tower. Using his ability of void walking, he effortlessly distanced himself from these ordinary zombies. After spending days training with Liu Feier and others, he had amassed nearly 1,000 colorless crystal cores in his ability space, enough for a week's absorption. Lin Bei's void walking now enabled him to cover 10 meters with ease. In the blink of an eye, he ascended to the top of the control tower. Here, chaos reigned. Blood was splattered everywhere, and the tower's glass lay shattered. The mangled remains he had observed below were likely from zombies that had fallen from the tower. Suddenly, just as Lin Bei prepared to survey the entire airport, a chilling sensation crept up his spine. Reacting almost instinctively, he bent low and executed a void walk, creating distance between himself and the approaching threat. Roar! Once the distance was sufficient, Lin Bei turned to face the source of the sound. A zombie with glowing green pupils was charging at him, its eyes grotesquely distorted, but its speed was astonishing. Its arms had transformed into bone blades. A green-level zombie. Lin Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a formidable foe even before entering the airport. It appeared that the zombies here were more numerous than he had imagined. Generally, one might find a white zombie among 100 and a green zombie among 1,000. The mere presence of a green zombie at the control tower hinted at the staggering number of people who had once populated this airport. Whoosh! While Lin Bei was lost in thought, the green zombie lunged at him with incredible speed, appearing before him in an instant. Seeking death, Lin Bei roared, channeling his strength. His tang knife was enveloped in void energy as he struck at the zombie's bony arm. The clash resonated through the space, and Lin Bei's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not expected the zombie's bone blade to withstand his empowered strike. Typically, a blow to a regular white zombie would cleave it in two. How intriguing. Assessing the combat capabilities in an instant, Lin Bei realized that this green zombie was even stronger than the one he had encountered in the KTV. Without hesitation, he executed another void walk to create distance. Whoosh! Just as he moved away, the green zombie closed the gap in an instant, its speed astonishingly swift. A surge of battle intent ignited within Lin Bei. Kill! His tang knife trembled in his grip as he unleashed the full might of his void energy upon it. Although still a second-level ability user, the terrifying energy he wielded now surpassed even that of his previous life as a third-level user. The air warped around the path of his knife. With a fierce shout, Lin Bei's tang knife tore through the space as if rending reality itself. Aimed squarely at the zombie's head. A bone-cracking sound echoed as the green zombie's head rolled away, its body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Phew. Lin Bei surveyed his surroundings to confirm that no other zombies lurked nearby before sheathing his tang knife. Extracting the crystal core from the green zombie. A smile crept across his face. Absorbing this core should nearly elevate him to a third-level ability user. As he gazed outside, the day had turned to night. The airport, which should have been illuminated, lay shrouded in darkness due to the power outage. Lin Bei shook his head in resignation. Well then, I shall absorb this crystal core and see if I can break through to the third level. I will wait for dawn. Chapter 53. The Great Xia Guard Core. With a thunderous sound, a terrifying wave of energy surged through Lin Bei. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His power now elevated to that of a level 3 ability user. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Bei assessed his newfound strength. In a mere instant, he moved, appearing 30 meters away. Indeed, he could now traverse the void with ease, feeling the potent energy coursing within him. This marked a significant transformation. Should he encounter the green zombie from yesterday, he was confident he could vanquish it with a single strike. Through the shattered glass, Lin Bei gazed outside. Daylight had arrived. In the distance, approximately 10 miles away, lay the area where the aircraft were stationed. Ahead of him were numerous waiting halls. To circumvent them would require at least an additional day's journey. Lin Bei, stroking his chin, surveyed the entirety of the airport. As a burgeoning city, Zhangbei had constructed this airport merely a year prior. The structure was exceedingly opulent, covering an area nearly equivalent to 1/10 of Zhangbei's size, and was even lauded as one of the 10 wonders of Blue Star. Navigating around would be a colossal waste of time. Now that Lin Bei had ascended to a level 3 ability user, he resolved to charge straight through the waiting hall towards the aircraft station. With a clear intention, he strode towards the airport's waiting hall. Meanwhile, within one of the waiting halls, Captain Yang Jingjing faced an irate middle-aged woman. Why do they get 2 bottles of mineral water while we only receive 1? A shrill voice pierced the air. Unlike the other halls, this one was chaotic yet devoid of wandering zombies. Hundreds of survivors encircled a tall, athletic woman with a sun-kissed complexion, flanked by 10 individuals equipped with basic defensive gear. Before her stood the middle-aged woman, flanked by over 90 others, all glaring menacingly at Yang Jingjing. Why should they drink more than us? Someone exclaimed. We may not have ventured out for food, but you cannot treat us differently. A gaunt young man chimed in. A large-eyed girl behind Yang Jingjing could no longer contain herself. Both the water and food were procured by us. Why shouldn't we be allowed to have a little more? Upon hearing this, Yang Jingjing shot her a warning glance. The middle-aged woman, sensing the shift in momentum, raised her voice. Isn't this your job? As the airport guard, who are you protecting if not us? It's your duty to safeguard ordinary citizens. Others echoed her sentiments. The large-eyed girl, after receiving Yang Jingjing's glare, looked utterly dejected and murmured, Captain. Meanwhile, the expressions of Yang Jingjing's comrades hardened with indignation. Every significant location in the Great Xia Nation boasted a guard corps, and Yang Jingjing was their leader. Stop playing the victim. Hand over the water, or we'll toss you to the zombies. The middle-aged woman demanded as her followers intensified their threats for the guards to surrender the mineral water. Yang Jingjing, observing the escalating tension, furrowed her brow and shouted, Enough. Her voice resonated, silencing the crowd. Taking a deep breath, she continued, At present, we are completely out of water and food. We, the Guard Corps, have decided to venture out and eliminate the zombies in the other waiting halls. If we can procure any water, I promise to bring it back to you. At this moment, the middle-aged woman interjected, No way. What if you don't return? Who will protect us? If you wish to leave, you must leave the water and food behind. The crowd erupted in agreement. Yes, leave the supplies behind, and if you clear out the zombies, bring back the water and food. Otherwise, what will happen to us if you disappear? The cacophony of voices shook Yang Jingjing to her core. The realization that those she had fought to protect could be so ungrateful struck her like a bolt from the blue. Her team, sensing her turmoil, exhibited a glint of murderous intent. Only then did the crowd's fervor begin to wane. Taking another deep breath, she commanded, Distribute the supplies. Biting her lip, she addressed her team, But Captain, Yang Jingjing turned, her voice resolute. Do not forget, we are the guards of the Great Xia Nation. What is the first rule of the Guard Corps? Have you forgotten? In that moment, her comrades shuddered. Upon entering the Great Xia Guard Corps, each member had sworn an oath to protect ordinary citizens at all costs. After drawing in deep breaths, her team sighed, reluctantly relinquishing the 2 bottles of mineral water and some food they possessed. As they placed the supplies on the ground, the ordinary citizens surged forward. Was that so hard? Hurry and clear the other waiting halls. At least you still have some use. Someone shouted. Yes, go. This little food and water won't last a day. The crowd paid no heed to the guards, some already fighting over the fallen supplies. Yang Jingjing's team wore expressions of profound sorrow. The large-eyed girl had tears brimming in her eyes. Yang Jingjing mustered her resolve, assuring her team, once we clear the other waiting halls, food and water will be ours. She touched the black pistol at her waist, forcing a smile. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears as morale continued to plummet among her team, who merely nodded. Seeing this, Yang Jingjing felt a wave of helplessness wash over her and softly urged, let us depart. Chapter 54. The bold infiltration of the waiting hall. Yang Jingjing's gaze swept across the surrounding individuals, acutely sensing that the emotional climate among all the teams had plummeted to a frigid low. Just as she contemplated ways to uplift the atmosphere, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from outside the hall. At that moment, Lin Bei emerged from the realm of his abilities, having retrieved the motorcycle he had acquired earlier, roaring in from a different direction. What in the world is happening? The loud commotion instantly captivated all the survivors within the hall. For days, they had muted their voices to avoid attracting the attention of the undead, only to have the silence shattered by a recent quarrel. Outside the hall, Lin Bei's eyes gleamed with determination. He had surveyed the entire airport from the control tower and had already fixed his sights on a target. By traversing the two waiting halls ahead, he could reach the tarmac directly. Initially, he had contemplated taking off immediately, but upon further reflection, he deemed it unnecessary, as the distance to his villa was alarmingly close. Instead, he resolved to locate a decent passenger plane to transport into his abilities realm. With that plan solidified, Lin Bei sped forth from the control tower, revving the motorcycle with a thunderous roar while trailing behind him a horde of over 1,000 zombies. He was nearing the first waiting hall. As Lin Bei gazed ahead, a smirk played upon his lips. Channeling his powers, he extracted a C4 explosive from his spatial realm. This particular item had cost him a fortune to procure from abroad and was now perfectly suited for the task at hand. With a swift motion, he hurled it ahead of him, and a void materialized before him. In the blink of an eye, the C4 was affixed to the wall of the waiting hall. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a gaping hole was blown into the hall. From Yang Jingjing's vantage point, it was evident that their intended destination had just been obliterated by Lin Bei's reckless act. Has he lost his mind? Damn it. Making such a ruckus could spell doom for us all. Look over there, in that waiting hall. A voice from the crowd pointed towards the chaos. There, a vast sea of zombies surged forth like a relentless tide, frantically charging towards Lin Bei, including a number of evolved white-level zombies. At that moment, Lin Bei, astride his motorcycle, found himself pursued by 1,000 zombies, all drawn in by the cacophony he had created. The undead before him only outnumbered those behind. Surrounded by a relentless onslaught, escape seemed impossible. Yang Jingjing's heart sank with trepidation. This is bad. He is about to be encircled by zombies. Compassion welled up within her, and she impulsively considered rushing out to rescue Lin Bei. Just then, Xiao Feng urgently restrained her. Don't go, Captain. That person is as good as dead. Her eyes reflected relief. For based on their team's previous estimations, the number of zombies in the hall Lin Bei had detonated should not exceed 200. As no activity had been detected since the second day of the apocalypse, other waiting halls exhibited varying levels of noise, leading them to conclude that this particular hall harbored the least number of zombies. Yet now, they beheld nearly 2,000 undead in just that one hall. Should they venture inside, it would surely be a death sentence. Yang Jingjing, upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, continued to fixate on Lin Bei, letting out a heavy sigh. Alas! Behind them, the surviving civilians began to curse loudly. Damn it, that fool. Don't attract the zombies over here. What the hell, with zombies everywhere in this apocalypse? Making such a racket is just asking for death. Many cast resentful glances at Lin Bei, their hearts filled with fear of the chaos he had unleashed. Yang Jingjing, witnessing the indifference of the crowd towards Lin Bei, felt a pang of inexplicable sorrow. In her view, during the apocalypse, everyone should unite against a common enemy and face adversity together. Yet, these individuals appeared starkly different from her expectations. Shaking her head, she turned her gaze back to Lin Bei. At that moment, Lin Bei regarded the hole he had created with unwavering courage, gripping the throttle tighter and accelerating towards the horde of zombies. The undead, stirred by the revving of the motorcycle, grew even more frenzied, shrieking and clawing, eager to rend him to pieces. In a heartbeat, he was within 30 meters of the approaching zombies. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped Lin Bei. and a massive black explosive materialized in his hand. Die, he growled, throwing it to the ground as he activated his ability, vanishing from sight. This scene did not go unnoticed by those huddled in another waiting hall, many of whom wore expressions of cold amusement. Seeking death, Yang Jingjing could no longer bear to watch and closed her eyes. Then, a thunderous explosion reverberated once more. Had he perished alongside the zombies? The sound of the blast prompted her to ponder. With Lin Bei drawing the zombies away, it was the perfect opportunity for their team to infiltrate the waiting hall in search of supplies. Just as she prepared to issue a command, Xiao Feng exclaimed, "My heavens, Captain! Look!" At that, Yang Jingjing's eyes flew open, her mouth agape in shock. How is this possible? A shadow had darted into the waiting hall, and it was none other than Lin Bei. Behind him, nearly 1,000 zombies had been reduced to nothing but a pool of blood, a foul stench permeating the air. "Quick, let us follow him." Yang Jingjing's heart raced with astonishment, unable to fathom how Lin Bei had achieved such a feat. His entry into the waiting hall was undeniably real. If they could rescue him, it would undoubtedly enhance their team's combat capabilities. Chapter 55. The astonishing Yang Jingjing. Behind Yang Jingjing and her companions, countless voices gasped in disbelief. "My heavens, another superhuman!" they exclaimed. "And I sense his power surpasses that of Captain Yang. What could he be planning? Anything would be acceptable, as long as he doesn't attract the zombies." "Captain Yang, stop dawdling. That man has drawn the zombies away. You must hasten to find sustenance." "Yes, indeed, this is the perfect opportunity." People began urging Yang Jingjing to venture out in search of food. However, it was evident to all that although Lin Bei had just detonated a bomb, a multitude of zombies continued to swarm toward him. Moreover, the situation within the terminal remained uncertain, with the presence of zombies still unknown. Exiting could very well lead to a perilous fate. Fear gripped them. After witnessing the horde of zombies, Yang Jingjing and her team hesitated to enter, unwilling to risk their lives for food. Urgency compelled them to press on. Yual Xiaofeng felt utterly speechless from their insistence. Nearby, Yang Jingjing tugged at her arm. "Enough. Everyone, rest assured. We will go out shortly and will return promptly if we find food or water. Please remember to open the door for us at all times." After addressing the group, Yang Jingjing rose and led her team toward the entrance. "Don't worry, Captain Yang. We will definitely open the door for you." Clang. Soon enough, Yang Jingjing and several members of the Daxiao Guard rushed toward the terminal where Lin Bei had just caused an explosion. Meanwhile, within the terminal, Lin Bei accelerated into the fray. He disregarded the crystal cores of the zombies behind him, fearful of being encircled by such a massive horde. His priority was clear: to seize an airplane and escape. Upon entering the terminal, a shadow lunged at him. Swiftly, Lin Bei reacted, retracting his motorcycle and delivering a powerful kick that obliterated the ordinary zombie charging at him. Simultaneously, he drew a tang knife from his spatial abilities. Before him stood dozens of zombies, including 2 or 3 of the rare white-level variety. So many? A grin crept across Lin Bei's face. He had not anticipated that such a small terminal could harbor 3 white-level zombies. He could forego the ordinary zombie cores, but to abandon the white cores would be a grave waste. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his blade and surged toward the throng of zombies. With each strike, heads fell as if guided by an unseen force. Lin Bei adeptly utilized the brief moments of contact to extract the crystal cores from the rear of their skulls using his power of the void. Just then, a voice called out, "Hold on a moment. We are coming to assist you." It was the approaching Yang Jingjing. However, upon their arrival and witnessing the scene before them, all halted, jaws agape in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. Gulp. Who is this person, and how is he so formidable? Xiaofeng, standing nearby, watched in astonishment as Lin Bei weaved through the mass of zombies, effortlessly severing their heads. His movements were like a phantom. The ordinary zombies could hardly brush against his clothing. Simultaneously, Lin Bei sensed the presence of the living behind him. There are still survivors? He had not expected to encounter living beings in the airport after such a long time. Reflecting on his earlier use of void walking, Lin Bei sighed. Well, they would find out sooner or later. As long as they maintained their distance, he had no intention of exterminating them. Lin Bei did not consider himself a righteous individual, but he would not eliminate others merely for witnessing his powers. Besides, it seemed the woman had intentions to rescue him. A do-gooder in the apocalypse. Lin Bei chuckled coldly, his actions unceasing. Soon, a white zombie lunged toward him. "Be careful, that is an evolved zombie, far stronger than ordinary ones," Yang Jingjing warned. her pupils narrowing at the sight of 3 white-level zombies. Her voice conveyed urgency, and the expressions of her teammates revealed their fear. They had lost nearly half their team to just 1 white zombie in the past, and now 3 loomed before them. Yet before Yang Jingjing could finish her warning, Lin Bei's long knife was already aimed at the approaching white zombie. Has he gone mad? 3 white-level zombies are not something we can contend with. This reckless youth surely has no understanding of their might. Captain, we must leave him, urged the other team members, shaken by the memories of their past encounter. Yang Jingjing gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with frustration. She wished to reprimand Lin Bei for his reckless charge, but she did not issue a retreat. Instead, with a decisive motion, she produced a handgun. There was no time to waste. They had to rescue him. We'll provide cover. Bang, bang, bang without hesitation. She fired 3 shots, her body emanating waves of energy, indicating her own awakening abilities. The bullets soared toward the 3 white zombies, each aimed precisely at their foreheads. Lin Bei, now a level 3 superhuman, felt his strength surge, momentarily surprised by the trajectory of the shots. Clearly, her marksmanship had undergone systematic training. Simultaneously, he heard Yang Jingjing's voice from behind him. We'll hold them off. You retreat. The bullets cannot penetrate their defenses. As her words echoed, sparks flew as the bullets struck the white zombies' heads. However, the powerful impact caused the creatures to momentarily slow in their movements. Chapter 56. What does it have to do with me? Upon seeing the sluggish movements of the white zombie, Yang Jingjing finally felt a sense of relief. Given Lin Bei's speed, he should be able to retreat safely. At the same time, she felt fortunate that she had awakened her extraordinary abilities. Much like precision shooting. As long as she focused her mind, her firearm could hit its target with unerring accuracy. Before her awakening, she would never have had the confidence to achieve a 3-round burst in such a short time, let alone hit the white zombie's head each time. However, just as she believed Lin Bei would return, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lin Bei completely disregarded Yang Jingjing, suddenly exerting force beneath his feet and charging toward the 3 white zombies before him. Hey, what are you doing? Yang Jingjing nearly shouted in frustration from behind him. The 3 bullets she had just fired were her last, and if she couldn't save Lin Bei, it would all be in vain. At that moment of panic, Lin Bei was already less than half a meter away from the zombie. With an impassive expression, he tightened his grip on the tang knife, and his extraordinary powers surged within him. They enveloped the blade of the knife, emanating a powerful wave. The tang knife trembled violently, producing a piercing sound. Then, with a fierce glare, Lin Bei shouted, and his tang knife sliced through the zombie's head as effortlessly as if he were cutting a watermelon. In that instant, silence fell over the area. Behind Lin Bei, Yang Jingjing and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. The head of a white zombie, which even a .56 caliber bullet could not penetrate, had been cleaved open by sheer human strength. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Without pausing, Lin Bei propelled himself toward another white zombie with the same relentless force. Crack! He dispatched another one swiftly. His gaze then shifted to the final white zombie. With a swift motion, he struck down again. In less than 5 breaths, all 3 white zombies lay severed before him. The onlookers were left utterly speechless, overwhelmed by shock. As for Lin Bei, his face bore no expression, exuding an air of calm detachment, as if he had merely accomplished a task that was expected of him. Gradually, he approached the severed heads of the zombies and delicately extracted their cores. It was only upon witnessing Lin Bei's actions that Yang Jingjing and the others finally snapped out of their stupor. A thought began to form in her mind. With Lin Bei's formidable strength, if he were to collaborate with them, they could surely escape from the airport. Perhaps they could even establish a secret base in the depths of the mountains and rebuild human society. Just as this idea took root, Lin Bei had already collected the 3 cores into his extraordinary space. He paid no heed to Yang Jingjing and her companions. However, he lingered for a few seconds on Yang Jingjing's long, graceful legs. It was evident that her muscular definition indicated she was no stranger to physical training. Coupled with their attire, Lin Bei deduced that they were likely members of the airport's security team. It was clear they were not faring well, their bodies dirty, faces gaunt from hunger. Yet, what did that matter to Lin Bei? He was merely here for the airplane. Whether these individuals thrived or starved was of no concern to him. He couldn't be bothered with their plight. Without even a word, he turned and dashed toward the terminal leading to the aircraft. At that moment, Yang Jingjing was still lost in her own thoughts until Xiaofeng nudged her, bringing her back to reality. Seeing Lin Bei's intent to leave, she hurriedly called out, "Hey, wait a moment." Why are you in such a rush? Your strength is remarkable. Why not join us? We can discuss how to survive in this apocalyptic world together. Only as she drew near did Lin Bei halt his steps. Join you? Why on earth would I do that? To starve together? What makes you think I would want to join your cause? Lin Bei found her words to be utterly amusing. If he guessed correctly, she was undoubtedly a bleeding heart. Though he could indulge in the allure of her legs for a year, in this apocalypse, there was no room for naivety. A barrage of questions left Yang Jingjing momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated Lin Bei's icy demeanor. Beside her, Xiaofeng could not contain herself. How can you be like this? Our captain even saved you. At Xiaofeng's remarks, a cold smile crept onto Lin Bei's face. Which of your eyes saw that I needed saving? He had no time to waste on these individuals. He needed to secure the aircraft and leave. You. Xiaofeng was left at a loss for words by Lin Bei's retort. Yet, the truth was evident. Lin Bei's strength rendered any assistance from them unnecessary. Noticing their silence, he resumed his forward march. It was then that Yang Jingjing snapped back to attention. Where are you going? There's no path ahead, only the planes on the runway. Lin Bei, unbothered, continued toward the nearest Boeing 747. Meanwhile, in another section of the terminal, a crowd had spotted Lin Bei and Yang Jingjing approaching the aircraft. The woman who had previously demanded water from the Daxia security team interjected, "Oh no, they're not thinking of flying away and leaving us behind, are they?" Upon hearing her, chaos erupted among the crowd. That must be it. I knew that scheming Yang Jingjing had ulterior motives. She has been planning to abandon us here all along. We must find a way out. Moreover, with Lin Bei's formidable strength, they believed he could lead them to safety. A wave of resentment toward Yang Jingjing surged among the crowd. As realization dawned, some had already opened the door and rushed toward the plane. With the zombies cleared by Lin Bei, they felt emboldened to venture out. In no time, Lin Bei stood before the nearest aircraft. After swiftly dispatching a few zombies surrounding it, he heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Yang Jingjing and the others, mistaking the noise for pursuing zombies, anxiously glanced back. Chapter 57. Get lost, young man. We all witnessed your recent actions. Which unit do you belong to? Once the apocalypse passes, we shall honor you with a banner. Indeed, young man, you are truly a hero in your youth. Your strength surpasses many. A crowd of dozens gathered before Lin Bei, showering him with praise and addressing Yang Jingjing and the others with a mocking tone. Upon seeing these individuals, Lin Bei's brow furrowed. They were merely ordinary people, and logically, they should not have survived this long in the apocalypse, especially in a place like an airport. He glanced at Yang Jingjing and the others and immediately understood the situation. It was evident that Yang Jingjing, with her compassionate nature, had utilized the abilities of her team to protect this group. A cold smile crept onto Lin Bei's lips as he shook his head. This was not about caring for a group of people. It was more akin to nurturing a horde of cockroaches, apocalyptic cockroaches. Observing Yang Jingjing's expression, he felt a sense of amusement. He recalled that she had indeed intended to help them earlier. Although it was unnecessary, he had never been fond of owing anyone a favor. Ignoring the incessant flattery directed at him, he turned to Yang Jingjing. Considering your previous intention to assist, allow me to offer you a word of caution. In this apocalypse, rules have ceased to exist. Aside from the zombies, these people are the most repugnant. If you wish to survive, suppress your compassionate instincts. Otherwise, you will inevitably be devoured by these parasites. Lin Bei pointed towards the throng of individuals frantically pushing towards the airplane. In their eyes, his arrival at the plane signaled his intention to take flight. Everyone was eager to board, hoping to secure a seat and avoid being left behind. Suddenly, Lin Bei's voice broke through the commotion. Who permitted you to board? Get off. Lin Bei glared at the aircraft, feeling a surge of anger that these people had taken seats before he had a chance to act. Upon hearing his command, those already seated, as well as those still waiting to board, froze in confusion. What did it mean that Lin Bei was preventing them from boarding? Did he not know how to fly? The earlier outspoken woman glared at him, her face contorted with rage. Who do you think you are? You seem quite friendly with Yang Jingjing. You must know each other. As members of the Daxia Guard, isn't it your duty to protect us? Now you want us to leave? Do you believe I want to report you once this virus passes? However, before she could finish her tirade, a chilling voice interrupted. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Bei had drawn a Tang Dao, swiftly severing the woman's head. Blood splattered across the interior of the aircraft, staining it a vivid crimson. Ah, he has killed someone. You're finished. You're done for. You have no future now. How dare you commit murder? In that moment, panic erupted among the passengers. Wasn't Lin Bei supposed to protect them? Why had he resorted to violence? Below, Yang Jingjing, still processing the chaos, stood frozen in shock. As did the other members of the Daxia Guard. Lin Bei had killed. Under normal circumstances, they would have apprehended him and awaited legal consequences. But now, with the apocalypse upon them, was there truly a law to uphold? Could they overpower someone as formidable as Lin Bei? A barrage of questions flooded their minds. Lin Bei's voice cut through the tension once more. I do not repeat myself. Get out. If I see anyone aboard within 3 seconds, that will be your fate. He raised his sword, gesturing toward the woman's severed head on the ground. With a deafening roar, the entire cabin erupted in a frenzy as everyone scrambled to escape. At that moment, no one dared to meet Lin Bei's gaze. He seemed more terrifying than the zombies outside. In less than 10 seconds, the aircraft was vacated. Lin Bei stepped off the plane, shaking his head slightly. What a pity for such a fine aircraft. He did not exchange another word with Yang Jingjing. Turning his back and heading towards another plane. On the ground, Yang Jingjing and the others remained stunned for a considerable time. Suddenly, Lin Bei waved his hand, absorbing the aircraft into his spatial ability. The surreal spectacle left everyone in shock, yet no one dared to inquire about the method he employed. After dismissing the plane, Lin Bei sighed. Such a waste. Had it not been for the saintly nature of Yang Jingjing, he might have considered keeping it. He believed that her compassionate mindset would be challenging to alter, a habit ingrained since childhood. With a thunderous sound, he retrieved his motorcycle from his spatial realm and sped away. Yang Jingjing watched Lin Bei's retreating figure, her expression shifting to one of confusion. Suddenly, she recalled the vow she had made upon joining the Daxia Guard. Her previously uncertain gaze now bore a hint of determination. She turned to see that the individuals who had boarded the plane had retreated back to the terminal. Only she and a few members of her guard remained. Just then, a deafening roar of a zombie snapped Yang Jingjing back to reality. Not good. As she regained her wits, she saw a horde of zombies closing in on them, trapping them. Their only escape route led back to the terminal. Fall back, Yang Jingjing shouted, rushing towards the terminal. If they could reach it, the defenses of the terminal would surely hold against the zombies. Run, she urged, her voice rising. Hurry, open the doors. Meanwhile, inside the terminal, someone had just begun to stand. Suddenly, another voice called out, Are you out of your mind? Can't you see the zombies behind them? If you go and open the door, you'll doom us all. The individual rising protested. Damn it, which eye of yours saw me trying to open the door? I'm going to block it to prevent her from crashing through. Chapter 58, New Discoveries Roar. As Lin Bei left the airport, having intimidated everyone, it became evident that countless zombies had been attracted by the commotion he had just caused. At that moment, nearly half of the zombies at the airport had reassembled. The dense throng of dark figures sent chills down one's spine. A glance revealed at least 10,000 zombies. One can only imagine the dire consequences of being surrounded by such a horde. Quick, let us in. At this juncture, Yang Jingjing incessantly pounded on the tempered glass. Behind her, the zombies were less than 50 meters away. Around her, her teammates displayed expressions of utter despair. They could hardly fathom that those they had fought so valiantly to protect just days ago had now abandoned them to face this nightmare alone. Yang Jingjing's heart was heavy with hopelessness, struggling to comprehend the reasoning behind this betrayal. At this moment, regret washed over her, a profound sense of remorse. She recalled Lin Bei's words before his departure. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the grotesque nature of humanity would far exceed her expectations, revealing the selfishness that lay within. A sudden surge of fury gripped her. She felt an overwhelming urge to ensure that those inside would share her fate. In that instant, her eyes glinted with unrestrained malice. Inside, a mocking voice called out, Captain Yang, we sincerely apologize. The zombies outside are too close for comfort. We had no choice. The occupants within the fortified waiting area remained unfazed by the impending danger, their expressions vacant as they awaited the inevitable consumption of Yang Jingjing's team by the zombies. Just then, an intense wave of energy erupted from Yang Jingjing's being. A third-tier ability user. To her astonishment, she had finally broken through to become a third-tier practitioner. Breakthrough. Now, Yang Jingjing's heart was as cold as ice as she issued orders to her team. Yes, her teammates replied in unison, their voices resolute. They had only one path before them, to bravely fight their way out. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated through the waiting area. Oh no, what happened to that wall? The people inside quickly turned their attention towards the source of the sound, their faces frozen in shock. There, at the back of the hall, stood a towering zombie nearly 3 meters tall, drenched in crimson blood, its visage grotesque and menacing. It had smashed through the wall, accompanied by countless other zombies. Zombies? The zombies are here, breaking through the walls. How is this possible? Run! Chaos erupted as the people inside scrambled for safety. However, all exits had already been blocked by the advancing horde, leaving only Yang Jingjing's direction as a potential escape route. Captain Yang, can you save us? I don't want to die, cried one desperate voice. You are part of the Huaxiao Guard. It is your duty to protect us. In that moment, countless eyes turned to Yang Jingjing, filled with desperate hope. They wished for her to return and rescue them, or at the very least, to save herself. Yet, this time, Yang Jingjing merely cast a cold, mocking glance back. Her team had endured the trials of the apocalypse, and those who survived had awakened their abilities. The ordinary zombies before them posed no threat. Their gaze was fixed on Yang Jingjing. Continue to break through. Without hesitation, Yang Jingjing commanded, "Kill." Upon hearing her voice, her teammates' faces lit up with excitement. Their captain was finally taking charge. As for Lin Bei, he remained blissfully unaware that his words had ignited a fire within Yang Jingjing. He was currently racing through Jiangbei City, having acquired a brand new aircraft. His spirits lifted. When the earthquake struck, flying into the sky with a few companions would indeed be a splendid choice. Zooming along on a sleek black motorcycle, akin to a specter, he noticed numerous zombie corpses littering the roadside, their cores extracted. This was clearly the work of survivors in Jiangbei City, and it was evident that this was not a solitary effort, but rather a coordinated cleansing. Did people discover the cores this quickly in the last life? He mused, his brow furrowing slightly. He sensed something amiss. He recalled that in the first 3 months of the last life, humanity had been plunged into chaos. Even though many had awakened their abilities, they remained oblivious to the existence of cores. Yet in this life, barely a month had passed, and organized groups were already emerging? Suddenly, Lin Bei halted his motorcycle and began inspecting the zombie corpses. His pupils dilated in shock. He uncovered a corpse from which the core had been removed. The zombie's body was charred black, emanating a foul odor. Lightning ability? How is this possible? To his knowledge, there had only been one lightning ability user in Jiangbei City during the last life, Lin Xiing. But he had been eliminated by Lin Bei on the very day the apocalypse began. Lin Bei's gaze sharpened as he recalled the events, pondering the implications. He was certain that Lin Xiing had perished, yet here lay a zombie that had been slain by lightning ability. Lin Bei's mind raced with possibilities. Could it be that a hybrid had emerged? A hybrid, in this context, referred to an individual who, upon the brink of death, absorbed a beast's core. However, this was an exceedingly rare occurrence. One must absorb an ability of the same type, and the beast must be newly awakened, its intelligence not yet fully developed. If successful, one would become a grotesque amalgamation, embodying both human and beastly traits, straying far from humanity. Lin Bei's expression soured at the thought of hybrids. Even if they retained human thought, their primal instincts could corrupt their minds, rendering them more vicious and bloodthirsty than ordinary individuals. He recalled a certain organization from his past life, composed entirely of such hybrids, who preyed on the living with ruthless ferocity. Contemplating this possibility, Lin Bei felt a weight of gravity settle upon him. If someone became a hybrid, not only could they attain a new lease on life, but their strength would also become formidable. Lin Bei's gaze turned icy. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiing could survive. Yet, all of this remained speculation for now. Chapter 59, Shili Mountain Expressway. Within a dilapidated hotel in Jiangbei City, the atmosphere was surprisingly tidy, contrasting sharply with the desolation outside. Boss, we have now recruited 15 ability users, over 20 skilled fighters, and more than 100 women for our heavenly society. We also possess over 2,000 ordinary crystal cores and more than 100 white crystal cores. However, food. Wong Li spoke cautiously, his head bowed. As his voice diminished, the sound of a swivel chair turning resonated before him, accompanied by a pair of blood-red eyes fixed upon him. Sweat began to beat on Wong Li's forehead. Despite having ascended to the rank of a second-tier ability user, he trembled instinctively in the presence of Lin Xiing. The oppressive aura Lin exuded was terrifying, a testament to his formidable prowess that had enabled him to establish one of the most feared factions in his previous life. Since that fateful day when Lin Xiing had subdued Wong Li and his companions, he had commenced a relentless gathering of ability users and unmutated humans in Jiangbei City. Any man who dared to resist was promptly executed, while women were reduced to slaves. In this apocalyptic world, rules were virtually non-existent. In just a few days, Lin Xiing had amassed nearly a dozen ability users under his command. At that moment, Lin Xiing appeared even more sinister, his pupils a striking crimson. Unlike those of ordinary humans, Wong Li had witnessed firsthand the devastating power of Lin's lightning abilities when he obliterated a green zombie, which had cemented Wong Li's loyalty. I understand. As for food, I have my own arrangements, Lin declared. A new set of footsteps approached. Boss, the villa you instructed me to monitor has had someone leave. Li Xiing reported, his gaze faltering under Lin Xiing's intense scrutiny. And, Lin's cold voice prompted. Li Xiing swallowed hard. I discovered. My doppelganger was exposed. With that, Lin Xiing suddenly sprang from his seat. A loud slap echoed as he struck Li Xiing across the face. Useless. The force sent Li Xiing crashing against the wall, yet he quickly scrambled to his feet. I'm sorry, boss. Please don't kill me, he pleaded, kneeling in frantic apology. The memory of Lin torturing a man to death just days prior loomed heavily over them, instilling a deep-seated terror. After taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, Lin Xiing's demeanor softened slightly. Observant eyes would notice the dark brown hair sprouting from the back of his hand, and his nails had grown unnaturally long and curved, as if capable of easily rending flesh. Come here, Lin commanded. Li Xiing hurriedly crawled to Lin's side. Be boss. Please tell me how you were discovered. Seeing Lin's lack of murderous intent, Li Xiing spoke, albeit with trepidation. I positioned my doppelganger about 500 meters from that villa. It made no noise, but I saw a petite woman accompanied by several girls who looked like schoolgirls. Just as he spoke, Li Xiing felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing Lin's murderous gaze. He knew that uttering another word could seal his fate. That woman seemed to know my doppelganger's location and headed straight for it. Then, with just one punch, she obliterated it. It was brutal. Li Xiing's pupils dilated, clearly traumatized by the encounter. Nearby, Wong Li could no longer contain his disdain. Useless. You let a girl smash your doppelganger? Tell me, is her punch stronger than mine? Of course, no one can match Brother Wong's strength. Li Xiing quickly agreed, though inwardly, he was already comparing their abilities and found the woman's punch far more terrifying. Wong Li's arm bore an ominous black hue, indicative of his own ascension to at least a second-tier ability user. Lin Xiing's fingers drummed vehemently on the table. You are saying she pinpointed your location and destroyed your doppelganger? Li Xiing nodded fervently. Yes, and my doppelganger overheard something before its demise. They seemed intent on heading towards the Shili Mountain route in Zhongbei City. Lin Xiing's eyes glinted with interest as he continued to tap the table. Are you certain they were merely women, without any men? No, boss. Just yesterday, someone rode out on a motorcycle. But I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. Before Li Xiing could finish, he was sent flying across the room by a powerful kick from Lin Xiing. Damn it, I instructed you to monitor them. And you failed to inform me of such a significant development? Take your men and go, Lin commanded, his fury palpable as he stormed out of the hotel. Useless, Wong Li muttered as he passed Li Xiing, who lay crumpled on the floor, before hastily following Lin Xiing outside. On the Shili Mountain Expressway in Zhongbei City, an armored vehicle sped down the highway, pursued by a relentless horde of zombies. Above, several girls clad in JK uniforms, their hair styled in twin tails, wore manic smiles as they wielded an array of blunt instruments, fire axes, spiked clubs, and even a chainsaw nearly as large as one of them. Standing atop the armored vehicle, they ruthlessly dispatched the encroaching undead. At this rate, we'll complete the task Brother Lin Bei assigned us by nightfall, exclaimed one girl as she smashed a zombie's skull with her weapon. Evidently empowered, she radiated energy, suggesting she had awakened her own abilities. Meanwhile, Wen Runin was even more ferocious, employing brass knuckles to obliterate any zombie that dared approach. Indeed, let us push ourselves harder and clear this road of zombies by tonight. Chapter 60, Ambush on the Other Side. Lin Bei gazed at the lifeless body of the zombie before him, a cold smile creeping across his face. How intriguing, regardless of whether or not you are Lin Xiing. It seems I must seek out this individual. He mounted his motorcycle and sped towards the direction of the Shili Expressway. Whether Lin Xiing had become a hybrid or not, he needed to uncover the truth. He could not allow any missteps this time, as Lin Xiing's abilities warranted utmost attention. Lin Bei would not make the grave error of underestimating him. Meanwhile, behind Lin Bei, the urgency escalated. Captain, hurry. There's a camper van here. Xiao Fong exclaimed as she slammed on the brakes, the sharp sound echoing through the area. Simultaneously, Yang Jingjing, accompanied by other team members, was making a desperate breakthrough beside the camper. Countless zombies were frantically pursuing them. Upon seeing Xiao Fang had brought a camper, a glimmer of hope ignited in Yang Jingjing's eyes. Fantastic, let us get inside. Within mere moments, everyone had boarded the vehicle. Captain, where are we headed now? Xiao Fang inquired, looking towards Yang Jingjing. Drive in the direction that person left. Yang Jingjing's gaze was profound, regardless of that person's demeanor, at the very least. She had not sensed any malice from him. Although Lin Bei exuded an air of aloofness, his earlier words had awakened a realization in Yang Jingjing. All right, Xiao Fang replied, pressing the accelerator as they surged towards Lin Bei's departing path. Unbeknownst to them, a horde of zombies was steadily gathering behind, increasingly following the path of Yang Jingjing's camper, gradually forming a massive tide of the undead. With a resounding crash, one Rinruan and obliterated the skull of a white zombie with a punch. Her eyes narrowed. This was the last one in this area. She lifted her gaze towards the sky, which was dimming with the setting sun. Let us prepare to head back. Her companions nodded in agreement. Watch out. At that moment, one Rinruan then lunged forward, pushing a teammate wielding a spiked club aside. Using the momentum, she rolled forward just as a bullet hole appeared where she had been standing. Bang! A sound echoed 2 seconds later, from 800 meters away. When Rinruan swiftly looked up, the direction was towards the now-ruined amusement park in Zhongbei City. We are under attack. Be cautious, she shouted urgently. At the summit of the Ferris wheel, now a mere remnant of the past, Zhang Tai's eyes flickered. To evade my bullet, even with enhanced abilities, is rather interesting. No wonder Lin has sent 10 ability users over. He then fired again towards one Rinruan. Dodge. One Rinruan's expression darkened as she warned her companions. Just then, a shadow zipped past her side, moving with incredible speed, aiming for her throat. Die. Huashir's eyes glinted with murderous intent. His ability amplified his speed, and in his perception, one Rinruan wouldn't stand a chance. If he could sever her head, Lin would reward him with 10 women, including some who were renowned live streamers before the apocalypse. The thought ignited a wicked fire within him. However, just as his blade was about to pierce her skull, a surge of energy erupted from one Rinruan's petite frame. Her arms shimmered in silver light. Her ability had reached level 3. Her arms transformed into silver, striking fiercely against Huashir's blade. Foolish, Huashir sneered, underestimating her resolve. In a flash, a sound of shattering steel resonated, accompanied by the crack of bone. Huashir was sent hurtling back like a cannonball, flying over 20 meters. His chest shattered, his heart instantly exploding. How? He gasped, blood pooling at the corner of his mouth. Disbelief etched across his face. Moments later, he succumbed. Where do these vermin come from? Show yourselves. One Rinruan glared at the guardrails on either side of the Shili Expressway, her eyes glinting with menace. Her companions quickly gathered around her, taking cover behind an armored vehicle. Kill! A voice commanded. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures emerged, all radiating the aura of ability users, 7 in total. Even one Rinruan could not hide her apprehension. How can there be so many ability users? She pondered, recalling that in her previous life during the early apocalypse, such numbers had not existed. At this point, the surviving humans should have been fleeing from zombies. Lin Xiing had yet to show himself, hiding behind the guardrail, observing the unfolding scene. After scanning the surroundings, he confirmed Lin Bei was indeed absent. Today, I shall make you taste the bitterness of loss. It was clear he felt confident in his control over the situation. Bang! Another gunshot echoed from afar. Without hesitation, both sides took their positions. After days of rigorous training under Lin Bei, when Rinruan's companions had all awakened their abilities. Kill! Wong Li bellowed. His arm enhanced as he charged towards one Rinruan. Surveying the opposing team, she noticed most were also level 1 ability users, and she breathed a sigh of relief. No need to fear, they lack formidable fighters. Let us go, sisters, we shall vanquish them. In that moment, when Rinruan's whimsical and fierce personality resurfaced, her smile revealing her tiny white fangs. Strength-based, are they? I shall slay you. Wong Li felt a shiver run down his spine, perplexed by the excitement emanating from one Rinruan. What is happening? Shouldn't we be the ones ambushed? Why do I feel like we are the prey now? And it was not just one Rinruan. Laughter echoed among her companions, filled with exhilaration. Ha, kill? How dare you ambush us? You are courting death. The fervent shouts sent shivers down the spines of Wong Li and his comrades. Chapter 61, The Outcome Boom. Lin Bei raced along the road. Suddenly, A gunshot echoed in front of him. He had been pursuing the zombies that had been slain. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Bei wasted no time and swiftly approached. Soon, he found himself beneath the Ferris wheel. There was something here. He glanced upward at the sniper's chosen position. This was the highest point in the entire amusement park area. Below him swarmed with zombies. Lin Bei looked up and saw a cable stretching between the Ferris wheel and a tall building nearby. Quite professional. The area below was infested with zombies, making it impossible for an ordinary person to navigate. The Ferris wheel stood a good 200 meters above ground. Two natural barriers rendered this place nearly invincible. Lin Bei continuously assessed the situation, realizing that the sniper was indeed a master. It could be said that with just his skills alone, he could fend off a small team of ability users from the early apocalypse. Having discovered this, Lin Bei was determined to ascend and uncover any information regarding Lin Xiing. He promptly executed 2 void walks and appeared behind the sniper, who, at that moment, Zhang Te felt an icy chill creep up his spine. He immediately halted his attempt to continue sniping when Ren ran in and was about to rise. Bang! A tremendous force struck him. However, as a mercenary from the Lighthouse Nation prior to the apocalypse, his physical prowess was formidable. Instinctively, he reached for his dagger at his waist. But at that moment, a tang knife was already pressed against his neck. In a mere breath, Zhang Te discerned that his opponent was also a formidable expert. Answer a few questions, and you may live. Lin Bei's voice was cold, laced with malice. You ask. Zhang Te stood frozen, paralyzed with fear. The notion of disarming an opponent with bare hands, as seen in those short videos, was never a thought for him. He could swear that any sudden movement would lead to his demise. Have you ever encountered a lightning-type ability user? What are you doing here? Lin Bei asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Te trembled all over. The image of Lin Xiing flashed in his mind. Despite being a mercenary who had witnessed numerous bloody scenes, he felt an icy dread. And no. At that moment, as Zhang Te quaked in fear, Lin Bei realized he was being deceived. Without hesitation, he plunged a dagger into Zhang Te's upper thigh. The next strike could land anywhere, perhaps on your third leg, or it might sever your neck. He had no time for idle chatter. He merely sought to ascertain Lin Xiing's whereabouts. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Te's forehead. Big brother, I'll talk. Our Lin Xiing is a lightning-type ability user. Just a few days ago, he led us to expand our territory, searching for food and women. Today, he assigned me here to snipe a few women. Boom. As his voice trailed off, Lin Bei's brows furrowed slightly. A few women? Instantly, he thought of when Ren Runin and her companions. Where's your boss now? Lin Bei pressed on. He is already engaged with the other brothers and those women. Big brother, I've said all I can. Please let me go. I can introduce you to our Lin Xiing. With your strength, having 10 women would be no problem. Before he could finish, Lin Bei had already slashed his neck. Like crushing an ant, he seized the sniper rifle and aimed at the direction Zhang Te had just targeted. Immediately, he spotted Wen Renrenin and Wong Li. But Lin Xiing was nowhere in sight. Lin Bei suspected he had hidden himself. At that moment, when Ren Renrenin was already in combat with Wong Li, crack. The two exchanged a punch. Wong Li's massive arms felt a sharp pain. In an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wen Renrenin. How could such a small fist possess such strength? With his arms so large, Wen Renrenin's petite fist was no bigger than one of his fingers. With just one strike, he had already broken a finger. Come, kill. In contrast, Wen Renrenin's face gleamed with excitement. Simultaneously, other ability users were fleeing in disarray. On the opposing side, Wen Renrenin's companions quickly formed a formation, a classic 3-2-2 lineup. This arrangement, devised by Lin Bei according to their abilities, maximized each individual's power. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, lone wanderers faced certain death when encountering zombies. Even someone as strong as Lin Bei had to establish a faction. This 3-2-2 formation was the quintessential layout for reconnaissance teams among major factions. Wen Renrenin, however, was a unique exception. Her combat prowess was second only to Lin Bei's. And in this formation, she was somewhat constrained. Kill. When Ren Runin shouted fiercely. Observing the individuals she had trained, Lin Bei's lips curled into a cold smile. At that moment, Lin Xiing sensed something was amiss. Although he had brought many people, the formation before him, composed of several women, was utterly overwhelming. Yet, he did not hastily retreat. His gaze fixed on the distance, toward the Ferris wheel where Lin Bei stood. Fortunately, he had previously arranged for a sniper with special bullets that could easily tear through the bones of ability users due to their enhancements. Buzz. Suddenly, when Ren Ruonin pursued Wong Li alone. Damn it, what is Zhang Te doing? Why hasn't he fired? Lin Xiing's eyes burned with anger. Such a prime opportunity wasted by Zhang Te. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaped forward. Die. Tear. A flash of white lightning materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward Ren Ruonin. The terrifying speed left her no time to react. By the time she realized, it was already too late to evade. Not good. She swiftly raised her arms, a searing sensation coursing through them. The immense impact sent her flying backward. Lightning ability. After stumbling back several steps, when Ren Ruonin managed to stabilize her stance. However, her arms hung limply at her sides, paralyzed by the thunder's shock. A glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. The Lightning Emperor? When Ren Ruonin's pupils locked onto Lin Xiing as she muttered softly. Chapter 62. An uneasy awareness when Ren Ruonin was greatly astonished. She gazed at the figure that appeared before her. In her previous life, all the surviving factions were aware that the Shadow of the Void Garden and the Thunder Emperor of the Heavenly Society were mortal enemies. One wielded the power of the void, while the other commanded the might of thunder. Their encounters were always fraught with conflict. Moreover, it was rumored that the two shared some peculiar relationship, likely as relatives before the apocalypse. The visage of the Thunder Emperor, Lin Xiing, lacked the enigmatic aura of the Shadow, when Ren Ruonin had naturally seen him before. However, upon laying eyes on Lin Xiing now, she was taken aback. His mouth bore two menacing, protruding teeth, and his scarlet eyes were framed by coarse brown hair where his clothing failed to cover. A mongrel, with just a glance, when Ren Ruonin discerned Lin Xiing's predicament. Yet, this seemed unlike the Lin Xiing she remembered. She had never anticipated that he would appear in such a state at the onset of the apocalypse, a stark contrast to the imposing figure he had once been. What did you say? Lin Xiing failed to hear the preceding words, only catching the latter part, mongrel. When Ren Ruonin showed no fear. Instead, a mocking expression crossed her face. I said mongrel. She deliberately emphasized the word. Her brother in the shadows was this man's sworn enemy, and thus, she held no fondness for him. Although she was unaware of how Lin Xiing had come to be in such a state at the dawn of the apocalypse, a sense of joy began to burgeon within her. Who would have thought she would encounter Lin Xiing here? If she could eliminate him, it would be a significant boon for her brother. Lin Xiing was enveloped in a murderous intent. Upon hearing Ren Ruonin's voice, he laughed instead of fuming. Ha ha ha, a mongrel. I never imagined that one day, Lin Xiing would be called a mongrel. His deranged laughter sent shivers through Wong Li and the others, who realized that Lin Xiing was genuinely enraged this time. After a moment of maniacal laughter, Lin Xiing's blood-red pupils fixed on Ren Ruonin. You must be one of Lin Bei's paramours. When Ren Ruonin's pupils constricted at the mention of Lin Bei's name. You wouldn't believe it. I became like this all thanks to him. He glanced down at his hairy arms, then suddenly shifted his tone, resembling a devil from hell. Therefore, I have decided that he must experience what despair truly means. I shall torment him to death, making him understand the agony of being unable to live or die. Today, I shall start with you, letting him savor the taste of losing a lover. Ha ha. Lin Xiing had completely lost his sanity, even saliva beginning to dribble from the corner of his mouth. Across from him, when Ren Ruonin flexed her arms, which had regained feeling, revealing a wild look on her face. Fool, stop indulging in your fantasies. I'll smash your head. With that, when Ren Ruonin charged toward Lin Xiing. In this moment, she held nothing back. Energy surged through her as she unleashed her full power. The twin ponytails atop her head left a trail in the air, and the ground beneath her began to crack. A radiant gleam flickered upon her delicate fists. A level 3 ability user. At this moment, Lin Xiing retracted his gaze, growing serious. However, a smirk soon curled upon his lips. How foolish of Ren Ruonin to charge at him without a care for her life. Zhang Te from afar would surely seize the opportunity to strike. Youth, you are ultimately too naive. Then, the sound of gunfire echoed. Lin Xiing's lips curled into a cold smile. Yet, he abruptly realized that none of the women before him had fallen. Damn it, Zhang Te, that useless fool, has missed so many shots? How can he boast about his marksmanship? Lin Xiing cursed inwardly. Yet, beside him, someone suddenly collapsed, a gunshot ringing out. Blood gushed from the spot where the person fell, a bullet hole evident at their temple. They were dead beyond doubt. Damn it, what is Zhang Te doing? Wong Li roared in fury upon witnessing Zhang Te kill one of their own. However, Lin Xiing suddenly sensed something amiss. Even if Zhang Te had poor aim, It shouldn't be this abysmal. This is bad. A realization struck him. They were ambushed, and Zhang Te had likely been killed by someone else. Run. Just as Lin Xiing opened his mouth, another person beside him collapsed, similarly struck down in a single blow. Before him, when Ren Runin watched as one person after another fell, she turned her gaze toward the Ferris wheel. Unbeknownst to her, the opposing sniper had already been eliminated by Lin Bei. She taunted, "Ha, your sniper is truly remarkable, killing your own with such precision." Meanwhile, Lin Xiing recalled the earlier scene of the enemy's audacity, compounded by Li Yuming's message. A chill coursed through him. He deduced that the enemy had likely feigned information to lure him into a trap. Damn it. Even Lin Xiing could not help but curse, immediately issuing a retreat order. When Ren Runin and her companions were left bewildered, unsure of what was unfolding. However, seeing the enemy flee, her friends attempted to pursue. Wait. Do not chase the desperate. When Ren Runin recalled Lin Bei's warning, after contemplating the situation, she sensed something was profoundly wrong and halted her companions. Meanwhile, from a distance, Lin Bei observed Lin Xiing's retreat, his brow furrowing. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiing would indeed become a mongrel. He then looked up at the sky. This is not good. Originally intending to pursue, Lin Bei noticed several particular stars shining unusually bright today, aligning together. This was a sign of the impending blood moon. After the blood moon, a great earthquake was foretold. I must hurry back. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward Ren Runin. At the same time, when Ren Runin detected the abnormality in the sky, her lovely face turned grave. With the blood moon appearing, the first earth-shattering event seems to be an earthquake. Just as she prepared to call her friends to the vehicle, a figure streaked toward them like a shooting star. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, but upon recognizing the silhouette, a smile blossomed on her face. Lin Bei, brother. Chapter 63. 100,000 zombies. Your performance was commendable. I witnessed it all from over there. Lin Bei stored away his motorcycle and affectionately tousled when Ren Ruannan's twin ponytails. He chuckled, hee, it's all thanks to my excellent teaching. One Ren Ruannan's eyes gleamed like crescent moons, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth, making one wish to embrace her and shower her with affection. Nearby, her friends gathered around. Wow, big sister is blushing like a teapot. They laughed. Who would have thought our big sister has such a shy side? The girls, clearly in high spirits, playfully teased when Ren Ruannan. Hey, you little rascal, do you want to fight? When Ren Ruannan's face flushed crimson, and she raised her petite fist to strike back, Lin Bei swiftly seized her hand, cautioning her against such impulsive actions in the future. All right, I understand. Big brother Lin Bei, she replied, but the stars in the sky seem oddly peculiar today. Would Lin Bei's suggestion be heeded by Wen Ruannan? Certainly not. Her nature was that of a carefree spirit. When faced with displeasure, a punch was all that was needed. Upon hearing Wen Ruannan's words, Lin Bei gazed deeply at her. He was uncertain whether she was merely changing the subject or subtly reminding him of something. Seeing the little girl seemingly entranced by the stars, Lin Bei pondered if perhaps he was overthinking things. He then spoke, well, it's getting late. Let us return home. Wen Ruannan softly agreed. Okay. On the way back, Wen Ruannan recounted the day's events to Lin Bei, specifically mentioning Lin Xiing. Lin Bei's countenance grew serious. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiing, whom he had slain on the first day of the apocalypse, had managed to thrive in this life. Yet what of it? If he had survived, then Lin Bei could surely eliminate him once more. The most pressing matter remained to transfer the blood moon. Meanwhile, in another direction, upon returning to their stronghold, the hotel, Lin Xiing seized a woman, and with his razor-sharp teeth, he viciously tore her apart. His crimson eyes feasted upon the gushing blood as he savored it greedily. No one dared utter a word in the presence of such brutality. With a final gulp, Lin Xiing discarded the woman's lifeless body from several stories high. Where's Liu Ming? His expression darkened ominously. This time, counting Zhang Te, they had lost 2 ability users without even encountering Lin Bei. Lin Xiang. At that moment, Liu Ming trembled as he approached the door, his gaze filled with trepidation, unable to meet Lin Xiang's eyes. Come here. Lin Xiang's eyes glinted with murderous intent. His anger simmered just beneath the surface. He felt uneasy unless he exacted retribution upon Liu Ming. Plop. Liu Ming, terrified, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Lin Xiang, I truly had no knowledge of the enemy's schemes. It is entirely their cunning. Swish. Lin Xiang lunged forward, his claws viciously grasping Liu Ming's throat. Lin Xiing, I have intel. Just as Lin Xiing was about to squeeze the life out of him, Liu Ming's hoarse voice broke through. Consider my lack of merit, but also my hardship. Beside them, Wong Li interjected, Indeed, boss, Liu Ming is also an ability user. Our numbers are dwindling, if you were to kill him. Wong Li, astutely aware of the situation, recognized Lin Xiang's restraint and quickly seized the opportunity. His plea, while ostensibly for Liu Ming's sake, was a subtle maneuver to secure his own safety, for should Liu Ming perish, all blame would inevitably fall upon him. Lin Xiang, following Wong Li's lead, responded, I shall grant you one more chance. If your information proves useless. His face darkened with malice as he towered over the trembling Liu Ming. Lin Xiang, my other clone witnessed something. Liu Ming's pallor turned ghostly as he hurriedly explained. He dispatched a clone to follow Lin Bei when he left, but alas, Lin Bei's speed was too formidable. However, he managed to track Lin Bei's trail to Jiangbei Airport. The swarm of zombies was overwhelming. He could not advance. Only circle the airport. Who would have imagined that he would see Lin Bei emerge from the other side? Upon hearing Liu Ming's account, Lin Xiang's eyes flickered with intrigue. What was Lin Bei doing at the airport? Moreover, Liu Ming continued, not long after Lin Bei departed. An ability user squad emerged from the airport, their attire suggesting they were members of the Daxia Guardian Corps from before the apocalypse. And behind them was a horde of over 10,000 zombies, all heading in the direction Lin Bei had taken. At this revelation, Lin Xiang's voice rose sharply. What did you say? Over 10,000 zombies. A zombie tide. His eyes gleamed with a manic intensity. He realized that this ability user squad was likely not associated with Lin Bei. Otherwise, Lin Bei would have taken them along. Since they were not Lin Bei's allies, they could potentially become allies of his own. Where are they now? Lin Xiang pressed. Just 5 kilometers from here, but smack. Lin Xiang dealt another vicious blow. Stop dawdling. If you delay again, that woman's fate will be yours. Liu Ming gulped nervously, hastening to comply. The tide of zombies behind them was far beyond counting, at least 10,000. Upon hearing Liu Ming's words, Lin Xiang's expression shifted, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Ah, zombie tide. This intelligence is surely unknown to Lin Bei. If we could lure these 10,000 zombies to Lin Bei's villa. Lin Xiang's gaze became increasingly frenzied. The greatest distinction between humans and zombies lay in the fact that humans possessed intellect. If he could coax these zombies toward Lin Bei's villa, Lin Xiang was convinced that even if Lin Bei were to devise elaborate schemes, he would be unable to escape the encirclement of such a vast horde. Unless he could fly. Chapter 64, Flight Attendant Uniform Captain. The horde of zombies behind us is growing by the minute. On the highway of Shili Mountain, a motorhome sped along, pursued relentlessly by nearly 100,000 zombies. The sheer number of the undead was overwhelming, and the occupants of the motorhome could not shake them off. The fuel gauge was perilously low, and the vehicle's speed was insufficient to escape the impending doom. If the fuel ran out, they would surely be trapped. Suddenly, a cacophony of roaring engines erupted as dozens of off-road vehicles emerged from the side, their occupants spraying a crimson liquid onto the road. What is happening? Who are they? Yang Jingjing's eyes widened in alarm. The liquid appeared to be blood. The remaining survivors in Yang Jingjing's team gasped collectively, sensing danger. Caution overwhelmed her, as she had grown wary of any outsiders after previous encounters. Her gaze was fixed on the approaching off-road vehicles, her hand resting on her sidearm, prepared to act should they exhibit any threatening movements. The zombies, already agitated, became even more frenzied at the scent of blood, surging towards the new arrivals. The powerful off-road vehicles, with their superior horsepower, swiftly veered off in another direction, towards Lin Bei's location. As Yang Jingjing observed the horde being diverted, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Captain, are they helping us? Xiao Fong asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yang Jingjing took a deep breath and shook her head slightly. I don't know, but I no longer trust anyone in this apocalypse to have altruistic motives. They must have other intentions. Nevertheless, their survival was paramount, and for now, they had survived another day. Her eyes remained fixed on the retreating horde, understanding that though a few zombies were still pursuing them, her team's current strength was sufficient to deal with them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Liu Ming whispered to Lin Xiang, the horde has been lured here. What about the Daxia Guard team? Lin Xiang, peering through binoculars at the approaching zombies, smirked coldly. Let them be for now. Our priority is to eliminate Lin Bei. Ensure that the zombies form a complete encirclement, maintaining a distance of at least 500 meters from Lin Bei's villa. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei and his companions, they were blissfully unaware of the lurking danger. We're back. Inside the villa, when Rinrunin was the first to disembark, eager to dash towards the house. Behind her followed Lin Bei and several young girls. After a day of fierce battles, when Rinrunin was drenched in sweat, longing for a relaxing bath and a hearty meal. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Bei shook his head, chuckling at her enthusiasm. However, he glanced upwards at the sky. Noting the alignment of the stars, a foreboding omen of the blood moon's imminent arrival. He swiftly grabbed Rinrunin by her twin ponytails. No time for a bath. We must hurry. Why, brother Lin Bei? She protested, bewildered. Although she was aware of the blood moon phenomenon, the signs preceding it were not something she could discern. In her previous life, Lin Bei had always guided her through battles. Thinking strategically was not her forte. Hua Chuxue and Liu Feier emerged from the villa upon hearing the commotion. They visibly relaxed upon seeing Lin Bei return unscathed, accompanied by the adorable Xiaobai. With a playful bark, Xiaobai leaped into Lin Bei's embrace, licking him affectionately. Lin Bei chuckled, stroking the little creature. Let us tidy up. Tonight we'll try out the aircraft I just brought over. With a swift motion, he summoned a Boeing 747, which materialized in the villa's courtyard. Fortunately, Lin Bei had previously expanded the villa, or such a large aircraft would not have fit. At that moment, both Hua Chuxue and Liu Feier were left speechless. How is this possible? They exclaimed in disbelief, having anticipated a mere helicopter, not a passenger jet. Lin Bei smiled, instructing them, look up. As they followed his command, they beheld the full moon illuminated in the sky, its surface marred by streaks of red. The blood moon. Hua Chuxue gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Now, let us get moving. Take only what you cherish. We have enough supplies, Lin Bei directed. I have nothing except this, Hua Chuxue replied, clutching the tang sword Lin Bei had gifted her. Liu Feier nodded in agreement. I have nothing of significance either. Then rest for a moment. I'll gather the water purifier and insulation, Lin Bei said before heading inside the villa. As the others returned indoors, when Rinrunin quietly asked her friend, Wen, did you find what I asked for? A petite girl in a pink JK uniform blushed slightly. Why do you need this special pill? When Rinrunin's cheeks reddened as she playfully tapped her friend's head. That's adult business. Children should not pry. Just then, Liu Feier emerged from a room, donning a striking flight attendant uniform. Her long legs, accentuated by sheer black stockings, made her appear ethereal. Chapter 65, The Unexpected Visitor. Wow, Sister Feier, you look absolutely stunning. All the girls, except for Hua Chuxue, gasped in admiration. When Rinrunin could hardly contain herself as she reached out to touch Liu Feier's long, delicate leg. So soft. So smooth. Sister Feier, why are you dressed like this? When Rinrunin's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Didn't the boss say he was going to board a plane? I think this look is quite enticing. Liu Feier felt her cheeks flush slightly, her heart racing. She harbored her own thoughts. There were simply too many girls around Lin Bei. A sense of urgency filled her heart. Although she had spent the longest time with Lin Bei, she felt compelled to change her style frequently to keep his interest alive, lest he grow weary of her. You all should hurry back to your rooms and pack your things, Liu Feier said shyly, feeling overwhelmed by the presence of so many girls. When Rinrunin's lively eyes twinkled as a playful smile graced her lips. Roleplay? How thrilling. She discreetly felt the hidden item within her skirt. Hee, sisters, after tonight, I'm going to take the lead. The other girls, equally excited, chimed in. Yes. Lin Bei has always been there for us. Let us give him a night to remember. Outside the villa, Lin Bei had already dismantled the water purifier and insulation materials. Although he had spares, he believed in frugality. Wastefulness was simply not in his nature. As he surveyed the now empty villa, a twinge of reluctance welled up within him. Tonight, when the blood moon fully ascended, a cataclysmic earthquake would strike, one that would surpass all historical records. Every structure would crumble into ruins. Lin Bei cast one last glance at the villa, knowing it would soon vanish. With a sigh, he shook his head, bemused by his own sentimentality, a smile creeping onto his face before he stepped inside. Upon entering, he found the living room devoid of any presence. They must be tidying up their belongings, he mused. Suddenly, he recalled that Liu Feier had mentioned a person who had previously surveilled the villa. Though when Rinrunin had dealt with him, Lin Bei felt compelled to inquire about the details. He promptly made his way to Liu Feier's room. As he gently pushed open the door, He found Liu Feier bent over, picking up a fallen hairpin. The uniform accentuated her perfect curves, and her breathtaking beauty was utterly captivating. Upon noticing Lin Bei's entrance, Liu Feier blushed, a smile gracing her lips as she retrieved the hairpin and tucked it into her hair. The simplicity of her action was laden with allure, igniting a primal response in any man. Lin Bei instinctively pulled Liu Feier into his embrace, his hands exploring her form. Liu Feier offered no resistance. Instead, she leaned into him, her eyes glistening with a hint of longing. Just as Lin Bei was about to escalate the moment, the door swung open abruptly, revealing Wen. "Not good, brother Lin Bei. Zombies. There are a lot of them outside." As she entered, she was met with an unexpectedly intimate scene, her face flushing crimson. Liu Feier, nearly undraped in Lin Bei's arms, whispered, "Boss, I can sense many zombies surrounding us." The urgency in her voice snapped Lin Bei back to reality, and he suppressed the fiery urge within him. "Let us go check it out," he replied, his tone steady as he followed Wen in to the top floor of the villa. A few kilometers away, a horde of zombies had formed a tight encirclement around them. "Damn it, a zombie tide," Lin Bei muttered, recognizing that this swarm was likely orchestrated by someone with malicious intent. Lin Xiing, he surmised, his mind racing. Only one person possessed the power to manipulate such a situation during the apocalypse. If he didn't have a plane at his disposal, this zombie siege would surely turn into a fierce battle. "Wait, I sense an abilities team about 300 meters away." Liu Feier closed her eyes. Having absorbed numerous crystals over the past few days, now a level 3 awakener. With her enhanced perception, she could detect even the slightest movements within 100 meters. The ruckus caused by the zombies was so pronounced that even from several kilometers away, she could feel their presence. An abilities team? Lin Bei's brow furrowed. The blood moon was stirring chaos. Just then, a voice boomed from outside the villa. "Who is Lin Bei? Come out and face your death." The brashness of the speaker echoed from 100 meters away. "Look, boss, what is that?" One of Liu Fang's subordinates exclaimed, pointing at the airplane in Lin Bei's yard. "Is that really an airplane?" Liu Fang exclaimed, his mind racing with possibilities. If he could seize this aircraft, they could easily escape into the depths of the wilderness. Lin Bei must have a treasure trove of supplies. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, suffering from his own torment, gritted his teeth, his gaze turning malevolent. Ever since becoming Liu Fang's plaything, he endured daily humiliation. The memories of the nights were too horrific to bear. "Lin Bei, I will make you pay? Don't worry, bro, I'll avenge you," Liu Fang declared, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Chapter 66. Witnessing a pleasing scene. To be frank, Lin Fan found the mental anguish far more tormenting than the humiliation of the flesh. Moreover, these deranged individuals insisted on forcing him to utter those shameful words. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Fan felt as if he had returned from the depths of hell, his venomous gaze fixated on the villa before him. At that moment, Lin Bei emerged slowly, exuding an air of nonchalance. Behind him trailed several stunning beauties clad in flight attendant uniforms. In the scene, apart from Hua Chuxue, everyone else had donned black stockings and high heels. Had this been before the apocalypse, they would undoubtedly have formed a breathtaking spectacle, perhaps even trending on social media. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Fan's despair deepened. Why was it that Lin Bei was surrounded by beauties while he was left with? Before he could voice his complaint, Liu Fang and the others were nearly bursting with excitement. Of course, their attention was not on Liu Feier and the others, but rather on Lin Bei. The young men, members of a male club, were practically salivating at the sight of Lin Bei. "What a gem, boss!" exclaimed a tall, slender youth to Liu Fang. "What nonsense, you need him," Liu Fang retorted, his eyes gleaming with desire. Lin Fan, overhearing, instinctively chimed in, "Brother Liu, you promised me you would deal with Lin Bei. Get lost. Such a treasure. And you want me to kill him?" Liu Fang responded, kicking Lin Fan aside as he rubbed his palms together. "Hey, what's your name, kid?" he called out, striding towards Lin Bei. Meanwhile, several women had already boarded the plane. Lin Bei turned to regard Liu Fang, his expression shifting to one of alarm. As he caught sight of the men's hungry gazes, he instinctively clenched his muscles. He recognized that look all too well. It was akin to how men eyed women in the apocalypse. It was clear that these individuals were undoubtedly gay. "Get lost," Lin Bei snapped, particularly disturbed by Liu Fang's croaky voice, which sent shivers down his spine. He would have killed anyone else without a second thought, but the mere sight of Liu Fang repulsed him. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught Lin Fan standing nearby. In that instant, Lin Bei froze. and his expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue, even tinged with a hint of sympathy. Lin Bei, did you kill my father? Lin Fan confronted him. As their eyes locked, Lin Fan's pupils widened. Hey, your father? Given your current state, sacrificing his dignity to survive, I'd say he is alive. Just had a little chat with him. However, Lin Bei's tone took on a more sinister edge. But you'll likely never see him again. Lin Fan's disbelief was palpable. I saw you kill my father with my own eyes. You're lying. His voice crescendoed with madness, and he charged at Lin Bei. Lin Fan, don't ruin my playing. Liu Feier bellowed, annoyed. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan's cousin would be so much more handsome than he was. At that moment, Lin Bei smirked wickedly. You disgusting lot aren't worthy to touch my plane. He patted the aircraft's exterior. We're ready for takeoff. This was directed at Hua Chushua, whose extraordinary talent in manipulating airflow was far too valuable to waste on mere piloting. Initially, he had planned to convert the Shili Mountain Expressway into a runway. But Hua Chushua's abilities made that unnecessary, a waste indeed. As Lin Bei spoke, Hua Chushua received the signal. The moment she opened her eyes, a tempestuous gust erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. The Boeing 747 lifted off as if it were a helicopter. Such a feat was a blatant violation of the laws of physics. How is that possible? Even Liu Feier and the others stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Lin Bei stood atop the plane's wing, beckoning to Lin Fan. Come on, young Master Lin, look this way. He brandished a Polaroid camera, capturing Lin Fan's horrified expression. With a thunderous boom, he activated his spatial abilities, vanishing into the aircraft, leaving Lin Fan and Liu Feier in stunned silence. Within a minute, the plane soared beyond the clouds. Lu Gu, they're gone. One of Liu Feier's underlings exclaimed, pointing skyward. I'm not blind. Liu Feier snapped. Yet, he considered that the villa might still harbor treasures. If Lin Fan's claims about Lin Bei's bounty of pork were true, he couldn't have taken it all. Without hesitation, he strode toward the villa. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lin Xiing and others heard the tremendous roar but were too far away to discern the situation clearly. Mr. Lin. The zombies will reach Lin Bei's villa in less than 5 minutes, someone reported to Lin Xiing. Excellent. Lin Xiing grinned. Lin Bei, let us see how you escape this time. Unless you can fly? Come, I must witness this delightful scene with my own eyes. Li Yuming added with a sinister smile. Mr. Lin, please follow me. I've prepared the perfect viewing platform for you. He led Lin Xiing to a newly constructed tower, presenting him with a telescope for a better view. Chapter 67. Just a token of contribution. 5 kilometers away from Lin Bei's villa community lies a large supermarket, now reduced to ruins, with remnants of destruction and bloodshed strewn about. Following the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Xiing, in pursuit of resources, led Wong Li and others to seize control of this area. At this moment, he raised a pair of binoculars, his gaze fixed on the distance where a horde of zombies surged forth like a relentless tide, crazily advancing towards Lin Bei's villa. Humph. It is thanks to Lin Bei that he has cleared out the surrounding houses. Otherwise, attracting the zombies would have required considerable effort. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lin Xiing's lips. Through the binoculars, he could clearly see shadows moving within the villa, undoubtedly Lin Bei and his companions. Previously, he had discovered several drones, adorned with bloodied heads, being manipulated by someone in the distance, luring the zombies toward Lin Bei's residence. The scent of blood sent the undead into a frenzied state, markedly different from their usual demeanor. However, Lin Xiing and his group remained oblivious to this detail. Meanwhile, the blood moon illuminated the land, casting an eerie glow across the world. At this moment, inside Lin Bei's villa, the remnants of electricity allowed the lights to remain on, a sight that Liu Feier and his companions had not witnessed in many nights. Damn it, how could they have cleared everything out so thoroughly? Have they already transported all the supplies? Liu Feier mused, perplexed by the emptiness surrounding them. Upon entering the villa, he and his companions found it devoid of anything useful, save for useless furniture. You come here. Liu Feier summoned Lin Fan, demanding an explanation for the bizarre situation. With a sharp slap, he struck Lin Fan on the cheek. Brother Liu, wait. Let me use my ability to check. Lin Fan trembled, aware that his power was rather ineffective. Even after enduring the apocalypse for several days, Liu Feier and the others had never granted him any crystal cores. Any cores he obtained from slain zombies would simply be seized by them. Just as he prepared to harness his ability, a chilling growl echoed from the distance. Suddenly, a watchman rushed in, panic-stricken, collapsing at Liu Feier's feet. And no, it's bad. Brother Fong. Outside there are so many zombies. Liu Feng's lips twitched at the sight of the terrified individual. He kicked him disdainfully. Useless. Why are you afraid of zombies? Haven't you killed any in all these days? The person on the ground scrambled to his feet, panic-stricken. No, Brother Liu, outside. The zombie horde. Boom. The earth began to tremble beneath them. Liu Feng sensed the shift in the atmosphere and hurried to the villa's entrance, with Lin Fan following closely behind, abandoning his attempt to use his ability. What the hell? How can there be so many zombies? Upon reaching the doorway, Liu Feng observed the scene, a horde of zombies, maddened, charging toward Lin Bei's villa from just 100 meters away. As Lin Fan emerged from the villa, he turned pale at the sight of the approaching tide of the undead. What is that, Brother Liu? Lin Fan stammered, pointing shakily at a drone. Liu Feng's eyes narrowed. Someone is plotting against us. It must be that bastard Lin Bei. After a string of curses, he started to head toward the back door. At that moment, a chorus of zombie growls erupted from behind, a foreboding sensation creeping into Liu Feng's heart. Meanwhile, Li Xiing, equipped with a similar pair of binoculars as Lin Xiing, furrowed his brow upon seeing Liu Feng emerge. Beside him, Lin Xiing trembled violently, his breath quickening, his previously crimson eyes now filled with terror. Xiao Fan, he exclaimed, having witnessed the scene within the villa through the lenses. What the hell? Xiao Fan, how could he be there? Get that drone away. Hurry. His voice echoed with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging. Grabbing Li Xiing by the neck, he bellowed, You fool. Li Xiing stood in a daze, overwhelmed. Xiao Fan. However, the person controlling the drone was at least 4 kilometers away, their voices unable to reach him. Lin Xiing could only stomp in frustration, his gaze fixated on the villa through the binoculars. Zombies. We are surrounded. Liu Feng and his companions had now ascended to the rooftop of Lin Bei's villa, while the horde below battered the walls with reckless abandon, their bodies climbing towards the rooftop. Brother Liu, help me, Lin Fan cried. Positioned precariously at the edge of the rooftop, Liu Feng unleashed his ice abilities, while those around him employed various powers, but it was insufficient. A sea of zombies gathered. A horrifying sight. Damn it, get out of my way. Liu Feng suddenly devised a plan, kicking Lin Fan off the edge, intending to create an escape route amidst the chaos of the horde. Lin Fan, already teetering on the edge, was instantaneously engulfed by the zombies. A cacophony of screams erupted, accompanied by the gruesome sounds of flesh being torn apart, a haunting symphony of despair that echoed in the air. In mere seconds, the sounds faded into silence. Simultaneously, Lin Xiing observed through the binoculars as Lin Fan was kicked into the fray, torn to shreds by the relentless undead. Xiao Fan, you shall die. I will ensure your death. At that moment, his hatred for Liu Feng surpassed even that for Lin Bei, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Suddenly, something fell from the sky. Lin Xiing caught it, prepared to shred it to pieces, but upon closer inspection, his eyes turned crimson with rage. It was a photograph of Lin Fan taken just before boarding the plane. On the back, a scrawled note read, Heh, I killed your son with my own hands. Truly, you are the ruthless Lin Xiing. Each photo comes with a price of $200. Consider it a token from your cousin, Lin Bei. To ensure Lin Xiing received this message, Lin Bei had meticulously scattered tens of thousands of these photos from above. Chapter 68. Beneath the Blood Moon. The water gurgles in a place beyond the sight of anyone. A plane circled continuously above Jiangbei City. A smile graced Lin Bei's lips as he unleashed his spatial abilities, scattering all the photographs he held into the void. It must be quite a sight for Lin Xiing to witness his own son being torn to shreds by zombies. In his hand, he held a glass of red wine, savoring a delicate sip. He had not anticipated that Lin Fan would survive this long, nor that he would rally others to come searching for him. However, what truly astonished him was the sheer number of zombies Lin Xiing had amassed, ultimately leading to his own son's demise. Below Lin Bei, Lin Xiing's already fearsome visage twisted into something even more terrifying, akin to a volcano that had erupted in full force. Die. I will surely kill you and bury you alongside my little Fan. Meanwhile, the area surrounding Lin Bei's former villa lay in ruin. Nearly 100,000 zombies surged forth, overwhelming the abilities of Liu Feng and the other few capable individuals. In mere moments, they were reduced to mere fragments. Above them, unbeknownst to anyone, the blood moon loomed large and ominous. The arrival of the blood moon cast an eerie pall over the world. As the zombies grew increasingly frenzied, their rampage accompanied by the anguished cries of the surviving humans. Yet, none of this concerned Lin Bei, who remained aloof in the heavens above. At that moment, Feier, push a little harder. Lin Bei reclined comfortably in the first-class cabin. Behind him, Liu Feier, dressed in a flight attendant's uniform with enticing black stockings, gently kneaded his shoulders with her delicate hands. Meanwhile, when Rin Ruanan and her companions occupied the rear of the cabin. Ha ha ha, boss, you truly are wicked. Liu Feier chuckled, having previously wondered why Lin Bei had taken a picture of that individual. Now, witnessing his actions, she could not help but arch an eyebrow. Lin Fan had brought this upon himself. But if he were to discover that the orchestrator of this zombie tide was none other than his father, his expression would surely be priceless. Liu Feier's touch was tender, and Lin Bei reveled in the sensation. At the controls of the aircraft was Hua Chuxue, and Lin Bei was pleasantly surprised to find that she could pilot a plane. With Hua Chuxue at the helm and the aircraft's autopilot engaged, Lin Bei seized the rare opportunity to relax. Brother Lin Bei, open your mouth for a grape. One Rin Ruanan approached playfully, holding a grape in her hand, bending slightly to present it to him. Despite her fierce demeanor in battle, she possessed undeniable allure when it mattered. Clad in a flight attendant's outfit, she drew Lin Bei's gaze more than once. Brother Lin Bei, do I look good? One Rin Ruanan, noticing his attention, feigned shyness, lowering her head with a dreamy gaze and a playful bite of her lip. Beneath her alabaster neck, a tantalizing curve peeked out, and she had already resolved to make her move on Lin Bei that very night. She had ground the aphrodisiac into powder and mixed it with the red wine he had just consumed. Cough, cough. Lin Bei, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at his wandering thoughts, cleared his throat. Nearby, the small fox, Su Yun, could no longer bear to watch. Just as she prepared to intervene and shield Lin Bei's eyes, she thought, no way, I am destined to be the elder sister. When Rin Ruanan's antics struck Su Yun as deliberately provocative, and a sudden realization struck her. Wait, could this girl have been reborn too? Determined not to let her succeed, Su Yun's agile eyes flickered as she activated her hypnotic powers. One Rin Ruanan, who had just approached, suddenly felt her eyelids grow heavy, her body succumbing to an overwhelming fatigue. Oh, why am I suddenly so drowsy? After a yawn, she collapsed onto the floor, fast asleep. However, being a level 3 ability user, her constitution was far superior to that of an ordinary person, and the energy expenditure of Su Yun's hypnosis took its toll on her as well, causing her to faint beside when Rin Ruanan. Lin Bei and Liu Feier exchanged amused glances upon witnessing when Rin Ruanan's state. It appeared that the recent battles against the zombies in Shili Mountain had exhausted the girl. Subsequently, he gathered both when Rin Ruanan and the small fox into his arms and placed them in the rear cabin to rest. Returning to the first-class cabin, Lin Bei stretched by the window and spoke softly. Ah, what a rare moment of relaxation. Although the outside world was shrouded in darkness, the blood moon shone particularly benevolently that night. Indeed, this is my first time on a plane. At that moment, Liu Feier approached Lin Bei, gently tossing her hair, her gaze lost in the dreamy view outside. She too was taken aback by the surreal atmosphere. Lin Bei, noticing her proximity, inhaled the intoxicating fragrance that surrounded her, and the ambience in the cabin grew increasingly charged. Suddenly, Lin Bei felt a warmth rising within him. No, he realized something was amiss. It appeared he had been drugged. Whipping around, he glanced at the red wine they had shared. Liu Feier suddenly let out a soft moan, lunging towards Lin Bei. Boss, I want. The last word barely escaped her lips, a whisper like a mosquito's buzz. Lin Bei, now fully aware, felt a surge of primal desire awaken within him. The previous interruption had faded, and in that instant, his eyes burned with intensity. Liu Feier's enchanting visage was alive with allure, her sultry gaze ensnaring his very soul. At that moment, above Zhongbei City, amidst the roar of the aircraft, strange sounds began to echo, and at times, the massive body of the plane trembled violently. In the cabin, when Rin Ruanan remained blissfully asleep, embracing the small fox, her cherry lips murmuring dreamily, Hee, Brother Lin Bei, I am the sister-in-law. Little did she know, Lin Bei and Liu Feier were lost in a fervent embrace, igniting a passionate fire. Only Hua Chuxue in the cockpit sensed something awry, her face flushed, her heart inexplicably heavy. Chapter 69, Tonight. I desire it all. After a considerable time had passed, Lin Bei slowly rose, gazing at the delicate figure beneath him, unable to resist caressing her fair visage. The sheets had been changed, for the mark left behind was far too conspicuous, reminiscent of fabric freshly soaked in water. Perhaps the exertions of their earlier encounter had left them both exhausted, as Liu Feier had finally succumbed to a deep slumber only after the linens were replaced. He gently placed a kiss upon her forehead, his demeanor tranquil as he descended from the bed. A faint smile graced his lips. He had certainly indulged extensively throughout the night. Even Liu Feier, now a level 3 adept, had struggled to withstand his fervor. What kind of potion did they administer to me? The strength was overwhelming, Lin Bei mused, shaking his head with a light chuckle. To liberate himself further, he employed his abilities to store all the chairs within his power space, subsequently conjuring a remarkably exquisite large bed, spacious enough for their playful antics. He then made his way alone to the cockpit, where he found Hua Chuxue, her face flushed with embarrassment. The aircraft had been jolting violently, and she had initially presumed they were encountering turbulence. Yet, upon hearing the sounds emanating from behind, she began to deduce the truth, causing her heart to race with a flurry of emotions. Not daring to intrude, she hesitated, fearing to disrupt Lin Bei's intimate moment. The thought that Lin Bei might have included her in such encounters made her apprehensive. If Lin Bei were to act forcefully, she felt certain that she would be no match for him. Strangely, however, she found herself not resisting the notion. Rather, an inexplicable thrill coursed through her. Why was it that Lin Bei seemed suited for such endeavors with Liu Feier, yet not with her? Was Liu Feier's allure truly greater than her own? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lin Bei entered the cockpit without a hint of awkwardness. How does it feel to pilot such a civilian aircraft? He asked, tossing a bottle of green liquid to Hua Chuxue, while he himself ignited a cigarette, savoring the view of the crimson moon outside. Everything appeared normal, aside from the earlier turbulence, which was likely a result of their passage through a turbulent air layer. Upon hearing Hua Chuxue's voice, Lin Bei coughed, realizing she was teasing him, and felt compelled to assert his authority. In an instant, he stood before her, playfully swatting her rear. Truthfully, the sight of Hua Chuxue's flawless form had already led him to regard her as his own. The moment he struck her, she froze, her mind momentarily blank. What is the matter? Is Miss Hua feeling jealous? Lin Bei smirked at her frowning expression. As the heir of an illustrious family, Hua Chuxue had never before experienced such indignity. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she grappled with her emotions. Hearing the commotion from behind had stirred an unfamiliar discomfort within her, a sensation she had never encountered before. Yet, upon Lin Bei's arrival, her heart raced like a startled deer. Just as she was caught in her fluster, Lin Bei swiftly enveloped her in his arms, and in that moment, she resembled a timid kitten, unsure of how to respond. "Let me go?" she stammered, attempting to wriggle free. "You're bullying me." After a brief struggle, realizing she could not escape, she succumbed to her emotions and nestled against Lin Bei, quietly weeping. She was perplexed by her own feelings. Previously, she had detested men who straddled two worlds. However, facing Lin Bei, she could not summon any disdain. Instead, she felt a pang of discomfort upon realizing he had been intimate with Liu Feier, a feeling she had never known before. Lin Bei did not release her, but rather tightened his embrace, allowing her to resist as she wished. After some time, as her sobs began to subside, he spoke softly. "Chuxue, do you harbor feelings for me?" Nestled against him, Hua Chuxue trembled at his question. Did she truly like Lin Bei? She was conflicted. Yet she felt content in his embrace, wishing the aircraft would fly on indefinitely. Lin Bei, not allowing her a moment to ponder, continued, "You know, from the day I rescued you and brought you home, I have regarded you as mine." Before he could utter another word, Hua Chuxue took the initiative to kiss him. In that instant, she comprehended the truth. She could never envision a life filled with any man but Lin Bei. The declaration of her being his woman brought her immense satisfaction, all encapsulated within that kiss. Below them, a voice called out, "Captain, the moon above seems increasingly unusual." Xiao Feng whispered to Yang Jingjing. At that moment, Yang Jingjing had led the Daxia Guard team, who had managed to break free into the safety of a hotel. Something was amiss. The apocalypse had surpassed the natural order of the world. They needed to prepare adequately. Just as Yang Jingjing spoke, a series of violent tremors erupted, shaking the ground beneath them. "This is an earthquake. Run!" Yang Jingjing reacted swiftly, shouting out loud. Simultaneously, the entire blue star began to quake violently, the magnitude surpassing any recorded seismic activity in history. The East Asian tectonic plate cracked open, revealing an unfathomable chasm, a gaping maw far deeper than the Mariana Trench. Countless rocks were thrust upwards, ancient fossils buried for millennia now exposed to the surface. The Himalayas soared higher, seemingly reaching the heavens, as numerous terrains collapsed chaotically. The blood moon descended, heralding a cataclysmic transformation of the world. For the first time, a seismic event powerful enough to alter the continental plates of Blue Star had arrived. Countless zombies and survivors were consumed by the suddenly collapsing ground. Above, every structure was reduced to rubble. The Leaning Tower of Pisa, the Eiffel Tower, all lay in ruins. The Statue of Liberty crumbled into pieces. That night became a nightmare for countless souls, except for the aircraft circling above Jiangbei City in Daxia. Lin Bei continued to caress Hua Chushue's silken hair, her soft body nestled against his chest. Lin Bei, do you think the apocalypse will pass? They remained entwined, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Upon hearing her, Lin Bei gently kissed her alabaster forehead. Who knows? We shall face whatever comes. The apocalypse is ultimately someone else's affair. At his words, Hua Chushue chuckled softly. Hee, I find myself thinking that perhaps the apocalypse isn't so bad after all. Chapter 70. A wasteland. Lin Bei gently caressed the silky hair of Hua Chushue, tightening his embrace around the soft jade in his arms. Unbeknownst to him, at least for the coming years, this moment would not fade away. Upon hearing Lin Bei's voice, Hua Chushue suddenly broke into a soft smile. In truth, the apocalypse felt rather pleasant. With her eyes slightly closed, her breathing became steady, and she soon fell asleep in Lin Bei's embrace. He carefully shifted her, lifting her and laying her down upon the spacious bed in first class. Gazing at the three women before him, a subtle smile graced his lips. He then turned and made his way to the cockpit. Just moments before, while he and Hua Chushue were engaged in their activities, he had already discerned the commotion below. The earthquake had struck, and the next phase of his plans was about to commence. As a streak of crimson dawn broke the eastern sky, the blood moon finally vanished, leaving Jiangbei City utterly transformed into a desolate ruin. In that instant, it felt as though human civilization was on the brink of obliteration. Corpses of both zombies and humans lay strewn everywhere, and numerous zombies continued to wander aimlessly. Following the passing of the blood moon, most zombies had devolved into a white classification. Ordinary zombies were largely crushed or killed by the debris of collapsed structures. Only those that had evolved into white zombies remained largely unaffected by the wreckage. Lin Xiing, it seems the earthquake has ceased. Not far from Lin Bei's villa in Jiangbei City, several individuals suddenly emerged from the rubble, their appearances ragged and weary. The dust mingled with blood, rendering them akin to vagabonds from the world before the apocalypse. Even Lin Xiing, despite his injuries, managed to push aside a massive billboard that had pinned him down. He sprang to his feet and headed towards Lin Bei's villa, driven by a desperate desire to ascertain whether Lin Fan's body remained. Though they had witnessed countless ordinary individuals fall prey to the zombies, Lin Xiing still harbored a flicker of hope. He yearned to see his son once more. Suddenly, a deafening roar of wind surged through the air. At that very moment, a dark figure plummeted from the sky towards the ground. What is that? Wong, Li Xiing, and several other ability wielders were still alive, and, upon spotting the aircraft, their eyes widened in astonishment. The darkness obscured their view of Lin Bei as he ascended into the sky. Now, confronted with the aircraft, they reacted as if they had seen a ghost. A plane. Upon witnessing the aircraft, Lin Xiing froze in place. Memories flooded back to him of the photo that had fallen from the sky the previous night. Lin Bei. A torrent of murderous intent emanated from Lin Xiing's gaze, and he, in a frenzy, charged towards the aircraft. Behind him, Wong, Li and the others, unaware of Lin Xiing's expression, questioned his intentions. Brotherly, what is Lin Xiing up to? Wong Li's eyes darted. Then he suddenly smacked Li Xiing on the back of the head. Are you daft? Lin Xiing undoubtedly intends to seize that plane, regardless of its origins. It harbors countless secrets. It cannot fall into the hands of others, otherwise you'll regret it. Learn something from this, will you? With that, Wong Li eagerly dashed towards Lin Bei's aircraft. After receiving the slap, Li Xiing's eyes sharpened. I understand now. Everyone, follow me. If we encounter any other survivors attempting to claim that plane, we will fight with all our might. Following the earthquake the night before, Lin Xiing's group had dwindled to around 8 members. Aside from Wong, Li, and Li Xiing, 5 other ability wielders remained, most of whom possessed strength-based powers. 2 were at level 2, while the rest were level 1. Upon hearing Li Xiing's words, they swiftly made their way towards Lin Xiing. After all, since aligning with him, they had not gone hungry, and they enjoyed the company of women daily, far removed from the lofty streamers of the pre-apocalypse world. How could they not pledge their loyalty to such a boss? Meanwhile, aboard Lin Bei's aircraft, the women had begun to awaken, as memories of the previous night surfaced. A collective blush crept across their faces, even affecting the typically carefree Wen Ruinen. Chuxue, you need to manage the speed. This is far too rapid. Lin Bei, seated in the cockpit, felt relatively unfazed. However, the descent speed was indeed alarming, causing even him to feel a twinge of anxiety. Oh no. Realizing the situation, Hua Chuxue hastily steadied her powers. With a thunderous roar, the Boeing 747 landed smoothly. Thank goodness for your abilities, otherwise, we would have had no safe place to land. Lin Bei gazed through the glass at the devastation below, sighing in contemplation. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Boss, there are several individuals rushing towards our plane. Liu Feier interjected at that moment. Yes, I see them. Lin Bei noted that 2 kilometers away, several shadows were swiftly approaching. Their speed indicated they were undoubtedly ability wielders. We shall engage them immediately. Without hesitation, Lin Bei discerned their intentions and informed the women before leading them out of the cockpit. He utilized his powers to store the aircraft within his ability space, unwilling to risk damage to his prized possession during the impending confrontation. As the assailants approached, Lin Bei could discern their faces with alarming clarity. Upon recognizing them, he nearly burst into laughter. The individuals coming towards him were none other than Lin Xiing and his group. Initially, Lin Bei had contemplated how to locate Lin Xiing, but it seemed the latter had delivered himself directly to him. Lin Bei, prepare to meet your demise. I shall use your blood to honor my son, Fan. Even before reaching Lin Bei, Lin Xiing unleashed a torrent of curses. It was evident that his murderous intent had reached an extraordinary intensity. Wait, Brother Wong. It seems Lin Xiing is not here to hijack the plane. Li Yuming, following closely behind Wang Li, whispered a realization. Of course I heard that. Regardless, opposing Lin Xiing means opposing us. Brothers, we will eliminate the men, and as for the women, we will enjoy ourselves. Wang Li's face broke into a lecherous grin as he envisioned the many women among the approaching figures. Chapter 71, Confrontation Buzz. As Lin Bei's aircraft touched down, Lin Xiing and his companions surged towards him with fervor, especially Lin Xiing, whose grotesque visage seemed intent on tearing Lin Bei to shreds. Damn, brotherly. Look at those lovely ladies over there. They are simply exquisite. Upon seeing the enchanting Liu Feier and her companions beside Lin Bei, Li Yuming could hardly contain his drool. How can this kid be so fortunate? Such beauties would be considered exceptional even in the pre-apocalyptic world. That little girl with twin ponytails better not think she can compete with me. I'm determined to make my move. Wang Li, equally enthralled, was not to be outdone by Lin Xiing, his crimson lips licking in anticipation as he eyed Wen Ruinen. With a rumble, in mere moments, Lin Xiing stood before Lin Bei, his intent unmistakably lethal. Die? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xiing's scarlet eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Above Lin Bei's head, a surge of energy coalesced, accompanied by a thunderous roar. At that moment, Lin Bei had already stowed his precious aircraft away, unwilling to let it suffer even a scratch. Seeing Lin Xiing make his move, he felt no need for idle chatter. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he growled, "Go to hell." Suddenly, the battle commenced. Lin Bei deftly dodged, employing his spatial abilities to leave behind a phantom while the ground beneath where he stood shattered. A testament to Lin Xiing's formidable thunderous strike. A third-level ability user. Upon witnessing the ground's fractures, Lin Bei's expression turned grave. He had never underestimated Lin Xiing, for the latter had always been a daunting adversary in their previous life. How could he be anything less now, especially after having evolved into a beast this time around? His power was even more terrifying than it had been during their last encounter. Swish. After missing his strike, Lin Xiing activated his powers once more, aiming to cleave Lin Bei. But Lin Bei would not allow such an opportunity to slip by, summoning a terrifying energy from within his meridians. He swiftly activated his void walking ability, gripping his Tang Dao tightly, and aimed a strike at Lin Xiing's throat. Meanwhile, in another direction, Wang Li had just begun conversing with Li Yuming when they found themselves dangerously close to their foes. Wen Ruinen and her companions were all too aware of the tension. Previously, Wen Ruinen had been infuriated that Lin Bei had claimed the first blood instead of her, and now she had found her target for retribution. You're asking for it. With a flick of her twin ponytails, the petite girl dashed toward Wang Li. "Ha, Brother Wong, look at this little girl. She's quite self-aware, throwing herself at you." Li Yuming, having not witnessed when Ren Ruinen's terrifying prowess, was oblivious to the danger. However, Wang Li's demeanor shifted as she drew nearer. "Damn it, everyone, take this seriously. These girls are no mere decorations." He couldn't forget the image of when Ren Ruinen obliterating that second-level ability user. Now, even though he had become a third-level strength user, he had shed any sense of arrogance. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from his arms, muscles bulging as patterns formed upon them, characteristics of an awakened strength ability. With a roar, he lunged at Wen Ruinen. Nearby, Li Yuming, hearing Wang Li's call, also set aside his dismissive attitude. Yet, a part of him remained unconvinced. They were just a few women. How much trouble could they really cause? His gaze drifted toward the woman wielding the Tang Dao beside Lin Bei, and his malicious eyes roamed over Hua Chuxue. Swish. On the opposing side, Hua Chuxue felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Without uttering a word, she enveloped herself in a whirlwind of translucent energy. With a sharp crack, she transformed into a blur, charging toward Li Yuming, the blade in her hand, now shrouded in energy, sliced through the air with a deafening sound. Not good. The murderous intent emanating from her paralyzed Li Yuming momentarily. It was unfathomable that this woman possessed such a terrifying aura. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, Hua Chuxue zipped past Li Yuming, leaving a trail of crimson lines across his throat. Yet, astonishingly, his body seemed to vanish into thin air. A clone? Hua Chuxue furrowed her brow, surprised by this unexpected ability. "Sister Chuxue, watch out on your left." A sudden voice echoed in her mind. It was Liu Feier's telepathic warning, a result of her insight ability. Upon hearing this, Hua Chuxue instinctively dodged. A bullet whizzed past the spot where she had just stood. Not far from the location of Li Yuming's vanished body, he reappeared. "So, you managed to eliminate my last clone that easily? I underestimated you." Gripping a handgun, Li Yuming's expression turned serious. Tearing sounds. Rumble. A violent surge of energy engulfed the area, sending shockwaves of terror rippling through the atmosphere. The apocalypse was gradually settling into a grim rhythm, with most survivors awakening their abilities. All physical laws had utterly collapsed in that moment. Lin Bei, in another direction, Lin Xiing, seeing Lin Bei boldly advance, was consumed by an unparalleled killing intent. Gritting his teeth, he yearned to rend Lin Bei into pieces. "I admit, allowing you to live until now was indeed my oversight. However, after today, the name Lin Xiing shall no longer exist in this world." Lin Bei's Tang Dao shimmered with the power of the void as he utilized several void walks to position himself directly in front of Lin Xiing. Suddenly, he swung his blade toward Lin Xiing with ferocity. Just this one strike would ensure that any white-level zombie had no hope of survival. Bang! Yet, as Lin Bei's blade descended, a sound akin to steel striking steel reverberated through the air, accompanied by a brilliant shower of sparks. Chapter 72. Lin Bei's Astonishment Clang. Lin Bei's Tang Dao clashed against Lin Xiing's claw, sending sparks flying. Witnessing this scene, Lin Bei did not hesitate for a moment. His figure vanished once more, reappearing beside Lin Xiing. What? Lin Xiing immediately felt a terrifying force sweeping beside him. Just as he attempted to turn, Lin Bei's Tang Dao had already torn through his body. With a sputter, a splash of blood erupted, but fortunately, Lin Xiing managed to cover his arm with lightning power at the last moment. Otherwise, this single strike would have shattered his arm under the horrifying spatial force. Damn it! Pain coursed through Lin Xiing's arm as beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Lin Bei's power far exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, a wretched scream pierced the air beside him. Lin Xiing instinctively looked in that direction. He saw Wong Li deeply embedded in the mud as he struggled to rise. His arms hung limply, undoubtedly rendered useless, and he continued to emit pig-like cries of agony. 20 meters away, when Ren Ruinen clenched her jade-like hands. The dead pig is still quite stubborn. A hint of murderous intent flickered across her face. With a sudden exertion of her legs, the ground beneath her cracked instantly. When she reappeared, she stood before Wong Li. "Ah, no? CEO Lin, save me." In that moment, Wong Li understood the true meaning of despair. The power he awakened was no match for Wen Ruinen's abilities. It was akin to an egg colliding with a stone, destined to shatter. Crack. Immediately, Wen Ruinen swung her small hand in a wide arc, striking Wong Li squarely in the face. His head burst open like an egg meeting a rock. The scene was utterly explosive, enough to leave any onlooker dumbfounded. However, behind Wen Ruinen, Her group of female companions erupted in excitement upon witnessing the spectacle. As expected of the leader, simply exquisite. The aesthetics of violence, how delightful. Leader crushed them. The women, including Wong, joined the fray, brandishing weapons such as maces and chainsaws. What on earth is happening with these people? At that moment, the other ability users surrounding Lin Xiing began to tremble uncontrollably. They had never witnessed such an outrageous scene before. Meanwhile, a sound of sword energy suddenly resonated throughout the battlefield. Swoosh! Hua Chushue's Tang Dao unleashed a wave of air currents, slicing through the bullets fired by Li Yuming midair. What is this? Monster? In that moment, Li Yuming realized the terror of the seemingly aloof girl before him. Air currents cutting bullets? He understood he could never contend with her. He immediately turned to flee. However, chaos soon engulfed his mind. A small fox leaped from Liu Feier's arms, its tail radiating a dazzling white light. Its lively eyes bore mysterious patterns. At that moment, everyone near Lin Xiing felt their minds clouded, akin to the sensation of a man experiencing his first smoke. This sensation. Why do I feel so nostalgic? I can't take it anymore. I must. Just as these individuals were lost in their reveries, Hua Chushue and Wen Runin began to systematically eliminate their foes. Hua Chushue, like a contemporary sword immortal, struck down one enemy after another. Meanwhile, Wen Runin demonstrated the essence of brutal beauty, landing powerful blows that crushed skulls. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of exhilarated cheers and agonized screams, resonating throughout the land. Hardly 5 minutes had passed since the confrontation began. No, it's impossible. Lin Bei, how could you be so terrifying? You are not Lin Bei. Who on earth are you? As he watched those around him fall, Lin Xiing could not fathom how the Lin Bei he had so easily subdued in the past had transformed into such a formidable adversary after the apocalypse. He had tirelessly consumed crystal cores these past days, driven by vengeance for Lin Bei's previous assault. Yet, it seemed he could not catch a glimpse of Lin Bei's figure. At that moment, Lin Bei stood before Lin Xiing, Tang Dao in hand. Lin Xiing faced the reality. In the years past, your relentless suppression of me stemmed from your own fear. You feared that once I rose, I would annihilate both you and Lin Fan. But now it is done. You have slain Lin Fan with your own hands, and you shall die by my blade. This time, I will personally shatter your corpse, leaving you no chance for resurrection. Lin Bei's eyes sharpened, a glint of murderous intent radiating from his gaze. Yet, he sensed something was amiss. Logically, Lin Xiing should not be so weak. Although his current power had surpassed that of his previous life, it was due to his mixed heritage. Lin Bei recalled that in his past life, Lin Xiing was not only invincible from a distance but could also summon lightning over 100 meters with a mere flick of his hand. His physique was terrifying, adorned with unique patterns reminiscent of human meridians. However, today, Lin Xiing appeared devoid of such peculiar markings. This made Lin Bei cautious. He feared exhausting his energy through spatial rending. If he failed to slay Lin Xiing, he might find himself in a precarious position. Yet, observing Lin Xiing's current state, it seemed he had reached a dead end. He could not possibly watch as his companions fell, remaining passive in his suffering. Unless Lin Bei suddenly considered a possibility. Perhaps Lin Xiing was incapable of invoking those peculiar patterns. Realizing this, Lin Bei decided to bluff Lin Xiing one last time. Lin Xiing, do you have any trump cards left? If you do not use them now, it may be too late. To his dismay, Lin Xiing, despite his incessant roars and increasing murderous intent, showed no sign of gaining strength. Lin Bei, I will kill you. At that moment, Lin Xiing gathered energy once more. A bolt of lightning coalescing in his palm, hurtling towards Lin Bei. Seeing this, Lin Bei shook his head in disappointment. If Lin Xiing knew how to activate those bodily patterns, he would not hesitate to interrogate him. However, it seemed the latter was still unaware of such techniques. Then you hold no value in living. Prepare to die. Without further hesitation, Lin Bei unleashed a torrent of chaotic energy. Spatial rending. Chapter 73. Cleaning up the aftermath initially. Lin Bei intended to eliminate Lin Xiing directly. However, he was taken aback to discover that Lin Xiing was still alive. Lin Bei had hoped to extract further benefits from him, but since Lin Xiing possessed nothing capable of activating one's meridians in this lifetime, he had lost his utility. A flicker in Lin Bei's gaze indicated that the energy surrounding him had already coalesced into a formidable form. Terrifying fluctuations continued to gather within the space around him. At that moment, Lin Xiing, who had never known fear, deeply comprehended the vast chasm of disparity between himself and Lin Bei. He could feel the very fabric of space before him beginning to tremble violently, an indication of an unfathomable energy. Following this realization, Lin Xiing felt as if his entire being was pierced by a myriad of sharp blades, each one tearing through his veins and meridians. Overwhelmed by pain, he collapsed to the ground, releasing a mournful wail as agony contorted his features. Simultaneously, Lin Bei's palm clenched sharply in the air, a coldness gleaming in his eyes. Today, the enmity would be resolved. Lin Bei's voice was low and resolute. He would not afford Lin Xiing any opportunity. Memories of his past life flooded his mind. Recalling how Lin Xiing had used him to suppress others, forcing him into the dirtiest tasks, and ultimately betraying him by casting him into a horde of zombies. The murderous intent within him was palpable. With a ferocious roar, Lin Xiing let out a chilling scream as the void tore through his body. In an instant, he crumpled to the ground, his form riddled with cracks, his internal organs reduced to pulpy masses. In his eyes lingered an insatiable bitterness. He could scarcely believe that the once mighty figure he had been was so easily subdued by Lin Bei. After slaying Lin Xiing, Lin Bei disdainfully kicked his lifeless body as if it were refuse. With a sickening pop, Lin Xiing's form exploded in midair. Were he to survive this, his existence would be more terrifying than that of a cockroach. Boss. At that moment, Liu Feier, who had sensed Lin Bei's emotional shift, approached him and softly called out. Concern for Lin Bei's well-being was evident in her tone. It's nothing, Lin Bei replied, turning to her with a gentle smile. Upon seeing his composed demeanor, the women around him felt a sense of relief wash over them. Meanwhile, when Renruo and the little fox observed everything unfolding before them, they recognized Lin Xiing, the former Thunder Emperor, the mightiest force during the apocalypse. Even the Void Garden could not confront the world he had built. Rumors had circulated that Lin Xiing and Lin Bei were originally uncle and nephew, yet a monumental conflict existed between them. It seemed that the rift was far more profound than they had imagined. What astonished them even more was witnessing the once dominant Lin Xiing perish so effortlessly. It was utterly unfathomable. Suddenly, the surrounding zombies, drawn by the commotion, began to surge toward Lin Bei. The disturbance had attracted the attention of zombies within a radius of several kilometers. Following the blood moon, these creatures had undergone a qualitative enhancement. Most were of the white level, with a few being of the green level. Let's clear the zombies here first. Lin Bei's gaze shifted, and he chose not to engage directly, delegating the task to Hua Chuxue and the others. He crossed his arms, observing the sight of Lin Xiing's demise. That secret technique was something Lin Xiing was unaware of at this moment. What could this all mean? It was certain that Lin Xiing had acquired that technique in Jiangbei City. Lin Bei pondered deeply, recalling that after Lin Xiing had kicked him into the zombie horde, he had awakened his void abilities to escape. Shortly thereafter, the blood moon had occurred, followed by an earthquake. He began to cultivate silently during the apocalypse, and by the time he encountered Lin Xiing again, the latter's power had escalated to an unimaginable level. Without hesitation, he had sought to confront Lin Xiing alone. Fortunately, Lin Bei's void powers had allowed him to evade. Otherwise, he might have perished at Lin Xiing's hands. Lin Bei meticulously recalled the details. If Lin Xiing had not yet mastered the technique to stimulate his meridians at this moment, then he must have acquired it after the blood moon, within a mere month. What had transpired during that interval? Lin Bei was intensely curious about the secret technique. He surmised that once activated, Lin Xiing's strength would at least double, a terrifying prospect. Moreover, it had transpired in Jiangbei City. He was determined to obtain that power. Originally, Jiangbei City was strategically located in the Great Xia, which had led to its emergence as a new first-tier city. Establishing roots there seemed promising. Lin Bei, most of the zombies have been cleared away, Hua Chuxue remarked as she approached. Upon seeing her, Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Besides himself, she was the most knowledgeable person present. He immediately inquired, Chuxue, have you ever heard of a technique or something that can activate the meridians within one's body? Hua Chuxue furrowed her brows for a moment before responding. I haven't heard of any technique specifically for activating meridians. However, I recall the family elders mentioning some ancient martial arts that have been passed down through the ages, capable of strengthening the body. This includes the sword style I practiced since childhood. She paused briefly before continuing. Now that you mention it, I recall that our Hua family's direct descendants have been training in this sword technique since birth. I have never fallen ill, not even with a common cold. I wonder if it has any relation to the technique you mentioned. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei's eyes brightened. The world was more intriguing than he had anticipated. According to Hua Chuxue, there might have been elements that existed even before the apocalypse, which were beyond scientific explanation. Meanwhile, the other women gathered closer, intrigued by the unfolding conversation. Chapter 74. Issuing orders before long. The group of women had gathered around Lin Bei. After a brief sweep, the area within a 500-meter radius was devoid of zombies. The world as a whole had transformed into ruins. It was only a matter of time before various factions formed among the survivors. Lin Bei was the first to speak, addressing the women. Indeed, human adaptability is remarkably strong, especially now that supernatural abilities have emerged. From observations over the past few days, it was evident that the number of awakened individuals was not insignificant, and as time progresses, this number is likely to grow. Liu Feier tossed her hair and began to analyze the current situation. Beside her, Wenren Ruonan nodded earnestly. Indeed, Lin Bei, are you suggesting that you wish to establish a faction? Hua Chuxue surmised Lin Bei's intention. Before the Blood Moon event, they had followed Lin Bei, but their actions had seemed trivial compared to a genuine survivor base. A smile crept across Lin Bei's face as he gently shook his head. Of course not. The lives of those people are of no concern to me. I have neither the leisure nor the time to worry about them. The paramount issue now is our survival. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the women fell into silence. Was Lin Bei's approach correct? Certainly, there was no ethical dilemma in this apocalyptic world. However, they would never initiate violence against other humans unless absolutely necessary. But if someone were to threaten them, at this point, Lin Bei's killing intent became palpable, leaving no room for misinterpretation. He would indeed form a faction, but the foundational concept would be protection, enabling them to endure in this brutal apocalypse. Indeed, Wenren Ruonan's expression turned serious as she nodded slightly. Upon hearing Wenren's voice, Hua Chuxue and Liu Feier exchanged astonished glances. After a short time spent together, they had come to understand that Wenren Ruonan was quite naive. Yet, at this moment, she was able to grasp the deeper meaning behind Lin Bei's words, prompting a newfound respect from the two women. Lin Bei, noticing the shift in atmosphere, smiled gently. Ruonan, what do you believe should be our first step moving forward? Startled by Lin Bei's inquiry, Wenren Ruonan hesitated. He had never before asked her how to plan or proceed. In terms of combat, she feared no one. But when it came to strategy, I think. Wenren Ruonan's face flushed with a charming hue. Lin Bei couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable demeanor. Haha, I was just teasing you. Liu Feier and Hua Chuxue sighed in exasperation. They suddenly recalled a saying from before the apocalypse. Men are eternally youthful. Even in such a harsh environment, Lin Bei still managed to joke. However, his playful interruption had significantly alleviated the earlier heavy atmosphere. Liu Feier was the first to speak up. Boss, I believe our most pressing priority is to establish a shelter. Additionally, we should finalize our personnel configuration. Based on the awakened abilities, we can form exploration teams, combat teams, and defense teams. This way, we can maximize the utility of each person's powers. Lastly, and most importantly, we need to address our food supply. As she spoke, Liu Feier's voice gradually trailed off. In the wake of the earthquake, food scarcity would likely worsen, leading to fierce competition among survivors. Though they numbered around 10, their daily food consumption was substantial. It would be ideal to locate food seeds. Otherwise, their supplies would eventually dwindle. Hua Chuxue, with a cold demeanor and a long knife in hand, was uninterested in management before the apocalypse, having been compelled by her family to learn various skills. She had no apparent talent in this realm, and instead, she thrived on adrenaline. It was no surprise she had pursued a pilot's license, especially after awakening her abilities. The thrill of slaying zombies had captivated her. Lin Bei nodded thoughtfully. He had indeed chosen wisely in cultivating Liu Feier to manage their base. Feier makes an excellent point. However, Lin Bei's lips curled into a mischievous smile. In truth, food should be the least of our concerns. My abilities awakened long before the apocalypse, and I had a premonition that the world would undergo significant changes. Therefore, the supplies we have stockpiled would last us a millennium. As Lin Bei's words hung in the air, the women stared at him wide-eyed. They were aware of the terrifying nature of his powers, but they had never imagined he had awakened them prior to the apocalypse. After a brief pause, Lin Bei continued, I have a general plan for our next steps. In the coming days, I will venture out to gather some materials. When I return, we won't be in a rush to construct the shelter. For now, I want you to split into 3 teams. Hua Chuxue, Wenren Ruonan, and Liu Feier. You 3 will divide yourselves and explore the eastern, southern, and northern directions of Jiabei City. Gather information on how many survivors are still around and how many factions have formed. Additionally, prioritize collecting crystal cores. They are currently our most pressing need. Don't concern yourselves with food for now. Furthermore, if you encounter anything extraordinary, make sure to retreat and wait for my return. After Lin Bei's instructions, the women nodded in agreement. Liu Feier promptly asked, "What about the West?" "I will go personally. Our first step is to secure Jiangbei City," Lin Bei replied. After this, the women nodded in unison, reminding each other to exercise caution. Lin Bei offered a final word of caution before they set off. At that moment, Xiaobai approached Lin Bei, raising its tiny paw. Lin Bei gently patted Xiaobai's head. "Xiaobai, you shall accompany me." His reasons for taking Xiaobai were twofold. First, it was near Shili Mountain where he had first encountered Xiaobai, a location that likely held what Xiaobai needed. Second, Xiaobai's evolution seemed distinct from humans, having absorbed numerous crystal cores, yet its third tail had yet to manifest. Chapter 75, Refined Black Iron Before Long. The ladies had formed their groups. On Lin Bei's shoulder, Xiaobai's eyes curved into crescent moons, reveling in the prospect of enjoying a world of two with her dear shadow brother. Just as everyone prepared to set off, when Ren suddenly spoke up. "By the way, Lin Bei Gidge, what should we do if we encounter other survivors alongside the zombies?" A mysterious smile crept onto Lin Bei's lips. By now, everyone should have understood the significance of crystal cores. Survivors, while foraging for food, would undoubtedly collect crystal cores along the way. The method to swiftly obtain crystal cores is something I need not elaborate upon. With Lin Bei's words, Liu Feier and Hua Chuxue exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes shimmering with understanding. Only when Ren Runin appeared bewildered. "What do you mean?" Beside her, Liu Feier stifled a giggle. "Runin, that simply means we follow behind others and strike when they least expect it." When Ren Runin suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Aha, Lin Bei Gidge, you're so mischievous." Enlightened. A radiant joy blossomed on her face, for such antics were her favorite pastime. "All right, without further ado, let us embark." Lin Bei smiled in agreement, leading the little fox in the direction of Shili Mountain. According to memories from his previous life, Lin Xiing had unearthed the extraordinary mineral, refined black iron, which had been buried underground for millions of years due to seismic activity. This mineral not only possessed the ability to be smelted by fire, but its hardness, after quenching, could surpass that of diamonds by tenfold. The hardness of diamonds is well known, while ordinary steel pales in comparison. It could effortlessly withstand the explosive shock waves of a 40 fire blast, making it one of the most formidable materials in the early post-apocalyptic era. Most importantly, in its unrefined state, this material could be easily melted by flames, only becoming indestructible after the quenching process. Imagine a shelter constructed entirely from refined black iron. It would be virtually invincible in the early days of the apocalypse, impervious to both zombies and other survivors. If this material were fashioned into weapons, slaying zombies would be as effortless as cutting through vegetables. Thus, Lin Bei was determined to acquire this material at all costs. Meanwhile, 500 kilometers away from Shili Mountain, the roar of motorcycles echoed through the desolate landscape. A shadow sped through the ruins of the apocalypse. On the motorcycle, a slender girl with flowing hair, her face obscured by a helmet, gazed at her arm, where a holographic image materialized. Though her features remained hidden, her long legs captivated the attention of many men. "Tiangu, look over there. What a stunning girl. She's on a whole different level compared to the ones we've encountered." On the upper level of an abandoned factory directly ahead of the motorcycle, two slender men fixated their eyes on Lin Xiing. "Ha, damn. I could play with those legs for a year without getting bored." One of them, surnamed Shin, produced a black walkie-talkie and spoke into it. Soon, a voice crackled through. "Got it, boss. Another fish on the line?" Shin Tian wore a lecherous grin. Not just any fish, but a mermaid. At that moment, Ning Qingqiu sped along the road, glancing at her holographic map. With only 500 kilometers to go, she would reach Shili Mountain in less than 3 days. Soon, she would help Shadow gain control over the refined black iron mines. As she contemplated this, a smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. Initially, she had intended to meet Lin Bei, but her inquiries in the capital had yielded some leads. Thus, she found herself hastily returning to Jiangbei City, aiming to seize control over the refined black iron while hoping to encounter Lin Bei again, assuming he hadn't succumbed to the earthquake, zombies, or other survivors. Just then, her eyes narrowed as a surge of energy enveloped her, revealing her advancement to the 3rd tier of an ability user. The helmet she wore displayed heat signatures resembling humans, Hidden within the nearby chemical factory, a structure now marred with cracks and signs of reconstruction, a stark contrast to its state before the earthquake. Those people were clearly lying in wait for her. Throughout her journey, she had encountered numerous ambushes of this sort. Without hesitation, Lin Xiing swiftly drew a delicate yet formidable handgun from her waist. Not good. Tian Gu, that woman seems to have spotted us. She pulled out a gun. A voice crackled through Shun Tian's walkie-talkie. Come on. A mere handgun? What are you whining about? That woman is at least 2 kilometers away. Her bullets, 1T reach us. Shin Tian's face bore no fear as flames erupted from his body, clearly indicating his status as a second-tier ability user capable of manifesting his powers externally. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he scoffed, several gunshots rang out, piercing through his forehead in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was dead, along with all those lying in ambush within the factory. Like crushing an ant, Lin Xiing applied more pressure to the throttle. The front of the motorcycle lifted, flames erupted from the exhaust, and the bike soared nearly 2 meters into the air, effortlessly clearing the traps set by Shin Tian and his cohorts. Lin Xiing made her escape swiftly, casting no further glance at the fallen figures. Evidently, both her handgun and the motorcycle had been modified using her abilities. Meanwhile, in a mountain range of the Great Xia, an ancient, elegant structure resembling a grand hall stood in solitude. Anyone who happened upon it would be astounded, as it seemed to exist in a realm entirely detached from the mundane world, reminiscent of ancient times in Great Xia. Xiaoyu. The ancient texts mention that the first blood moon has appeared. Those buried treasures beneath the earth are about to emerge. In the grand hall, a seemingly benevolent middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a world map on the wall as he spoke solemnly, amidst an aura of authority. The middle-aged man gestured, a meticulously carved plaque bearing serpentine calligraphy proudly displayed above him. Without turning, Bai Haoyan contemplated the celestial map depicting Earth from the cosmos. Rest assured, Father, a man in a bespoke white suit reassured, bowing slightly. Bai Yu's striking features contrasted sharply with the traditional architecture. Other influential families are undoubtedly aware and preparing. Our Bai family must take the lead. Bai Haoyan's eyes narrowed, a cold glint surfacing. With the crimson moon ascendant, the world will be reshaped. This presents an unparalleled opportunity for the Bai family to rise. Bai Yu responded with an inscrutable smile, his pupils contracting. Indeed, I shall make preparations. Bai Haotian, unwavering in his trust for his son, nodded. Bai Yu, after a respectful bow, retreated from the hall. Shortly after, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, a figure materialized before him from the shadows. Master, a frigid voice cut through the air, chilling the atmosphere. Journey to Jiangbei City. A potent surge of aberrant energy has been detected there. Bai Yu addressed Yang Shi, a statuesque woman with crimson attire and cropped hair, her face devoid of emotion. She bowed slightly before Bai Yu. Emanating an aura reminiscent of a sinuous dragon, she vanished. This energy, distinct from that of aberrant individuals, subtly revealed faint patterns beneath her alabaster skin. Lin Bei navigated the dense forest, his footsteps echoing through the undergrowth. He had entered the Shili Mountains, now a landscape of devastation following the seismic event. The treacherous terrain had consumed 2 days of his time since leaving Jiangbei City. Shili Mountain, in contrast to Jiangbei City, presented a different kind of peril. Although the threat of the reanimated had dissipated, the danger posed by mutated fauna was equally, if not more, significant. He remembered the misguided belief held by many in his previous life that the mountains offered sanctuary from the chaotic cities. Those who sought refuge in the mountains vanished without a trace. As Lin Bei traversed the thicket, the small fox perched on his shoulder stirred, its fur bristling with animosity. Lin Bei halted, his gaze fixed on a tree that would require 2 people to encircle. Less than 100 meters away, a voice broke the silence. Meng, do you think we'll ever escape this place? Fan Huan, covered in grime, scrutinized his surroundings, addressing a portly man. Meng Xiang, despite their disheveled appearance, exuded resolve. He clutched a camera, a smile playing on his lips. Anzi, believe me, if we make it out alive, this footage will captivate the world. A hint of fear flickered in his eyes. Trembling, Fan Huan replied, Meng, don't speak of it. Little Liu and the others succumbed to some kind of contagion, acting like the reanimated. Will we be apprehended by the authorities? With a cold glint in his eyes, Meng Xiang retorted, do you even comprehend the concept of exigent circumstances? Besides, I now possess extraordinary abilities. Even the police wouldn't dare to lay a hand on us. This footage will be a goldmine. We'll be living a life of opulence. Avarice contorted Meng Xiang's features. A few days prior, they had ventured into the Shili Mountains, hoping to capture footage for profit. However, during filming, a male actor transformed into one of the reanimated, killing a female actress. Had Lin Xiing not awakened his abilities, none would have survived. Simultaneously, a roar echoed from a distance of several hundred meters. Lin Bei, focusing ahead, noticed the fox's eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. "Emerge," he commanded, his hand gripping his sword. Energy enveloped his body, emanating a subtle pressure. The rustling resumed behind the trees, revealing a massive, verdant serpent. It was a bamboo viper, its scales an emerald green. However, this viper dwarfed its ordinary counterparts, reaching at least 5 meters in length. Its eyes, like copper bells, bore into Lin Bei, its tongue flickering. "A Tier 3 mutant beast," Lin Bei muttered, his gaze sharpening. A smile played on his lips. Shili Mountain was proving to be more bountiful than he had anticipated. A Tier 3 mutant beast surpassed even Little White in rank. Despite the countless cores he had fed Little White, it had only reached Tier 2. Yet, his first encounter in Shili Mountain was with a Tier 3 beast. The number of mutant beasts in the mountains was considerable. Slay. Without hesitation, Lin Bei tightened his grip on his tang blade, employing his spatial abilities. He reappeared before the viper, his blade aimed at its flesh. The bamboo viper hissed, lunging towards Lin Bei. From within the trees, a voice exclaimed, "Holy crap, Meng. This guy is a powerhouse." Lin Xiing and Fan Huayan, having crept closer, recorded the scene with their DV camera. Chapter 77. Clue with a sudden roar. A jade-like crystal core appeared in Lin Bei's hand. He tossed it to the little white fox behind him, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiing. The latter stood frozen, utterly stunned. He and Fan Huayan had just witnessed Lin Bei slaughter the green bamboo snake in its entirety, in the span of mere breaths. The third-tier mutant beast lay dead at Lin Bei's feet. Gulp. Meng Gu, who on earth is this person? He's incredibly powerful. Damn it. How should I know? Oh no, he's coming towards us. Both men felt as though struck by lightning, trembling uncontrollably, despite Lin Xiing having awakened his powers. Witnessing Lin Bei's might left him too terrified to resist. The latter was simply too monstrous. They never expected to encounter another human in this dense forest. As for Lin Bei, he too was surprised to find a human presence here. However, it was fortuitous. He could inquire whether these two possessed any information about the refined black iron or vein. He recalled that in his previous life, Lin Xiing had discovered such a vein in the Shili Mountains. Yet, he lacked precise details. Rather than searching aimlessly, it would be prudent to ask these two. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bei activated his void step, appearing before Lin Xiing, his tang knife poised against the latter's throat. Name, Jinder. What are you doing here? In this cold-hearted apocalypse, Lin Bei had no time for pleasantries. Directness was preferable. However, before he could finish his inquiry, Lin Xiing was already trembling in fear. Big brother. I am Lin Xiing, male, fond of females, and a cameraman for M. I came here with my team to record some peculiar videos for our website. But during the shoot, the male lead suddenly went mad and killed the female lead. Lin Xiang's voice quivered, tears welling up as he felt the cold steel of the blade against his skin. The revelation that they were cameramen for M jolted Lin Bei. How unexpected. In his previous life, he was an ardent fan of M. Yet, this filming crew was indeed curious for venturing into such a remote wilderness. All right, let me ask you something, Lin Bei said, lowering his knife slightly as he crouched to meet Lin Xiang's gaze. Have you been in this forest for over a month? Lin Xiing nodded eagerly. Then tell me, after the recent earthquakes, did you notice anything unusual or feel any strange vibrations? Lin Xiing blinked rapidly, straining to recall. After a moment, he exclaimed, Hero, I've remembered. After the quake, NZ and I were in a hollow, intending to collect bird eggs. When I climbed a tree, I saw smoke rising from the ground not far from there. And there was also the sound of thunder rumbling. It was only a few kilometers away, and I was so frightened that I fell from the tree. Upon hearing Lin Xiang's account, Lin Bei maintained a stoic expression, yet internally he was brimming with elation. Thunderous roars and fog. This could only indicate the refined black iron or vein. Where is it? Take me there. Lin Bei's voice bore an undeniable urgency. To be honest, I really don't want to go back there, Lin Xiang lamented. That place is cursed. Initially, we had 5 people, but out of curiosity, we ventured there. However, Lin Xiang's eyes reflected a deep-seated terror as he recalled the events. We lost 3 people before we even reached that area. They simply vanished without a trace, not a sound. Lin Xiang struggled to steady his breath, his pupils dilating at the memory. Unless you wish to die now. Take me there, Lin Bei interrupted, pressing the blade harder against their throats. Tears nearly filled Meng Lixuan's eyes as he realized he had no choice but to lead Lin Bei toward that ominous ground. Meanwhile, the little fox followed closely behind, her third pristine tail having manifested, her eyes glimmering with an otherworldly allure. Only one tail remained. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, Su Yun harbored conflicting feelings. She longed to form her fourth tail to become human and stay by Lin Bei's side, yet feared his rejection upon discovering her true identity as a beast. As for Lin Bei, he was preoccupied with another matter, oblivious to the little fox's expressions. There were too many inconsistencies. He scrutinized the two men closely. First, the global heat wave before the apocalypse. Why would they choose to film a video now? Setting aside whether they could withstand the heat, the male and female leads would likely refuse. Furthermore, Meng Lixuan claimed they belonged to him. Did such a video truly require so many crew members? Including them. There were already 7 involved in the filming. Was it feasible to shoot a video about the apocalypse in these mountains? It was utterly implausible, indicating that Meng Lixuan was indeed lying. Moreover, Lin Bei sensed the presence of latent powers within Meng Lixuan, who was desperately concealing them. He had not come to the Xiling Mountains merely to film videos. There was undoubtedly something amiss. However, Lin Bei chose not to expose him. Noting the genuine fear in Meng Lixuan's expression, at the very least, it seemed he spoke truthfully about the refined black iron or vein. Once Meng Lixuan led him to it, their usefulness would be nullified. At that point, Lin Bei's eyes glinted with a ruthless determination. Chapter 78, Deception Swoosh. Aside from Lin Bei, 2 figures traversed the dense forest in different directions on the Xiling Mountain. Lin Xiing gazed at the holographic projection on her arm, where a map displayed a powerful energy response at its center. A smile flickered at the corner of her eye, revealing a hint of fatigue on her otherwise exquisite visage. This time, Shadow, I've truly aided you greatly. If you do not allow me to flourish when the time comes, I shall take my revenge. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. The precious dark iron was of utmost importance in the early apocalypse. Lin Xiing was well aware that Lin Bei favored women of value, and this dark iron vein was her gift to Shadow. With no time to ponder further, she hurried towards the dark iron mine, fearing others might arrive first. Meanwhile, in another direction, She held a crystal in her hand, distinct from a crystal core. This crystal was considerably larger and lacked the purity of a core, flickering with intermittent brilliance. Clad in a black vest that accentuated her perfect waist and hinted at her toned figure, she wore black combat boots that enveloped her delicate feet, complemented by black tropical shorts that invited unwelcome thoughts. There, she exclaimed, testing the direction with the dim crystal. The eastern area shimmered most brightly, prompting a soft smile. Concurrently, the 2 graceful figures sped through the thicket. At that moment, in front of Lin Bei, Meng Lixuan and Fan Huayan led the way, though both bore a glint of malice in their eyes, hidden from Lin Bei's view. Our brothers should be just 5 kilometers ahead, Meng Lixuan turned, concealing his sinister gaze behind a facade of trepidation, as if he had been utterly terrified. Lin Bei, observing the path ahead, stood on a mountain slope, gazing into the valley nestled between 2 towering peaks, guardians of the terrain. The valley shrouded in mist obscured its true appearance. However, the distance was too great, and Lin Bei could not hear the rumbling of thunder. He had never witnessed the dark iron mine's true visage in his past life. Lin Xiing had been deeply invested in this mountain range, yet even he could not breach it. Therefore, he relied on information from his previous life. Recognizing the mist, but unable to hear the thunderous roars, with cautious eyes, he regarded the 2 men, who exchanged glances before continuing forward. Shortly thereafter, as the trio approached the misty region, a rustling sound emanated from the dense forest. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed. He sensed a terrifying presence. Beside him, the little fox perked up, its small pupils scanning the surroundings. Clutching his tang knife, Lin Bei observed the area intently. Suddenly, a shadow lunged from above, swift as lightning, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Without hesitation, the little fox sprang aside as Lin Bei executed void walking, appearing 5 meters away. In the spot he had just vacated, a colossal, pitch-black spider materialized, sending chills down Lin Bei's spine. This spider was nearly human-sized, its 8 legs resembling lethal blades, adorned with bristles that glimmered like silver needles. It was evident that this creature had evolved into a formidable beast, now classified as a level 4 entity. At that moment, Lin Bei inhaled sharply. This was the most fearsome adversary he had encountered since his rebirth. Yet, he remained undeterred, his eyes flickering with strategy. As the level 4 spider charged towards him like a cannonball, Lin Bei prepared to counter. Just then, the little fox's eyes glinted with an otherworldly hue, her 3 tails swaying behind her, causing the spider's movements to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bei vanished from sight, raising his long knife to strike at the spider's head. Clang! Just as his blade descended, the spider reacted swiftly, raising 2 of its legs to block the blow, resulting in a clash that echoed like steel colliding. The sound rang clear as more spider legs lunged towards Lin Bei's waist. If he failed to evade in time, gory wounds would surely mar his abdomen. However, Lin Bei locked his gaze on the creature, deliberately slowing his movements and altering his attack pattern. He chose not to retreat, bracing himself for the spider's assault. The impact sent him tumbling several meters back. Brother Lin Bei. Xiao Bai's expression shifted in disbelief. She had not anticipated Lin Bei being thrown by the spider. Was this creature truly so powerful? In that instant, Meng Lixuan and Fan Huayan's pupils constricted, revealing a fleeting expression of shock, which Lin Bei keenly observed. Indeed, something was amiss. Lin Bei silently noted, and as he was propelled backward into a cloud of dust, he swiftly retrieved a blood pouch from his spatial power and bit into it, allowing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Damn, what a formidable monster! I must unleash my ultimate technique. Xiao Bai, initially eager to rush to Lin Bei's side, halted upon hearing his declaration. Lin Bei would not indulge in theatrics during battle. Clever as Xiao Bai was, she quickly realized this was Lin Bei's ruse. Is brother Lin Bei trying to deceive again? Her eyes flickered with understanding. Though she was unsure of his intentions, she was determined to play along, for deceiving was indeed entertaining, and Su Yun shared her enthusiasm. Immediately, she feigned the effects of exhausting her magical powers, trembling all over. Chapter 79. Reversal. In the heart of West Ridge Mountain, Jiangbei City, Lin Bei stood, his face ashen, gasping for air, a clear indication of extreme exertion. Simultaneously, the little fox, sensing Lin Bei's intentions, feigned a depletion of its mental reserves, its steps faltering and unsteady. Observing Lin Bei's condition, Meng Lixuan, still wary, cautiously approached, extending a hand in a tentative gesture. Brother? What ails you? Lin Bei, noting the expression on Meng Lixuan's face, mused inwardly, this one is quite circumspect. To maintain the charade, Lin Bei's voice quivered slightly as he replied, it's nothing, just a bit drained. I'll be fine in a moment. Seeing that Lin Bei's distress appeared genuine, a look of elation washed over Meng Lixuan's face. Young man, I must express my gratitude. I was contemplating summoning reinforcements, but you have resolved this monstrous issue on our behalf. This shall undoubtedly earn me commendation from the organization. A smug smile spread across his face as he regarded Lin Bei with disdain. Simultaneously, a surge of formidable energy emanated from him. Meng Lixuan, a level 3 ability user. Are you not a cameraman from Adu Media? Lin Bei's mind raced as he had gone through so much effort to ensnare Meng Lixuan, primarily to prevent him from resorting to suicide by poison, which would have rendered any interrogation futile. Witnessing Lin Bei's bewildered expression, Meng Lixuan gestured subtly, and a dagger materialized from his waist, hovering in the air. His ability, telekinesis, allowing him to manipulate objects remotely. Who exactly are you people? Lin Bei inquired urgently, noticing the fervor in the other man's eyes. Human psychology dictates that individuals are most prone to slips of the tongue when their adrenaline is surging and their minds are racing. As anticipated, Meng Lixuan, emboldened, continued. In truth, our organization infiltrated your great Xia nation even before the advent of the heat wave, with the intention of filming some. He paused abruptly, his expression darkening. Never mind, you're as good as dead anyway, so there's no point in burdening you with such information. Suddenly, with a flick of his hand, a sharp blade sliced through the air. However, at that precise instant, Lin Bei's lips curled into a subtle smile, and the pallor in his face vanished, replaced by a healthy flush. I see. Without hesitation, Lin Bei drew his blade, deflecting the incoming weapon. With a swift movement, his tang blade found its mark on Meng Lixuan, whose pupils contracted in shock. Retreating rapidly, Meng Lixuan narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but a fist-sized hole appeared in his abdomen. Simultaneously, a wave of disorientation washed over him as the little fox unleashed an eerie gleam from its eyes behind him. Lin Bei pressed his advantage, striking toward Fan Huayan, intending to eliminate him first as a display of power and to demoralize Meng Lixuan. However, as he lunged toward Fan Huayan, Lin Bei's eyes narrowed. He sensed an energy coalescing around the former. Despite this, Lin Bei's speed remained formidable, and Fan Huaiyan barely managed to evade a fatal blow, his eyes wide with terror. Ultimately, Lin Bei's blade struck Fan Huaiyan's arm, eliciting a scream of agony and a spray of blood. With a sickening sound, Fan Huaiyan's arm was severed. Yet, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The severed limb began to regenerate at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, a network of hidden markings appeared on his body as he retreated rapidly. Both Lin Bei and Meng Lixuan were taken aback. Lin Bei was surprised to encounter someone with such markings. Meng Lixuan, on the other hand, was shocked by the energy emanating from Fan Huaiyan, wondering if he had also awakened an ability. But why had he never mentioned it? Damn it, Fan Huaiyan cursed, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he glared at Lin Bei. Anziyu, Meng Lixuan, utterly bewildered, clutched his abdomen, staring at Fan Huaiyan in disbelief. In his mind, Fan Huaiyan was just an ordinary man. How could he possess such incredible speed? Trash, you dare call me Anzi? Fan Huaiyan, who had previously been subservient to Meng Lixuan, now seemed like a different person, berating him mercilessly. You. Meng Lixuan's face darkened instantly. Lin Bei, arms crossed, watched the scene unfold with amusement. Intriguing. It seems there are more twists than I anticipated. He hadn't expected such complexity among the three individuals. Anzi, what do you mean by this? Meng Lixuan, distancing himself from Lin Bei, demanded, his voice sharp. Ignoring Meng Lixuan, Fan Huaiyan turned to Lin Bei. Boy, whoever you are, stay out of this. This matter is beyond your comprehension. His meaning was clear. He was referring to the black iron or vein. Lin Bei observed the two men with interest, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly intricate. In his previous life, he had never ventured into West Ridge Mountain and was unaware of what had transpired with Lin Xiing. Now, it seemed that the truth was far more complex than he had imagined. Who exactly are you? Meng Lixuan demanded, finally realizing that Fan Huaiyan was likely a mole planted by someone else within their organization. Me? I am, of course, Fan Huaiyan. However, it is delusional for you foreign rats to attempt to seize Great Xia's assets. Fan Huaiyan sneered at Meng Lixuan. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. Just as I suspected. A spy? In this chaotic era, the entire Blue Star was in turmoil. Not only was Great Xia in disarray, but foreign lands were even more so. You. Meng Lixuan's expression turned exceedingly grim as he glared at Fan Huaiyan. Ignoring him, Fan Huaiyan turned his gaze toward Lin Bei. Boy, I'll give you 3 breaths to leave this area. Otherwise, once I report the discovery of this or vein to my master, you will undoubtedly regret witnessing this day. Despite having a severed arm, his demeanor remained arrogant. Chapter 80. Interrogation. Lin Bei's gaze narrowed as he scrutinized the man before him. Curiosity began to swirl within him regarding the identity of the individual backing this man, who possessed such audacity that even in the face of Lin Bei's formidable prowess, the ability to effortlessly eliminate him, Fan Huaiyan remained utterly unperturbed. This left Lin Bei contemplating 2 possibilities. Either he had just rendered this man senseless, or the power of the individual behind him was indeed terrifying, imbuing him with an innate sense of superiority. You just claimed that you would report this incident? Lin Bei tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, exuding a chilling aura of menace. Of course, my master is someone you cannot hope to contend with, Fan Huaiyan declared, a look of reverence crossing his face as he glanced at his own arm. This extraordinary power is a gift from my master to us, ordinary people. At that moment, Lin Bei's expression hardened, his heart racing with astonishment. The clues regarding the intricate patterns were finally falling into place. Without hesitation, he surged forward to confront Fan Huaiyan, his feet unleashing a terrifying force, propelling him like a cannonball toward his target. A smile spread across Fan Huaiyan's face. Buzz. The meridians on Fan Huaiyan's body became visible, radiating an overwhelming aura. Consider carefully the consequences of opposing us. With your abilities, should I introduce you to my master? Before he could finish, Lin Bei had already reached him, the Tang Dao slicing toward his legs. With a swift motion, Lin Bei spared no mercy as the power of the void enveloped the blade, severing Fan Huaiyan's legs in the blink of an eye. Much like his arm, Fan Huaiyan's severed legs began to regenerate at a visible pace. Regeneration? Lin Bei mused inwardly as he observed Fan Huaiyan. Behind him, Meng Lixuan, witnessing the scene, turned to flee into the dense forest, clutching his camera. Suddenly, the little fox, Su Yun, appeared before him. A flicker of an eerie blue light danced in her pupils, rendering Meng Lixuan momentarily paralyzed. Meanwhile, Su Yun signaled to Lin Bei that Meng Lixuan was under her control. Well done, Xiaobai, Lin Bei thought to himself, realizing that bringing Xiaobai along had proven to be an excellent decision. Now, tell me your master's name and the organization to which Meng Lixuan belongs, Lin Bei commanded, plunging the Tang Dao into Fan Huayan's shoulder. Sweat dripped from Fan Huayan's brow as he grimaced in pain. You don't understand. My master won't let me go. Lin Bei chuckled darkly. Do you really believe that if you remain silent, I will let you live? His eyes glinted with menace, devoid of any hint of jest. Then tell me, will you let me go? Fan Huayan inquired, his voice strained. Lin Bei's gaze flickered. You say I will let you go. Fan Huayan's eyes shifted uneasily before he finally spoke. I have never seen my master's true form. Before the apocalypse, I was merely a medic. Then one day, someone introduced me to a job, claiming to have been chosen by a mysterious figure. They said that by injecting a certain plasma, one could gain extraordinary abilities. Get to the point. Lin Bei interjected, impatient with the man's rambling. What is your master's name? Fan Huayan shook his head. Have you ever met your master? He shook his head again. Damn it. What use is there in keeping you alive? Lin Bei declared, raising his blade to strike at Fan Huayan's head. Wait. I have only had limited contact with my master. I only know he is from one of the hidden families of Daxia. There are many hidden families in Daxia. They were aware that the apocalypse was coming. The patterns on my body were activated after I received the blood injection. I must consume human hearts every week to survive. Otherwise, I will die. Upon hearing Fan Huayan's words, Lin Bei nodded slightly. All right, you may die now. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Fear flooded Fan Huayan's eyes. Have you not heard the saying, a man's words are as deceitful as ghosts? With that, Lin Bei's blade fell, severing Fan Huayan's head from his body. Considering Fan Huayan's abilities, despite activating those unique patterns, he was merely at the level of a Tier 3 ability user. Even if he had joined those hidden families, he was likely just a fringe member, far removed from the core matters. There was no reason to waste time on such a minor character, especially since Lin Bei had already gleaned valuable information. He then approached Meng Lixuan. From what Meng Lixuan had implied earlier, it seemed he and Fan Huayan were not from the same organization. What organization do you belong to? What is your position? Why have you come to Shilling Mountain? Lin Bei inquired with precision. I do not know the name of the organization. I only know that its members bear the Eye of God tattoo, and there are operatives from this organization in various countries around the world. I hold no position within the organization. I was merely tasked with taking pictures of the mountains near Shilling Mountain, Meng Lixuan replied, his eyes vacant. The Eye of God? Lin Bei lifted Meng Lixuan's arm, revealing a triangular tattoo with an eye glaring back at him, evoking a sensation of being constantly surveilled. Damn it. A spy. Lin Bei, who loathed spies above all else, wasted no time. He swiftly struck at Meng Lixuan's neck. As Meng Lixuan's body fell, the camera he had dropped began to record the various topographies of Shilling Mountain. Lin Bei understood that if these images fell into foreign hands before the apocalypse, the consequences would be dire. However, as he continued sifting through the footage, an unexpected scene unfolded. A woman wandered alone through the depths of the forest, only to seek refuge in a wooden cabin as rain poured from the sky. Inside, a bald man kindly offered her shelter. Then, Chapter 81. The Great Rift. The narrative was rather commendable. After meticulously observing the footage from the camera, Lin Bei offered his appraisal before promptly destroying the device in his hands. The majority of the content depicted the rugged terrain of the Shilling Mountains. Should this information fall into foreign hands, it could be utilized to devise strategic methods, posing an immense threat to the Great Xia nation. With a soft yip, the small fox leaped onto Lin Bei's shoulder, nuzzling against him affectionately. Thank you for your hard work this time, he said, gently petting the little creature before continuing towards the dark iron or vein below. As for Meng Lixuan and Fan Huayan, they had succumbed to their fate within the dense forest of the Shilling Mountains. As Lin Bei approached the depths, his mind was abuzz with contemplation. It had become evident that, at least prior to the apocalypse, individuals on Blue Star had already received intelligence regarding the impending doom. These forces remained shrouded in secrecy, and even the formidable Hua family, exemplified by Hua Chuxue, remained oblivious to their existence. Lin Bei's eyes flickered as he recalled the blood moon documented in the Hua family's ancient texts, now coupled with the emergence of hidden clans and foreign influences. From his recent inquiries, it appeared that the foreign force would not pose an immediate threat to the Great Xia, as this territory remained firmly under its control. Moreover, Fan Huayan's demeanor towards Meng Lixuan suggested that these hidden clans harbored a strong aversion to foreign entities meddling in the domestic resources of the Great Xia. At this juncture, Lin Bei's thoughts crystallized. He suddenly recalled the peculiar patterns on Fan Huayan's body. While not as extensive as those on Lin Xiing in his previous life, Lin Bei surmised that they operated on a similar principle. Could it be that Lin Xiing had encountered Fan Huayan, mistaking him for his benefactor and thus becoming his master? If this were the case, it would unravel the mystery behind Lin Xiing's formidable strength. Lin Bei gasped in realization. If his assumptions held true, the influence of this hidden power could indeed surpass his wildest imaginings. After all, in his past life, he had never heard of any concealed forces. It seemed he had grossly underestimated the Great Xia. After contemplating these revelations, Lin Bei shook his head with a wry smile. He had not anticipated uncovering such profound secrets upon his rebirth. Nevertheless, for Lin Bei, the most favorable scenario would be for these hidden powers to refrain from antagonizing him. Should they dare to approach, he would ensure they learned the true meaning of dominance, like a dragon coiling around him or a tiger lying in wait. With a clearer understanding of the circumstances, Lin Bei hastened his pace. He felt an urgent need to enhance his strength. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. His residual shadows flickered as Lin Bei moved like a specter through the dense forest. It had been 3 days since he left Jiangbei City, and finally, on the 4th day, he arrived at the Valley S base. His gaze fell downward, and he was immediately struck by a breathtaking sight. Between two mountains lay a vast rift, unfathomably deep and shrouded in darkness, with billowing mist swirling from its depths. He could hardly believe its enormity. Even Lin Bei found himself profoundly shaken. On his shoulder, Su Yun widened her eyes in astonishment. Is this the dark iron or vein that the Heavenly Society fiercely protected in my previous life? She wondered, jumping to the ground and peering over the edge with her small paws. The mists rushed toward them in an instant. Be careful, Lin Bei cautioned softly. He retrieved 2 masks from his ability space, donning one himself and placing the other on the small fox. Let us descend and take a closer look. As he spoke, he produced a winged apparatus reminiscent of a wingsuit. This device had been favored by extreme sports enthusiasts before the apocalypse, allowing them to soar amidst the mountains. Every time Lin Bei had seen such individuals, he had silently chastised them for their recklessness. However, now that he had awakened his abilities, this wingsuit would enable him to descend to the valley floor swiftly and without peril. In a mere breath, Lin Bei was fully equipped and leaped into the rift. Buzz. Just moments after Lin Bei's descent, a figure clad in a black bodysuit appeared at the very spot he had just vacated. The black suit accentuated Ning Qingqiu's form, crafted from a remarkably unique material. Upon noticing Lin Bei's footprints, her beautiful eyes widened in realization. Someone is faster than me, she mused, having rushed here immediately following the blood moon. Cursed be it. It seems I have arrived too late. With a curse, Ning Qingqiu opened her backpack and extracted an advanced wingsuit, designed with a special coating to eliminate reflections and enhance stealth, embodying her own innovation. Without hesitation, she leaped into the abyss. Following her departure, another figure clad in red appeared, holding a shimmering stone. Yangshi, sporting a chic short hairstyle, smiled at the flickering gem in her palm. This must be the place the master referred to. Closing her eyes slightly, her veins began to faintly illuminate, emanating a more terrifying aura than Fan Huayan, with intricate patterns adorning her alabaster neck. Whoosh! Without any protective gear, Yangshi leaped into the chasm. When she reappeared, she landed gracefully on an outcropping of rock, having traversed a distance of at least 20 meters from her previous position, demonstrating agility far beyond that of an ordinary person. Notably, there was no trace of energy emanating from her. Meanwhile, in the depths of the rift, as the wind howled past Lin Bei's ears, his night vision goggles allowed him to discern the ground below. Chapter 82, A Fiery Welcome. With a swift motion reminiscent of a ghostly specter, Lin Bei leapt from the precipice of the vast chasm. After a descent lasting nearly 2.5 minutes, he finally arrived at the chasm's base. The view from below was strikingly different. It shimmered like jade, illuminated by a peculiar black light that flickered all around. This strange luminescence was likely a reflection of the sunlight above, but due to the overwhelming brightness overhead, the ground appeared shrouded in darkness. Wow! Su Yun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she beheld the chasm, which resembled a treasure trove of glittering diamonds. I recall that Brother Lin Bei referred to these luminous stones as gems. Could they all be gems? During her previous adventures with Lin Bei, Su Yun had gained considerable knowledge, and now, Witnessing this plethora of glowing stones, her eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lin Bei casually harnessed the power of the void to slice through a massive rock before him. The stone, roughly the size of an egg, shattered effortlessly upon contact, revealing intricate golden patterns within. Encasing it was a layer of stone that appeared utterly black. Indeed, it was the raw ore of exquisite black iron. As he felt the energy emanating from the stone, Lin Bei couldn't help but smile softly. His gaze swept across the surroundings, taking in the rich veins of exquisite black iron. If he were to collect these veins into his spatial realm, they could sustain him for a lifetime. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, just as he was about to activate his spatial abilities. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air from above. Both Lin Bei and the little fox, Su Yun, instinctively looked up. They beheld a shadow plummeting with alarming speed, even faster than Lin Bei himself. Boom! As Lin Bei focused upward, a fiery explosion erupted. What kind of fireworks are those? Lin Bei watched as the approaching flame danced in the air, seemingly altering its trajectory. Damn! A .40 caliber shell. The brightness of the projectile magnified in Lin Bei's eyes. It was only when it was within 50 meters of him that realization struck. This was no mere firework, it was an artillery shell. Without hesitation, Lin Bei activated his void-walking ability, scooping up the little fox and darting behind a vein of exquisite black iron. Boom! In an instant, the special projectile detonated upon impact with the ground, the resounding explosion reverberating through the tranquil valley. A thick cloud of smoke billowed upward. Who dares to launch a .40 caliber shell right away? Hiding behind the exquisite black iron, Lin Bei gasped for breath. Despite having ascended to the status of a level 3 ability user, he knew he was far from being able to withstand a .40 caliber shell directly. Furthermore, the trajectory of this shell was unlike any he had ever encountered, its power surpassing that of ordinary artillery. A formidable opponent. With just one shell, Lin Bei deduced that the individual behind this attack was no ordinary foe, even if their personal strength was lacking. The weaponry at their disposal was certainly not to be underestimated. However, he was puzzled. Hadn't he already dealt with Meng Lixuan and Fan Huan? Why was there another person here besides himself? How many unknowns remained? Before he could contemplate further, a shadow descended from above, concealed within the smoke. Xiaobai, can you sense their position? Lin Bei leaned closer to the little fox, whispering. Her eyes suddenly shone with a glimmer of insight. No, yet. When the little fox attempted to locate Ning Qingxiu's position, she found nothing. This left her genuinely astonished. But having failed to sense anything, she could only shake her head slightly. Lin Bei's eyes widened further upon seeing her reaction. He had not anticipated that even the little fox could not discern the opponent's location. This left only two possibilities. Either the adversary possessed abilities related to concealment, or they wore gear designed to mask their presence. Interesting. In that moment, Lin Bei's fighting spirit surged. Xiaobai, stay here. Just as he prepared to set the little fox down, a sharp sound cut through the air, rushing towards him. Without hesitation, Lin Bei executed a swift maneuver, employing his void-walking ability to shift with Xiaobai to another position. Glancing back, he saw that the massive stone he had just hidden behind had shattered, a bullet hole now marring the wall behind it. A piercing round? Lin Bei's mind raced as he observed the bullet hole. Impossible! How could a piercing round appear here? At that moment, turmoil surged within Lin Bei. This was a creation of Ning Qingxiu from his previous life, capable of exponentially enhancing a bullet's penetrating power. Yet, how could it possibly be here? His mind raced as he prepared himself. The Tang Dao had already manifested from his spatial realm, gripped tightly in his hand. Did I evade it? Just then, a startled voice pierced the smoke. Ning Qingxiu, observing the spot where Lin Bei had just been, furrowed her brows slightly. She too had not anticipated that her ambush, concealed by the smoke, would fail to land. Furthermore, a holographic projection appeared on her arm, displaying the terrain within a 50-meter radius of the chasm, along with the silhouettes of Lin Bei and the little fox. Come out. Having missed her initial strike, Ning Qingxiu grew curious about Lin Bei's identity, particularly that extraordinary speed which even her microcomputer had failed to calculate. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Bei recognized that she possessed technology capable of pinpointing his location. Who are you? Resolute, he stepped forward, no longer hiding, wielding the Tang Dao as he approached Ning Qingxiu. As their gazes locked, they scrutinized each other. A formidable adversary. Both stood poised, ready to defend or attack at a moment's notice. Ning Qingxiu sighed, yet inwardly scoffed. What a pity he is a fool. With a roll of her eyes directed at Lin Bei, she retorted, Do I look like a fool? announcing one's identity in an apocalyptic world. Simultaneously, she surreptitiously loaded another piercing round, and without hesitation, she aimed her weapon at Lin Bei. Humph, this shot is guaranteed to hit. At this point, the distance between them had shrunk to a mere 30 meters, given the speed at which Lin Xiing fired. Even an ability user awakened in speed would find it impossible to evade such a shot at this range. Chapter 83. Returning? Bang. The bullet, swift as lightning, tore through the air. However, Lin Bei was already prepared. His gaze sharpened, and his extraordinary abilities erupted instantaneously. Leaving behind a residual shadow, he appeared before Lin Xiing. The Tang Dao in his hand was poised against her neck. In a flash, when masters engage, it takes but a single move to determine the victor. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Lin Bei's lips. Where did you procure such armor-piercing rounds? His voice was as cold as frost, his expression inscrutable. If you intend to drive the dagger in your leg into my abdomen, I suggest you save your energy. Meanwhile, Lin Bei's other hand had already found its way to Lin Xiing's knee. Lin Xiing's figure was striking, standing at a stately height of 1.7 meters. Lin Bei's right hand caressed her thigh, while his left held the long blade against her neck. His eyes radiated a sense of reckless abandon. Yet the palpable aura of pressure and murderous intent emanating from him would undoubtedly send chills down the spine of any ordinary person. Yet, as he gazed into the eyes of the woman before him, she appeared dazed, staring at Lin Bei in disbelief, her breath quickening. What is happening? Lin Bei found himself momentarily bewildered by the woman before him. Surely, she couldn't be contemplating reversing the roles simply because of his appearance? Such a narrative would be utterly absurd. Just as Lin Bei's mind wandered, Lin Xiing suddenly spoke. Shadow? Boom. Upon hearing those two words, Lin Bei stood frozen in place, his gaze piercing into Lin Xiing. Moments prior, after firing that bullet, she had believed Lin Bei was undoubtedly doomed. Yet, when he suddenly materialized before her, she was equally taken aback. Spatial transfer? In an instant, Lin Xiing recalled the shadow from her previous life. The last time she had visited Jianbei City was to seek out Lin Bei, to ascertain if he was indeed the shadow from her past existence. However, she hesitated to confirm her suspicions, aware that there were others with spatial abilities besides the shadow. Moreover, even if she mentioned the shadow, it seemed unnecessary, given that this incarnation of Lin Bei had yet to become the shadow. What compelled her to speak was Lin Bei's inquiry regarding the origin of her armor-piercing ammunition. It was worth noting that she had employed this type of ammunition for the first time today. No one in this lifetime was privy to such specialized bullets. The only individuals aware of their existence were those from her previous life. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xiing's mind raced. Firstly, Lin Bei's frenzied stockpiling before the apocalypse, coupled with his spatial abilities. Secondly, his inquiry about the source of her armor-piercing rounds. These 3 points led her to a daring notion. Could it be that Lin Bei, like her, had also been reborn? With this thought crystallizing in her mind, Lin Xiing instinctively called out the name of the shadow. Swish. At that moment, time seemed to stand still as the two locked eyes. What shadow? I've never heard of it. After taking a deep breath, Lin Bei pressed his Tang Dao closer to Lin Xiing. A menacing aura emanated from him, seemingly intended to intimidate her. However, as Lin Xiing felt the weight of Lin Bei's presence and gazed into his eyes, she became increasingly convinced that he might indeed be the shadow and, like her, had returned from the brink of death. She spoke again. You are a reborn one. I am Lin Xiing, codename. Why do you wish to kill me? Lin Xiing's gaze remained fixed on Lin Bei, undaunted by the ominous energy surrounding him. Upon her utterance, Lin Bei found himself paralyzed. Xiing? In that moment, he was utterly astonished, struggling to process the revelation. You two have been reborn? As he spoke, he sheathed his Tang Dao. Meanwhile, behind Lin Bei, the little fox's eyes widened in disbelief as it observed the two. What is happening? Lin Xiing has also been reborn? And what about Brother Shadow? After Lin Bei sheathed his blade, Lin Xiing's eyes glistened with tears as she leapt into his embrace. I never imagined I would see you again. As Lin Bei inhaled the delicate fragrance of the woman in his arms, he grasped her tightly, overwhelmed by the incredulity of the moment. I can hardly believe this. But just as he was about to continue, a sound erupted above them. Swish, swish, swish. This is bad. Someone is coming. Lin Bei and Lin Xiing squinted their eyes in unison, taken aback that anyone could find them in such a remote mountain hideaway. We will discuss everything later. For now, we need to find a place to hide. Exchanging glances, Lin Bei pulled Lin Xiing to shelter beside the little fox. The two shared a knowing look, with Lin Xiing casting a thorough glance at the little fox, particularly at its three tails. Meanwhile, the little fox thought to itself, damn it, it will be a while before the fourth tail appears. How did Lin Xiing manage to find brother Lin Bei? As the little fox's face scrunched up in frustration, a figure descended from above, moving with remarkable speed, rivaling that of Lin Bei and Lin Xiing. The individual leapt down from the wall of stones. Yangxi's body bore faint markings. Is that the same pattern? Lin Xiing whispered to Lin Bei, who nodded slightly. Just as she was about to say more, Lin Bei suddenly gestured for silence, indicating that Lin Xiing should hush, for Yangxi was now gazing in their direction. Come out, those hiding over there. I can sense the energy emanating from you. Yangxi's face broke into a seductive smile, her delicate hand resting on her chin, showing no regard for Lin Bei. Lin Xiing, or the little fox. Realizing they had been discovered, Lin Bei and Lin Xiing ceased their attempts to hide. Strange, why is everyone able to detect me today? Lin Bei scratched his head and stepped out from behind the cover with Lin Xiing and the little fox. Standing before Yangxi, they locked eyes. Oh, what a handsome young man. I wonder what your strength is like. If you are willing, I wouldn't mind taking you as my little brother. Yangxi's lips parted in a playful smirk as she cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Bei, her markings now fully visible, an overwhelming aura radiating from her being. Chapter 84, Barrett? Another one of those patterns. Upon observing the unique markings on Yangxi's body, Lin Bei's eyes narrowed instantly. The energy within him began to coalesce, as the pressure exerted by Yangxi far exceeded that of Fan Huayan. Simultaneously, he pondered whether this woman bore any connection to Fan Huayan. After all, how could she possibly appear here? No, if Fan Huayan had disseminated news of this location, it would be improbable for her to arrive so swiftly. He scrutinized Yangxi intently, analyzing the situation. Thus, only one possibility remained. This woman was from a different family than Fan Huayan. As Lin Bei's mind raced, Lin Xiing stepped beside him. These markings represent a unique cultivation method of the hidden families, capable of awakening one's meridians and unleashing powers that surpass ordinary humans. Though her voice was soft, Yangxi visibly paused upon hearing it, only to regain her alluring smile. It seems you possess quite an understanding of us, she remarked, her tone growing increasingly frigid. However, if you are aware of the hidden families, you should also comprehend their terrifying capabilities. This territory has caught the eye of my master. And before you two, there remain but two choices, submission or death. Yangxi's voice turned icy, her entire being radiating an aura of intimidation, seeking to instill fear in Lin Bei and Lin Xiing. Ha! Lin Bei scoffed disdainfully at her words. Submit or die. Your hidden family does not possess the authority to dictate my fate. In an instant, a surge of malevolence emanated from him, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. At his side, the little fox leapt into action. The moment the little fox sprang forth, Yangxi's gaze sharpened, locking onto it. A three-tailed spirit fox. I never expected to encounter such a rare beast here. Yet, her attention swiftly shifted back to Lin Bei. Little brother, I am only advising you kindly because of your handsome appearance. Do not squander my goodwill. Upon hearing Yangxi's words, Lin Xiing's countenance transformed into an icy fade. Silence, she commanded sharply before springing into action. A black barret materialized in her hand, seemingly from nowhere. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated through the valley, shaking it to its core. In a mere breath, the bullet, accompanied by a piercing rush of air, hurtled toward Yangxi's brow. Damn! At that moment, even Yangxi could no longer maintain her composure. Who carries a barret around casually? The unique markings concealed beneath her fair skin flickered momentarily, as she abruptly retreated to the side. Simultaneously, Lin Bei felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. His gaze shifted to Lin Xiing, who was evidently enraged by Yangxi's previous flirtation with Lin Bei. At that moment, the barret in her hand transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into thin air. So it was her. Lin Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him upon witnessing the disappearing barret. Lin Xiing before him was indeed the seventh member of his former faction. In his past life, his faction was shrouded in mystery, with each member designated by a unique title. His was Shadow, while Lin Xiing was known as Seven. Her supernatural ability allowed her to enhance intelligence and assemble designed weaponry through her powers. Although this method greatly drained the energy of the ability user, it was undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Clearly, the barret she had wielded was a creation summoned from her designs. Lin Bei couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, one should never provoke Lin Xiing. His gaze returned to the direction of Yang Shi as energy coalesced within him, vanishing from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, he had closed the distance of 30 meters and charged toward Yang Shi. The little fox's keen eyes locked onto her, channeling its mental energy. Lin Xiing, having drawn the barret, sensed the supernatural energy in the air and glanced at the little fox. You ability users possess some intriguing traits. However, you are far too disobedient. My master has decreed that unruly dogs must be dealt with harshly. Amidst the smoke from the barret's discharge, Yang Shi's voice echoed, indicating that Lin Xiang's prior strike had not inflicted significant damage upon her. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Bei's expression grew grave. The impact of Lin Xiang's strike, had it landed upon him, would have undoubtedly been less forgiving, despite his ability to evade it. Just then, a crimson blur surged toward him. Sensing the chill in the air, Lin Bei instinctively dodged. However, as he believed he had evaded, he felt a rush of wind to his left. What? He hurriedly raised his Tang Dao, and with a clang, their weapons clashed. The moment they collided, Lin Bei felt an immense force, causing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his footing. Though he remained uninjured, his heart raced with astonishment. Could it be that Yang Shi, a mere mortal, could unleash such terrifying strength through the enhancement of her unique markings? Just remarkable. While Lin Bei was still in shock, Yang Shi gracefully emerged from the smoke, her long legs striding forward as she scrutinized him from head to toe. This was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent Lin Bei had faced since his reincarnation. After a brief moment of astonishment, his gaze locked onto Yang Shi, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He yearned for such an adversary. The journey of his rebirth had been far too smooth, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed. Yang Shi was precisely the catalyst he needed to regain his edge. With a calm demeanor, Lin Bei turned to Yang Shi and spoke slowly. Sister with the ample bosom, why not enlighten your younger brother about the nature of those markings upon you? Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, Yang Shi merely chuckled, unperturbed. Very well, if you join us, sister shall reveal everything to you. And if you desire to know more about me, that can be arranged as well. Her voice dripped with seduction, a captivating aura emanating from her every gesture. Chapter 85. Yang Shi's Escape Vixen. Lin Xiing uttered with a slight frown, as Su Yun behind her wrinkled her face in dismay. This woman is more adept at seduction than our own kind. Upon hearing Yang Shi's voice, Lin Bei did not rush to act. Instead, a smile crept onto his face. Why not come closer and settle this? Your strength seems formidable, and I could certainly use a sisterly figure like you. At the back, Lin Xiing and the little fox widened their eyes in astonishment. Could it be that Lin Bei truly has eyes for this enchanting woman? Would they gain yet another sister? However, if Lin Bei had made his choice, they could hardly object. It merely meant an additional rival. At this moment, Lin Bei himself was oblivious to the transformation within him. His personality had shifted significantly since his rebirth. In his previous life, he was cold and ruthless, consumed solely by the instinct to survive through violence. Yet now, with the appearances of Liu Feier and Hua Chuxue among others, Lin Bei was no longer a machine driven by the singular desire to endure. Instead, he had developed a wealth of emotions, which made him feel undeniably human. Yang Shi, upon hearing Lin Bei's words, wore a disdainful smile, shaking her head in disbelief. You have no idea of our true power. She gazed at the intricate patterns on her arm, her expression becoming increasingly entranced. Do you believe that your awakened abilities have elevated you beyond the realm of ordinary people? In the presence of our master, you are but insignificant. No matter how powerful your abilities, they are of no consequence. The future is destined to belong to us. A glimmer of madness shone in Yang Shi's eyes as she regarded Lin Bei. Rather than rebutting her assertion, Lin Bei acknowledged the terrifying nature of those unique patterns. Is that so? Then I shall put it to the test. He ceased his idle chatter, focusing instead on seizing the precious black iron or vein in this location before returning to Jiangbei City to bolster his strength. With a hum, he vanished from sight. I see now, your abilities pertain to space. When Lin Bei reappeared before Yang Shi, she displayed a flicker of shock. Oh, your astonishment suggests that space abilities are indeed quite special. With a swift motion, Lin Bei struck at Yang Shi's throat with his blade. Bang! Yang Shi raised her dagger to block the attack, yet it was cleaved in two by his sword, the force compelling her to retreat. How intriguing. Our master must find you quite fascinating, and she murmured, casting a sidelong glance at the little fox. At that moment, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and the patterns on her body flickered before the sensation dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Lin Bei reappeared before her. How swift! Realizing Lin Bei's sudden return, Yangshi had no time to evade. Drawing another dagger from her waist, she lunged at him. I won't allow you to block me twice. Yet, as she exerted all her strength into her dagger, Lin Bei appeared behind her, her blade passing harmlessly through his weapon. A shadow. Yangshi's heart raced in alarm, but it was too late to evade. Bang! Lin Bei delivered a sweeping kick to her waist, sending her hurtling backward like a cannonball until she crashed into a mass of black iron ore. As the dust settled, Yangshi emerged. Blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her gaze fixed fiercely on Lin Bei. The patterns adorning her body had dimmed significantly. You still stand? Lin Bei mused, marveling at the defiance of those extraordinary patterns. He was determined to possess them. Just then, Lin Xiing produced another piece of advanced technology. A net of electricity materialized in midair, surging toward Yangshi. Lin Bei, capture her alive. She commanded. Humph. Just wait. Yangshi glared at Lin Bei, acutely aware of her disadvantage after their brief skirmish. With the formidable three-tailed spirit fox by his side, along with that absurd woman, she knew she could not prevail. Before long, you'll understand the terror of inciting our hidden family. With that, Yangshi summoned a claw-like device and pressed a button on the earpiece she wore. She hurled the contraption, embedding it into the canyon wall. Trying to escape, Lin Bei reacted swiftly, pursuing her. However, her speed was astonishing. Even as he executed 2 void walks in quick succession, he barely managed to close 1,000 meters distance, nearing the canyon's exit. A rumble echoed above as the sound of a helicopter approached. Clearly, the influence of the hidden family was far more complex than it appeared. Yangshi had arrived in Jiangbei City via such a helicopter. Gunfire erupted overhead. Realizing he could not withstand bullets with mere physicality, Lin Bei retreated into the shadows of the canyon. The helicopter departed, leaving him seething with frustration. Damn it! I must procure several hundred of my own. If he could capture Yangshi alive, he believed he could extract every secret related to the hidden family through his interrogation methods. Armed with this knowledge, he would be better prepared for the impending challenges. Well, my journey to Shili Mountain has already yielded valuable intelligence. Calming himself, Lin Bei descended to the canyon's depths once more, where Lin Xiing and the little fox awaited him. Upon their reunion, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere turning awkward. Clearing his throat, Lin Bei broke the silence. Should I call you Seven or Xiing? At the sound of his voice, Lin Xiing shivered, suddenly recalling the tumultuous events of their last month in the previous life. Even this icy beauty felt her cheeks flush. Call me whatever you wish. Yet, in an instant, Lin Xiing regained her composure. Chapter 87. A New Era, The Apocalypse. As Lin Bei and Lin Xiing were deliberating on their next course of action, a sudden and terrifying disturbance manifested in the sky above. A resounding boom echoed, and a brilliant blue light illuminated the heavens. What is this? Lin Bei exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the sky, his expression one of sheer astonishment. The beam resembled the one that heralded the onset of the apocalypse. This radiant surge spread across the entire blue star, casting an ethereal glow. It's gamma rays. Lin Xiing gasped, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. The blood moon hangs in the sky, and the sun illuminates the firmament. All causes and effects are scattered. She whispered softly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Bei's expression turned blank. Xiing, where did you hear that? He inquired, realizing that the power he belonged to in the imperial capital had recorded the appearance of the blood moon, signifying the dawn of this new era. Lin Bei's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the world around him transforming. A wave of heat surged within him, coursing through his veins, awakening the hidden patterns that belonged to an ancient lineage. I sense my power escalating, as if I am absorbing the energies of this realm. Lin Xiing shared his astonishment, her face a canvas of shock. Just then, a melodious voice broke through their reverie. Brother Lin Bei. Startled, Lin Bei turned to see the little fox had transformed into a human figure, her 4 fluffy tails swaying gracefully behind her, artfully concealing her modesty and evoking an involuntary blush. This is you, Lin Xiing exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing Su Yun. Lin Bei, still processing the revelation, was taken aback. Brother Lin Bei, I am actually the Su Yun from my previous life. I hesitated to reveal my identity, fearing you might reject me, Su Yun murmured, her voice laced with trepidation. Without a moment's thought, Lin Bei enveloped her in an embrace. Silly girl, what are you thinking? He said, his hand reaching for her fluffy tails. A soft whimper escaped Su Yun's lips. After some time, Lin Bei, along with the little fox and Lin Xiing, returned to Jiangbei City, determined to uncover the significance of the blazing blue light. Upon their arrival, they were met with a shocking sight. The ground was littered with the corpses of zombies, their cores having transformed into nutrients for the land. Vast, dense jungles had sprung up in Jiangbei City as they knew it was no more. Before their eyes lay a thriving primordial forest. To their astonishment, they encountered numerous survivors, all bewildered until they spotted Lin Bei. "Boss, Lin Bei, long live." A deafening cheer erupted. Lin Xiing could not contain her laughter upon hearing Lin Bei's title. Snorting in amusement, "Where did you find this motley crew?" she teased. Lin Bei, however, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face turning crimson, as even the little fox stifled her giggles. At that moment, a gaunt young man rushed toward Lin Bei. "You look just like the photo. Even more formidable than I imagined. But you seem to have lost some weight." Lin Bei, noticing the photo in the young man's hand, growled, "You there? Come here. Tell me what is going on." The young man hurried over, producing a crumpled pack of cigarettes. "Boss Lin Bei, this is my last one. We were instructed to shout your name by Boss Wenren." "Boss Wenren?" Lin Bei echoed, intrigued. The young man proceeded to recount the events of recent days. It turned out that Wenren Renan and Liu Feier had completely unleashed their true selves, conquering Jiangbei City, and were currently in the neighboring Tianhai City. However, the sudden appearance of the blue light had caused all zombies to vanish, their cores transforming into radiant beams that infused the earth, resulting in the rapid growth of vegetation. Lin Bei nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from afar. "Brother Lin Bei, the zombies have disappeared. It seems we have ushered in a new era." It was Wenren Runan's voice. Lin Bei turned to see her, Liu Feier, and Hua Chuxue speeding toward them in a Porsche, traveling at an astonishing speed. Seeing the women safe and sound brought a smile to Lin Bei's face. "Well, it seems you've attracted quite a few admirers," Lin Xiing remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. "Rest assured, each of you is dear to me," Lin Bei replied playfully. "I can sense the energy in this space soon. We won't even need to slay zombies to enhance our strength. We can retrieve Wanqing, Shimeng, Hanhai, and Sini, and then we shall multiply endlessly." "What? Why so many?" Su Yun blushed fiercely. "Humanity's vitality must flourish. The apocalypse has decimated our numbers, and we must ensure the survival of our species. Moreover, the continuity of new species," Lin Bei declared, his gaze lingering upon Su Yun, particularly her fluffy tails, which stirred his imagination. "Ah." Su Yun's face flushed crimson. Lin Xiing chuckled lightly. "Isn't that going to exhaust you?" Lin Bei puffed out his chest proudly. "Here, there are only barren fields, not weary oxen. Do not forget, I have 1,000 bottles of 9 flavors Earth Essence pills. I am well prepared." Lin Xiing shook her head, unable to suppress a smile. "By the way, Lin Bei, have they been reborn?" "Humph. Regardless of their rebirth, they are all mine," Lin Xiing declared confidently. "Have you thought of a name for your new faction? Is it still called the Void Garden from your past life?" No, that name is far too mundane. It was merely a random choice," Lin Bei replied, pondering deeply. "Today, with the disappearance of all zombies, we embark on a new era. Let us call it the apocalypse." The story concludes here.